Chapter 1. Mirages, Mirrors, and Chimeras. When Nag the basking cobra hears the careless foot of man, he will sometimes wriggle sideways and avoid it if he can. But his mate makes no such motion where she camps beside the trail. For the female of the species is more deadly than the male. Rudyard Kipling, The Female of the Species. The compartment was nondescript by design. A simple desk and 2 chairs were the entirety of its furnishings, and they were as drab as could be found. No one stumbling onto its location by accident would bother giving it a second look, which was the entire point. The woman seated behind the desk was another matter. While her looks were striking, it was the aura surrounding her that would draw a passerby's attention. Coolly confident, with just a hint of danger to keep the riffraff at bay. A single glance was enough to convince most she was not a woman to be trifled with, and for those needing further persuasion, her cynical eyes seemed to relish the opportunity. The hatch to the compartment slid open as a man dressed as a dockworker entered and sat across from her, though his attire and demeanor were at odds. While his hands and clothing bore many stains and scars, his bearing suggested it was merely a costume, something to be used and then tossed aside. The two eyed one another before the woman spoke. "Valerian, what have you learned?" "Very little, I'm afraid," he answered. "No one's admitting to having seen her." "They're lying," the woman snapped. She had no way to return other than Gerfalcon. She must have docked with the ship, unless they killed her during the mission, the man pointed out. "You have to admit, Hypatia, that's still a possibility." "Samara? Huh." The woman shook her head. "I won't believe that until I see her corpse with my own 2 eyes. She may be a lot of things, but Samara is a survivor above all else. Better to operate under that assumption, at least," he agreed. "How do you wish me to proceed?" "Interview the other mission members," the woman told him, "starting with that corsair, Haddad. Remind him we can take his ship, should he prove troublesome." "Bound to get pushback from the Admiral on that," Valerian reminded her. "Let him try," she snorted. "Corsairs like our good pirate friend often operate far from the watchful gaze of their fleets, where anything can happen." Her smile was wintry and calculating as she relayed that last tidbit. His expression was equally icy. "I imagine the Troika already have contingency plans in place for just such an event. Though I understand there was a recent incident involving some of their ships." Hypatia grimaced. "They're not talking about what happened, but whatever it was, it has them even more on edge than usual. Which is why we need to find Samara and learn what she knows, before they take matters into their own hands." A dark cloud seemed to descend on them as they both digested that bit of information. "Is that likely?" he asked. "I don't know," she said quietly, "but I think we'd be fools to dismiss the possibility out of hand. If they do begin active operations against us—" "They already have," Valerian pointed out. "Or had you forgotten the Agatadub attack on Freya?" "I haven't forgotten," she said somewhat frostily, "but that was merely a warning by their standards, a shot across the bow, if you will. No, what I'm talking about is something far more permanent." Their eyes met. "Unless we find Samara, learn what she knows, and get that data to our patrons, there is the genuine possibility we could face extinction." He nodded, taking that in. "And is that Jibril's position as well?" he asked. "Jibril hasn't shared with me his thoughts on the matter," Hypatia sniffed, "but our esteemed clan princeps is no fool. I doubt he takes the situation with any less gravity than I do. Still, it would be helpful to learn where he stands," he shrugged. "In fact, I was hoping he'd attend this meeting to share his thoughts." "I'm afraid you'll just have to settle for me," she smirked. "Jibril is far too busy to meet with intelligence assets." "Busy doing what?" Valerian pressed. "Given the situation, I'd think he'd want to hear what I had to report firsthand." "But you have nothing to report," she countered. "It's my job to see that only relevant information gets passed along. As I said, he's a busy man. Placating the Troika, no doubt," the man mused. "I refuse to speculate on the matter," Hypatia scowled, "and it is none of your concern. Now, do you have anything else?" "Well, I heard a rumor down on the docks," he smiled. "Something about Gerfalcon's shuttle being missing when it docked. Is that so?" A slasher smile appeared on her face as she leaned back in her chair. "If she took the shuttle, and we could pinpoint the location from where she departed. Her eyes lost focus while she considered the possibilities when her guest doubled over in pain. "Are you all right, Valerian?" she asked. "Shall I call for a night?" He waved off her concerns. "I'm fine," he gasped. "Just an old injury that flares up now and then." Clenching his fists, he fought to sit back up, struggling to banish the pain from his expression. "We can continue this meeting another time," she began, only to leap to her feet and stumble backwards over her chair as the man's entire body rippled, exploding in a riot of skin tones and patterns, from scales to fur to flesh and back again, until they threw off the illusion, the fluctuations collapsing as her guest stood before her, looking somewhat different from when he'd walked in. "So much for Plan A," Samara sighed, leaping across the desk as she grabbed the other woman by the throat, a wicked-looking dagger appearing in her hand as if by magic. "Samara," the other woman hissed, in both shock and anger. "You've got nerve, showing your face here." "In fact, I wasn't showing my face. Now was I?" she smirked. "Where's Valerian?" she demanded. "What have you done with him?" "Ah yes, poor Valerian. I'm afraid he suffered a rather unfortunate accident." Hypatia's nostrils flared in undisguised fury at the news, while Samara just smiled. "Lovely to see you again, Hypatia. We have so much to talk about." The dagger caressed her flesh, just below the jaw. "I have nothing to say to you," Hypatia sneered. "You murdered Valerian and betrayed your clan, and one day you'll pay the price for those crimes." "The clan betrayed me long before I returned the favor," she fired back. "Now, I have some questions for you, starting with, where is Jabril?" The dagger swept upwards, digging into the tender flesh, just breaking the skin as a droplet of blood appeared and began sliding down her throat. "I have no idea," she said. "He doesn't share that sort of information with me." Now why don't I believe you?" Samara chuckled. "Perhaps because your lips were moving. Now try again." She pressed harder on the blade as a thin line of red appeared, adding new runnels of blood to the mix. "I don't know," she gasped, her eyes going frantic. Her fellow Protean sighed. "Hypatia dear, if you're going to play act, at least put some effort into it." "Oh, you've got the facial expressions and voice patterns down, but I'm afraid the lack of any pupil dilation coupled with an absence of electrodermal activity leaves your performance ringing just a bit hollow." The look of terror disappeared just as quickly as it had materialized, replaced instead with icy fury. "You," she snarled. "We gave you everything, and you turn and spit on us?" An ugly smile began emerging. "I'll enjoy watching you die, Samara." "I'm certain you would, my dear, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you." Her eyes grew hard. "Where is Jabril?" "I won't ask again." "Go to hell," she spit back. "Already been there," Samara answered, shifting the knife in her hand to finish the job when something in Hypatia's eyes gave her pause. A hardened focus, a sudden crystallization, as the shapeshifter swore in realization. "You little bitch," she hissed, yanking the woman to her feet and interposing her body between herself and the hatch, pulling her deeper into the office. "How did you signal them? Hidden button? Voice command?" "It doesn't matter," Hypatia cackled. "There's nowhere to run. Give up while you still can." "Not in the cards," she snapped, as a compact pistol appeared in her free hand, jammed into the small of her hostage's back. "If your friends come in blazing, you'll be the first casualty." "And you'll be the second," Hypatia riposted. Unfortunately, that was all too likely. Letting herself get boxed in was becoming something of a dangerous habit as of late. She'd need to work on that. But sometimes you weren't able to choose your battleground, which meant one needed to have a backup plan in place and the ability to adapt on the fly. Shifting gears, she pushed the other woman forward. "Time for a stroll, my dear," she informed her, jamming the pistol hard into her ribs while the dagger disappeared back up her sleeve. "Nice and slow, and don't get cute," she warned as the hatch slid open. The pair stepped into the corridor, and a quick glance informed her the enemy cavalry were still en route. "Perfect. We're just two friends, out and about," she said, guiding the other woman down a side passageway. "Keep smiling, and you might even live through this." "You can't escape," Hypatia warned her. "There's no way off this ship that's not being locked down tight as we speak. Surrender, Samara. It's the only way you survive what's coming." The pair took another random turn, losing themselves in the warren of corridors and tunnels. I still have a card or two left to play, she grinned. And besides, once I surrender, that's the end of the game. For me, at least. Peering around a corner, she saw frantic movement as a security team rushed to set up a barricade, yanking Hypatia back and changing direction once more. You'll forgive me if I choose not to live what is likely to be a very short life trapped inside a cage. Better a cage than the morgue, she warned her. Keep up this insanity, and that's exactly where you're headed. More likely a cage and the morgue. But why quibble over details? Retracing their steps, Samara backtracked to a corridor intersection, this time turning right instead of left. She'd known from the start the opposition might track her down, so she'd made a few discreet arrangements before arriving aboard Chrysalis, one of the larger ships belonging to the Protean clan. It might pale in size compared to Freya, but there was still the odd corner or two where someone clever could arrive and depart undetected. Getting in had been easy. Getting back out again, however, was proving problematic. But considering her previous options, or rather, the lack thereof, she had no complaints. She spotted a hatch marked off-limits, authorized personnel only, gaining access after waving the bracket on her wrist past the scanner. Dragging Hypatia inside, she closed and dogged the hatch before facing her hostage. I'm afraid this is where we part ways, Hypatia, she smirked. Now that we're out of sight, having you keep me company becomes something of a liability, I'm afraid, but I'm prepared to be generous. Tell me where Jabril is hiding, and I'll leave you tied up somewhere you'll be discovered. You'll tell them everything, but that's no concern to me since I'll be long gone. Should you choose not to cooperate, however, then I have no incentive to keep you alive. Now do I? The smirk on her face was a statement on the perverse nature of reality and her delight to share in the joke. Hypatia, however, was having none of it. You'll kill me no matter what I do, she sneered. Did you think I'd be seduced by your honeyed lies? Oh dear, dear Hypatia, how little you must think of me, Samara sighed. Believe it or not, I'm on the side of the angels here. Her eyes twinkled. Though I'm more than prepared to embrace the tactics of their counterparts. Just get it over with, she snapped. I'm tired of your games and innuendos. Samara just shook her head and smiled. Perhaps there are other ways I can convince you, she said, tucking away the small pistol back in its hiding spot before stepping forward. Hypatia blinked in surprise as the other woman bent down and pressed her lips to hers, kissing her deeply. Despite everything, her body responded to the assassin's sensuous touch, even as she tried pushing her away. She was so intent on breaking free, it was several seconds before her brain registered the sensation of the slender blade being shoved into her heart. Hypatia gasped as blood poured from her mouth. As Samara broke the kiss at last, she staggered, her hands reaching out for something, anything to keep her from falling. But there was no purchase to be found. She collapsed to her knees, her eyes wide as she stared up at her killer licking the blood from her lips, before toppling face first onto the deck as the last few moments of life ticked away. Samara regarded her for a moment, then bent down and wiped down the blade on her victim's clothing before putting it away. Such a waste. There'd been no actual chance Hypatia would tell her what she wanted to know. In fact, it had been the whole reason behind her appearing to her as Valerian. But once her plan fell apart, and it forced her to improvise, she'd hoped that perhaps she'd see reason, if only to save her own life. Hadn't expected it, of course, but still she'd hoped. Despite what Hypatia had thought, she would have let her live had she cooperated. She turned and left the body where it lay. It would be many hours before someone would discover it, by which time she would be far from Chrysalis. She'd booked passage on several ships as part of her escape plan, under various identities, and after checking the time she headed for the lower docks. If she hurried, she could just make final boarding on the Fafnir, her body rippling once more as she disappeared into the maze of darkened corridors. Chapter 2. Time and Tide Wait for No One. It all started with the war. Humanity had been a late addition to the galactic community, an unwelcome one to most races. There was more than enough competition for power and resources as it was, and the aliens mankind encountered in their travels were no more interested in sharing than man himself. Earth had hoped to secure new outposts and colonies, expanding its position in the cosmos, only to learn those that came before had already laid claim to the available real estate. Even worthless rocks belonged to somebody, even if nominally, and claim jumping was just as ruthlessly dealt with out here as it had been in the old American West. Still, they'd hoped they could manage something, perhaps some sort of trade, or a provided service could earn them a system or two to call their own. So humanity focused on building relations, though even managing that much proved to be an uphill battle. With all the varied races constantly jockeying for position, the children of Terra found themselves repeatedly shoved to the back of the line. The Ichun changed all that in the blink of an eye. They were the bête noire of the Perseus arm, a nightmare long feared by the various races, one they hoped was merely an ancient memory. Only the dreaded machine race proved to be very much an active threat after all, attacking the other species and laying waste to all who stood in their way. For the first time in countless eons, the elder races knew fear, and humanity saw their chance at last. If there was anything mankind could claim expertise at, it was war. Old hatreds and feuds were soon forgotten as a coalition was hurriedly thrown together, one encompassing every known race of the region. Earth eagerly signed on, using every available resource to create Task Force Odin, the largest and most advanced military force humanity had ever seen. Sent to bolster the line, they hoped for the chance to finally prove themselves worthy in the eyes of the other races. Only fate had a cruel trick hidden up its sleeve. The Ichun launched a surprise attack against one of the most powerful races, who barely turned their frenzied assault aside, sending them directly towards Earth itself. Earth, Mars, Luna, all were wiped out in a matter of days. Those in the task force could only listen and weep. Without a home, humanity struggled desperately to survive. Internal pressures and a lack of resources turned them against one another, the task force fracturing into clans and factions. Wanted by none, despised by all, the children of Earth made their way as best they could, finding new niches in which they could eke out a living. Barely. Yet man still dreamed of finding a new home, one they could call their own, and a long-buried report from the war seemed to offer a chance at just that. They put together a mission to locate the planet, this new Terra, only to have it end in disaster. Their hopes dashed, humanity surrendered to the inevitable, focusing once again on simple survival. 40 long years passed before the sole survivor of that doomed mission stumbled onto a series of what appeared to be random events, holding out the possibility of finding that long-sought-for promised land. They hastily threw together a second mission, and this time they discovered a few tantalizing clues that might, just might, lead them to that new home after all. And for her sins, they chose Samara to be a part of it. Samara hadn't set out to become a revolutionary, as she'd learned early in life how the universe really worked. Taking on the status quo held zero appeal for her, right up to the point when the issue stopped being theoretical and became personal. Even then she'd held back, until circumstances forced her hand. Well, circumstances, and a certain too clever for her own good tinker. Not that she blamed Maggie for the way things turned out. They had both made their play, and Maggie came out on top. It was her own fault for underestimating her, though in her own defense the woman consistently underplayed her strengths, which was smart, which was why she harbored no ill feelings towards Maggie Alhaja. But should the opportunity arise to tweak her nose a bit, anyway, after getting drafted for the mission by Jabril at the behest of Troika, to whom they owed so much, sarcasm intended, it didn't take long for things to go off the rails. Between the Agadadub assault, attempted mind control by the two of his Ake, while the Eliex hung in the background jerking her strings, it was amazing things held together as long as they had. Unfortunately for the Troika, they'd overplayed their hand. They were desperate for information regarding the precursor planet, making rash decisions and counting on their strength to deal with any potential fallout. Only they hadn't factored in one minor detail. Humans don't take well to bullying. After Maggie's impassioned speech, almost everyone had signed on for her little crusade, doomed though it may be. She'd made all the right sounds, pretending to join the cause, while lying in wait to steal the data and pass it on to her masters. It should have worked. Oh well, no sense crying about it now. And it wasn't all bad, since they'd gotten that annoying little kill switch out of her skull. For the first time in a long time, she was free. Really, truly free. She discovered since that actual freedom really, really sucks. You'd think she'd have been in better spirits, despite everything. Only it was difficult mustering up a cheerful smile when most of the galaxy now wanted you dead. preferably by some slow and hideously painful process, which would have been fine if her shape-shifting abilities hadn't gone haywire after her surgery. Lose the time bomb, gain a disability. Tough call. What she was doing was ultimately futile. She knew that. A one-woman crusade against the Troika and their Terran lapdogs? It was ridiculous. And yet here she was, once again taking out a valuable, if not critical, target and living to tell the tale. Of course, there was always tomorrow. And how do you feel about that? Her mind whispered. That was a damn good question. A few months ago, it would have never come up. She was a professional. She completed the mission and then slipped away, never worrying about things like whether her actions were justifiable. She followed orders and got the job done. Simple as that. Or maybe not so simple. She needed to sit down at some point and figure a few things out, starting with the classic, what makes Samara tick? Though it wasn't something she looked forward to. Luckily, she had other things on her plate that took precedence. Introspection would have to wait. First on her list, track down Princeps Jabril, sit down for a friendly chat and get some answers, and then make him pay. She'd hoped to find him on Chrysalis, but the odds had never been great on that score. Hypatia had been her primary target, and she'd hoped with a little convincing she'd tell her where to find their glorious leader. With her now gone, it left her with a nagging question. Had she been telling the truth? Her gut said yes, but it had played her false before. Rarely, granted, but it was a possibility she couldn't dismiss out of hand. Though the question was moot now, with Hypatia dead, she was back to square one. For simplicity's sake, assume she'd been honest with her. Otherwise, the trail would be impossible to pin down. If she hadn't known his whereabouts, then obviously he wasn't on Chrysalis. So where, then? And doing what? Samara replayed the conversation between her and Hypatia back in her head, looking for clues and inconsistencies, and came up empty. Then let's turn it around. If she were Jabril, what would she be doing right now? And why? Well, the Troika had to be pressuring him for answers. Answers he didn't have. He'd try to dodge and stall, and it might buy him a little time, but eventually he'd run smack into a deadline he couldn't ignore. So it only made sense that he'd put all his efforts into finding her and learning what she knew and then pass that on to his alien masters, which made her enemy number one of her own clan. Lovely. They'd be out beating the bushes for her, meaning any Protean ship or location was off limits, other than quick raids for intel. Would he seek refuge with the Iliacs or one of the others? Maybe, but then the question became, would they have him? Samara doubted it. Despite their proven usefulness to the Troika, they had no more respect for Terrans than any other race. Less, even. If laboratory mice got together and formed a union, demanding to be heard, would humanity listen? Of course not. So, not with the Troika. Someplace instead where he could direct the hunt against her. Somewhere off the beaten path. Someplace safe. Safe and hidden. Put that way, the answer was obvious. Alinac. Alinac was an anomaly, an aberration of the system. Humanity owned no land, had claims and no systems, held no grub stakes on frontier worlds, and by the strictest definition Alinac was in fact claimed jointly by the three races comprising the Troika, off the books. A massive blue-white supergiant locked in the embrace of a blue subgiant, blazing and crackling with radiation and stellar winds over a handful of barren rocks. It was as worthless a piece of real estate to be found anywhere in the Perseus Arm. And inside one of the hollowed-out planetoids was where fledgling proteants were born. Not born so much as created, molded, and forged, Alinac was the first stop in the process for those deemed worthy for the more advanced therapies. For some, it was also the last. Not all treatments were successful, and tinkering with DNA would occasionally cause side effects even the Troika could not prevent. It was hidden safely out of sight for just that reason, with access to the system strictly controlled. Getting in was impossible. Getting back out again would take a miracle. Samara sighed as she considered the task before her. There was no way she could do this alone. She needed help, allies, individuals crazy and desperate enough to risk everything. But where does one even find people like that, especially when you're already being hunted yourself? She toyed briefly with contacting one or two members of her recent mission to Earth. Remy Haddad could be useful, having his own ship, and they had enjoyed a certain intimacy during the trip. The Avatar Alphid could sneak into places forbidden to her, but she rejected the impulse almost immediately. It was certain everyone from that mission was being watched, and any attempt by her to contact them would lead to some rather unfortunate results. No, she had to look elsewhere. But where? Who would have a big enough grudge against the clan they'd be willing to sign on for what had all the earmarks of a suicide mission? Who would be angry enough? Desperate enough? Crazy enough? Who could possibly? Her eyes went wide as the answer came to her. It took only a few minutes searching to locate her target, the KHS St. Jean-Baptiste. Currently, she was located a few dozen light-years distant, and a quick examination of the shipping schedules proved to be no help. If she wanted to get there, she'd need a ship of her own. Right then, step 1. Acquire a ship. Obviously, she couldn't buy a ship. That required funding and paperwork, neither of which she possessed. Oh, she could forge the latter, given time. But that still left the slight matter of funding unresolved. So, step 1. Modified. Steal a ship. Also not as easy as it sounds. You can absolutely count on a lively pursuit. Lively, meaning being shot full of holes. And once the word goes out, no legitimate port or yard will touch you. There's 100 distinct ways they could track a stolen ship, and even a tinker with Maggie's skill might not find every little bug and booby trap. It was a gigantic risk, but she'd settled on her mission. It was either this or surrender, and she had no intentions of surrendering. Back to the charts, then. Someplace off the beaten path would be preferable. Yet high enough in traffic she wouldn't have to wait 6 months for a likely prospect to drop by. Far from any major alien hub or ports. Someplace accessible. Roughly a week's travel distant, there was a colony of the Kikish, an avian race. They were a third-tier power at best, certainly not in the same category as the Troika, though much more powerful than humanity. Not that that was saying much. If she swapped ships at the next port of call, she could be there in 10 days. That took care of where. How was still to be determined. Samara needed to see the layout for herself before she started making any serious plans. There were just too many variables to come up with something workable sight unseen. But now she had a plan, and in her mind that was halfway to a victory. Chapter 3. To make rabbit stew you first need a rabbit. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea, Samara thought to herself, surveying her options. She'd arrived at the colony world of Hisha 2 days earlier, renting cheap quarters with a view of the spaceport after a long, if uneventful journey. She'd spent the trip sequestered in her compartment feigning illness, which wasn't far from the truth given her condition. While she'd gotten somewhat better at anticipating her attacks, as she called them, her control was still spotty. There seemed to be a correlation between the length of a shapeshift and the likelihood of having an episode, but it was far from certain. Best to just avoid the problem entirely and stay out of sight. The Kikish colony had seemed her best option to borrow a ship, but it looked as if her information was a little out of date. Only 2 vessels sat on the pad. A dilapidated freighter in desperate need of an overhaul, and an intersystem transport far too small and short-legged for her purposes. She could wait for a more desirable vessel to turn up, but the longer she stuck around the greater the risk. She had to decide. Either sit tight and hold out for something better, or pull up stakes and try again elsewhere. One more day, she thought to herself. She could survive that much, as none of the locals had shown much interest in her. Just stay in her room, watch the port, and see what developed. Only staying too long in one place was bad tradecraft, as it raised your profile with those you came into contact with. She'd refused the cleaning service, brought her own food, and kept her contact with the indigenous population to a bare minimum. But even that was no guarantee. Staying put was only marginally a better option than shifting to a new location, so biding her time was the only choice left open to her. But if nothing better arrived in the next 24 hours, a soft ping on her tablet drew her attention. She tapped into the traffic control network as a matter of course, monitoring the ships entering and leaving the system, though there had been little information as of late. But as she watched a new vessel logged in an itinerary that would have them landing right in her lap 18 hours hence, she bolted upright as she perused the ship's data. The KS Giddigi was an expedition yacht with overpowered engines, extended cruising range, and the latest navigational upgrades. An executive's toy designed to be operated solo or packed to the gills with guests and crew, she was almost as fast as anything else out there. Granted, it was a local design. But while the Kikish were an avian race, their size and biochemistry were fairly compatible. In other words, she was perfect. Samara leaned back in her chair, considering her options. According to the itinerary they'd filed, the ship would be at port for 2 days before taking off once more. Her maintenance records were up to date, and the ship's master had already ordered their consumables to be topped off upon arrival. Assuming she could sneak on board once its captain departed, she should have no problem filing an updated flight plan that would have her departing much sooner than originally scheduled. By time the owner returned to find her missing, she'd be long gone. Obviously, it wouldn't be quite that simple. She'd need to infiltrate the port and board the ship without being detected, access the computer system and alter the security program, and then escape the system before they sent the Kikish Navy after her. Still, none of those problems were insurmountable, and with a little luck, pulling up her files on Giddy's make and model, Samara got to work, familiarizing herself with the ship specs while setting up a program to piggyback onto traffic control signal. Even if it didn't grant her the access she hoped, it should still give her a better look at the ship's computer system. If she could hack into the ship's network before it even landed, her mission suddenly became much easier. All right then, let's see what we've got, she said to herself as she got down to business. 24 hours later, Samara found herself growing more and more apprehensive by the minute. Everything had gone like clockwork, and that was the problem. Her penetration of the ship's computer system had been textbook. The ship's owner already disembarked, boarding transport for a location a couple hundred kilometers distant. The port services were en route, fulfilling their part of the contract, which meant all she had to do was gain entrance to the tarmac and board the ship. Only, it wasn't supposed to be this easy. Well, easy in the subjective sense. Most individuals, including representatives from most of the various alien races, would have found the job impossible. It was due to very specific training by her former masters that had allowed her to crack this nut. But still, she'd pored over every program aboard ship and in traffic control and found nothing. There were no worrisome transmissions she'd been able to detect, no sign of increased security presence. Everything looked as if she'd pulled it off down to 9 decimal places, and yet she hesitated. "You're letting your paranoia get to you," she snorted. In her profession, paranoia was like fire. A little judiciously applied was a lifesaver, but let it burn out of control and the flames would destroy you. There was nothing wrong with being a trifle overcautious, but if she would continue her fight, she couldn't allow it to paralyze her into inaction. She checked and double-checked and triple-checked and found nothing she could put her finger on to justify calling off the mission. Maybe it just all seemed too good to be true, and maybe I deserve a break. After all that's happened, her mind voice countered. It was accurate enough, but that thought was a dangerous one. A seductive siren eager to lure you to dangerous reefs. You couldn't let your guard down, not even for a second. Not if you wanted to survive. But she'd done everything she could think of, checked everything possible. If there was a threat, she couldn't find it, the most likely reason for that being because there wasn't one. And with the sun now down, she didn't dare wait a moment longer. Her bag was long since packed, and after a thorough spray down that would render useless any DNA she'd shed, Samara closed the door behind her, stepping into the waiting cab. She'd toyed with going in over the walls commando style, but dismissed it immediately. First, that wasn't her area of expertise, and second, driving through the main gate bold as brass was the last thing anyone would expect. It was the easier of the options, and with an explanation of looking to hire a charter, they were waved inside. Once she arrived at the operations building, Samara dismissed her ride, informing the driver she would likely be several hours making arrangements. That detail handled, she found a dark corner of the structure and studied the route to Giddy. The problem was that spaceports were built on the flattest terrain possible, for obvious reasons. Any depressions had been long since filled in, any spots of higher elevation leveled off and graded. Bright floodlights illuminated the field, while various vehicles trundled about their business. Getting to the ship unnoticed wouldn't be easy. She did, however, have a trick up her sleeve for just such occasions. Peeling down to bare skin, Samara closed her eyes and focused, calling upon the unnatural gifts her alien benefactors had given her. Shapeshifting was a handy skill for infil and exfiltration, yet there was still another feature she possessed, difficult to control, that she drew on now, the option she called chameleon mode. Lying on her belly, she began slithering through the field like a snake, her body altering its patterns and coloration to match the ground beneath her. It wasn't perfect, and if she moved too quickly it destroyed the illusion, but even up close a casual observer wouldn't notice anything unusual. It was slow going, rough on the skin, and then there was the slight matter of having to drag her meager belongings behind her as she went, but bit by bit she made her way towards her objective. It took almost 3 hours, and 1 or 2 close calls, before she finally arrived at the base of the ship. The ramp was down, simplifying matters, and after a few more minutes she'd crawled her way to the top, taking a quick glance to ensure she had drawn no unwanted attention to herself. So far, so good. They had locked the entrance hatch, just as she'd known they would. It was a standard security measure, but unlike structures built on solid ground, a spacecraft couldn't simply padlock the door. Safety concerns outweighed those of security when it came to locking down key access points. While perhaps a mild inconvenience parked on the field, it suddenly became a very different scenario when your suit was leaking oxygen and getting back inside the ship was the only thing that would save you. In those situations, speed and simplicity of access trumped everything else, which is why the hatch's lock was a simple one to bypass. While docked or on the ground, the ship's captain and crew relied on the port to provide security, and other than military installations, they weren't as difficult to breach as you might expect. She disabled the lock in seconds and then slipped inside, logging onto the ship's network with her tablet before she went any further. While the hatch might be lightly secured, hijacking and piracy were all too common in the Perseus Arm, and a ship like this had several features designed to prevent both. But since she'd already gained access to the system long before the ship had landed, the computer greeted her as a long-lost friend as opposed to an interloper. Lights and computer systems flickered to life as she made her way through the deserted vessel before finally arriving on the craft's bridge. Samara spent the next few minutes familiarizing herself with the ship's controls. The Kikish used a format that differed somewhat from what she was used to, but any ship traversing the cosmos had to follow the same laws of physics. For that reason, they fell into certain categories when constructing a ship, and Giddy was no exception. While no Corsair herself, she had been handling various craft for years, and once she'd fixed firmly in her mind the helm's physical arrangement, it was time to get to work. Getting the language and likeness programs up and running had priority, but she'd done most of the preparation while the craft was still in orbit. It didn't take long to create a likeness good enough to fool traffic control, and while the two systems booted up, she ran a quick diagnostic of the ship systems. Everything looked good. It was time. Double-checking to ensure she looked like a big bird to control and not a fleshy human, she gazed into the comm system's pickup and said, "Control, this is the Giddy G, requesting port clearance and an orbital vector." They must have been caught off guard, as it took them almost a minute to respond. "Understood, Giddy G. We are clearing the field for takeoff and routing data is being forwarded to you now." The flight instructions appeared on her display. "I copy, Control," Samara answered. Starting the clock, 5-minute countdown to liftoff, she continued, tapping the control to start the engines. Nothing happened. She stared at the console in confusion. The diagnostic had been textbook. There was nothing wrong with the ship and absolutely no reason the engines shouldn't be coming online. Samara hit the control again and got the same result. Irritated, she tried it once more, and this time she got a reaction. Just not the one she'd been expecting. Emergency bulkheads slammed into place, sealing off the bridge, as the computer systems and controls suddenly went dark. "What the?" she said in shock, before frantically trying to bring the ship back online. But the vessel stubbornly refused to cooperate. Moments later, a message appeared on the main viewer. "Anti-piracy protocols activated. Emergency lockdown in effect. Local authorities contacted." "Shit," she screeched as she searched desperately for the cutoff. Obviously, she'd missed something, and unless she could override the lockouts, she was in big trouble. None of the controls would respond to her commands, so in desperation she ripped off an access panel and tried to trigger the helm manually, only to discover the power had been cut to all bridge systems. Life support included. "Okay, don't panic," she told herself. There was enough air in the compartment for several hours of normal breathing, and by then they would resolve the situation. One way or another. There had to be a way out of this. She just needed to find it. As she focused her attention on the problem at hand, she realized that her earlier assessment hadn't been entirely accurate. There were in fact two components receiving power, the main viewer and the lights, neither of which was particularly well shielded. She might not be a tinker like Maggie, but she still knew a trick or two. If she could reroute that power to the computers. Cable? She needed cable. Back to the disabled systems, tearing free any spare wires she could find and splicing them together, suffering a few painful shocks as she fought to reconfigure the bridge. Neither the lighting array nor the viewer provided enough juice on their own, But if she grafted the two together, there might be just enough power for the job. She was so intent on her impromptu hack she realized the hatch was opening a split second too late, looking up in time to see a grenade thrown through the open portal before everything went black. Chapter 4. Tap dancing amidst the minefields. The first thing that came to mind as she regained consciousness was, damn it, not again. The second was, what the hell did I do wrong? Prying open her eyes and sitting up, Samara took in her surroundings. Bare metal walls, floor, and ceiling, coupled with a lack of any kind of furniture, told a grim tale. They had confined her to a cell. She could just barely discern a seam on the far wall, presumably the door, but other than that she was inside a featureless cube. Lighting appeared to emanate from recessed sections she couldn't quite make out. "Hello?" she called out. "Is anyone there?" There was a pause, and then, "You are awake," an electronic-sounding voice replied. Samara rolled her eyes. It wasn't as if she could dig herself in much deeper at this point. "Well, obviously," she smirked. "Am I under arrest?" "That is yet to be determined," the voice replied. "The disposition of your case depends largely on your answers to our questions." "I see," she answered, taking a moment to consider that response. Assuming she was still on Hisha, and she couldn't see herself being transported elsewhere just yet, that she had any options at all was encouraging, even if they turned out to be merely a choice between bad and terrible. "In that case, ask away," she said. "Why did you come here?" the voice asked. A straightforward question, meaning the answer was anything but. There was the simple response, but Samara hesitated as she considered what was going on here. Her last conscious memory was a stun grenade going off, which meant they had her dead to rights on attempted grand theft, or whatever they called it here. Most likely they also had corroborating video from the spaceport and the Giddiji itself. So why ask her anything? Would her confession streamline the legal process somehow? If so, the smart play was to say nothing at all. Only she didn't think that was what was happening. The other races had never bothered with legal niceties when it came to humanity, not when there was damn all they could do about it. If they wanted to imprison her for the crime, they'd simply haul her before a magistrate and convict her on the spot. It was easier that way. No, something else was at play, something much bigger than mere thievery. "I needed a ship," she told her captors, and this seemed like a good place to acquire one. She wasn't sure why, but she felt certain that this was one of the rare occasions where telling the truth was actually the way to go, placing it in rare company. For what purpose? They pressed her. Careful now, she thought to herself. She held no animosity towards the Kikish. To the best of her knowledge, they hadn't involved themselves in any of the many ways alien species fucked over mankind. Or if they had, they were being more circumspect about it than usual. There'd been some trade between their two peoples, but that was all she really knew. They weren't raving psychotics like the Tuuk. She knew that much, and she was fairly certain they'd steered clear of the gene trade. How they felt about the other races, she had no idea. If she knew what they wanted from her, she stood a much better chance. But how to discover that? "Why does it matter?" she asked the voice. "You believe I'm guilty of a crime. So why are my intentions suddenly so important?" She was angling for information, but whether it would pay off. "Answer the question," they replied, ignoring her query. "So much for her fishing expedition," she sighed. All right then. What did she know? Not a whole hell of a lot. But the Kafkaesque ambience suggested something other than merely prosecuting a petty criminal. If it wasn't the crime itself they were interested in, then what? Me. She realized they're interested in me. So how much did they really know about her? And of that, how much was fact, and how much mere rumor? During her time with Wetworks, the shadowy organization hidden deep within the Protean Charter, her assignments had never crossed paths with the Avian Kikish or their allies. So what did that leave? When you put it that way, the answer became obvious. The mission to Earth, to find the precursor world that now had the entire galaxy at swords' points. Were they hoping to steal a march on the other races and claim it for themselves? If so, they were in for a major disappointment. What little she knew on the subject wouldn't be of much use to them. So again, after weighing her options, the truth won out once more. "I have some unfinished business I need to address," she said somewhat cryptically. Despite all her guesswork, she was on dangerously thin ice, and the cracks were starting to show. "What kind of business and with whom?" they pressed her. "Maybe you should just stop talking, Samara," she cautioned herself. Somehow she was certain that, "I'm looking for my clan leader." so I can stick a gun in his face and get some answers before I blow his brains out, wasn't likely to win her any friends. Granted, the other races had never shown much interest in what one human did to another, so it might be a safe enough explanation, but she was certain there was still more going on here than met the eye. There are humans who have wronged me and those I care about, she said at last, and I wish to see justice done there. Hopefully that would be enough. After all, who cared what squabbles Homo sapiens had amongst themselves? And will your search for justice be satisfied once you locate these humans? Or are there others you seek as well? And if there are, she said in disgust, will you sentence me to life without parole? Or worse, what's the incentive in answering your questions? She was growing tired of playing this game. If you're going to condemn me, I wish you'd just get on with it. Samara drew up her legs and cradled her head on top of her knees as she sat waiting for the end. The Troika searches for you, Samara of Earth, the voice revealed, her head snapping back up at the news. They offer a great deal if we hand you over to their custody. That the Big Three wanted her wasn't a surprise, though that they were posting the galactic equivalent of wanted, dead or alive, posters everywhere was. Though that wasn't actually true, dead. She was of no use to them. No, they wanted her very much alive. And wasn't that just a cheery thought? Between them, they were more than capable of sucking her brains dry. And when they finished, there'd be nothing left. Yet if the Kikish were planning on collecting her bounty, why have this conversation? Amusement? Perhaps pick up a secret or two. Possible, but something told her there was still more at stake here. Maybe it was time to turn this chat between jailer and prisoner on its head. Samara rose to her feet, smoothing her clothing with her hands. You have no intention of turning me over, she accused them. No, you want something from me? A service, perhaps? She speculated, a thin smile appearing on her face. You are clever, Samara of Earth. For a Terran, she raised a disapproving eyebrow at that, but said nothing. Other than maybe the Oivu. Every alien race she'd met seemed to be populated solely by arrogant pricks. Like yourselves, we too have little love for the Troika. They are presumptuous and cavalier. Unlike you, she thought to herself, smug bastards. It occurs to us, the voice continued, that perhaps we are in a position, Samara of Earth, to help one another. Her eyes flashed with wicked glee. Time to talk some business. And just what did you have in mind? You seek redress for what they did. Is this not so? The voice asked. We have some knowledge of the procedures done to you, and we know how the Alinacs ensured your loyalty. Even now, the mere mention of the leash they'd implanted in her brain made her growl. The Troika seeks to control all that surrounds them. They carried on, ignoring the noises she made, allowing no one to advance, save themselves. A light began to dawn above her head. And you'd like to see them taken down a notch, she drawled, so you can have a bigger slice of the pie for yourself. Your words, not ours, the voice replied. Yet if the Troika were to suffer a mischief, this would not displease us. I'll bet, she chuckled. So the Troika was no more loved by the other races than they were by humanity. Somehow that didn't surprise her. That's all well and good, she continued, but there's not much I can do about it if I'm locked up here. There. She'd planted the seed. Time to see what kind of fruit it would bear. Were we to release you, you would simply vanish, the voice pointed out. Well, they weren't stupid, unfortunately. If you desire your freedom, it comes with certain conditions. Her hands clenched into tight fists as the implications of that statement rang in her ears. So you can implant another leash in my brain? She snapped. Well, you can forget it. I'd rather rot in prison than play guinea pig ever again. Incarcerating you serves no purpose, the voice reminded her. Refuse us, and we will give you over to the Troika, thereby earning from them some small measure of gratitude. Not the optimal choice, but an acceptable one in our eyes should you prove uncooperative. That brought her up short. Why bother housing and feeding her in some far-off gulag, when the Troika would eagerly take her off their hands? There was probably some sort of reward in it for them as well. Not much, she imagined, but something was always better than nothing. My life is nothing but an endless Faustian bargain, Samara thought bitterly. This wasn't the first such offer she'd heard, and somehow she doubted it would be the last. Everybody wanted her skills, but no one trusted her enough to take her at her word. No, There had to be some control over her, to ensure she did as she was told, or else. And maybe they had excellent reason not to trust her, she admitted. But that was beside the point. She was tired of being used, tired of being pushed around, tired of being somebody's pet monster. She was just tired, period. Unfortunately, she wasn't the one holding the cards. What kind of conditions? She said quietly, bowing her head. One day at a time. That's how you survived. One day at a time. We merely wish to ensure you stay focused on your task, the voice said affably. To that end, we have arranged for an associate to accompany you, thereby securing your continued obedience. No way. No way, she shouted. You want to go after the Troika? Fine, so do I. But I won't get in anywhere if I have a giant bird following me around, which was accurate enough, though her histrionics were more for show than anything else. The last thing she needed or wanted was a geekish parole officer watching her every move, for a variety of reasons. We anticipated your reaction and have devised a solution, the voice replied. Observe. A section of the wall facing her flickered and came to life, revealing a giant monitor. A geekish stared back at her, the black, blue, and gray plumage offsetting its red-orange beak and yellow eyes. So, Samara snorted. I fail to see how this helps. That is because you are operating under a false assumption, Samara of Earth, the geekish informed her. Oh, and what assumption might that be? She retorted. That what you observe is in fact my actual form, the bird replied, the image shimmering before dissolving into a random pattern of light and dark, and then reforming once more, taking the image of a dark-haired human male. Samara blinked. You're an avatar, she said in surprise. As you understand the term, yes, the former bird now human agreed. My electronic format will grant me access to places even you would find difficult to penetrate. The Protean spent several minutes regrouping while she considered this new situation. She still didn't want him around, but it was obvious the geekish weren't about to budge on that point. Not that she blamed them, considering stabbing them in the back the first chance she got, and making her escape was her #1 priority. The birds weren't dummies. She'd never seen an alien avatar before, though she'd known of their existence, considering it was how humanity had learned that trick. And while an actual geekish guard keeping her under constant surveillance would cause all sorts of problems, not to mention driving her stark raving bonkers, having an avatar partner might just prove useful. Its claim of getting into spots she couldn't was no idle boast, assuming it was anything like human versions she knew. All things being equal, her situation could be worse, but there was still one last question she needed resolved. Just how long is this partnership supposed to last? She asked the avatar. Until we're satisfied with the outcome, it replied. That could be never, she sneered. I need something a little more reassuring than that. The birdman shook his head. Samara of Earth. Look around you. She did as it asked, glancing briefly at the bare metal walls and ceiling. What makes you believe you are able to demand anything? Scowling, she looked away. It was right, as much as it pained her to admit it. As long as she was at their mercy, she had no other choice than to play their game. But if the geekish thought that just because they held the cards now they'd be holding them forever, then they didn't know her at all. So what do I call you? She asked, before shaking her head. Never mind, I probably couldn't pronounce it anyway. How about I just call you Rook? The avatar barely reacted. If you wish, he answered, giving her an almost human-like shrug of indifference. Fine, she nodded. So tell me, Rook, we will need a ship. Any ideas on how to get one? For a moment, the geekish avatar almost seemed to smile. Do not concern yourself. We have already expected your needs. I have a bad feeling about this, Samara sighed. Chapter 5. Every beginning comes from another beginning's end. Her first surprise was when her jailers took her back to the spaceport. She'd expected several more days of interrogations at the very least, but when she thought about it, she realized there wasn't much she could tell the geekish they'd be interested in. Or so they think, Samara smiled to herself. In fact, she had learned something potentially very useful on her mission to Earth regarding the Tuatha. Few had ever met a member of that amphibian species face-to-face, as they handled the bulk of their affairs through a client race, the rodent-like Chell. With good reason, for the triangle-headed salamanders were guarding a secret. They were telepaths. That information alone was priceless, though she suspected the geekish would hear about it soon enough from other sources. The two of his AK had tried to turn her and two other humans into their unwitting agents. Luckily, one of her gifts made her resistant to mental coercion. With no insignificant amount of luck, they had freed the others from their psychic hijacking and had in turn traded that information to the Oivu, merchants to the galaxy. But it seemed the Kikish merely saw her as an operative, skilled in her trade, but ultimately a tool to be wielded and no more. That was fine by her. It was better to be underestimated by one's captors if you ever hoped to escape their clutches, and it went a long way to explaining why she was being returned to the scene of the crime. The space yacht Giddy G. The vehicle she was being transported in came to a halt in front of the ramp leading to its main hatch. Her compartment was sealed up tight, and they'd taken the additional precaution of shackling her. Avian guards rode in front and behind her, their weapons at the ready, exciting the vehicle the moment it stopped. They formed a protective cordon surrounding her as they opened the vehicle door and motioned for her to get out. "We will escort you to the ship's bridge," the detachment's commander explained. "There your warden will meet you. Do you understand?" Samara held up her chained wrists. "Could you remove these first?" "Not until we have secured you aboard the ship," he informed her, gesturing for her to head for the hatch. With a sigh, she did as they ordered, though she had to wonder why they had chosen this craft. Availability, perhaps? She'd have to ask her warden about that, that being the alien avatar she'd dubbed Rook. Samara had no complaints about their choice, given it was the same ship she tried stealing herself. Hopefully, they'd repaired the damage she'd caused. Otherwise, this would be a very short trip. Mounting the ramp, one of her Kikish guards moved to open the hatch. In a backhanded sort of way, all this security as a chaperone was a compliment, though one she would have happily done without. Once inside, they took her directly to the bridge, confirming her suspicions as Rook's image appeared on the main viewer. "Remove her shackles," he commanded, as the chief custodian pointed a handheld device at her and pressed a button. The device sent out an invisible signal, the proof of which being said handcuffs unlocking with an audible click and then falling free. Samara massaged her wrists as her guards filed back out of the ship, while Rook locked the hatches behind them. She was still a prisoner then, as she'd known she would be, even if her cell was now mobile. "When I said we needed a ship, I didn't think you'd get this one," she said wryly. "How did that happen?" "We purchased it from the previous owner," the alien replied. "It is well suited for your needs, and its former proprietor was properly compensated for his trouble." She made a quick inspection of the bridge. They had repaired her handiwork. Not being a tinker, the Kikish had done a far more capable job of it than she could have managed. "So where exactly did I go wrong the first time?" she asked. "I thought I'd covered all the angles." "If you inspect the underside of the captain's chair, you will discover a recessed button," Rook explained. "Pressing it activates a standalone security module. If one attempts to start the ship's engines 3 consecutive times without engaging the device, it acts both as a kill switch and triggers the vessel's other security protocols." The avatar seemed to smile for a moment. "As you yourself discovered." Samara reached down and found the toggle. "Clever," she said in grudging admiration. Pity she hadn't known that before she tried stealing it. "You have yet to provide us with a destination," Rook reminded her. "Do you have a target in mind?" "Not a target, no," she answered, shaking her head. "But I have a system for you to plug into the navigational array." "Markeb." The image stared at her in confusion. "My stellar catalog does not recognize that name." "Figures," she grimaced, rising from the command chair. "Pull up your charts." Numerous star maps began appearing on several of the monitors, as Samara began scrutinizing them one after another, until finally zeroing in on the system she was searching for. "Here," she announced at last, jabbing it with her finger. "Kappa Valorum." The star blinked as Rook locked it in. "What is it you seek in that system? Samara of Earth?" he asked. The Protean closed her eyes. "The island of misfit toys," she said softly. Her parents put her to bed after the night examined her, but Leva couldn't fall asleep. The nice doctor had watched her walk with her crutches, asked her to grip his fingers as hard as she could, looked into her eyes and listened to her breathe, before sticking her with a needle and taking some of her blood. She hadn't cried out, though. She was a big girl, and it hadn't hurt that bad. Not as bad as the headaches, or the pain in her arms and legs and tummy. Leva knew she was supposed to be sleeping, but she could hear Mama and Baba talking to the nice doctor. So as quietly as she could, she slipped out of her cot and onto the deck, crawling to the hatch and pressing her ear to the crack. "There must be something," she heard her mama say. She sounded sad. "I'm afraid there's very little I can do," the nice doctor said. MS was a difficult disease to treat even before the diaspora. Now, with our limited resources, there are some things we can try, but I caution you to not expect any miracles. "What things?" her baba asked. "There are medications that will help lessen the severity of her symptoms," the doctor answered. "We'll also develop a physical therapy regimen you can do here to build up muscle mass and help with her balance and strength issues. Those will help some, but none are anything resembling a cure. So she could get better," Mama said. "With a lot of hard work and a certain amount of luck." "Yes, she could," the doctor told her. "But you also need to understand that multiple sclerosis is a progressive, degenerative disease. You might well see a slight improvement today, only to watch it disappear forever tomorrow." "How long does she have?" Baba asked. His voice sounded funny, like he was choking. "Even with MS, Leva can live as long as anyone else, but each year her symptoms will continue to degrade. Based on what I've seen here today, I fear she'll be confined to a wheelchair before she turns 20. Her mama made another sad noise, like she was crying. Leva wanted to give her a hug and tell her it would be okay. None of them said anything for a while until the doctor spoke up again. "There is another option." "No," her baba shouted, as Mama made shushing sounds. "She is our daughter," he said, not so loud, "and she stays with us. I won't let those freaks touch her." "I understand," the doctor said, "but they have access to therapies I don't. In certain extreme cases." "I said no," Baba shouted again. "They can't have her. I've seen what can happen. She could end up a monster." "It's true there is no guarantee the therapies will be successful," the doctor agreed, "and yes, sometimes things do not go well. I wish to point out, though, that the therapies they have at their disposal are far more effective in children. So if you were to change your mind—" "We won't," her mama said. When Baba decided, Mama agreed. It was always like that. Leva didn't want to hear anymore. All that talk made her sad. She crawled back to her cot and pulled herself up, her skinny arms trembling and twitching by the time she was done. She clutched her rag doll bunny close to her chest, rocking herself to sleep as the tears dried on her face. Samara rose and showered before throwing together something simple for breakfast, some fruits and bread, along with some kind of eggs and juice. Like humans, the Kikish were omnivores, and their dietary needs were mostly compatible. She'd need a supplement now and then for the rarer proteins and enzymes, but her upgraded metabolism was good at scavenging what it needed. Halfway through her meal, she looked up to find Rook watching her eat. "What?" she snapped. "Consuming food is something I can no longer enjoy," he admitted. "If I wish to indulge that craving, I must do it vicariously." She set down her fork and leaned back in her chair. "So, you just want to watch me eat?" she said, surprised by his admission. "Unless you find it disconcerting," he replied. "Many races have strong dietary taboos. Humans don't," she shrugged. "There used to be cultures back on Earth that wouldn't eat certain foods, but we can't afford to be that picky anymore. In fact, most of our traditions have food at the center of them. Even sharing a simple meal," she smiled. "We call it breaking bread." The image centered on a host, tearing off pieces of a freshly baked loaf to share with friends and family. Rook considered that for a moment. "A sense of community is important to your species then," he said. "It is," she agreed. "Not yours, I take it." "Not to the same degree. We base our social groups around extended family units." Samara had speared another fork full of eggs, but froze for a split second at the mention of family, though the moment soon passed. She cocked her head at the monitor. "Can't you simulate eating?" she asked. "I thought avatars could create their own environment." "Yes, I can alter my surroundings anytime I choose," he nodded, as he sat down at a table identical to Samara's, in front of a plate that echoed her own meal. "I can even instruct my program to register taste and other sensations." "Then why don't you?" Rook looked away. "Because it is not real," he said at last. "Any decisions I make to alter my simulation are arbitrary, even if I am mimicking the natural universe." He picked up a fruit, holding it out to her. "Suppose I decide to make this taste like meat instead?" She looked curiously at him. All right, I'll bite. Suppose you do. So what? He shook his head. Because it is a trap, Samara of Earth. Each adjustment I carry out makes it that much easier to do another, and another, and another. I've seen others of my kind travel that path, altering and editing their personal universe into their ideal. Imagine it. A perfect dream world you need never wake up from. Samara shrugged. Some would describe that as heaven. Some would, he agreed, though they would be wrong. Put yourself in my position for a moment, Samara of Earth. Were you to become like me, and you created your own paradise, would you be its sole citizen? Or would you make others to interact with? Eternity by myself sounds tedious, so I guess I would make others, she said after a moment. Almost everyone in this state does. For the reason you just mentioned, Rook informed her. Now ask yourself this. Are those individuals you created real? She had to think about that one. I suppose that depends on your definition, she ventured. They exist, so they're real in that sense. But if you're asking if they have a soul, a vitality of their own, I'd have to say no. And yet, given the time and aptitude, you could improve their programs to where they are indistinguishable from physical beings, he continued. Are they real then? I'd have to fall back on my previous answer, she told him. That it depends on your definition. I imagine that's true, he nodded. For me, the answer is no. They would lack free will, incapable of independent thought and actions. A sophisticated algorithm and no more. Rook suddenly seemed to grow wistful. But I have seen others fall into that trap, creating their own perfect world. Old friends suddenly break off communication, for you can never compete with their perfectly crafted fiction. Worse, you will occasionally find they have created a simulacrum of you, also edited, perverted into something you barely recognize. The person you discover they always wanted you to be. She could picture that scenario playing out all too easily. I take it you've experienced this for yourself, she said carefully. Many times, he answered. The lure is powerful, because it is so very easy and so incredibly pleasurable. Rook seemed to actually shudder at the thought, but it must have been a trick of the light. He shook himself out of his reverie. Only by constant diligence can you avoid its seduction. With a wave of his hand, the meal he'd conjured up disappeared. Otherwise you risk being shelved, locked away forever from the outside world after you've turned your back on it. Samara raised an eyebrow. You're a strange one, Rook. If you really feel this way, why did you agree to the transformation? He avoided her gaze. I had my reasons. I do not expect you to understand. I might surprise you, she said softly, only to quickly shake it off. Never mind. Not important. Indeed, it isn't. We have a mission to complete. That should be our focus. What is our first target? I don't know yet, she confessed. I assume you have files on the Troika? I do, he nodded. Great. Download them to me. Maybe they'll spark an idea. They are available for viewing. Samara of Earth. She pulled up the first folder while she finished her breakfast, scanning the data. There had to be something here, someplace that was vulnerable, someone important who had left themselves exposed. Had to be. Otherwise, things would get a lot more complicated. Chapter 6. When riding a tiger, hold on tight. The journey to Kappa Valorum was uneventful, though Samara was far from idle. Between studying the files Rook had provided her, there was also the matter of the ship itself. The Giddy G was a fine ship and suited her needs perfectly, but there was no disguising the fact that alien hands had constructed her. It wasn't unusual, not in this 3rd century diaspora of man, as many ships now owned by the clans had begun their lives on foreign worlds. But a few changes had to be made to avoid raising suspicion, though there wasn't much to be done regarding her exterior lines until they could find a friendly port, starting with her name. And so the Giddy G became the Ratcharin, a short-haul cargo and passenger ship, specializing in smaller, more valuable cargoes. The kind of vessel that after a palm or two were greased was waved past customs with a wink and a nod. Suiting her needs perfectly, we will be within range of the St. Jean-Baptiste soon, Rook informed her as they entered the system. How will we proceed? We won't be proceeding anywhere. I will, she corrected him. I need you to stay out of sight until we've left the system. If anyone finds out I'm working with an alien, that's it. If we're lucky, they'll just kick us out. That is not what we agreed to, Rook snapped at her. I have no intentions of allowing you to violate the terms of your parole on your very first mission. I'm not going anywhere, she fired back. But one look at you and the deal's off. They won't give me the time of day. The Avatar glared at her for a moment and then pointed at a cabinet against the far bulkhead. On the top shelf, right-hand side, you will find a silver box. Inside there is a bracelet. Put it on. Samara folded her arms, smirking at him. And if I refuse? Then this ship will return to Hisha and you will be turned over to the Troika for failing to abide by your parole, he answered. I control this vessel, not you. Bravado was pointless when no one else saw it, and your jailer held all the cards. With a sigh, she opened the container and removed the band, affixing it to her wrist. Tracker, I assume? You assume correctly, he agreed. This will allow me to monitor your movements, should you suddenly act precipitously. And if the Knights detect the signal, she asked. They won't, he assured her. It uses a tachyon burst transmitter, which your species has not yet perfected. Yet, she shot back, needling him. It was a petty moment, and judging by the way he scowled at her, it had definitely landed, though she was certain he'd return the favor soon enough. As soon as we're within range, hail the ship, she told him. And who shall I say is calling? He inquired. Samara was silent for a long time. Leva, she said at last. Leva Jiang. She was met at the airlock by a pair of knights. A Chevalier Quatrième clutching a tablet, beside a hulking Sixième apparently chosen for body mass. He watched her every movement as she boarded the Hospitaller ship, while his counterpart stepped forward. Leva Jiang? Welcome aboard the St. Jean-Baptiste, she said, greeting her. I'm Ori Yawanda, and this is Anton Qualo, the Quatrième said, indicating her counterpart. How may we be of service? I'm here to visit a friend, Samar explained. Zeno. The smiles disappeared as the pair shared a look. He said someone would come by. Ori told her, but didn't mention who. You know how he is, she smiled, laying on the charm. May I see him? Yes, of course, the medic flushed before turning to the orderly. Please escort our guest to Zeno's room, she instructed him, clutching her tablet to her chest. Excuse me, I have another patient I must tend to. She scurried off before Samara could say another word. Zeno makes her nervous, the orderly told her, somewhat unnecessarily, as he led her down a corridor. I can't imagine why, she shrugged. Zeno is a gentle soul. That's not the reason, and you know it, the massive Sixième replied, shaking his head. He's different. So, Samara asked, most of your patients are a little unusual. She cast an eye up to him. Considering your clan helps all who ask, human and alien alike, I'd have thought you'd be used to it. Anton came to a halt in front of a nondescript hatch. Taking care of others is central to our creed, yes, and we accept all those that come to us, be they human or alien. But you Proteans, you're something else entirely. She raised her eyebrow at that, but he showed no signs of apologizing. What makes you think I'm a Protean? He glanced pointedly down at her hand, as the tissue covering her fingers rippled slightly. Gritting her teeth, Samara willed her flesh to be still, though it took an effort on her part. She glared back up at the orderly, her secret now exposed as he jerked his head towards the hatch. This is his room, he informed her. His mission now complete, he turned and left without another word. She watched him go, her eyes gone dark and cold. Some things never changed. Her hand raised to knock, only to have the hatch slide open before she had the chance. Samara, she heard from inside. It's been some time since we last spoke. Squaring her shoulders, she ducked inside, the hatch closing behind her. Zeno sat in a large chair facing her, his expression as inscrutable as she remembered. Hello, old friend, she said softly. It has been a while. She waited for him to invite her to sit or ask her to leave. One did as Zeno asked when in his presence, for he truly was special. She'd never asked what niche his patron had hoped he'd fill following his transformation. Unfortunately, the results had been disappointing. The gene therapy and cybernetic enhancements had not gone as hoped, so Zeno had come here to be looked after, discarded, and abandoned like so many others. Two bulbous black lumps of jelly quivered in the place where his eyes should have been, while a shiny chunk of chrome and electronics bolted to the side of his skull blinked as it did something arcane. His torso was lumpy and swollen, resting upon a pair of mismatched, spindly legs that would never support his girth. One of his arms, red and swollen, rested upon a wide padded shelf, while the other writhed and twisted like a serpent. Despite herself, Samara managed to smile. "You look good," she told him. "In fact, I do not. But thank you for the effort," he said. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." She took a seat opposite him. "I'd hoped you'd know I was coming," she told him. "Your gift is as strong as ever." "Gift," he repeated, as a sudden chill crept into his voice. "Look at me, Samara. Tell me if what I received could truly be called a gift, da." Samara winced and turned away. "Please, I don't want to do this," she sighed. "I know we've had our differences, and yet here you are, asking for my help," he interrupted. "You can at least indulge me for old time's sake." Zeno waited patiently as if he had all the time in the world. She sighed, closing her eyes and bowing to the inevitable. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "You got screwed." "Yes, I did," he shot back, "while you, my dear, had the galaxy at your feet." His facial muscles, such as they were, pulled at his mouth in a twisted parody of a smile. "That is, until now." Samara nodded. Zeno was not the type to be easily fooled. "How much do you know?" His serpentine limb reached up and tapped the alien hardware grafted to his head. "I may not see, but I hear everything," he said solemnly. "Hints and bits from across the cosmos find their way to me, coming together to tell a story. And lately, they have been telling a fascinating tale about you, my dear child." His chair creaked beneath his bulk as he leaned forward. "I have listened with rapt attention to a saga that rivals the Iliad, wondering when you would come to me. For who else could you go to?" Deflating, she leaned forward as well. "I'm in real trouble," she blurted out, "and I don't know who I can trust." He sighed, clucking with regret. Poor Samara. Discovering that starting wars is easier than surviving them? Are you only now beginning to realize what you have unleashed? Zeno shook his head in both sadness and accusation. "You came here to recruit an army, didn't you?" She recoiled from that, but the older Protean wasn't quite finished with her. "Look at me, little seedling. Do I look like a warrior?" "Warriors come in many forms," she said stiffly, jutting out her chin. "So they do," he agreed. "But to come to this place, only someone truly desperate would seek to swell their ranks with volunteers from the island of misfit toys. Haven't they suffered enough, little seedling? Haven't we suffered enough? Must we now die for you on your mad crusade?" Samara rose deliberately to her feet. "If you truly have been listening to the ether, then you know humanity is in real trouble, maybe the worst since we lost Earth. The Troika is out for blood, because we might have something they want badly enough to kill for." She took a breath, centering herself. "And for the very first time in my life, I have a cause I can believe in." She worked her jaw as she faced his misshapen flesh. "I know my words must ring hollow to you now after all that's happened. I've killed and seduced my way across the Perseus arm and never apologized for it. I'm 10 times the monster you'll ever be, and yet here I am, Zeno. Where are you?" He leaned back in his chair, regarding her thoughtfully. "In all the years I have known you, little seedling, you have never spoken with such conviction and passion. You almost make me believe in you." He smiled. "Almost. Damn you, old man," she spat. "Would I be here if I wasn't on the level? If you were desperate enough?" "Oh yes, you would." Cocking his head, he seemed to listen to a snatch of music only he could recognize, before turning his attention back to her. "Are you going to explain how you come to me, not of your own free will? How even now, your jailer's mark is wrapped around your very wrist? Just what did you offer them to gain your freedom?" She snatched her arm away, clutching it against her. "It's not like that," she protested. "We're working in a common cause." "Common cause? With them?" With sudden effort, Zeno pushed his way to his feet, grunting and gasping with the struggle. His body seemed to pulse and bubble beneath the flesh as his ruined eyes sought hers. "They did this, Samara. turned us into monsters and freaks, and then left us to die. Why would we ever join forces with them? He hissed, his once placid voice now filled with hate and bile. I'm not asking you to join them, she mumbled. I'm asking you to join me. She shrugged helplessly. I know this war I've chosen will kill me. I know I've taken on more than I can face. And I know that anyone who comes with me will probably suffer the same fate. She closed her eyes and whispered, but I'm asking you to come with me anyway. Wheezing heavily, the elder Protean sat back down with a woof. Leave me now, Samara, he ordered her. I must meditate on this and listen to the winds of the ether. Go back to your ship and await my answer. With that he turned away, not an easy feat given his bulk, dismissing her. Samara exited the compartment, retracing her steps back to her ship without a word. She couldn't guess which he would choose. In fact, it surprised part of her he was even considering her offer at all. Rook had a few choice words for her upon her return. Of all the reasons one might visit a long-term care facility, using it to mobilize a strike team has to rank near the bottom of anyone's list, he sniffed. Why? Because they have problems? She shot back. Problems? Rook considered that for a moment, tasting the word. I suppose that problems is an accurate enough descriptor when characterizing individuals whose bodies are falling apart because of what they did to them. He raised his eyebrow. Had I realized this was your plan, I would have vetoed it. You want to handle it? Fine. You and your geekish buddies can launch an assault against the Troika yourself, since you don't require my services. She plopped down into a chair, crossing her legs and wrapping her arms behind her head. Go on then. I won't stop you. The Avatar's nostrils flared with disdain. That is impractical. Our forces are no match for the Troika's firepower. And yet you have no problem throwing me at them, she sneered. You were going after them anyway, he reminded her. We are simply aiding your mission, while reaping all the benefits and suffering none of the drawbacks, Samara said with contempt, though I can't help but wonder what would happen to your people should your involvement ever come to light. A frosty smile graced her features as she regarded the Avatar. I imagine there would be all sorts of negative repercussions. Whatever hold you think you may have on me or my people, I can assure you it is only an illusion. Should you attempt to escape or expose our involvement in this, it will force me to stop you. Oh, really? Samara laughed. And just how do you plan on doing that? Rook smiled. Like this, he told her, snapping his fingers. An instant later, she fell to the deck like a puppet whose strings had just been cut, screaming and writhing in agony as the alien Avatar watched. Slowly, gradually, the pain lessened until it finally disappeared, leaving her whimpering. Nanotechnology introduced into your bloodstream via the food and drink, he explained. By now they've attached themselves to your central nervous system. Step out of line, and it will only get worse. Samara pushed herself up to a sitting position, a look of pure murder in her eyes. Bastard, she hissed, running the back of her hand across her mouth. It came back bloody. This was never a partnership of equals, he told her, as frigid and stoic as ever. Do as I command, and we may both profit from this. Fail to do so, however, and you will suffer accordingly. There wasn't much she could add to that. She'd thought she'd been so smart, plotting and scheming her way out of Rook's clutches. She should have realized he'd have a backup plan in place to keep her right where he wanted her. Staggering back to her feet, she stumbled to her cabin, locking the hatch behind her as she collapsed onto the bed. Not that it would keep the alien Avatar out, as he had just proved, but the illusion was important to her. She needed to be alone, needed time to gather her wits and think. A soft chime drew her attention to her tablet, a blinking icon showing a waiting message. Tapping the screen revealed a brief note. 23:39 HRS, Airlock 14D. Don't make me regret this. Wouldn't dream of it, she whispered. Chapter 7. Always a day late and a credit short. Airlock 14D turned out to be a seldom-used exterior port, an auxiliary personnel egress in case of emergencies. Getting there was simple enough. Doing so without being detected by the night's hospitaller was another matter entirely. There's only one option, Rook informed her. You'll must perform an EVA and bring your friend in by tether. Samara looked over the schematics of KHS St. Jean-Baptiste, tracing the route from the airlock to their current position. Too far for a tether, she said at last. I must use a maneuvering unit. Risky, the Avatar said. Doing so increases the odds of being spotted by their security. Then we'll just have to risk it, she informed him. I don't know how Zeno found a suit that fit him, but given his health, we must get him inside as fast as possible. Just keep the engines hot while I'm out there. We might need to break orbit in a hurry. I still don't understand how his presence aids our mission, Rook said almost petulantly. He's never said for certain, but I'm almost positive they designed Zeno to be an intelligence expert, Samar explained. His implants allow him to pick up stray signals that even most ship sensors miss, and he can combine seemingly random bits of data into a coherent whole. His skills could prove invaluable to us. And yet the same individuals who had hoped to use him to their advantage abandoned him, he pointed out, unwilling to let the matter drop. She glared at the Kikish in disgust. You fucking aliens, she sneered. You just don't get it. Of course they abandoned him. Why wouldn't they? When the cost of a human life is so damn cheap to your kind. Rook protested, but she cut him off at the virtual knees. I'll bet they had half a dozen others waiting in the wings to take his place, she continued, as the anger and frustration continued to build. There hasn't been a single patron race of the Protean clan that wasn't willing to trade in our flesh to get what they wanted, and in our desperation we went along with it. Why? Because we had no other choice. Samara shot him a look filled with pure venom. So I'll thank you to keep your opinions to yourself once he's on board. But you might want to spend the odd moment or two considering just how far you'd go to survive. If you were in our shoes, she stared daggers at his monitor, daring him to make something of it. Rook was silent for several long moments as he processed that. There is a maneuvering unit in storage that should be suitable to your needs, he said finally, sidestepping the topic entirely. I will see that it is prepped and ready for your use. Samara snorted. You can prep my suit while you're at it. She threw over her shoulder as she exited the compartment. She wasn't sure why she'd let Rook get to her like that, and from a long-term strategy outlook, it wasn't smart to antagonize him. But hearing him so casually dismiss Zeno, as if he were nothing but a failed experiment, had punched an all-too-familiar emotional button. There wasn't a Protean anywhere that didn't look upon someone like her old friend and reflect. There but for the grace of Mother Terra go I. Every surgery, every gene splice was a gamble, and you prayed with all your might that you'd be one of the lucky ones, knowing all too well just how risky those odds truly were. That kind of existential fear will eat at you, and given her own recent brush with death, hit a little harder than she'd realized. Back in her own quarters, Samara puzzled over the cryptic note Zeno had transmitted to her. The warning was obvious enough, but as for the rest, she could only assume that he had been planning his own escape for some time now. It wasn't difficult to see why. While the knights would take care of his physical and emotional needs while he was their patient, the quadrium who'd greeted her reaction was all too common. To most, she and her fellow Proteans would always be freaks, willing to take insane risks to reap some dubious benefit. Normals would never understand, could never understand the motivations that drove them into the clan's waiting arms. And if there was any such thing as justice or luck in the universe, they never would, though she knew better than to believe that. So Zeno wanted out and decided that he was unlikely to get a better offer than hers. Was it desperation that drove him? Fear of dying by inches, bit by bit, until the end finally came? Did he hope to go out in a blaze of glory? He knew the risks, knew what she was asking of him, and had still signed on, yet she hungered to know why. The odds of him sharing that bit of information with her were unlikely in the extreme, leaving her to ponder his motivations on her own, though she'd likely never know the truth. Enough of this, she thought to herself. She had a mission to prepare for. Hopefully, it would be a simple snatch job, in and out, but she knew better than to count on it. The universe had a perverse sense of humor and loved nothing better than throwing huge monkey wrenches into the plans of mere mortals. The demon Murphy was alive and well and cackling with mad glee. Samara pulled up the schematics once more and went to work. The KHS St. Jean-Baptiste was for all intents and purposes a freighter, built on similar lines and designed for maximum interior space and durability. Her engines were underpowered and her defenses non-existent, hence the reason they parked her out in the middle of nowhere. While Kappa Valorum technically belonged to the Ziaziaf, one of the many minor races in the Perseus Arm, the binary system boasted no planets, just a dust accretion disk and a few scattered asteroids. It was utterly worthless. and the only reason the Ziaziaf had claimed sovereignty was to deny it to anyone else. The knights paid a handsome fee for its use, and as long as they didn't exploit the system for their own purposes, they left them alone. Drifting across the long axis of the hospital ship, Samara kept a close watch on both her position and any stray emissions that might leak from her maneuvering unit. She dialed the power down to a trickle to keep the power well below their ability to detect her, lengthening her journey, but it was by far the safer option. While the Knights might be a humanitarian organization, they were also warriors, and she wasn't looking to test their mettle in combat. She was saving that for a more appropriate target. As she neared her target, Samara began tapping on the brakes, reversing thrust in gentle bursts to slow her rate of travel. Airlock 14D was located dorsal side amidships, and as she drew nearer, she could see they had activated the emergency lights, guiding her in. She assumed Zeno had cut them out of the circuit somehow, but she was willing to trust his expertise on that account. He put a great deal of preparation into this. She braced as her arms and legs contacted the ship's hull, flexing as she killed her forward momentum. Seconds later, her tether was out and snapped into place as she negotiated the airlock's outer hatch, positioning herself in front of its portal and peering inside, only to spot 4 space-suited figures awaiting her arrival. "Zeno, you bastard," she hissed, cursing his failure to warn her. Taking a single individual back to the ship was simple enough. Escorting 4 was another matter entirely. She couldn't even radio him and demand an explanation for fear the transmission would be noticed by the Knights, which left her only 2 options. She could turn around right now and abort the mission, or she could grit her teeth and do what needed to be done. Put that way, the choice was simple, but when this was over, she and Zeno would have words. The emergency lights turned from amber to red, signaling the hatch was opening. Samara backed away, giving it a wide berth as it slid silently open, the lights turning green as it locked in place. The shapeless bulk of spacesuits normally made it difficult to determine an individual's identity without peering into their visor, but given Zeno's unusual shape, it was easy to make out which suit was his. He stood before the group, nearest the hatch, and as she floated to a halt, she grabbed onto him for an anchor and pressed her helmet against his. "You couldn't have warned me?" she shouted, necessary to carry the sound of her voice through the helmets, the vibration just loud enough to make herself heard. "No, I couldn't," Zeno shouted back, though his voice sounded distant and muffled in her own helmet. "Talk later. Leave now. Asshole," she snapped, before breaking contact. All right, this was a complication, so what was she going to do about it? Forcing herself to stop and think, she quickly realized the problem wasn't as insurmountable as it had first appeared. She'd have to tow all 4 of them back under her own power. That much was obvious, but as long as they did as they were told, it was still doable. It was still a mighty big if, but she'd make it work. She had to. Detaching her tether from the airlock, she began looping it through the other 4 suits. She had no idea who the other 3 were, but at least they seemed to understand what she was trying to do and let her get on with it, without helping. That seemed to show they at least understood the basics of suit work. In a situation like this, one person took charge while the others turned into ragdolls, going limp and letting her do all the work. As she tied each one off, she briefly touched helmets to ensure they understood, before moving on to the next. With the last passenger secured, she floated back to Zeno. "You ready?" she asked. Instead of shouting back, he gave her the thumbs up, and with that she took a moment to get her bearings, before tapping the maneuvering unit on her back. Pulling away from the airlock, she activated the camera mounted on the rear of her helmet, watching with a critical eye as one by one the others were being hauled along behind her. If they were the types to panic and do something stupid, it would happen now, but each one was relaxed, letting themselves be moved by her efforts alone. The trip back to Ratcharan felt far longer than the trip in had been. Samara worried over her charges like a mother hen, taking an even more circumspect route than before to avoid detection. Rook was probably starting to grow concerned, given the radio blackout and the time it was taking her, but there was nothing to be done. It would take as long as it took. It was a shame she couldn't enjoy the moment. Samara rarely had the opportunity to savor something like an EVA, to simply take in the view, to just be. Her life seemed to consist of constantly being 10 minutes late to a meeting, rushing from one place to another, always in perpetual motion. What was the saying? "I'll rest when I'm dead." Almost 3 more hours went by before they arrived at Ratcharan's airlock. The mission had been almost textbook, with no surprises other than Zeno revising the passenger list, and there had been no signs they had detected their little jaunt. That couldn't last, however, as eventually someone was bound to notice they were missing 4 of their patients. When that happened, it was best if they were somewhere else, far, far away from this system. Planting her feet and locking in her tether, Samara pulled the others into the airlock one by one, slapping the hatch control with her palm as the last one cleared the hull before cycling the air pumps. Zeno and the others were struggling to stay on their feet. Given their likely physical limitations, that could be a problem. As the lights turned green and the inner hatch slid open, Samara had already yanked off her helmet, shouting into the intercom, "Rook, get us out of here." His image appeared on the display. "Engines are hot, and I'm getting clearance from the bridge to disengage docking clamps. Stand by 1 minute for departure." He gave a pointed look to the others within the compartment. "I will see to making the arrangements regarding our guests." "Yeah, you do that," she said, her mind already onto the next item of her agenda. Zeno was struggling to remove his own helmet as she reached up to assist, cracking the seal and pulling it free as she glared at him. "Why the mystery?" she demanded. "You don't throw in this kind of wrinkle at the last second, and you damn well know that." "It was necessary," he wheezed, leaning against a bulkhead for support. "You have my word. I will explain everything, but first we must get settled in. None of us are used to this kind of physical effort. We must rest." Considering he looked even worse than usual, she was prepared to take him at his word, but he wasn't done yet. "Also, 1 set of quarters will need to be rigged for isolation," he continued. "Persephone, dear, please show yourself." One of the suited figures raised a hand, giving a tentative wave. "It is necessary for everyone's safety," he explained. "Okay," Samara drawled, surprised by the request. "And the others?" "Standard quarters will be fine," he assured her. "The other 2 are Gideon and Calypso." Each raised a hand as he introduced them. "I will gladly bring everyone up to speed, but we must rest." As much as she wanted answers, they weren't going anywhere. "Rook, you get all that?" she asked. "Indeed," the Avatar affirmed. "Your quarters will be ready momentarily. We will see to your needs, and then I believe we would all like some answers." Chapter 8. Le Danse Macabre. Their escape from the night ship had taxed them more than they'd realized. Once they were settled in their cabins, all 4 dropped off and slept the clock half around. Samara and Rook both kept a close watch on their guests. They said though little between them. By mutual unspoken agreement, they were in a holding pattern, waiting until they could get some answers directly from the source. None of the group looked well, and she couldn't help but wonder what sort of burden they'd just taken on. She was awakened several hours later as Rook announced the group appeared to be regaining consciousness, ensuring he prepared meals for everyone before making himself scarce. Zeno was already up and moving when she checked his suite and promised they would explain everything. It was almost an hour later that he, along with a man and woman, arrived to eat. The female seemed to act as a guide for both men, while the second male was lethargic, moving as if someone had drugged him. Zeno lowered his bulk into the chair across from hers, the others sitting down as well. Samara waited until they were comfortable before diving straight in. "Time to earn your passage," she told them. "Start talking. The nights are pleasant enough, caretakers, and they mean well, but their earnestness grows wearing," he said, the others letting him take the lead as he picked up the fork beside his plate and used it to determine where the food was located. "I began making plans to escape years ago, but pulling it off required something I didn't have. Help on the outside," Samara guessed. "The very thing," he agreed. "I had made a few discreet inquiries, but none panned out. No one wanted the responsibility, I'm afraid." The woman to his left nodded in agreement. "Zeno, I can guess why you wanted out. I know why I would if I was in your position. But that doesn't explain your friends here, or why you didn't warn me they'd be tagging along." "I'm coming to that," he sighed. "As the years went by, I spoke with my fellow patients, sounding them out. Some wished to leave, but due to health concerns could not. Others might have managed it, but given your crusade, they would have had nothing to contribute. I assumed you weren't interested in performing a charity service." "You assume correctly," Samara agreed. "It's not that I don't sympathize, but there's literally nothing I can offer them. Rightly or wrongly, they're better off where they are." He set down his fork and folded his hands, his sightless orbs focused on her. A topic for another time. And although you were briefly introduced yesterday, allow me to formalize it now. Samara, this is Calypso and Gideon. Cal, my dear, perhaps you could take it from there? All eyes turned to the newcomer. I'll try, she said, carefully enunciating each word, as if getting each one out was a struggle. The most obvious alteration in her case was her arms, as each had been removed and replaced with a cybernetic substitute. They designed my artificial limbs to make quantum tunneling possible, she explained, though it's not without its drawbacks. I'm prone to cancers, and if I'm not careful when I use my ability, the likelihood of there being a catastrophic result goes up significantly. Samara glanced over at Zeno, who was sporting a smug grin, before staring blankly back at the female Protean. I don't suppose you could put that into terms a layman might understand? Calypso thought for a moment. It might be easier if I showed you, she said finally, taking up her fork and moving it underneath the table and out of sight. She paused for a moment, taking a deep breath and focusing her attention on the now hidden utensil, when a crackle of swirling blue energy appeared on the flat metal surface. Samara pushed back her chair as the discharge grew more intense, her eyes widening as the fork's tines appeared within the undersized vortex. The woman reached over with her other hand and grasped the utensil from the top, pulling it through the table's top as the energy discharge dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. She held the fork out to Samara for examination, who carefully took the proffered silverware and turned it over in her hands, staring in wonder. I'm good with locks, Calypso said. Blushing, I would imagine, Samara replied, nonplussed, before handing back the fork. When you said catastrophic? Oh, that. The other woman bobbed her head. You must understand that the energies at work are volatile if handled improperly. Should I attempt to force them, there is the possibility of an unstable feedback loop at the subatomic level, one that could trigger a runaway chain reaction. Her eyebrows rose to meet her scalp. You mean a nuclear detonation? She could only stare at the other woman in shock. Only a small one, less than a kiloton, Calypso admitted with chagrin, though that's obviously never happened. I've always been able to detect those energies and prevent them from escalating, but the risk is there. Samara shook her head before looking back at Zeno. I can see why you brought her, she said, earning a smile from her old friend. She turned her attention to Gideon, who had yet to utter a word and was staring dully at his plate. And you? She prompted. I'm afraid you won't be able to get much out of him at the moment, Zeno explained. He's been rather heavily sedated, she sighed, leaning back in her chair. Might I ask why? Gideon has a certain way with machinery and electronics, he explained. You mean, like a tinker? She immediately thought of Maggie, wondering what she'd make of him. Not exactly, Zeno hedged. More like an anti-tinker. His gift allows him to scramble and sabotage almost any system, as long as he's in proximity. I see. And the reason he's sedated? She pressed. The Protean let out a heavy sigh. I'm afraid his control is spotty. Interacting with artificial systems has induced some rather serious mental traumas, and unless he remains sedated, he might accidentally trigger something aboard this ship during one of his episodes. Something like, say, the engines, or life support. He shrugged apologetically. It's less of a risk on a planet's surface, as long as he's kept far away from any power generation facilities. Samara rubbed her face as she struggled to make sense of this. So, 2 walking time bombs, she said at last, before glancing back at Calypso. No offense. It's all right. I'm used to it, she said pleasantly, reaching over to place a forkful of food in Gideon's mouth. And the last member of your party? Persephone? What's her story? Samara asked them, before realizing there was another question and interrupting them before they could respond. And while we're on the subject, why the isolation request? Persephone is a special case, and I almost didn't bring her, Zeno admitted. I don't know if her gift is one you'd even wish to take advantage of, but I owe her a debt, and she deserves her freedom. And her talent is? It's not a talent per se, as she has no control over it, he disclosed. Persephone underwent extensive genetic splicing, and since that day her body produces massive retroviral loads that are then released into the atmosphere. Samara froze, twisting in her chair and staring at the hatch in stark horror. What happens if she isn't kept isolated? The retrovirus her body produces is highly unstable and mutates rapidly, Zeno informed her. If she is not kept isolated, either by suit or specially filtered compartment, those viruses would infect every living thing they touch. On a ship like this, for example, we would all be dead within minutes. Even aliens? She asked, still trying to make sense of it. Unless their biochemistry is too different from ours for the virus to make the jump, he explained, though it would have to be something radical. A silicon-based life form might be disparate enough to be safe. Wait a minute, is there a vaccine available to protect us from the retrovirus? She asked. Zeno shook his head. As I stated, the virus undergoes almost constant mutation. It would be impossible to create a vaccine under those circumstances. So if we used her ability to infect an alien world and they could not quarantine in time, is there any way to keep it from spreading? I'm afraid not, he shrugged. If a quarantine fails, the only option at that point would be complete eradication of the infected population. Nuclear weapons or their equivalent would be the best option. She needed a minute to process. The others waited patiently as she worked through all the advantages they offered and the threat they represented. Okay, she said at last, I understand. At least, I think I do. But what you're proposing is a massive escalation in this fight. Up till now, I've kept my efforts limited to small hit-and-run tactics. An assassination here, a disappearance there, nothing they could definitively pin on me. But this, she shook her head. You're talking about human-equivalent weapons of mass destruction? Yes, I am. Her outburst hadn't ruffled him in the slightest, though Calypso had flinched. It is time to decide, Samara, what you are fighting for, what you will risk. He gazed at her, seeing without seeing, and just how far you are prepared to go. She glanced back over to Calypso, who was busy feeding Gideon and pointedly staying out of the discussion. No help there. Zeno, when we spoke before, you all but accused me of being on some reckless campaign, and now suddenly you want to intensify it? If we do as you're suggesting, we would paint a target on the back of every human in the Perseus arm. I'm all for taking the fight to them, especially the Troika, but not at the expense of courting the destruction of humanity. That's too high a price. There may come a time when you'll be forced to change your mind, he told her. But if you believe we must keep our battles limited for the moment, I will abide by that decision. For now, at least. She didn't much care for the sound of that last qualifier. I want to hurt them, she explained, but not if it means the other races decide we're as dangerous as the Ichun. We've already come close to losing Freya. I'm not sure we could survive another full-on assault like that. Humanity has been through too much already. Zeno seemed to consider that, before finally nodding. Very well. So what then do you suggest as our first target? Now that's one question I can answer, she said, standing up. Find Jabril. Samara retreated to her compartment for some much-needed solitude, but once the hatch was sealed, her warden quickly disabused her of that notion. Our new guests are a liability, Rook said without preamble. We should return them to their domicile immediately. Obviously, you were listening in, she sighed. Of course I was listening, he snapped. Do you think there is anything that happens aboard this vessel I am not aware of? A girl can dream, she fired back. As for kicking Zeno and the others off the boat, forget it. Maybe we use them, maybe we don't. But even you have to admit they've got skills that could come in handy. I don't think you realize the danger you are courting, Rook hissed. The Troika haven't remained in power for as long as they have because they're willing to overlook threats to their survival. Push them too far, and they will destroy you. You mean they'll destroy you? She snarled. That's what you're afraid of, isn't it? That the Troika will figure out you Kikish are in this up to your necks and make your race the target of their wrath. I am as much an advocate for my people as you are for yours, he said loftily. I will not risk their destruction. It's a little late for cold feet, Rook, she smirked. You were the ones who involved yourselves in this. If you'd left me to my own devices, I would have just taken the ship and disappeared. Your hands would have been clean. But no, you saw a chance to stick it to the Troika and lay the blame off elsewhere. On us humans. Because why not? They're already gunning for us, and we make such a convenient scapegoat. Her eyes turned hard as flint as she jabbed her finger at the monitor. But I'm warning you now. You try to offer us up as a sacrifice when things look bad, and I'll ensure the Troika learns the truth about what you've been up to. She put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. You think you can blackmail me, human? He scoffed. Think again. I control this ship, not you, and it would be so very easy for me to dump every molecule of oxygen into space and let you suffocate. His smile was as frosty as a Bayesian Arctic storm as he dismissed her threat. And how hard would it be for us to spend our last few seconds injecting Gideon with adrenaline so he could vaporize you? She countered. Face it, Keekish, she sneered. We're in this together. Sink or swim, live or die. We either both win, or we both lose. Her smile was several degrees warmer than his. My people even have a name for it. Mutually assured destruction? Rook's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. Finally, he gave a shake of his head, as if to dismiss the conversation entirely. You just remember you're part of the agreement, he said at last, before disappearing from sight. Oh, I will, she chuckled. Alone once more. You can count on it. Chapter 9. Enemies foreign and domestic. Finding Jabril wouldn't be easy. The Protean clan leader had gone to ground, and smoking him out of his hiding place meant either dangling some kind of bait tempting enough to lure him out despite his unease, or else scaring him out by pointing a big enough threat in his direction. At the moment, Samara didn't have the former and was leery about using the latter. There had to be another way. She was still nursing a grudge over Zeno's bait and switch, though Calypso could prove useful when they found their quarry. She still wasn't sure what to make of Gideon, though if he was everything they claimed, it tempted her to wean him off his meds long enough to put a whammy on her avatar jailer. The only thing that stopped her was the fact Rook was watching her every move, and the instant she tried pulling a stunt like that, he'd make good on his threat. It was tempting, though. That left Persephone. She needed to get a handle on the woman, see if she was as just bitter as Zeno was. If so, that would be a problem. The type of problem she'd cleaned up more than once during her tenure with Wetworks. The only problem was that if she punched the woman's ticket, her friends would come looking for payback, and given their abilities, the odds weren't encouraging if they forced her to throw down. Maybe I'm just buying trouble, Samara thought. Retreating to her cabin, she sent a calm request to Persephone, making herself comfortable on the bed as she waited for a response. Moments later, her face appeared on the screen, and it took every gram of resolve she had to smile at the other woman and not recoil in horror. She might have been pretty once, though it was hard to say. Persephone wore a sleeveless shirt and a pair of loose shorts, exposing much of her flesh to the air. Whether it was for comfort or hygiene was difficult to say, for every square centimeter of skin was covered in oozing pustules. She was wiping down her arm with a rag, cleaning off the worst of the yellowish-green slime. She looked into the camera and smiled. You must be Samara, she said. It's nice to finally meet you. Thank you for rescuing us. It was my pleasure, unexpected though it was, she answered. Persephone grimaced. Zeno didn't tell us until we were at the airlock he hadn't warned you we were tagging along. I'm sorry about that. Forget it, she answered with a dismissive wave. I just wanted to check in and welcome you aboard. That's very kind, she said. And your partner has been most helpful getting me settled in. Well, if there's anything you need, just ask, she told her, though it took her a moment to realize she was referring to Rook. I'm curious, though, what did Zeno say to have you sail off with us? She dunked the rag in a bowl of soapy water, rinsing and then wringing it out before attacking the other arm. That he could help me get away, she said quietly, before looking up. I've lived on St. Jean most of my life. I didn't want to die there, too. Samara raised an eyebrow. Are you ill? She asked. Persephone paused in her cleansing. Samara, look at me. She held out her arms for inspection. I've been ill since my last gene splice. There's nothing they can do for me, except lock me away. She could only imagine what living with that mutation must be like. I'm sorry, she told her. The other woman shrugged. Not your fault, she told her. You were lucky. Many of us weren't. Samara didn't feel guilty that her enhancements had worked out exactly, but seeing the misfits made her more than a little uncomfortable. And there was still one thing she had to know. Now that you are free, she said carefully, what are your intentions? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? Persephone countered. Zeno told us you were leading a rebellion against Jabril and his alien masters. Was he wrong? No, he wasn't, Samara answered. But there's more than one way to fight, and I'm still deciding what the smart move is. Your ability, though, as potent a weapon as it might be, it's a double-edged sword. With no way to protect our own people, setting you loose on the universe is a dangerous move. I hope you understand that. Setting the rag down in the bowl of water, she looked into the camera. I do understand, she agreed. I also understand that we will never defeat the Troika by conventional means, that they'll always have the better hand. If my ability can tip the scales in our favor, if we can finally break their hold on us, then I will gladly be a part of that, whether or not it's dangerous. There was an almost unearthly calm about her as she said those words, while Samara felt a chill running down her spine. If the disease your body creates ever escapes into the population, it could mean the end of humanity, he said at last. It's too big a risk. The Troika are already trying to kill us, she replied, her eyes suddenly growing hard and cold. At least with my help, we can take the bastards down with us. Samara stared at the woman as realization hit her with more juice than a certain unnamed tinker had shocked her with. Zeno hadn't escaped with a desperate group of patients, she thought with growing comprehension, but a full-fledged terrorist cell. And just what the hell was she supposed to do now? Well, if there's anything you need, you just let us know, she smiled, remaining calm while she made pleasantries before cutting the circuit. If Rook ever got wind of this, you fool, she heard from the display, her heart sinking. Do you have any idea what you've done? I suppose thinking I'd have even a moment of privacy was too much to hope for, she snapped, but you can't pin this one on me. I had no idea he was bringing them out with him. Rook just glared at her. This little experiment of yours is over, he hissed. By this time tomorrow, they'll be a distant memory. And just what is that supposed to mean? She demanded, though his words were brutally clear. But she needed to hear him say it out loud. When they enter their sleep cycle, I will ensure they never regain consciousness, he informed her. You need not concern yourself with the details. 1,000 responses flitted through her mind before she rose silently to her feet. And where do you think you're going? He shouted behind her. But Samara was already out of her cabin and into the corridor. Rook easily kept pace with her as she moved through the ship, bouncing from one monitor to the next. Stop this instant. I command you. She refused to acknowledge his orders, moving faster now as she hurried towards her destination. It only took a second to disable the lock on Calypso's cabin, forcing her way in and grabbing the startled woman by the metallic arm. Come on, she growled. There's work to be done. What work? She asked as the hatch slammed shut, locking them both inside. That, for starters, Samara answered, pointing at the portal. Rook will kill all of you while you sleep, and we need to stop him. What? Why? She shrieked. Why would an avatar try to kill us? Because he's not a human avatar, she fired back. He's Kikish, and he thinks you're a threat. Calypso's eyes went wide at that revelation, and then suddenly she was moving, her hands now glowing as she shoved them into the bulkhead beside the hatch. Seconds later, it popped back open as Samara shoved her way through. This way, she told her, heading for the engine room. Rook's image appeared before them. That's far enough, he warned, as a klaxon howled. The Protean's head snapped left and right, looking for an alternative route when Calypso stepped forward, her arms wide as she plunged them into the bulkheads on either side of the corridor and ran. Monitors and lights snapped off or exploded as she dashed through the ship, her embedded artificial limbs wreaking unimaginable havoc to the ship's systems as she raced through the vessel. Somewhere behind them, she could hear Rook screech, "Stop! Stop!" Gideon staggered out into the corridor before them, his eyes wild and groggy. What? He got out, as Samara grabbed him and pointed aft. Trash the ship, she screamed. Rook is trying to kill us. That was all the encouragement he needed. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, concentrating with clenched fists at his side seconds before a rumbling detonation reverberated throughout the craft. Stop! Rook's face appeared without warning on every undamaged screen in sight. You're destabilizing the core, he shrieked. I'm begging you, stop what you're doing. Samara's smile was as glacial as a comet's frozen heart. Then stand down, she warned him, or I'll tell him to finish the job. He stared at her in disbelief as the others looked on. You're mad, he said in shock. That would kill you too. You were already planning on killing us, she fired back. I have absolutely nothing to lose here. Not you, he corrected her. Realizing too late his error, the others glaring at him with undisguised hatred as he admitted the truth. You fucking aliens, she snarled. You just don't get it. Samara moved until she stood between the others, staring angrily at his image. You come after one of us, you'd best be prepared to face all of us. She'd had her issues with other humans in the past, like everyone else, but there was a line she now refused to cross. This changes nothing, you know, he told her. I still control this ship. I can still call for help. And we can wreck this ship before they ever get here, she countered. I already warned you about mutually assured destruction, Rook. So just how eager are you to test us? Time seemed to come to a halt as she awaited his answer. The irony of the situation was especially biting. Not 5 minutes ago she was trying to decide how to extricate herself from the other humans aboard, and now she was vowing to go to her grave defending them. Rook sneered at her. You're bluffing. Bad call, she snorted, before turning to Gideon. Hit it again. Another muffled explosion seemed to rock the ship as the Avatar screamed in panic. All right, I'll stand down. Samara moved closer to the monitor. Now here's the deal, Rook. We'll fight the Troika, just like I promised, but in return you back us every step of the way. You pull another stunt like this, and it's over. Along with you. He looked like a cornered rat. You're insane, he said in disbelief. Your entire race is dangerously psychotic. Now you get it, she smirked. How do you think we've survived as long as we have? The Avatar paused, the image halting for a moment before coming back to life. We must find a port for repairs, he reported. There has been extensive damage done to the ship. You do what you have to do, she said evenly. Just remember. So will we. Leva waited until it was quiet, until she was certain her family were all deep in their slumber, before making her move. She'd wrapped the tiny crutches she used to propel her cart in rags to silence them, just as she asked one of the tinkers aboard to oil the wheels. Even so, she had to move so slowly, so not to be heard, as she levered herself onto the cart and moved towards the hatch. She held her breath as the hatch slid open, pushing herself out into the corridor as quickly as she could manage before it closed behind her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she waited, precious minutes ticking by until she was certain her family had not awakened. When she was sure, she started the long trek to her destination. Clump, drag, clump, drag, clump, drag. It was slow going, pressing the wrapped hunks of scrap to the deck and propelling herself forward, bit by bit, and it forced her to stop and rest many times during her journey. What few others up who were and about during midwatch gave her a wide berth, but then they always did. No one wanted to be anywhere near the cripple. There was some deep-seated fear for those like her, the knowledge that no one was truly safe. She didn't blame those that avoided her. Truth be told, she was glad for it. At least they were honest, not like the ones with fake smiles pretending to care about you. Them she couldn't stand. She stopped once more, her skinny arms trembling with the effort as she fought to catch her breath. The MS had only gotten worse over the years, but what had finally driven her to this wasn't the pain, or the incontinence, or the non-stop humiliation. It was watching those around her taking those first furtive steps to adulthood, watching her friends pair off and explore this unknown world of touch and emotion and sense, and knowing that no one would ever want to share that with the poor little crippled girl. And then there was her family. She loved them deeply, and they her, but they had sacrificed so much because of her, given up so many things that could have made their lives better. It wasn't fair. They'd all be better off without her. It took over an hour for her to crab her way at the airlock. There were other entrances that were closer, but they were all manned and saw plenty of traffic. No, for this she needed privacy, just a few minutes alone to do what needed to be done. She'd have to set the cycle to automatic, but that was simple enough. Close the inner hatch, puff out the air, then open the outer door to release her body into space. And it would all be over. Not that she wanted to die. Far from it. There were so many things she yearned to do. So many experiences she had yet to savor. And then there was her family. She knew how they'd mourn her, How sad it would make them. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't do this. She didn't want to die. She could just no longer bear to live. Clump, drag, clump, drag, clump, drag. Meter by meter, she drew closer until finally her goal was in sight. She glanced nervously around her, but there was no one in sight. With a deep breath, she moved forward, reaching up to palm the hatch release. Time to finish what she'd started. As the hatch locked open, she pulled herself inside, making her way to the console. The controls were above her head, but she was used to that. She leveraged herself up with effort, clinging to the dashboard as she programmed the automatic cycle and prepared to trigger the sequence. She froze, her hand hovering over the blinking red light, willing herself to press the button. It was so hard, ending all of this, but she knew it was the only thing left for her. Going on just hurt too damn much. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced her hand to close the circuit. Leva. No. Her head irked up in shock, her eyes going wide as she spotted her mama and Baba racing towards her, before bowing her head in shame. How had they found her? So close. She'd been so close. Her parents forced their way into the small chamber, her father quickly deactivating the controls while her mother enfolded her in her arms. Why, Bao Bao, why? She wailed again and again, rocking her back and forth. I'm sorry, she cried, as she broke down into great racking sobs, the tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 10. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Ratcharin limped into a port controlled by the Taiyokik. They held several systems, though were nowhere near as powerful as the Troika. Between Calypso and Gideon's handiwork, the ship desperately needed an overhaul. Luckily for them, Nugad was nearby, had decent drydock facilities, and most importantly, didn't ask a lot of questions. The port overseer inspected the ship, quoted a price, and sent his crew to begin repairs after the agreed-upon credits had been deposited. Rook handled the details regarding resupply and repairs, while Samara and the others stayed out of sight. Zeno had learned via his implants the response to their escape, and while there wasn't some crack team of bounty hunters out searching for them, why take chances? Besides, he'd picked up another stray bit of data, one more on target. I have a lead on Jabril, he told the group, as Persephone listened on the monitor. Rook was making himself scarce as usual. Since his foiled attempt on Zeno and the others, he now only appeared to Samara in private, which was probably for the best. Where? She said in even tones. According to my intel, he's conferring with the Agatadub, ostensibly to demand reparations for their attack on Freya. Huh. Calypso snorted. If you believe that, I've got a ship I'd like to sell you. It's unlikely they'd be swayed by anything a human might say. Even a clan leader, Zeno agreed. As covers go, it's more threadbare than most, but it gives us a place to start. Throwing a star map onto the display, he highlighted a system. They're meeting on Kikuji, one of their colony worlds. He smiled at the others, which hopefully means security will be less daunting than usual. If Jabril isn't there to make the Agatadub cough up some Wergeld, then why is he on that world? Samara asked. That's a good question, Zeno acknowledged. My best guess at the moment is he's seeking their protection. Specifically from you, she sighed, leaning back in her chair. I guess I shouldn't be surprised word got back to him. But if that's true, then it's likely they've laid a trap for us on Kikuji. The others nodded in agreement, except for Gideon, who was back on his meds. She'd asked why they bothered bringing him at all if he were doped to the eyeballs, but they'd assured her he could still hear and recall details while he was out of it. That he'd come through in the clutch when Rook threatened them was enough to end any objections on her part. If that's true, perhaps we should wait until he's no longer under their protection, Persephone suggested. Getting killed on our first mission seems like an inglorious way to kick things off. We don't know that's why he's there, Calypso countered. It's just a guess, right? She said to Zeno. An educated guess, based on the evidence, he pointed out. But it's possible he's there for another reason. Dig into it, Samara ordered. I'd like better information one way or the other if we move on this. I am already seeking additional data, Zeno confirmed. If I learn anything, I will let you know. You do that, Samara told him, rising to her feet. I need to get an update on our repair schedule. If we're going to be here for any length of time, we might need to look into leasing another ship. A pall seemed to suddenly descend on the group as she spoke. I don't like him either, she told them, though for the moment we're stuck with Rook. It's not an ideal situation, I agree, but it could be worse. He was going to murder us in our sleep. Persephone hissed. Tell me how it could be worse. Because he's a known quantity, and he's paying the bills, she smirked. Besides, after what happened I can assure you he'll be on his best behavior. He'd better be, Calypso warned, though I'd like to know why we don't just take him out now while we're docked. Samara sighed. Because I guarantee he's rigged a dead man's switch since our skirmish. We go after him, and it'll be the last thing we ever do. What limited data I've been able to access regarding this vessel, and the Kikish suggests she is correct, Zeno chimed in. And unfortunately, there is only one way to test the possibility. Exactly. It's not worth the risk. Samara left the others, still debating how to handle their Kikish warden, as she headed for her cabin, locking the hatch behind her. Rook appeared almost immediately. I'm assuming you heard all that, she said. Of course, he said sourly. I know everything that happens aboard this ship. Good. Hopefully, that will keep you from doing something stupid, she snorted. That goes both ways, Samara of Earth, he informed her. You were correct about my insurance clause, should the worst happen. If I'm no longer in control of this vessel, you can safely expect the worst. It was the obvious counter, she shrugged. Which means we're still stuck with one another. As long as you recognize that, I hope that we may continue to labor towards our common goal, he answered. We'll see, she said somewhat pointedly, making him squirm. Where are we at with repairs? Several more days at least, he reported, glad to be on more familiar ground. I have requested additional funds to speed up the process. And what did you tell them? She asked. I imagine the head office was curious what happened to their precious ship. The Avatar glowered at her. I told them there was an undiagnosed flaw in the compression matrix, he finally answered. Neither of us benefits should they discover the truth. I suspect they disappear us, she agreed. Like I said, we're stuck with each other. So it would seem. The pair spent several moments contemplating one another before Rook's image disappeared from the display. Samara sighed and pulled up the data for Nougat. As long as they were here, she might as well get the lay of the land. Ports pretty much all look alike. Once you got past the dock ships, you hit the support facilities, repair yards, refueling stations, and the like. Past those were the warehouses, passenger terminals, and customs, regulating who and what came in or out. But once you made your past that, you found Sin City. It didn't matter the species or type of government. When it came to its economic lifeblood, all systems relied on the 3 T's: trade, tourism, and travel. The regulations varied from one world to the next, but no matter how tightly controlled the populace, the rules were always more relaxed at the ports. Traders and merchants came from all across the Perseus Arm, and if you clamped down too tightly on their preferred vices, they might take their goods elsewhere. You could still find what you needed if you looked hard enough, but it would cost you. Easier to just turn a blind eye and keep the spacers happy. Food, drink, and pharmaceuticals were found in abundance here. Sex was as well, but considering how many species there were, finding a compatible partner was a hit-or-miss proposition. Knick-knack shops abounded, filled with useless trinkets to commemorate your stay, and anything else you might wish to spend your hard-earned credits on. Clothing, luxury items. Somebody always knew somebody who could get you what you needed. And in their wake came the more unsavory elements, those individuals willing to take a more direct approach in filling their purses. Thieves, con men, bandits, they all roamed the streets looking for an easy score. Experienced travelers carried weapons for self-defense when exploring the seedier alleyways, which only meant those preying on them also armed themselves. Even here there was a hierarchy. It was the rare criminal who targeted one of the troika, for retribution would be both swift and sure. Humans had no such protective aura to keep them from harm and were forced to survive on their wits alone. Never a dull moment in Sin City, and Samara felt right at home. The Taiyokik were classified as a humanoid race, in that they had 2 arms and legs, a torso, and a head that supported their sensory organs. But that was where the similarities ended. Bony plates covered the bulk of their body, almost like a carapace, but still allowing for a wide range of motion. They weren't weird enough to trigger the uncanny valley reaction from her fellow Terrans, but by the same token, no human would ever find them attractive. Their biochemistry was similar enough to allow her a wide range of cuisine to choose from as she wandered the port streets. One could find representatives from almost all the various races here, allowing her to travel unmolested. No one seemed to care that she was human, as long as she didn't make trouble. That made her smirk. If she decided to make trouble, they'd know they'd been kissed. She stopped in front of a display of various wares for sale, and Samara looked over the offerings with mild curiosity. One never knew what they might find in some out-of-the-way shop, and her thoughts came to a screeching halt as she spotted in the reflection a familiar face across the thoroughfare, slowly turning to face him as her mind raced through her options. The figure ended her internal debate as he lifted a glass in salute before waving her over to join him. He had to have been following her. She had taken random streets to arrive at this point as a matter of course, because it was good tradecraft. Those kinds of precautions were instinctive to her, so there was no way he could have anticipated she'd wind up here. And she hadn't spotted a thing. Samara knew her talents. Even without her shape-shifting ability, she was as skilled an operative as you were likely to find anywhere in this region of space, and she had spotted nothing out of the ordinary. Hadn't noticed the tale she'd picked up, and that shocked her down to the core, though the more she worked the problem in her mind, the more obvious the answer became. The man who had taught her everything she knew had been keeping a few secrets to himself. There was only one move for her to take. Crossing the boulevard with growing trepidation, she came to a halt roughly 2 meters away, eyeing him closely. To his credit, he didn't flinch from her scrutiny. He seemed to almost welcome it. He gestured to an empty chair across the small outdoor table, and she inclined her head in acknowledgement as she took a seat. "Hello, Azrael," she said at last, finding her voice. "Samara," he smiled. "It's good to see you." He took a sip from his glass before cocking his head. "Can I get you something?" "Whatever you're having," she answered. With a nod, he tapped a menu screen, her drink arriving moments later via the automated delivery system built into the table itself. Lifting the glass to her lips, she had a taste, nodding in approval as the fiery liquid danced across her tongue. Setting the beverage back down, she regarded her counterpart. "I take it, then, that this isn't a social call." Azrael sighed. "I wish that it were, but I'm afraid we have business to discuss." She grimaced, taking another sip from her glass. "Something tells me I already know why you're here." "I imagine you do," he agreed, "but given the sensitive nature of the situation, some things must be said aloud." He smiled, almost affably. "To avoid misunderstandings." "Of course," she said. "By all means, then, say your piece." "Thank you." He nodded once more. "Simply put, you've become a problem to certain individuals, and they very much want said problem to disappear." He shrugged, sipping from his own glass. "You understand." "I do," she answered, a chill running through her veins, "though I'm curious why we're having this conversation. Finding you here, now, without my being aware of your presence. You could have easily dealt with the problem already." Samara had always known he was good. He'd recruited her, trained her, molded her into a living weapon, but until this very moment she hadn't realized just how skilled he was, that he'd been holding something back from her all this time. It was so very much in character, and yet ominous to the core. Azrael reached out and took her hand, his thumb gently stroking the soft flesh. That simple touch brought back a flood of memories, and for a moment she closed her eyes, reliving them. "Because I owed you a warning, Samara," he said gently. "They want the problem to go away. If I convince you to turn your back on this insane path you're on, my mission is accomplished." He gave her hand a squeeze and smiled. "No need for any awkward complications. And the worst part? He means it," she thought to herself. If she gave him her word that she'd end her rebellion, he'd accept it. Perhaps they'd take a few hours to rekindle some of what they once had, but the offer was there on the table. She could walk away a free woman and not have to worry there was a target on her back. Samara gazed into the eyes of the man she'd once loved with all her heart and slowly withdrew her hand. "I'm sorry, Azrael," she whispered, "but I'm afraid I must decline." He pulled back as well, a hint of melancholy on his face, and if she thought for one second he meant it, maybe things would have gone rather differently between them once upon a time. But it was an act, like everything else about him. Azrael was many things. but sentimental wasn't one of them. "I'm sorry to hear that," he told her. "I was hoping you and I could come to an arrangement. You know, for old time's sake." He smiled once again, but like all his smiles, it didn't quite touch his eyes. Azrael rose to his feet, taking a deep breath as he regarded the city surrounding them. "Pity. I'd hoped to avoid this." Samara rose as well, placing her hand on his arm. "Join us, Azrael," she urged him. "You know what they are, what they truly are. Help us. Help me. Take back what's ours." Her eyes pled with him, and for one moment, she thought she'd gotten through. But then the moment passed, as he extricated himself from her grasp. "The next time we meet, I'm afraid the rules of engagement apply. You understand." "I do," she said softly, tasting ashes in her mouth. There was nothing else to be said. He gave her one last polite nod and turned away, disappearing into the crowd. The next time they met, only one would walk away. Chapter 11. An honorable death is its own reward. Arriving back at Ratcharan following her surprise meeting with Azrael, Samara wasted no time in disseminating the news, starting with Rook. "I hope the Home Office came through with those credits, because we have a complication," she informed him. "We need to get out of here as soon as possible." "What sort of complication?" he asked. "They've tracked us," she explained. "An old acquaintance of mine cornered me in the port and warned they were coming for me, and given our relationship, he will probably go through you to do it." The Avatar blinked. "But how?" he said in disbelief. "How could he have found us so quickly?" "Because he's smart, he's resourceful, and he's getting a lot of help," she told him. "Don't underestimate him. He's the best at what he does." "And that is?" Her thoughts harkened back to her conversation with Azrael. "He eliminates problems," she said at last. "Permanently." Rook grimaced. "I will speak to the port master and see what they can do to hasten our repairs." "You do that," Samara nodded. "And start considering what you can live without getting fixed, because every day we stay here is a dozen opportunities for Azrael to finish the job." "I will begin prioritizing immediately," he agreed, but she was already on the move. "Azrael," Zeno sighed. "Of course the Troika would send him." Persephone raised an eyebrow from the screen. "Who is this we're talking about?" she asked. Samara started to speak, but Zeno cut her off. "A very dangerous individual," he informed her. "Charming when he chooses to be, and utterly ruthless when it comes to his mission." "I know you two had your differences," Samara began, but once again she was interrupted. "I do not base my opinion solely on our personal interactions," he snapped, pointing at his cranial implant. "I've followed his career for years. He's not needlessly cruel, unlike some, but he also lacks even a trace of compassion. I'm surprised he gave you a warning, but then you and he were always something special." Despite everything, despite the fact she knew he was coming to kill her, Samara still felt the need to defend him. "Even though I was the one who left, he treated me well," she said. "And anything you can say about him applies equally to myself." "I'm afraid I must disagree," Zeno replied. "Even at your worst, you still kept a shred of your conscience, whereas Azrael was born without one, or had it surgically removed." Samara wanted to argue that point, especially in front of the others, but she knew she'd had a blind spot regarding him for a very long time. As much as it pained her to admit, it was possible that was still clouding her judgment. "Then what are we supposed to do?" Calypso asked. "If he's as dangerous as you say, shouldn't we be looking for a safe place to hole up?" "I doubt there's a place anywhere we could find that Azrael wouldn't track us to eventually," he countered. "We might delay things a bit, but that's all. If we cannot hide from him, then we must face him," Zeno decided. "With all of us working in concert." "Forget it," Samara growled. "He's coming after me, not you." "I'm perfectly happy to let Rook end up as collateral damage," she said with an evil grin, "but I'm not risking the rest of you. If you stay out of his line of fire, he'll leave you alone." She fixed them all with a cold stare. "But if you appear on his radar, it'll be the last thing you ever do. I know I was the one who reached out to you for support, but had I known they'd bring in Azrael, I would have never done it." The four of them glanced at one another. Gideon was out of it, as usual, until Zeno finally cleared his throat. "Samara, this is a war. There are casualties in war. There always has been. We accept that, he said, nodding at the others, and each one of us knew it was a possibility before we ever came on board. So while we appreciate your concern, perhaps we could focus our efforts on dealing with the problem at hand. He managed a gentle smile, and as she looked at each of their faces, she could see their resolve. Maybe you're willing to risk your lives, but I'm not willing to risk your lives, she said at last. This was always between me and them. Maybe it is a war, she grudgingly admitted, but it's a private war, damn it. Zeno reached out and found her arm, before covering her hand with his own. Not anymore, he said softly. This is our fight as much as it is yours. He's right, Persephone agreed, as Calypso nodded as well. Samara sighed, shaking her head. There was no talking them out of this. She could boot them off the ship. It would thrill Rook to no end to see them go. But even that wouldn't stop them. It would only leave them vulnerable. This is not what I wanted, she grimaced. But since you're all determined to cut your own throats, who am I to stop you? She threw up her hands in resignation. In that case, our first order of business is to get off this rock. The longer we stay here, the bigger a target we are. Rook is working on getting the repairs done faster and deciding what can wait. I would most appreciate anything you can do to help speed things along. We'll see what we can do, Calypso nodded, as she began searching for a ship schematic. Rook's efforts had apparently paid off. Less than 24 hours after her encounter with Azrael, they were casting off from Nougat. Despite their best efforts, the repair crews could not fix everything that was wrong, and her geekish warden grew cagey when she pressed him for details. At this point, she'd be happy if it could fly, keep the air in, and not blow up. But there was a nagging itch at the base of her skull that would not go away, one that had nothing to do with her recent surgery. She took the captain's chair on the ship's small bridge as they headed out from the system, keeping a close watch on the sensors as they left for deep space. The sound of the hatch sliding open caught her attention as Zeno and Calypso entered the compartment, her guiding him by the arm as they made their way to a pair of unoccupied chairs. "What brings you both up here?" she asked them. "The same as you, I suspect," Zeno answered. "It occurred to me that once we were away from the planet, it would be the perfect time for an enemy to strike. I hope I'm wrong," she admitted, "but that's why I'm here. And it would mean that he'd given us a full day's warning, with honor having been served. Not that it will matter much, considering this is a pleasure yacht, which means no weapons," she said with a grimace. "So what can we do if he shows up?" Calypso asked. "Other than run?" "Not a great deal," Samara told her. "Oh, we can try something clever, but he's no fool. Odds are he'll see right through whatever ruse we throw at him." She was about to say something else when Rook's image appeared on her monitor. "Samara, it appears as if your concerns were warranted. I am picking up a vessel 50,000 kilometers out, on an intercept course." She swore under her breath as she pulled the sensor imagery on screen. "There are times I hate being right," she said with feeling, before looking back to Rook. "Evade him." "I will try, but according to my readings, the vessel's energy output is more than double ours. I cannot evade him for long. He'll be charging weapons," she predicted, before snapping a look at the others. "Get everyone in suits and get strapped in now," she ordered, peeling off her own clothing as she yanked open the suit locker and started putting on the bulky gear. "Good luck," Zeno told her, as Calypso ushered him off the bridge. "We'll need it," she said to herself, snapping her helmet into place before retaking her seat and cinching the harness down tight. "Rook, tell me you have a brilliant idea to get us out of this." "I'm afraid I must disappoint you," he apologized. "I can see no way out of our predicament." "Wonderful," she groused, before punching up the intercom. "Zeno, how close would Gideon need to be to affect the other ship?" "Less than 10 kilometers, I'm afraid," he reported back, as Calypso struggled to get him into his suit. "Shall we wake him?" "Don't bother," she told him, before severing the connection. If that really was Azrael in that other ship, and at the moment she couldn't imagine who else it might be, then there was no way in hell he'd ever allow her to get that close. "Rook, keep jinking Ratcherin around," she charged. "It's not much, but we might get lucky." "Acknowledged. Anything else?" Samara racked her brain for something, anything, that might give them a fighting chance. Staring at the monitor, she highlighted one of the smaller gas giants in the Nougat system. If they altered course now, They should be able to reach it before the other vessel caught them. Maybe, if everything broke their way. It was a stupid plan. Not even a good old-fashioned insane plan, the kind humans prided themselves on, just an incredibly moronic one, with little chance for success and superb odds of getting them all killed for nothing. But it was all she had. Rook, alter heading to, 352 by Mark 017, she told him, after spending a few moments calculating the course change. Redline the engines and batten down the hatches. His electronic avatar brain worked much faster than her organic one, and he stared at her in dismay. Samara, that course will place us on a direct line to… I know, she bristled. You had your chance to come up with something. Now it's my turn. She studied the plot as the ship altered its course, as the other vessel quickly followed suit. How long before we're in weapons range? She asked. Without knowing the armament the enemy craft carries, I can only estimate, he explained. If the ship carries missiles, we will be at extreme range 15 to 20 seconds prior to hitting the planet's upper atmosphere. If it carries energy weapons, then we will probably be just arriving at the planet. Then let's hope it's beams, she commented, as the two craft drew closer. Samara, your plan may buy us a few minutes' grace, but I fail to see how it serves us, Rook said unhappily. Even if we can slingshot around the planet to increase our velocity, it will not be enough to get free. I'm making this up as I go. She chafed at him. We've got nothing but terrible options. So how about you stop kibitzing and start helping? As Ratrin began her descent towards the planet, Rook chimed in once more. The other ship is altering course once again, Samara. Its new heading will leave it well positioned to fire upon us after we have completed the gravity assist maneuver. Cutting off our escape route, she frowned. Smart. Too smart. Unfortunately, she drummed her fingers on the armrest as she searched for some way to get clear of Azrael, and came up empty. As much as it pained her, there was only one viable option left to them. Rook? Hail the other ship. She took a deep breath. Tell them we surrender. Are you certain of this, Samara? Rook asked. If it truly is Azrael aboard that craft, surrendering to him does not bode well for you. I'm aware, she said. Tell him there are others aboard this ship that aren't a part of this. As you wish, he said softly, his image freezing as he attempted communication with the other vessel, while she jotted off a quick text of her own. Less than a minute later, she had her answer. He accepts your surrender and orders us to alter course, Rook informed her. He wishes to rendezvous at the following coordinates. A string of numbers followed, which the alien avatar dutifully plotted on the display. You are to transfer over to his ship by tether, and he warns the slightest deviation from his instructions will result in the destruction of this ship. He looked at her with something approaching despair. Samara, It's all right, she reassured. Tell him we'll comply with his demands and alter course for the link-up. Unlocking her harness, she rose to her feet. I suppose I'd better get prepped, she said with a wan smile. Chapter 12. The Spider and the Fly. Aborting the gravity assist maneuver and rendezvousing with the other ship took time. Samara used that time to make her final preparations, but far sooner than she would have liked. The other vessel was looming large outside the porthole, a mere stone's throw away. Azrael had already shot a line over, not trusting one from her ship, the tether secured automatically by one of Rook's remotes. You do not have to do this, Zeno said quietly, as they stood before the airlock. In fact, I do, she told him, placing a gloved hand on his shoulder, still in her suit. Just be ready to depart once I give the word. We'll be ready, he assured her, covering her hand with his. Samara smiled at the gesture and the sentiment behind it. She had made few enough friends since joining the Protean clan, and many of those she could have claimed were either long since departed, or had chosen the opposite side of the struggle like Azrael. In fact, other than Zeno and those others aboard the Ratrin, she could only think of one or two individuals who would even come close. She chuckled to herself for a moment, wondering what Maggie would think if she listed her as a confidant, but the moment soon passed as she squared her shoulders. Time to go, she nodded, mostly to herself, as she palmed the airlock control. The hatch slid open as she stepped inside, turning to gaze back at Zeno as he lifted his arm in a silent farewell. Even though he couldn't see her, she returned the gesture, before sealing the hatch and cycling the atmosphere. A minute later, and the outer door slid open, climbing out and snapping her carabiner to the waiting tether, before pulling herself hand over hand towards the waiting ship. "I'll be honest, this is the last thing I would have expected from you," she heard over the suit radio. "No one is more surprised than I am. Azrael," she sighed, as she made her way across the chasm between the two ships. "Then why?" he asked. "Why sacrifice yourself? If you were planning on giving up so easily, we could have settled this down on the surface." "Because this is between you and me," she answered. "It has nothing to do with the others, and they don't deserve to have my sins spilling into their lives." "How noble," Azrael answered, and there was no mistaking the mocking tone in his voice. "The problem I am having, Samara, is that this act of self-sacrifice is so very unlike you. Which leads me to the inescapable conclusion you have something else in mind." "What could I possibly be planning?" she demanded, as she drew nearer to his ship. "I've agreed to all your terms. I'm alone and unarmed. So just what is it you think I'm up to?" "I don't know, and that's what concerns me," he mused. "You are at your most dangerous when you appear the most disarming." Samara came to a halt. "Would you prefer I go back then?" she asked. "Would that put you at ease?" "In fact, it would, as I could easily destroy your ship from here," he pointed out. "Fine," she snapped, reversing direction before starting back the way she'd come. "Samara," he sighed, "obviously that is not what I want. But even you have to admit this is all very much out of character for you, given our past relationship. Let's just say my last mission has made me reevaluate a few things," she replied, as she reversed direction once more and continued on her original course. "Ah yes, your trip to Earth," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps I should call you Samara al-Hajjab now, if you like." She shrugged. "I doubt I could explain it to you." "I imagine you're correct about that." There was a brief pause. "I have you on visual. You should arrive at the outer hatch in approximately 5 minutes. I will see you then." The suit radio clicked off as Azrael disconnected. "Looking forward to it," she muttered under her breath, as she continued pulling herself to his vessel. It seemed much longer than the 5-minute estimate Azrael had given her, but then EVAce and suit work always did. As she reached the end of the tether, the outer airlock hatch opened, beckoning her inside. Unhooking from the safety line and making her way in took another minute as the hatch closed behind her. Through the transparent section of the inner hatch, she spotted Azrael waiting for her, his cynical eyes tracking her every movement with undisguised suspicion. Keeping her arms down at her sides so as not to spook him further, Samara waited for the airlock to complete its cycle, though it seemed to take longer than usual. If Azrael was being as wary as she suspected, her thoughts came to a crashing halt as a red strobe flashed in the chamber, while a message appeared on the monitor facing the hatch. "Biohazard, biohazard, detected biohazard." Azrael scowled with sudden fury as she cursed her luck. Samara lunged for the emergency release, while shouting into her suit radio, "Gideon now?" Smashing her gloved fist against the safety switch, she grabbed a handy stanchion and held on for dear life as the hatch slammed back open, the sudden release of atmosphere tearing at her grip. Part of her had been tempted to let the escaping air do just that to hasten her escape, but then she would have zero control over her trajectory and velocity. Dangerous even under the best of circumstances. But here and now it was something she dare not risk. The craft shuddered as Gideon worked his destructive magic, while Azrael disappeared from sight to deal with the unexpected crisis they had just dumped into his lap. With her opponent occupied, it was time to leave, so Samara centered herself on the Ratcherin and leapt, no longer trusting the tether she had arrived on. With a single command, she activated the bottle of compressed gas on her back, using it to propel her back across the expanse to the safety of her ship. Something flashed by, missing her by scant meters and triggering a cascade of suit alarms, while her helmet instantly polarized to shield her eyes. "Damn it, Gideon! Shut down his weapons!" She howled as yet another energy beam lashed out at her, barely missing her once again. His targeting must have already been affected by her shipmates' efforts, but they needed those weapons offline now, not later. "He is attempting to do so," Zeno reassured her over the comm, but the information brought her little comfort. As long as his weapons were active, he was still a threat, even with his aim being off. If he kept firing eventually, he'd get in a lucky shot, and that would be that. "Tell him to expedite," She snapped as she adjusted her course, cutting off the gas jet and watching her helmet's heads-up display track her movement. She was certain Gideon was doing the very best he could under the circumstances, but seeing how it was her ass being hung out to dry, a little directed encouragement couldn't hurt. Risking a quick peek over her shoulder, she could see Azrael's ship was in trouble. Thrusters were firing at random, sending it into a gyrating tumble, though the beam weapon was still lashing out despite Gideon's efforts. Being honest with herself, she hadn't expected her subterfuge to work. In fact, she'd been certain Azrael would refuse her offer of surrender and blast Ratcharin to bits from a safe standoff distance. Perhaps he'd held onto some small measure of decency, she mused, though after this stunt she could kiss that goodbye. She'd had one free shot, and she'd taken it, out of desperation and necessity, but he wouldn't be giving her any more chances now. The next time he came after her, assuming they escaped and there was a next time, he'd strike without warning. So be it. I should have trusted my instincts, Azrael said over the comlink. I knew there was no way you would give yourself up so easily. All is fair in love and war, she quoted back to him, as she flipped her body around and started braking, slowing her speed so she didn't slam into the hull. Or had you forgotten? I let sentiment cloud my judgment, he admitted, much to her surprise. But rest assured, it won't happen again. I expect nothing less, she said softly, as her boots locked onto Ratcharin's metal hull. Rook had already cut the tether free, as she swung herself inside the airlock and closed the outer hatch. This round is yours, Azrael informed her. Enjoy your victory. You earned it. But next time we meet, I'm afraid I won't be as lenient. Until then, Samara replied, gazing out the porthole as the engines came online, jetting away from the other craft. She raised her arm and sketched a salute to her opponent, still fighting his incapacitated vessel, as she closed the radio link. Zeno hailed her on the intercom. So, it worked. It did, she agreed. But don't let yourself get cocky. We were lucky. Luck may be a fickle creature, but I am perfectly willing to accept her blessings when she deigns to share them, he chuckled. Stand by for the decontamination sequence. Copy that, she acknowledged, spreading out her arms and widening her stance as a spray of caustic chemicals coated her suit, while other jets disinfected the other surfaces within the airlock. It had been a gamble, using Persephone's deadly mutagenic retrovirus, which is why she'd waited until she was well clear of the ship before opening the vial she'd collected and smearing the residue onto her suit. The joker in the deck was whether Azrael would scan her for biohazards, but as she'd never made that a part of her modus operandi in the past, she'd hoped she could sneak it by him. She should have realized he'd have all his defenses up when dealing with her. Samara, strap yourself in, Zeno cautioned her as the jets shut off. I am ready to finish the decontamination cycle. Understood, she said, locking her safety link onto the stanchion and bracing herself away from the hatch. All right, hit it. The emergency lights came on as the outer hatch slammed open with sudden force, a hurricane of air and chemicals whipping out into space before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Hard vacuum finished the job, evaporating the remaining moisture and rendering any surviving microorganisms inert. The outer hatch closed once more as a glow of UV light permeated the space as an added precaution, as the red emergency lights changed to green. The airlock cycled once again, filling the space with air before the inner hatch finally slid open. Stepping into the corridor, Samara undogged her helmet, lifting it off and tucking it under her arm as she took a deep breath of semi-fresh oxygen. Much better, she sighed, as a wry smile played across her face. Welcome back, my dear, Zeno greeted her. Another successful mission. Status report, she queried him. We have Azrael's ship on sensors, he informed her, and it appears to still be tumbling out of control. We are making best possible speed for deep space, en route to Kikuji. I assume that is where you wish to go next, he asked. You assume correctly, though we may need to find a spot along the way to finish repairs, she reminded him. If we have to run a second time, I'd like to have our means of escape operating at peak efficiency. You realize Azrael is likely to consider that possibility and begin his search there, he pointed out. What other choice do we have? Samara asked him. As I said, we were lucky. You can safely bet Azrael won't fall for that trick a second time. I fear you are correct, he sighed. Very well, I will begin searching for someplace suitable, preferably one off the beaten path where few questions are asked. I may just have an idea about that, she mused. Think you can arrange a long-distance call that won't be overheard and can't be traced? Zeno's smile was all the answer she needed. You're just about the last person I expected to hear from, Remy Haddad said from the view screen. No, scratch that. Maggie would be the last person I'd expect to hear from. The pair shared a chuckle at that. I'm afraid I need a small favor, she purred, playing the vamp, something near a Gatadub space, where repairs can be had and anonymity is assured. Samara flashed him her most seductive grin. Do you think you can help me? Her hand went to her tunic, casually giving the zipper a downward tug. The gesture did not go unnoticed. Remy licked his lips in appreciation, before taking a deep breath and focusing on her request. If I asked who you were trying to avoid, would you tell me? I'd rather not, she told him. Best all around if you don't know. So it's like that, he hissed, mulling it over. As it happens, I do know of a place that meets your needs, but it comes with a few strings attached, he warned her. First off being they don't take credit. Hard currency only, or barter if the item is valuable enough. I believe we can manage that, she nodded, reminding herself to have a chat with Rook on the subject. What else? They're private, and they don't advertise. If you want in, someone they know has to vouch for you. The Corsair chuckled. Luckily, they do know me. My hero, she cooed, earning her a grin. Anything else I should worry about? Just one last detail. If they think they can manage it, they'll gut you in your sleep and take your ship, and no one will ever find your bodies. All traces of humor disappeared from his expression. My advice? Sleep with one eye open, or better yet, don't sleep at all. Cutthroats after my own heart, she smiled. I appreciate the warning, dear Remy, but we'll be fine. Send me the coordinates. Sending now, he answered, as a string of numbers appeared on her terminal. I'd ask you to be safe, Samara, but since I know that's not in the cards, just promise me one thing. Anything, she smiled, that you do unto them, before they do unto you, he said, almost as if it were a prayer. I always do, she vowed, before cutting the connection. Chapter 13. When supping with the devil, use a long spoon. How could you do this to us? Baba demanded. To your family? It's my choice, Leva said defiantly. My life? Not yours. Bow bow, her mama wailed. You would abandon your clan? Let yourself be experimented on by them? She couldn't bring herself to say the name. Look at me, Leva shouted, lifting her spindly, shaking arms. Every day I get worse, and there's nothing anyone can do. I can't live like this anymore. I won't, she sighed, collapsing in on herself. Not when there's another choice. Can't you see that? She begged. All I see is that you're turning your back on everything we taught you. Everything we are. Baba shouted. If you do this, then you are dead to us. Leva could only stare at him in shock. Baba, I'm your daughter, she whispered, as tears filled her eyes. Not if you do this, he answered, pulling his wife to his side. If you become one of those things, then you are no daughter of mine. She pushed her cart towards them. Mama, please, make him understand, she wailed. But her mother only buried her face into her husband's shoulder and sobbed as he led her away, leaving her to weep all alone in the corridor. How could they turn their back on her? They knew how much pain she was in, and this was the only choice left for her. Unless she chose the airlock option. This had to be better than that, right? Right? But they couldn't accept it, for whatever reason. They'd rather think her dead than listen with their hearts, to try to understand why she was doing this. All they'd managed was to harden her resolve. For now she truly had no option. Wiping a dirty sleeve across her face, she took one last look, hoping they'd change their minds, that they were running back to her. Only there was nothing. They'd really abandoned her. Fine then. Leva set her jaw and pushed off, aiming her cart for the rising phoenix symbol of the Protean clan. And whatever the future held, it was as forbidding a system as Samara had ever laid eyes on. She Persei was a blue giant star, a mere child compared to other suns at only a few million years of age, far too young to have full-fledged planets orbiting its massive body, The system instead comprised a chaotic mix of rocky and ice planetoids, crashing into and careening off one another in a dizzying display of carnage. Navigation through the system required Rook's full attention, leaving the business of making contact to her. Following Remy's instructions to the letter, they made their way closer in, seeking the camouflaged beacon that would guide them to their ultimate destination. Samara kept a close watch for booby traps or unwelcome guests, but so far their scans were clear. "I don't care for this place," Zeno told her. "My senses tell me this system is far too dangerous to tarry here for long." "Care to be a little more specific?" Samara asked. "I don't think I can," he admitted. "The reports I rely on are non-existent here, as if this were some information vortex, sucking data in but allowing none to escape." "Sounds exactly like what we need," she replied. "Perhaps," he conceded, "but I am left wondering how they are managing it, and what that means for us." Samara had to admit that was a valid point. She was about to reply when something pinged on her sensors. "I've got the beacon," she confirmed, checking the plot on the display. "We're closing in. Time for you and the others to get out of sight." Given their situation, they'd all agreed it was best to keep their real numbers secret from their hosts, especially after Remy's warning. "I'll pass the word," Zeno nodded, before reaching out to touch her arm. "Stay safe, Samara," he said gently. "You should tell them that," she chuckled, though she appreciated the sentiment. As Zeno departed, she settled into her chair, guiding Ratcherin to the hidden port called Star's End. The crew that awaited her at the bottom of the ramp were a motley bunch, the dregs of half a dozen races. Weapons were worn prominently, though she herself appeared to be unarmed. She carried a cylinder with her as she went to meet them, coming to a halt a few meters away from their leader and setting it down in front of her. 10 grams of antimatter, as promised, she informed them, stepping away so it could be inspected. One of the crew moved to the container, plugging in a sensor and double-checking the readouts before giving the boss a curt nod. He turned back to Samara. "State your business," he growled. "Just need some repairs," she answered. "Remy said you were the best." He grunted at that, as the one holding the antimatter carried it away. "Might go higher," he warned her. "Just let me know before we're in your debt," she told him. "We'll work it out." She earned another grunt in response. "He tell you the regs? Payment in advance, no questions asked, and we never met," she nodded. A third grunt she interpreted as an affirmative response was his only reply. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted movement. One of his thugs sidling around to her left, looking for a clean shot. She waited until he committed, and then with a blur of motion plucked the dagger she'd been hiding and hurled it at him, the blade going deep into his arm. His weapon fell onto the crushed gravel as he clutched the wounded limb, keening in pain. "I figure you had to try it once," Samara said affably, as another knife magically appeared in her hand. "The next time, however, it'll cost you." Their leader said nothing, merely jerking his head to the rear as the injured man slunk away from the others. "The engine compartment and any other section where work needs to be done will be under surveillance at all times," she informed them, "and any attempts to get creative with the repairs will make me unhappy." She paused and smiled. "You do not want me unhappy." The two eyed one another, taking each other's full measure, and then nodded almost in unison. "We'll get started first thing," he said at last, before gathering up the others and returning to their shelters. Samara watched them leave, waiting until she was alone, before heading back up the ramp and locking the hatch behind her. "And I thought your team was disreputable," Rook said from a nearby monitor, shaking his head. "Are you certain we can trust them?" "I'm certain that we can't," she fired back, "which is why we watch every move they make. Despite my warning, I guarantee they'll try something. So don't take your virtual eyes off them for a nanosecond." "You can rest assured of that," he agreed, "though I have reservations regarding your decision to have me appear to them as a flesh and blood being as opposed to an avatar. The instant they realize your personality is housed in the mainframe, they'll try to disable it," she warned him, "and if they pull that off, then we'll be at a major disadvantage. Not to mention the possibility they'll either try to isolate your program so they can sell it to the highest bidder, or else they'll delete it altogether." She gave him a wry look. "I imagine neither of those options appeal to you." "You imagine correctly," he grimaced. "I am uncertain, however, how believably I will impersonate a live human." Samara paused, considering the problem. Well, none of the ones we saw are human. So that helps, though if they know Remy then they're at least somewhat familiar with our species. But if you're asking me how you can improve your performance, she regarded him for a moment and nodded as she came up with a plan. First off, you need to change up your look. You've always worn the same virtual clothing every time I've seen you, so change that. You also might consider coming up with a simulated daily routine for yourself, one that a real live human might have, and then use that information to enhance your appearance. If it's early or late, look as if you just stepped out of the shower or rolled out of bed. You should also use that mealtime simulation you showed me, as long as you change up the menu each time. She peered at his image more closely. Some beard growth and unkempt hair wouldn't hurt either. Dirty yourself up a little, and vary your expression more while you're at it. Lose the monotone, and throwing in some vernacular wouldn't hurt either. You do all that, and I'm certain they'll buy it. Rook seemed to weigh her words, his virtual brow furrowing as he processed what she'd said. Then, perhaps something like this? He asked, the image on the monitor flickering briefly to be replaced by a much scruffier version of the faux human avatar. A wet towel hung around his neck, his hair mussed and uncombed, while he sported both a grimy undershirt and a 3-day-old growth of stubble. Yeah? What do you want? He sneered at her. Samara threw back her head and laughed. Perfect, she chortled. No avatar I've ever met looked like that. The image disappeared, replaced a moment later by the version she was familiar with. If it is all the same to you, I will save that variant for the local inhabitants. Even though it is merely an illusion, even after a brief application I feel unclean. He shuddered in disgust. She laughed once again. Suit yourself, she shrugged, though it wouldn't hurt to keep it in a file somewhere. You never know when a good disguise might come in handy. Despite their appearances and proclivity towards villainy, the mechanics and wrench-turners of Stars Inn knew their way around an engine room. Although Rook had thwarted half a dozen attempts at least of theft or sabotage, once they realized they wouldn't be sneaking anything past him, they buckled down and got to work. Their efforts might not have been as refined as the Kikish avian might have preferred, but they were robust and functional, which ultimately was all Samara really cared about. 1 or 2 replacement parts needed to be fabricated on site, adding to the bill, but after 10 days of diligent labor, they announced the job was finished. I for one will be thrilled to get off this rock, Calypso sighed. If I have to spend 1 more second locked in my cabin, I think I'll go mad. At least the Knights allowed us day room privileges. Speak for yourself, Persephone said somewhat pointedly. Calypso blushed. Sorry, Sephi. I wasn't thinking. It's all right, she smiled. I'll be glad to leave this place too. I think we all will, Samara agreed. Even though we're off the beaten path, being in one place this long makes me nervous. She glanced over at Zeno's image on the screen. Don't suppose you've heard anything? Nothing that helps us, he replied. To the best of my knowledge, Jabril remains on Kikuji, ostensibly conferring with the Agatadub. Are we still heading there next? Calypso asked. It's where I want to go next, Samara admitted. But the situation hasn't changed. Azrael's certain to be waiting for us there. Perhaps if we disguised ourselves somehow, Zeno mused, only to be interrupted by a warning klaxon that was cut off almost as soon as it began. What the? Rook's image appeared on the screen. Danger, Samara, they have infected me. I missed it. The frame froze, stuttering for several seconds, before dissolving into a chaotic display of electronic noise. Samara. What's happening? Calypso said in sudden panic. She scowled, cursing under her breath. It seems our new friends have double-crossed us, she snarled, as she pulled up an exterior display. Dozens of beings from across the Perseus arm were approaching the ship, armed to the teeth, while others were busy forcing the hatch open. Once that happened, we cannot hold them off for long, Zeno stated, though I believe they will avoid using heavy weapons. How can you be sure? Persephone asked, clutching at her pillow. Because they want the ship intact, Samara answered, her eyes gone hard and cold. The must have slipped a worm into Rook's program, and once he was down, so were our defenses. What are your orders? Zeno asked softly. Samara gazed at each of them. You said when you came here you wanted to escalate the fight. Do you still mean that? The other nodded, one by one. Good, because I only see one way of dealing with this that gives us a chance at survival. Here's what I want you to do. The ship's main hatch had proven more difficult to break into than they'd expected, since they wanted to avoid damaging the ship they had invested so much time and effort into restoring. It would fetch a fine price. But to collect, they first had to eliminate the previous owners. The locking mechanism gave way at last as the hatch slid open, as the brigands of Star's End poured into Ratcharin, seeking the passengers and crew. The Avatar that had kept such a close watch on them had been good, but they had long experience with travelers and their various security measures. Once identified, it had been a simple matter to infect the electronic systems during a routine software patch. With the Avatar disabled, the rest of the ship's company would be easy pickings. The ship appeared to be deserted, but they'd had the craft under constant surveillance since it had landed, and it was impossible that the crew could have slipped away. They fanned out, checking the various compartments, but it wasn't until they reached the mess deck that they finally located a passenger. The female flinched as they burst into the compartment, her hands raised in surrender. "Don't shoot," she pleaded, as they looked to their leader for instructions. There was always a market for sentient beings. Though the price depended on the species and general condition of the subject, Terrans weren't especially valuable, and this specimen did not look very promising. In fact, she appeared to be rather sickly. The boss looked at her, calculating her probable worth with a jaundiced eye. It was doubtful she'd fetch much at sale, but perhaps one of the genetic cartels might find her worth studying. He turned to give the order to take her prisoner, only for his eyes to widen in shock as his lieutenant fell to his knees, as thick, viscous blood poured from mouth and nose. The individual beside him collapsed in convulsions, with muscular contractions so violent his very bones snapped under the strain. A piercing shriek whipped his head around as another of his men's flesh began sloughing off in puddles of slimy goo, before his throat finally dissolved and the horrendous noise was silenced forever. Those still able ran, desperate to put as much distance between themselves and this ship of death as possible, but he knew what was causing this, what had to be the source of this madness. He turned back towards the human, his eyes blazing with fury as he lifted his weapon, only for a ragged cough to tear at his lungs, quickly followed by another. Suddenly, it became impossible to breathe, as he dropped his weapon and tore at his clothing while gasping for air. Again and again he tried to clear his lungs, but even as he fell he could feel his chest tighten as he lost consciousness. Considering what happened next, it was a small mercy. Samara stepped out of the corridor, going to Persephone and giving her a quick once-over. "You all right?" she asked, her voice distorted from the suit helmet. The other woman nodded. "I'm fine," she said, gazing over the dead and dying. "Better than they are," she said in disdain. She avoided looking at the bodies. There were countless ways to die, and she'd witnessed or implemented most of them over the years, but these bastards had died as hard as any she'd ever seen. Not that she mourned them. She'd given them fair warning, and they ignored it. "Too bad for them. We need to get you back to your quarters," Samara told her, "so we can start decontamination." "And after that?" Persephone asked. "After that," she smiled, "I look forward to discovering what trinkets and baubles our good friends here just bequeathed us." Chapter 14. Heed the 11th commandment above all others. The trail of bodies led from Ratcharin's main hatchback to the raiders' main compound. The diseases triggered by Persephone's altered DNA varied from one victim to the next. Some had died almost immediately, while others had survived long enough to carry the contagion back to their brethren. Given the state of the corpses, at least some marauders had realized too late what was happening and tried holding off the infected, but the damage was already done. All they'd managed was to delay the inevitable. Once again, Samara was on her own as she explored the camp, the others left behind due both to their frail nature, but also to try to repair the damage done to Rook. While neither Gideon nor Calypso were tinkers or mechanics, between the two of them they hopefully had enough skills to at least get him back online. If they could manage that much, they hoped he could finish the rest on his own. Samara made her way through the docks, as the eerie silence as she searched the camp for anything useful started getting to her. There was no threat here, at least none that she could see, but even for someone as hardened to death as she was, the sheer number of deceased strewn about was downright unnerving. But until they could get Rook up and running again, they weren't going anywhere, and Tara knew they could use anything he might find. She spotted a powered cart and began loading it up with whatever caught her eye. Spare parts, anything valuable enough to be resold or traded, plus various odds and ends that she couldn't readily identify. One item she could retrieve was the antimatter they'd handed over to pay for repairs. Given the situation, there was no sense in leaving it behind now. There were plenty of items Samara did leave behind, though not without a few regrets. Weapon systems she would have loved to graft onto the ship, for example, though with no one skilled enough to handle the job they were nothing but dead weight, not even worth the price of salvage. Maneuvering the cart back to the ship, she got a call on her suit radio. Ratchern to Samara, please respond. She clicked the helmet mic. Rook, is that you? More or less, he acknowledged. Your friends located the corrupted file that crashed my system. Once it was deleted, I could reboot in safe mode. I am running a self-diagnostic now to check my program for infected subroutines. Well, as strange as this may sound, it's good to have you back, she grinned. Mostly because without you we'd be stuck here. Your gratitude overwhelms me as always, he sniffed. I understand you are scavenging the compound for supplies? That's right, she agreed. I filled up a cart with some odds and ends that might prove useful. Still haven't found where they keep their valuable gear, though. Perhaps I may be of some assistance, Rook said. Scanning local vicinity now. Samara waited as the avatar checked the area with tools unavailable to her. I believe I have found something, he said after less than a minute. A section of the encampment that is heavily shielded, though not against radiation or other environmental hazards. There appears to be a vault located at its center. I am sending you the coordinates now. A blinking icon appeared on her heads-up display. Got it, she replied. Soon as I dump this load off, I'll go check it out. She thought for a moment and then keyed her mic once more. Tell Calypso to suit up and meet me at the main hatch. If there is a vault, I'll need her talents. Informing her now, Rook answered. If you deposit the cart inside the main hatch, I will dispatch my remotes to offload and store your salvage. Like I said, it's good to have you back. According to the map Rook sent me, it should be right through here, Samara informed the other woman, as they entered a smaller structure off the main complex. There, Calypso pointed, shining her flashlight at a sturdy-looking metal door. That has to be it. The pair approached the vault as Samara gave it a once-over. Biometric security access, she grimaced. Will your abilities let you spoof something that's sophisticated? I can bypass the biometrics, she assured her, placing her hands against the bare metal. It doesn't matter what kind of security measures they use. They still have to interface with the locking mechanism. I'm able to manipulate that directly. Then be my guest, she chuckled, stepping aside and allowing Calypso full access to the vault door as she watched with interest. She managed a quick half-nod, as her attention was already focused elsewhere. Her gloved hands slid around the face of the hatch, searching for something. But after a few minutes, she seemed to have found it, taking a moment to focus before making the attempt. Samara watched as twin vortices of blue energy formed on the metal surface beneath her palms, glowing and swirling as her forearms disappeared into the door. She couldn't imagine what it must be like for her, interacting with a solid object at the quantum level. But before she had time to consider the difficulties involved, Calypso cried out, "Got it!" as the hatch swung open, directing her helmet-mounted light into the vault itself. She realized it was smaller than she'd first imagined, little more than a narrow closet. They had arranged stacks of hard currency on the shelves, along with data chips and a few other items that defied simple description. Relics picked up or stolen from Terra knows where. One item in particular caught her eye. A burnished metal cube seemed to beckon to her, its surface etched with intricate lines and patterns. Samara reached out and plucked the strange object from the shelf, surprisingly heavy given its size. She could sense a faint vibration through her suit gloves, and as she turned it over in her hands, she was struck by an incredible sense of age, as if they had crafted it long before man had taken to the stars. "What is that?" Calypso asked, peering over her shoulder. "No idea," Samara shrugged. "But if they thought it was valuable enough to lock away, it must be worth something. Help me empty the safe, and we'll head back to the ship." Between the two of them, it didn't take long to secure their plunder. A lavish sum in total, and more than enough to keep them flying for the foreseeable future. Arriving back at the Ratchern with their loot, they were hailed once more. "Were you able to locate the vault?" Rook asked. "Right where you said it would be," she told him, "and there's enough here to buy a whole other ship." I believe we can put it to better use, he admonished her. Have you decided what you will do about this place once we depart? There's only one thing to do, she sighed. Unless you want to unleash a plague on the galaxy. Rook scowled at that. Obviously not. Though it seems something of a waste. It has to be done, she replied. I'll make sure everything's in place before we lift. It didn't take long to place the explosives, and thankfully she'd been spared coming up with a triggering device. Given the munitions she was working with, any mistake could have catastrophic consequences for both herself and the ship and crew. With his inherent talent for mayhem, Gideon could easily handle the job, though she regretted giving up the antimatter again. Unfortunately, it was the only thing they had able to do the job. Rook assured them he had purged the last of the corrupted files from his program, so with a few mumbled prayers they lifted from the surface and broke orbit, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the rock they'd just departed. Samara watched the navigation plot, closely supervised by Rook, waiting until there was a comfortable distance between them and the planetoid before setting off the bomb. A quick message to Gideon, consisting of nothing more than "all right, now," as a white flash shattered the rocky outpost, sending fragments in all directions as the asteroid disintegrated. Glazing over her shoulder, he spotted Zeno quietly observing her, if one could describe a blind man doing such a thing. So, think there'll be repercussions? She asked. Perhaps, he replied with an easy shrug. I find it unlikely they were operating in a vacuum, without support or patrons of their own. Though I believe you have done an excellent job of covering our tracks, he said with smug satisfaction. Unless they radioed someone with our description before we eliminated them, Samara pointed out. It is a little late to be worrying about such things now, he pointed out. What's done is done. We survived, and that is all that matters. I'd like to believe there's more to life than just surviving, she replied, as she stared out into the depths of space. As would I, Zeno nodded, but I've learned not to ask the universe for more than it is willing to give. She looked up at him, as he shrugged once more. Hope is a dangerous thing, Samara. You know that better than I do. Samara looked away, closing her eyes. Then what's the point? She whispered. I still haven't heard how we're planning on sneaking into Kikuji. Calypso pointed out. If this Azrael is out there. He is. You can be certain of that, Samara interrupted. Like I said, if he's out there, she continued, then he's looking for this ship. How do we get past him? Or anybody else that he's warned? I don't suppose Kikuji has some deserted stretch of the outback where we could land? Persephone asked from the monitor. It does, but that is not the problem, Zeno countered. The planet's sensor grid will track our signal the moment we are within range. No matter where we land, can we modify our transponder? Samara asked. We can, but it would not be sufficient, Rook explained. After the business at Star's End, he'd been grudgingly allowed admittance to their planning sessions, though he was still on probation with the rest of the crew. Simply altering our IFF code would not affect our radar profile, our heat and radiation signature, or any of the other identification methods used by most worlds. Bringing us back to my original question, Calypso sighed. How do we get in? We could attempt to spoof Kikuji's planetary tracking system, Zeno suggested, though to do so we would have to be well within detection range, with no guarantee of success. Let's call that Plan B, Samara decided, especially when it seems to me there's a much simpler way to solve the problem. Which is? Persephone asked. If they're looking for this ship, then we arrive in a different one, she smiled. Rook, is there any place between here and there we could find another ship? It need not be anything fancy, or even have much endurance. A shuttle would be perfect. We have all those funds we acquired, Zeno smiled. A used sublight orbiter wouldn't put that large a dent into our take. The Avatar looked away for a moment as he checked his files. There is a system that would require only a minor course correction en route to Kikuji that might be acceptable, he said at last, though there is no way to tell prior to our arrival if they have the right ship. A chance we will have to take, Zeno agreed. And what do we do about Ratcharin? Calypso asked. We'll find some out-of-the-way spot to park her, Samara told her. A moon orbiting one of the outer planets would be perfect. Wait a minute. If we're buying a sublight craft, how do we transport it from there to here? Persephone interjected. We should have no difficulty tractoring it to the hull, Rook replied after a moment, provided it falls within the standard mass range. All right, that gets us to the planet, Samara said thoughtfully. But Azrael's no fool. The customs and entry points to the planet will be watched. Meaning? Zeno asked. Meaning I'm the only one who has a prayer of getting past him, she explained. Unless someone else here can shapeshift, she smirked. Samara, Azrael knows you, Zeno said carefully. In fact, you might say he has intimate knowledge of both you and your abilities. Surely he has planned for this somehow? DNA testing at customs, perhaps? I can fool a scanner, she assured him. Long enough to get in, anyway. Look, we're operating at a disadvantage no matter what we do, which means taking a few risks. Otherwise, we might as well turn around right now and head back the way we came. She looked around at the others. We've come this far, and we may not get another chance. Jabril is there now, and I'm not giving him a chance to slip through our fingers. We always knew we'd be forced to cut corners, Calypso sighed. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't like it either, Samara admitted. But what other choice do we have? And if Azrael tries to stop you? Rook said point blank. The others all looked at her as her eyes went hard and cold. Then I stop him. Permanently. Chapter 15. Double or nothing on a busted flush. The shuttle was a dog. Just as Rook promised, they'd found a shipyard filled with assorted spacecraft, though most were higher-end models well out of their price range. After transmitting their requirements to the proprietor, he quickly handed them off to a very junior associate, who in turn directed them to what Zeno referred to as the bargain basement. The battered and refurbished vessels he showed them were on a par for humanity, meaning they had engines and would hold oxygen, but that was all they promised. As for her own disguise, that was somewhat easier. She could morph into any kind of living tissue, and while changing into another human was the easiest choice, it was also the most obvious. They had to assume Jabril and Azrael were on guard against other humans, but perhaps an alien could get close. After reviewing her options, she chose the Yuju, a barely humanoid race found throughout the sector. Looking like an alien presented no more physical challenge than as a human, assuming they were roughly the same size. But there was one thing that would quickly shatter the illusion. Language. While she had many talents, Samara could only get by in humanity's default tongue, English. Usually that wasn't an issue, as she normally appeared as another human, but when that wasn't an option, it forced her to get creative. Voters were easy enough to come by, but an alert guard would soon realize she wasn't speaking an alien lingua franca prior to the translation. Details like that made all the difference between mission success and mission failure. Luckily, Yuju's vocal range topped out at over 200 kHz, well above the detection threshold for most intelligent species without specialized equipment. A disguised throat mic would allow her to sub-vocalize her speech and transmit it to the voter, sidestepping the problem altogether. With a little luck, she could sneak into the kinds of places where showing up as herself would get her arrested, or worse. They parked Ratcharin in the outskirts of the Kikuji system, just as they'd planned. If she needed a quick rescue, things could get dicey. Even at top speed, it would take the better part of an hour to warm up the ship and fly her in. Not that the Agatadub would allow that to happen. They maintained a strong military presence within the planetary belt and could take out a civilian yacht without working up a sweat. Not that the alien lizards sweat, of course. Entering Kikuji's orbit, a dozen different ships and platforms immediately scanned her shuttle. It seemed the Agatadub weren't taking any chances with security, though whether this was normal for them or indicated a heightened alert, Samara had no idea. The hegemony had always been the most militaristic of the Troika races, the attack on Freya being proof of that, which meant infiltrating the system and locating Jabril wouldn't be a simple task even under the best of circumstances. And somewhere out there, Azrael was waiting for her. One step at a time, she thought to herself. Getting through customs and starting her search had to be her focus for now. Luckily, among his many other talents, Rook was also a skilled forger, and the documents she carried identified her as Ayularia Kani, an Yujuan merchant operating the trade shuttle Guach. Rook had promised her credentials would pass muster, so she focused her attention instead on maintaining her appearance. Since her recent surgery, her shape-shifting abilities had been compromised, the illusion often falling apart at the worst possible moment. If that happened here, she was a dead woman, so it couldn't be allowed to happen, period. With meditation, focus, and sheer will, hopefully it would be enough. She'd also loaded the shuttle with some of the salvage they'd taken from Star's End to complete the disguise. A merchant with nothing to sell would be a huge red flag. She had picked out the least likely items to sell. Given the state of the shuttle, she couldn't appear too successful, though on her second pass she reconsidered. Appearing too poverty-stricken could be dangerous as well. So on a whim, she grabbed the odd alien box she'd snagged from the Marauder's vault. She'd tarnished it up a bit, otherwise it stuck out like a sore thumb next to the other junk she was hauling. Who knows? For the right price, she might even consider parting with it if it helped preserve her cover. Getting clearance to land was no mean feat. Despite the shuttle's lack of weapons, she was immediately painted by tracking radar all the way to the surface. Judging by how backed up the traffic control system appeared to be, the Agatadub must have been on high alert, though what had triggered that response she couldn't say. Unless it was in response to a certain incident involving all three races of the Troika not so long ago, precipitated by the return of Gerfalcon from Earth. If that was the case, she felt a certain pride in jamming up their gears, though she hoped the repercussions from that little stunt wouldn't end up biting her in the ass. Once on the ground, she was met by a pair of hulking and well-armed customs agents who insisted on searching her shuttle from bow to stern for contraband and security concerns. Samara had known they would thoroughly search the ship, so she'd made certain nothing dangerous was on board. But given the Agatadub's heightened mood, there was a real possibility of being arrested on some trumped-up charge anyway. There were a few tense moments as they pawed through the cargo hold, but finally they signed off on her trade goods, processed her commercial visa, and issued her a temporary ID before allowing her entrance to Kikuji proper. Hailing a taxicab from the spaceport, checked into a low-end nearby hotel. Once she was secured in her room and had the privacy mode engaged, she rippled back into her human form, breathing a deep sigh of relief. It was much harder to pass as an alien, and the Yuju form was tricky even in the best of times. Viewing the universe with 6 eyes instead of 2 was disorienting as hell and, given their lack of most facial features, felt claustrophobic. Given her recent problems maintaining a disguise, she needed the alone time, not only to recharge but also to place an important call back to Ratcharin. Zeno was waiting for her message. "I assume you landed safely," he answered, though we were beginning to worry. "I'm down and secure," Samara confirmed. "Customs were more stringent than usual, that's all. Something's got the Agatadub riled up." "Interesting," he mused. "I've heard similar reports regarding the other Troika members. It seems as if they are suddenly more distrusting than usual. I wonder why," he said with a knowing chuckle. "Why indeed?" Samara laughed. "I have no idea how long it will last, but any grit we can muck up the gears with is a step in the right direction." The pair enjoyed the moment before she forged ahead. "Any news where they've stashed Jabril?" "All my data shows he is in the Hegemon's territorial guest house, in the capital city," Zeno replied. "It is routinely used to house visiting dignitaries, or those requiring heightened security." "Since when are humans considered to be dignitaries?" she sneered. "Any idea if he's there as a guest or a prisoner?" "I would assume the latter, though with lighter chains than might appear at first blush," he explained. "The Agatadub are protecting him, and to do so they have no plans of allowing him out of their sight. Though since I've found no mention of charges, pending or otherwise, perhaps protective custody might be more accurate. Still, not an easy nut to crack," she mused. "How do I get in there?" "I doubt sneaking in is an option, unless you can mimic and replace an employee," Zeno pointed out. "I don't speak the language or have the proper credentials," she told him. "Granted, I could acquire the ID easy enough, though it could get a little messy. But the first guard who challenged me would bring it all to a crashing halt." She tapped her chin as she considered the problem. "I don't suppose you've located the building's schematics?" "They are a tightly held state secret, I'm afraid," he sighed, "though I will keep trying." "Of course they are," she said unhappily, "though crawling through the sewers really isn't my style." "No," she grimaced, shaking her head. "I need another angle, one where they invite me in. Considering there is likely a bulletin at every security checkpoint with your name on it, I find the possibility of an invitation unlikely," Zeno said acerbically. "Well, not as myself," she shot back. "Ideally, I'd pose as another human, other than Jabril, obviously, who has access to the guest house. Someone who can move around without raising suspicion. Someone like—" Her voice trailed off as a wicked smile graced her lips. The guest house, like most Agadadub government buildings, was constructed with native basalt blocks, giving it an almost Gothic appearance. They had posted guards on either side of each entrance, not counting those monitoring the banks of hidden cameras and other security features. It was intentionally imposing, for the hegemony wanted the other races to know their power, and over the millennia their architecture had thoroughly embraced that precept. Yet Azrael blithely ignored all of it as he made his way up the steps, stopping before a pair of guards blocking one of the side entrances. "Let me pass," he demanded. The guards were unimpressed. "Identification, Terran," they said in mocking tones. Azrael cocked his head at them. "Do we really need to have this discussion again?" he asked, irritated at the interruption. "I am here at your government's request to provide specialized security, given my intimate knowledge of the situation. Now, if your leaders have decided my services are no longer required, I will gladly remove myself from your presence. But until that time," he hissed, stepping in close, "some random lackey guarding a door will not bully or cow me." His ice-blue eyes carefully dissected each of them while promising so much more. "Step aside. I won't ask again." Security officers standing watch at side entrances in the early morning hours were rarely frontline personnel. The pair exchanged a nervous glance, recognizing the warning in his voice before they resumed their post, bracing themselves against the dark rock wall. Azrael gave them a cut nod as he breezed past, entering the building and following the illuminated hallway deeper inside the structure. It was a short time later when he entered the princeps suite. Jabril himself was already awake and dressed, the remains of his morning meal littering a plate beside him as he stared at the computer monitor, his lithe fingers absently twirling a pen. He glanced up as Azrael crossed over to join him. "Any news?" he asked. "None, I'm afraid," Azrael answered. "Damn it," Jabril growled, his own cat-like eyes dark and brooding. "How long do they expect me to just sit here?" "At least a little while longer," Azrael shrugged. "The Troika has always moved at its own pace. I am sick to death of this farce," he snapped, rising to his feet as he paced. "This should have been over and done with weeks ago." "It appears we weren't the only ones who misread the situation," the security officer pointed out. "That twice-damn mission," Jabril hissed. "All they had to do was go to Earth, retrieve the device, and come back. The Troika would take it from there." He came to a halt and spun on his heel, glaring at the other man. "Only now all three races are at each other's throats, just waiting for someone to pull the trigger. Falcon and the team have scattered to the winds. And then there's Samara." He shook his head in disbelief. "She was utterly loyal, never failed to complete a mission. So what makes someone like her go rogue and start a damn war against her own clan? Until we secure her for interrogation, I doubt we will learn the answers to those questions," Azrael pointed out. "Our last two meetings, she was less than forthcoming. So why isn't she dead, Azrael?" Jabril snarled. "You're supposed to be the best of the best, and twice now she's slithered out of your grasp. What the hell are you doing about it?" "I should remind you who trained Samara," he said affably. "She was the finest student I ever taught, so you shouldn't be surprised she's as skilled as she ever was. But rest assured, the next time we meet will be our last." A wintry smile appeared on the killer's face as he savored the image. "It had better," the princeps informed him. "Otherwise, I may be forced to do a little pruning of my own." He stepped in close, jabbing his finger against his chest. "Get it done. No more excuses. Consider her liquidated," Azrael assured him. "In fact," the sound of a slow, deliberate clap interrupted his reply. Both men turned to face the sound, Jabril's eyes widening as he stared at the interloper. Azrael continued to clap as he entered the room. "Bravo, Samara," he said to his doppelganger. "You have outdone yourself this time." The first man eyed the intruder coldly. "Nice try, Samara," he fired back, "but I doubt such a simple disguise will fool the princeps." For his own part, Jabril was busy retreating, his head snapping back and forth at the two men while struggling to decide who was who. The second Azrael merely sighed. "How droll," he said, eyeing his counterpart like a failed experiment. "I do, however, find myself in agreement with one point you raised." "Oh." The other Azrael cocked his head. "And what point was that?" The second man smiled as he raised a weapon. This will be the last time we meet. Chapter 16. Nothing is as it seems. Jabril was still struggling to decide which of the twin Azraels was the imposter, as the new arrival kept his weapon trained on his counterpart. It's over, Samara, he informed them. Surrender now, and I'll promise to make it quick. In the blink of an eye, the other Azrael closed the gap between himself and the clan leader. It's a ruse, he warned Jabril, pulling him towards the exit. I'm afraid you overestimate the princep's value, the second assassin informed him, firing a shot that grazed Jabril's shoulder. The clan leader yelped, flinching from the wound, while the man holding him stood fast. Who are you going to believe, the one trying to kill you, or the one trying to save you? The first man asked, as Jabril decided at last. Get me out of here, he shouted, as his guardian pulled him into the next room. As another round impacted the wall, the pair slammed into a door to the adjoining room as the other Azrael fired yet again, just missing both men as the bodyguard yanked his charge aside at the last second. Keep moving, the first Protean ordered as they burst into the corridor, a split second ahead of their pursuer. A pair of Agatadub guards rounded the corner and thundered towards them, as Azrael spun on his heel and kicked the nearest lizard in the throat. Its partner was still reacting to this sudden turn of events when the Protean assassin ripped the weapon free of the gasping alien before turning it on its previous owners, gunning them both down in a hail of coherent light. The door behind them flew open as the second Azrael rushed into the hallway, only to be driven back as his lookalike opened fire once more, shredding the doorway and much of the wall on either side. An alarm began warbling throughout the building as he grabbed Jabril by the arm and dragged him away from the carnage. But why? The princeps wailed. Why are they coming after us? At a guess, Azrael remarked, sending a few more shots behind them as they raced for the exits, discouraging any pursuit. I'd say the Agatadub cut a deal with Samara and made you excess cargo. Why would they do that? Jabril demanded. I've done everything they asked. They wouldn't betray me like this. They might, if Samara gave them what they've been searching for, he pointed out, yanking him into a side corridor an instant before another security team stepped into their path, blocking their exit. Azrael covered the princep's mouth while they moved to evade this new threat, removing his hand only when he was certain they were clear. That's insane, Jabril hissed as they changed direction once more. Is it? He replied, peering around the corner to see if the coast was clear. You know what they're after. Do you think they'd hesitate for a second to make that deal if it gave them the advantage? After their attack on Freya, do you think they'd stop at anything to get what they want, even if it meant betraying the two at his AK and the LEX? Jabril suddenly grew more thoughtful as he considered that, while Azrael pulled him towards another set of hallways. We have to keep moving, he informed his charge, as they changed directions once again. We can't let them box us in. Another squad of guards appeared just as the words left his mouth, opening fire once more, only to have him tackle Jabril and throw him to the floor as an answering fusillade ripped through the surrounding walls, shredding them like so much tissue. The princeps screamed as another bolt of energy found its mark, while Azrael popped up just long enough to lay down a base of fire, as answering cries of pain announced at least some of his blasts had found their mark. Come on, Azrael shouted, grabbing Jabril's arm and hoisting him up during a brief lull in the fire. The clan leader hobbled, struggling to keep pace with his much more athletic bodyguard. He was supporting much of his weight now, all but carrying the other man as they turned into another corridor, only to come face to face with the other Azrael. I'm afraid that's as far as you go, he informed them, as another Agatadub security team took up flanking positions. You're good, Samara, but sadly not good enough. He's the imposter, Jabril shouted, pointing at the other man. The real Azrael would have never attacked me. The object of his ire sighed. You always were a fool, Jabril, he said. Didn't you wonder why you were here so long? The princeps blinked, the question catching him by surprise. For negotiations, he said finally, but it was obvious the query had thrown him. There was never anything to negotiate, Azrael replied, for the simple reason you had nothing they wanted. No, you were here for one reason only, as bait. For her, he continued, giving his counterpart a gracious nod. Despite the situation, regardless of the danger he now faced, Azrael's answer flicked him into the raw. How dare you? He snapped. I am your clan leader. You are a puppet, Jabril, the assassin said with contempt. The only power you wield is what the Troika allows you to hold, and nothing more. The princeps rocked back, stunned by the indictment, while Azrael turned his attention to his doppelganger. As for you, Samara, despite whatever face you wear, surely you realize there is no place to run to. It's over. The squad raised their weapons. Surrender now, or else we will finish things right here. Jabril turned to the Azrael still at his side, his eyes wide in terror. Get ready, he whispered, reaching into his jacket and pulling out an electronic device. The clan leader blanched as he realized what it must be, shutting his eyes and covering his head as Azrael pressed the button. A massive explosion rocked the building as the wall behind the security team crumbled, bridging down with it much of the upper structure. Massive stone blocks and debris crashed down all around them as the Agatadub and their human assassins scattered, though many weren't nimble enough to escape their fate. It smashed bodies to paste as Azrael grabbed the princeps and hauled him to his feet, racing for the massive breach in the exterior wall. Smoke and flames licked the building as klaxons screamed, the building disgorging dozens of natives as they scrambled to safety. A blue and red striped air car appeared from within the smoke, landing at the base of the steps as the other vehicles automatically moved out of its way. Jabril staggered through the wreckage, streaked with dust and blood as his bodyguard dragged him to the vehicle. A door slid open just before Azrael shoved his charge inside, pausing only long enough to fire off a burst at his counterpart who'd appeared at the top of the steps. Azrael wasted no time resting on his laurels. Jabril found himself thrown to the vehicle's floor as the assassin leapt inside, sealing the hatch and taking the controls. A moment later, they were airborne, trekking west as the clan leader staggered back to his feet. What? Who? He struggled to get out, even as Azrael grabbed him once more. Get ready, he advised, as the door slid open once more. Cold air rushed into the small space, while Jabril stared in horror at the sudden drop. He started to protest, but Azrael blithely ignored him as he wrapped him up in a bear hug, leaping clear of the speeding craft. The sudden silence as they fell was deafening, punctuated by Jabril's screams a heartbeat later as the vehicle itself maintained course and speed and disappeared into the distance. His cries of terror were cut off a split second later as they slammed onto a rooftop, rolling over and over until finally coming to a rest scant meters away from the building's edge. Are you crazy? Jabril screeched, stumbling to his feet. You could have killed us. Azrael rose as well, brushing off his clothing. It was necessary, he told him. They were tracking that ambulance the moment we lifted off. If we'd landed, they'd have known exactly where we were. He gripped the other man's upper arm, guiding him towards a doorway on the far side of the roof. Come on, we're not out of this yet. Where are you taking me? The princeps demanded. Somewhere safe, he informed him. That's all for now. Anything you don't know, you can't reveal. He wrenched open the door and started leading the clan leader down a flight of stairs when Jabril dug in his heels and came to a halt. Stop. Just stop, he snapped, pulling away from his rescuer. I'm not going anywhere until I get some answers. Azrael sighed. We don't have time for debate. We need to keep moving. Then make the time, Jabril snarled. Starting with how do I know you're really you, and not Samara? And why was she wearing your face? For precisely this reason, Azrael said patiently. To muddy the waters and confuse the situation. I suspect getting rid of you was part of the deal she made with the Agatadub, so she adopted my appearance to get close. Why would you have reason to distrust the very person who has been guarding you all this time? He paused, checking his chronometer. Now, if I've satisfied your curiosity, I must insist we get moving. Time is not on our side. Jabril folded his arms. And if I refuse? By all means, go back to the guest house if you wish, Azrael shrugged, though don't be surprised by the welcome you receive. You recall what my opposite number was saying before we escaped, don't you? That you were nothing but a puppet? Just how long do you think you'll survive if you return to them? He cocked his head, waiting for a response. The princeps winced and looked away. And the explosion? The ambulance? He mumbled. How did you arrange those? One doesn't perform an extraction on the fly, Azrael explained. It requires careful planning and preparation. I would have preferred something less noticeable, but unfortunately, time constraints and the sheer physical presence of the Agadadub security apparatus forced my hand. Now, if you don't mind, he said impatiently. The defiance had drained out of the clan leader as the assassin explained how he had arranged his escape. With a weary nod, he asked, "Where do we go now?" "I have another vehicle stashed near here, which will take us to the spaceport," Azrael informed him. "I'm afraid I will need to sedate you to get past customs, but the hidden compartment will easily accommodate you, and you have my word I will revive you the instant it is safe to do so." "Is that necessary?" he grimaced. "Only if you want to get off this world," Azrael told him. "As of 10 minutes ago, every law enforcement official on the planet was given your photo and told to bring you in." He shrugged once again. "Were I in your position, I would wonder how that document was worded, and whether it included the phrase, dead or alive." Jabril blanched. "They wouldn't dare," he hissed. "Against a human?" Azrael managed a weary half-smile. "Since when have the Troika concerned themselves with how we might react? Now, if you don't mind," he said pointedly, gesturing towards the stairs. "I just don't know how our clan will survive this," Jabril said in defeat, as they began descending the stairs. "Even if we get off-world, what then?" "Then we do as we have always done, play one faction off against another," Azrael reminded him. "I have already contacted the Aliex. We'll pass everything we know on to them, including how they're being double-crossed by the Agadadub. That should be enough to buy our safety. Until they betray us," Jabril said bitterly. "We needed every advantage we could lay our hands on," Azrael replied. As they reached the bottom of the stairs and headed for the street, they could still hear warbling alarms off in the distance, as he checked to see if they were clear before motioning Jabril forward. "We knew from the beginning we were making a deal with the devil. There was no other way," the princeps admitted reluctantly as they crossed the street, ducking into another building as Azrael unlocked the door. "And it worked," he continued. "Just look at everything we've accomplished." The assassin said nothing in return, instead focusing on navigating his way through the disused structure, arriving at last at a large garage where a delivery vehicle sat waiting. "Our chariot," Azrael nodded, opening up the main compartment before revealing a hidden space beneath the floorboards. "It's time, I'm afraid," he told the clan leader. Jabril wanted to protest, but the unyielding expression on the other man's face told him it was a waste of time. With a heavy sigh, he crawled into the vehicle and folded himself into the cramped space, with Azrael there to assist. Finally, he looked up at the other man. "Now what?" Azrael produced an injector from his pocket. "Time to take your nap," he said without apology. Jabril protested, his courage fading, but he'd expected this. Before he could say a word, Azrael pressed the injector against his neck. One barely audible hiss later, everything went black. Jabril awoke sometime later, confused and disoriented by the drugs. He was on a ship's bunk, the engine humming away as it swept through space. He could hear the steady pulse of life support, so rising to his feet, he stumbled his way to the head and splashed some water on his face. That done, he made his way forward to the bridge. He needed to know where they were headed in case the worst happened to Azrael. He could pilot the ship if he had to, even if it had been a while, and his eyes went wide at the sight of Samara sitting in the control seat. She looked over at him and chuckled. "Well, I guess this is one of those good news/bad news situations," she grinned. "The good news is we're clear of the planet, and so far, no one seems to have realized we're gone. The bad news is," she raised her weapon, pointing it at the former clan leader, "I have a few friends who are just dying to meet you." Chapter 17. Kings and Queens and Guillotines. Leva looked up anxiously as the Protean evaluator entered the compartment. She smiled and took a seat beside her, going over the notes she'd made on her tablet. "We have your test results, and I must say your condition presents something of a challenge," she told her, skipping the preliminaries. "If we accept you, the road ahead would be a difficult one." "Are you rejecting me then?" Leva whispered, terrified by the prospect. She'd gambled everything on this. Even her own family had abandoned her. If they denied her application, where'd she possibly go? "No, I'm not saying that," the woman smiled. "But you must understand that each case is unique. Our patrons are constantly expanding the boundaries of medical and mechanical science, and the clients they take on must meet specific criteria. Your MS would mean taking on an additional complication, and given both our limited resources and the fierce competition between patrons, she spread her hands wide as she shrugged, hinting at even larger issues. There must be something you can do. Leva begged. Please, I'll do anything. Whatever it takes. Well, the evaluator tapped her chin thoughtfully. There may be an option available, but I must warn you it would demand a great deal from you. Assuming your transformation is successful, which there is no guarantee, I'm afraid. Not only would you be facing a prolonged stint in rehabilitation, but we would also require a firm commitment on your part once we cleared you for duty. Commitment? What kind of commitment? Leva asked. It's somewhat complicated, I'm afraid, the evaluator replied. But in layperson's terms, the program I'm referring to requires a great deal of investment from our patrons in both time and materials. It also carries with it a certain amount of risk on their part, and yours, of course. She smiled once more, reaching out to give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. To recoup their losses, they would require you to sign an employment agreement. In essence, you would become a contracted representative of the Protean clan, with specialized duties and responsibilities. Leva grimaced at the prospect. You mean I'd be an indentured servant? She considered that for a moment, and then shook her head. Is there no other way? We could file your application with the general pool. The evaluator shrugged, but considering the inherent difficulties your MS represents, I won't lie to you. The likelihood of your application being approved on that basis would be slim. She looked at Leva expectantly, awaiting her decision, and there it was. Going back wasn't an option. Failure was something she couldn't bring herself to even contemplate, which meant there was only one choice left. I'll do it, she whispered. Excellent. The evaluator smiled, handing over the tablet and producing a stylus. Just sign your name at the bottom of the page where it says applicant/contractor. She didn't bother reading the contract. It was this or nothing. Leva scrawled her name on the dotted line, her hands shaking as she handed back the tablet. The evaluator took a moment to verify her signature before rising to her feet. Congratulations, she said with a wide grin. You've made the right decision. Allow me to be the very first to welcome you to the Protean clan. She reached out and grasped her hand, giving it a firm shake. I'll get the process started. She turned and headed for the hatch. Excuse me, but exactly what sort of work would I be doing? Leva asked her. The woman paused and then looked over her shoulder. I think you'll find it both exciting and challenging, she said after giving it a moment's thought, before exiting the compartment. Jabril's cat eyes widened as he stared down the barrel of Samara's weapon. But how? He struggled to get out. I won't lie, it wasn't easy, she grinned. Luckily, I had enough hard currency to make some arrangements beforehand. Pulling it off? That required more than a little luck. She gestured with her weapon. Have a seat. The princeps did as he was told. What are you going to do with me? He asked, already resigning himself to his fate. Haven't decided yet, she said casually. Oh, there are plenty of things I'd like to do to you, none of which you'd enjoy, I'm afraid. But I might be persuaded to set those notions aside, provided you cooperate. An evil grin graced her face. Or not. I'd like that even better. What is it you want, Samara? He said in frustration. Are you angry because we chose you for the Earth mission? Actually, you did me a favor there, she smiled. For the first time in a long time, I'm free. Samara paused for a moment, reflecting on her situation. Well, more or less anyway. She leaned back in her seat and crossed her legs. No, the bone I have to pick with you goes much further back, starting the day I joined the clan. Samara, you knew there were no guarantees, he began before she cut him off. Trust me, I'm well aware of that, she snapped. In fact, my friends would like to discuss that point with you at length. No, my issue with you is how you and your predecessors sold us out to the Troika, not to mention any other race willing to cough up a few credits. She glared at him as any trace of good humor disappeared. Just how many of our clan have you let them destroy? We did what was necessary, he said evenly. The Troika held the key to our advancement, just as we held the key to theirs. We needed each other, both then and now. It may not be perfect, but it's a symbiotic relationship. How can someone representing a clan so dependent on biology be so ignorant of it? She snapped. We're not partners with the Troika, We're their damned lab rats. She gestured angrily with the weapon as Jabril tried edging away from her. Your search for power made us their slaves. We had no choice, he fired back, surprising them both with his vehemence. Dig into the archives sometime and see just how bad things were during the clan wars. The task force was being torn apart, and unless you had an edge, you were doomed. His nostrils flared with indignation as he threw her accusations back in her face. We did what we had to, in order to survive, and yes, we paid a price for that decision. But that choice is the only reason we still exist as a clan, Samara. His voice dropped to a softer tone. Sometimes circumstance forces you to deal with the devil. Nice speech, Samara sniffed. How long have you been practicing it? Don't play holier than thou with me, Samara, he retorted. I know everything about you, including your life prior to joining the clan. Answer me one question. If we had told you everything, walked you through step by step what your decision would mean, warned you in advance exactly what you would be asked to do, would it have made a single bit of difference? He folded his arms, glaring at her, as he awaited her response. Despite the sense of certainty with which she'd started her crusade, his rebuke brought her to a screeching halt. She'd wasted precious little of her time reflecting on that former life. But now self-honesty forced her to crack open the door and peer at what lay hidden inside. Suddenly, she had difficulty meeting his gaze. The look of triumph on his face when he saw his barb draw blood was as smug as she remembered. As I suspected, you can play the wounded victim all you want, Samara, but you and I both know you would make the same choice now, even after everything you've experienced. You hated that life, despised the very flesh that imprisoned you, and would have done anything, to be free of it. You don't know that, she shot back, and you don't know me, but somehow, her words lacked the fire of her convictions. Oh, but I do, he smiled, because you did do anything, that is, anything and everything we asked of you. You're no patsy, despite what you'd like to believe. You're a willing participant, a co-conspirator of the highest order, and your hands are just as bloody as mine. Those eerie cat-like eyes of his seemed to zoom in on her. Admit it, Samara. You savored your work. Even now, even when you were wearing Azrael's face, I could see the bloodlust in your gaze as you slaughtered your enemies. A wry smirk tugged at the corner of his lip. Be honest, all you regret about today was not having a post-homicide fuck to really cap things off. Though if you put down the gun, he grinned lasciviously. Her eyes narrowed as she shifted her aim from his face to his crotch. If I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully, she hissed. Jabril put up his hands in surrender. Paint me as the villain all you wish, but it doesn't change a thing. You're a killer, Samara. You always have been, and you still are. The only thing that's different now are your targets. You manipulated me, she screamed, as white-hot rage exploded from the depths of her soul. You used me and turned me into this. Her free hand swept down her torso, showing off her current form. You played me like a fiddle, knew exactly which buttons to push, came at me when I was weak and scared and all too trusting. You convinced me black was white and up was down, and it's only now that I'm waking up from your nightmare. Is that so? He purred. We didn't change who you were, Samara. All we did was peel back a few layers to reveal what was already there. If you truly were the innocent you claim, you would have set your guns down, walked away from this life, and picked a nice quiet corner of the galaxy to start over. Maybe even find yourself some bland, boring nobody to play house with. His grin was almost a leer. But instead, you're still in the game, still riding that adrenaline high, and still reveling in the carnal pleasure that comes with holding in your hands the power of life and death. Samara screamed as she leapt from her chair, smashing her weapon into his skull and knocking him to the deck. Jabril barely put up a struggle as she struck him again and again and again, howling in rage and pain and fury and anguish, until finally she fell to her knees in exhaustion, beside his bloody, battered form. Still, just a killer, he wheezed, before unconsciousness took him. Zeno and Calypso were waiting as the hatch opened, while Rook's image appeared on a nearby monitor. Samara shoved Jabril out of the airlock and into Ratcharin proper, keeping her weapon trained on him. Rook raised a virtual eyebrow at the princeps appearance, while Calypso gasped at his injuries. Zeno, unsurprisingly, was unmoved. "Meet the crew," she snarled, giving him another push. She'd grudgingly dressed the worst of his injuries, but the former clan leader had noticeably been the recipient of a thorough and savage beating. He staggered onto the ship with a pronounced limp, clutching at his side, while his lips were split and his eyes swollen shut. "You have his new home ready?" she asked the Avatar. "One compartment, suitably sterilized," Rook acknowledged. "Second entrance on the left." "You heard him," she prodded, as he hobbled forward on unsteady legs. The mocking Jabril she'd shared the shuttle with was nowhere in sight. It seemed for the moment he was lying low and avoiding any confrontation. The entourage moved as one until they had safely secured their new prisoner, at which point much of the fight seemed to drain right out of her, slumping against the bulkhead as her weapon clattered to the deck. "Samara, are you all right?" Calypso asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shook her head. "I don't want to talk about it," she told them. "Perhaps it would be best if I handled the interrogations," Zeno said after a moment. "Yeah, you do that," Samara agreed. "Rook, get us out of the system in case they come looking for him." "And go where?" the Kikish asked. "Just pick a direction," she barked. "I don't care where we go." She paused, taking a deep breath before saying, "If Zeno gets anything out of him, we can change course then." "As you wish," Rook said dubiously, before blanking the screen. "You should get some rest," Calypso told her. "Come at things fresh in the morning." "Yeah, whatever," she mumbled, waving them off as she made her way to her own cabin. She wasn't in the mood for conversation, or anything else for that matter. The breakout had been taxing enough, especially while maintaining Azrael's appearance. That it hadn't disintegrated during the ordeal was a hopeful sign, but she'd learned through bitter disappointment not to believe she had been magically cured. It was a fluke, nothing more. Locking the hatch behind her, Samara collapsed onto her bunk, too exhausted to eat or shower, yet too worked up to sleep. Of all the changes she had gone through in recent months, one thing remained constant. Jabril still knew exactly how to get under her skin. Was it true? Was she nothing but a killer? His words had bitten deep, far deeper than she would have guessed was possible. Had they transformed her into an assassin? Or had the assassin always lurked within her, just waiting for the proper encouragement to emerge from its shell? Did she want to know? Samara clutched her pillow tight against her chest, trying desperately to shut those questions away, and for the first time in recent memory, wept silent, bitter tears. Chapter 18. A kind word and a gun versus just a kind word. Zeno and Calypso brought Jabril to the compartment where they would interrogate him. They'd stripped it bare, leaving just a table and chairs to deny him of anything he might use as a weapon. Not that it would do him much good, even if he found one. "You're not expecting me to talk, are you?" he sneered as he sat down. "In fact, I am," Zeno replied. "How much discomfort you endure until then is up to you." Jabril laughed. "You won't torture me. It isn't in you." "Perhaps that was true once," Zeno countered, "but that was long, long ago." He turned to his companion. "Calypso, if you would be so kind." She held up her index finger as it hummed and crackled with power. Jabril watched her, curious, before screaming as the digit disappeared into his arm. Calypso held her finger in place for several seconds, removing it as Jabril collapsed in pain. He stared in disbelief when she finally removed her finger, leaving the flesh intact. "The quantum tunneling effect plays merry hell with the nerves, but it's only an illusion," she explained. "It's still painful, however, as you've just learned." "Screw you," he swore. "Where did Samara find you, anyway?" "The Jean-Baptiste," Zeno replied. "The island of misfit toys?" Jabril stared at them both, then shook his head, chuckling with delight. "She must be desperate. Do you think insulting those holding you captive is wise, Jabril?" Zeno asked, as Calypso rose and moved behind the prisoner, who watched her in sudden apprehension as she positioned herself. "Especially considering we have absolutely nothing to lose." He glanced up at Calypso, and then back at Zeno, before snorting derisively, "You're bluffing?" "Am I?" "Calypso, if you please," he told the woman. Jabril tried to flinch away as she came at him once more, but he wasn't fast enough. This time she poked her finger into his back, shrieking in agony until she finally removed it. He collapsed face first onto the table, gasping for air as the pair regarded him. "We can keep this up for as long as it takes," Zeno said. "The question is, can you?" Jabril glared at them. "Go to hell," he spat. Zeno leaned forward, his bulbous black eyes impossible to ignore. "I'm already there," he answered, as the princeps looked away in disgust. Calypso grabbed his head and forcibly returned his gaze to her partner. "Take a good look," she snapped. "This is what you and your alien friends did to us in the name of progress." He glared at them both. "You knew there were no guarantees when you signed up. Every procedure comes at a risk. And the fact you have a vested interest in downplaying those risks to prospective clan members never seems to get mentioned, now does it?" Zeno mused. "That is beside the point, however. We are here to learn what you know about the alien connection, especially regarding the Troika, the players involved, where they perform their research, how they're manipulating our brothers and sisters. All of it." "You must be joking," Jabril answered. "If I tell you that, I'm dead." "Forget it. I'm not saying another word." He folded his arms and glared defiantly at them. Zeno sighed. "Then I suppose we must dig it out of you." He nodded to Calypso. The woman smiled, and then rammed both hands into the princeps' skull. Jabril screeched in torment, falling out of his chair and onto the floor, writhing in misery as Calypso kept up the pressure, finally relenting just before he lost consciousness. The clan leader lay on the deck whimpering, his body convulsing while Calypso hovered nearby. "It won't get any better, I'm afraid," Zeno explained. "In fact, it's likely to get much worse. So why not make things easier for yourself and tell us what we want to know?" "Fuck you," he wheezed. Zeno smiled. "You first." He nodded to his partner. Calypso grinned as she jammed her fingers into his head once more, his screams echoing off the bulkheads. Samara said nothing as she watched the interrogation from her compartment. Rook, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as reticent. "Is this absolutely necessary?" he asked with obvious distaste. "You wanted to hit the Troika," she said with a shrug. "This is how we find out the best place to do that." "We didn't torture you after your capture," he reminded her. "I find this both unnecessary and utterly barbaric. You think if we serve him tea and offer a few back rubs, he's going to talk?" She snorted. "Think again. Besides, him and those he serves have done far worse." "And that makes this acceptable?" Rook asked her point blank. Samara took a moment to consider her answer. "This universe won't do you any favors," she said at last. "It's cold and hard and often brutal. If anyone knows that it's us Terrans, we've lost almost everything, except our pride." She glanced over at the monitor he was speaking from. "We'll do what we have to in order to survive, and I refuse to apologize for that. Maybe someday we'll be called upon to answer for our actions, though I can't imagine any punishment worse than what's already been done to us." Her eyes narrowed as she threw his words back in his face. "But ask yourself just how far you'd go if our positions were reversed." Rook started to answer and then thought better of it. "Will their methods be effective?" he said at last. "Maybe. Probably," she amended. "Jabril's a politician, not a warrior. He'll crack eventually. And once he tells us everything we wish to know?" Rook asked softly. "Once your friends have tortured every scrap of data from him that he possesses, what then?" "What do you care?" she snapped. "Ultimately, I don't," he told her. "But I am finding the role I signed on for versus the job I am actually performing to be two vastly different things. I do not look forward to the reconciliation." "War is hell," she agreed. "Pity we're so good at it." "Your history would suggest otherwise," Rook pointed out. "And just how would the Kikish have fared against the Ichun if they targeted your worlds?" she snarled. The two with his Ake barely blunted their attack. "Not that they cared what happened afterwards," she grimaced. "If they'd gone left instead of right, port instead of starboard, maybe you'd be the one surviving on scraps, not us." "Thankfully, we will never know," Rook replied. Samara shook her head. "And you wonder why we Terrans have so little love for your kind," she informed him, before returning her attention to the interrogation. It was several hours later when Zeno and Calypso finally made their report. "We've pried some information from him," Zeno told Samara. "I suspect there's more, but it will take time to verify it. Time we have, at least for now, she answered. What did you find out? It's like we suspected, Calypso confirmed. The Troika tells Jabril what they're looking for, and they screen the applicants for those traits. They're funneled out to a handful of locations for surgery and gene therapy before being tested to see if they meet the specified criteria. The ones that fail get dumped, like us, she said with a toss of her head. The ones that pass start their training and indoctrination. That lines up with what I remember, Samara agreed. Do we have a target? One that's confirmed, Zeno replied. Ifigok, one of the Aliek's worlds. She turned to the monitor. Rook? You know it? I know of it, he confirmed. I'm afraid attacking it won't be easy. It lies deep within the suzerainty's borders and is likely well defended. That's a problem, all right, she agreed. Any thoughts on how to solve it? We could try sneaking in, like you did when you grabbed Jabril, Calypso suggested. I doubt that will work a second time, Zeno cautioned. By now I suspect the Agatadub have examined the traffic on and off their world and identified our shuttle. If they see it again, they will simply shoot it out of the sky. Could we buy or steal another ship? Samara asked. Unlikely, Rook informed her. Purchasing the shuttle greatly diminished our funds. It would have not been possible at all had we not just cleaned out the marauders of Star's End. As for piracy, may I remind you this ship is merely a pleasure yacht? It carries no weapons. The group spent a few moments digesting that. Then I've got nothing, Calypso shrugged. Zeno shook his head, while Rook threw up his virtual hands in surrender. No one seemed to have any ideas on the subject when a strange look came over Samara's face before she squared her shoulders and rose to her feet. Where are you going? Rook queried her. Trying a fresh approach, she told him, heading for the compartment where Jabril was stashed. The princeps looked up as she entered the room, though the effort cost him. He looked the worse for wear after his questioning. Here to finish the job? He asked as she sat down across from him. I just want to know one thing, she told him. Why? Why what? He said curiously. Why are you helping them? She clarified. They're not human, and Terra knows they're not looking out for our best interests. So why help them, especially against your own kind? Jabril rolled his eyes. You can't be that naive, he scolded her. Take 2 whole seconds to think about it, then try again. She waved his objection aside. Yes, I know. They're bigger, stronger, and they pay well. That about cover it? More or less, he said with some amusement. Not like it's a secret or anything, she agreed. And we humans have a long, rich tradition of selling out our own for an advantage. Only here's the thing. You do recall what Azrael was saying before I dragged you away, right? He looked away and shrugged. A simple misunderstanding, nothing more. Misunderstanding? Jabril, they used you as bait. Staked you out like a goat just to get their hands on me. While I'm flattered that they care so much about little old me, you, on the other hand, were being cast aside. Do you really think for 1 second that if they had captured me, you'd be back in your personal quarters running things again? Jabril began to respond, then thought better of it and said nothing. Samara nodded in understanding. You see where I'm going with this, she continued. You're already yesterday's news. I'll bet they've already got your successor picked out and primed, just waiting for confirmation that you're safely eliminated. Azrael would never, he said hotly. Who said anything about Azrael? She countered. I'd be incredibly surprised if they picked him for the job. He's too valuable where he is. And unlike you, he's not motivated by titles or greed. Oh, he scoffed. Then what is he motivated by? Samara clucked her tongue. I'm surprised you don't know the answer to that, she chided him, especially since the two of you have been in such close proximity these last few weeks. But I'll tell you, just to save time. Azrael is a troubleshooter for a reason, just as I was. He's a problem solver by nature, and working out the angles to come up with a solution gets his creative juices flowing. Putting a bullet in said problems is merely a perk, she smiled. And you? He scoffed. What gets your juices flowing? He demanded, deliberately baiting her. Faint amusement touched her eyes. You said it yourself. I'm an adrenaline junkie. I live for the action, putting it all on the line and seeing just how far I can push the envelope. Azrael used to say that I killed like I fucked, risking everything and holding nothing back. She licked her lips as Jabril suddenly looked interested. Forget it. You're too easy. Betting you would be no challenge at all. And dull. Excruciatingly dull. She snarked. But if that's what it takes to seal the deal, she chuckled as she tugged at her shirt. Jabril sighed and waved her off. Forget it. I'm not interested in charity, he said with more than a trace of reluctance. Besides, I haven't agreed to anything. Then let's change that. Come over to our side, she appealed to him. There must be some part of you intrigued by playing the scrappy underdog. Not even a little, he disagreed. I didn't get to where I am by ignoring the odds, nor did I set on this path because I'm secretly an ascetic. I enjoy my position and the privileges it provides, neither of which you'll have for much longer, she reminded him. They're already showing you the door, and you and I both know the early retirement plan they have in mind is a casket and an unmarked grave. Minus the casket, he grimaced, not disputing her description. Honestly, the only choices I see are you joining us willingly or being forced to by circumstance. Either way, the sweet life is over for you. Or I could choose what's behind door number 3, he said. Disappear. Go somewhere with what I've saved and start again. You could assuming you'd be allowed that choice, Samara told him. Unfortunately, you're suffering from a fatal disease. Disease? What disease? He demanded. Her smile was bone dry. You know too much, Jabril, she hissed. Chapter 19. Breadcrumbs in the Forest. Do you believe he'll accept that his circumstances have changed and join our cause? Zeno asked. Hard to say. Samara shrugged. Emotionally, he's still tied to the Troika, which only makes sense when you think about it. They've been his patrons for years, given him position and power. That won't be easy to ignore. I sense a but rapidly approaching, he smiled. But, she chuckled, like you said, things have changed. Jabril at his core is a pragmatist, and I'm betting that will win out, eventually. How long he takes to get there, however, remains to be seen. So we wait. Zeno folded his hands, regarding her with his sightless eyes. Any suggestions on what we should do in the meantime? Well, we can start by investigating the Alinac border and see if there are any obvious ways in. If we're hitting Ifiguk, that has to be an important first step. Agreed. Zeno nodded. I will speak with others and learn what our options are. Anything else? Just some busy work, she told him. I'd like to keep Jabril occupied, idle hands and all. So I thought I'd get him started unloading the shuttle. If we have to ditch it in a hurry, I'd hate to lose all the gear we have on board. Very well, he acknowledged. I will inform you if we learn anything. He bowed his head and withdrew. Heading in the opposite direction, Samara arrived at Jabril's cabin, unlocking the hatch and entering the compartment without warning him as to her intent. At worst, she expected to find him in a state of undress, something he might make use of for an attempt at sexual conquest. Instead, she had just enough warning to pivot on her left foot and strike out with her fist, catching him mid-leap and in the solar plexus. He landed in a heap, gasping for air. So what exactly was the plan? Assuming you caught me by surprise, she asked, shaking her head. You'd still have to get past the others, and I seriously doubt you could convince Rook to go along with your little scheme. Considering he's the one controlling the ship, your exit strategy could use a little work. She folded her arms and leaned against the bulkhead, waiting for him to recover. I had to try, he grimaced, before staggering to his feet. I sincerely hope you've gotten it out of your system, because next time I won't be nearly as gentle, she said coldly. Be glad I pulled my punch. That was you holding back? He said unhappily, before shaking his head in defeat. Consider me warned. Good, she nodded. Come on, we've got work to do. Just because you're a prisoner doesn't mean you get a free ride. He fell in behind her as they made their way to the airlock where the shuttle was docked. Once inside, she led him to the craft's cargo hold, undogging the hatch. Grab that dolly, she told him, pointing at the hand truck parked off to one side, and start loading up. We're moving all this back to the ship's hold. Jabril spent a few moments debating whether not to object, before bowing to the inevitable. Boredom was a problem on long journeys, at least with vessels like the Ratcharan. A human ship needed constant maintenance to nursemaid it along during the trip, and survival drills were also part of shipboard life. But given its recent and alien construction, not to mention Rook's constant monitoring and remotes for repair and upkeep, Jabril and his fellow passengers had far too much time on their hands. Even the laziest person in the galaxy would volunteer eventually, just to have something to do. The work was simple, and there was little conversation as they ferried spare parts and equipment from the shuttle to the ship. That changed, however, as they began loading up for the third trip. Jabril came to an abrupt halt, staring at a stack of gear towards the back of the hold. "What's the problem?" Samara demanded. Jabril turned, his eyes wide, pointing at something hidden in shadow. "Where did you find that?" Samara peered into the gloom before finally walking over and inspecting the object in question. "You mean this?" she asked, pulling out the odd cube they'd taken from Star's End and holding it out to him. To her astonishment, Jabril shrank back, waving his hands in a warning gesture. "Keep that away from me," he said, as he continued backing off. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she badgered him. "It's just an old curio. I don't know what's inside that, and I don't want to know," he said in alarm. "The Troika have been searching for years for anything even resembling that box, and if we find one, we're to hand it over immediately." He was looking increasingly nervous. Failure to do so comes with some fairly terrifying threats attached. "How is it I've never heard about this?" she asked, taking a longer look at the cube. "Because the Troika only shared that information with a select few individuals in key positions like me. We were supposed to keep a lookout and report any sightings to them. Or else." He shook his head. "If you want my advice, get rid of it. Toss it out the airlock and forget you ever saw it." "Is that so?" Samara mused, as she lifted it up for closer inspection. There were no obvious catches or buttons to open the box, if in fact it was a box, nor could she spot any seams showing a lid or opening. "I can't help but wonder why they're so curious about this," she said at last, looking up from the cube. "But if the Troika is interested, then I'm interested." "You're playing a dangerous game, Samara," Jabril warned. "Up till now you've been a nuisance, a minor irritant. But if you screw around with that thing, they absolutely will not stop coming for you. That's how serious they are about those objects. Even kidnapping me is nothing compared to that." "So what else is new?" she snorted, before fixing him with an icy stare. "Forget you ever saw this," she told him. "I don't want you talking about it. I don't want you thinking about it. Understand?" "For once we are in complete agreement," he concurred. "But I'm telling you, if you're smart, you'll get rid of it. Anything that important to the Troika means trouble for a Terran." "And trouble? Moi? How will I cope?" she said, mocking him. "Get out of here and go back to your cabin." "Gladly," he answered, shuddering as he gave the cube one last look before disappearing. "All right, I'm here," Zeno said as he took a seat. "Do you mind telling me why we had to meet in the shuttle?" "Because it's the one place Rook isn't wired in," she answered. "He can't know about this, not under any circumstances. You have my undivided attention," he smiled. "What is this big secret of yours?" She took a moment to gather her thoughts. "What do you know about my last mission for the clan?" she asked. "Before I changed allegiances?" "You mean your mission to Earth?" he asked with a grin. "I sincerely hope you did not think that was a secret." "You mean you knew?" she said in surprise. "Why didn't you ever ask me about it?" We felt you would discuss it when you were ready," he explained. "That it was such an unusual mission. It was obvious there was a reason you were keeping it close to your vest." "You're right," she agreed. "But I think I need to tell you, even if I'm not entirely sure I should." "Then I am all ears," he smiled, leaning back in his chair. "I'll skip the details, but one thing we learned, after making a trade with the Oivu, is that there's a planet out there that has the Troika tearing the galaxy apart trying to find a way in. It's the reason the Agatadub attacked Freya, and why all three races have been after me ever since." Zeno raised an eyebrow. "Must be quite the planet to garner so much attention." "You have no idea," she sighed. "The planet once belonged to an ancient race the Oivu called the Precursors. They disappeared 1 billion years ago and left behind a veritable treasure trove of goodies, stuff that's even more advanced than what the Troika possesses. At least, that's the theory. No wonder they're so obsessed," he said in wonder. "A planet like that. Whoever controlled it could rule the galaxy." "That they could," she agreed. "But there's a catch. The Precursors left behind a guardian to protect the planet. Some kind of AI, I'm guessing. and every ship that tried to gain access was wiped from existence. Except one. She leaned in and whispered. A lone Terran scout ship somehow found its way in, just before the Ichun destroyed Earth. How? Zeno began. We don't know, she answered, cutting him off. The scout limped back to the homeworld before succumbing to his injuries, and we recovered a partial record. It narrowed down the search area but didn't tell us how he did it. And the Troika wants that data, he mused. They do, but that's only the half of it. She pulled out the strange box and set it on his lap. His hands roamed over its surface as he put all his enhanced senses to work examining it. This is that box you recovered from the Marauders, he said in recognition. It is, she agreed. Jabril says the Troika have been looking for items like this all across the quadrant, and that they have absolute priority. If this is what I think it is, you think it's a piece of precursor technology? He deduced. I do, Samara nodded. We need to figure out what it does. If we can do that, and somehow use it to our advantage, just think of the edge that would give us. Zeno sighed. Samara, you do not know if this is in fact a piece of technology from that ancient race. You're only guessing that it is. Furthermore, you have no idea what it actually does, assuming it does anything at all. I know, she said unhappily, but it's all we've got. Is there any chance you? Samara asked hopefully. He shook his head. I'm flattered, truly I am, but even with my adaptations I would have no idea where to begin. Still, I will try. Just don't expect miracles. I know it's a long shot, but if we somehow could unlock its secrets, just think what that would give us, she said with excitement. This could be the very thing we've been waiting for since we lost Earth. I fear you are setting yourself up for disappointment, he said sadly. It is much more likely that my efforts will gain us nothing. I have to believe we found that thing for a reason, she told him. Just think about the odds of us stumbling across it all. Zeno regarded her with an odd expression. And just when did you become the optimist, my dear? Samara grinned. If you'd called me that a year ago, I would have laughed in your face. But now? She could only shrug in response. For the first time in almost 2 centuries, we've got a real chance. The pieces are all out there, like a giant puzzle, and we're already ahead in the game. That's why the Troika is trying so hard to stop us. But just imagine if we actually found that planet. We could turn the tables on them. It's a wonderful dream, he said gently, though I fear you are setting yourself up for disappointment. We may have a couple of tantalizing clues, but so far they tell us nothing. I know, she said in exasperation, but I also know this. If we don't take this chance now, we will spend the rest of our lives regretting it. She placed her hand on his. So please, for me. Zeno folded his other hand over hers. For you? Anything. He smiled. I promise I will give it my very best effort. I know you will, she said softly. But for now, keep this between us and only work on it in here. We can't risk this getting out, especially if we learn something important. You have my word, he vowed. I will also keep an ear to the ether. Now that I know what I'm listening for, he told her, tapping the device clamped to his skull. Good idea. She nodded in approval. In the meantime, what do you plan to do with Jabril? He asked. Keep sweating him for information, she answered. I was actually referring to this, he told her, patting the box in his lap. How do you plan on keeping him from discussing it without tipping off the others, especially Rook? Oh, don't worry about that, she chuckled. One way or another, I'll convince him to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 20. Hello Darkness, my old friend. Traveling to Ifiguk wasn't easy. The Troika had increased patrols throughout the sector, forcing Ratcharin to take a more circumspect route. Even infiltrating the system was going to be a problem, and they didn't dare use the shuttle again to land on the planet's surface. So how are they going to pull this off? We can get you in, Rook said carefully. Mind you, it wouldn't be easy. The only thing that comes to mind is capturing a small asteroid, hollowing it out, and using that for a descent vehicle, though I must warn you the ride down would be rough. I'm assuming you have a plan that lets me avoid making an enormous impact crater when I touch down? Samara asked sarcastically. Of course, Zeno agreed. A frangible shell and hard suit, coupled with a guided parafoil wing, he explained. Once you're deep enough in the atmosphere, the protective shell would shatter, and you would fly down manually, like a bird. Uh-huh, she replied, a dubious look on her face. You realize I've done nothing remotely like that before, right? We would have to test it and run a few simulations, Rook admitted. And even if it worked perfectly, there's still the minor problem of retrieving you once you complete the mission. And we have the necessary materials on board? She demanded. Not to mention a well-stocked machine shop to put it all together? Well, that's what I thought. One-way trips and suicide missions aren't exactly what I was hoping for, even if we had the proper equipment, she told them. What else have you got? You could steal a spacecraft, Calypso suggested. Just grab something and boost for orbit, and we would pick you up. Samara rolled her eyes. Rook, explain to them what happened the last time I tried to steal a ship. The Avatar shrugged. It did not go well, he reported. Samara snorted at the understatement. What if we took a ship in transit? Zeno mused. What are we, corsairs? Samara fired back. Besides, this ship doesn't sport any weaponry, and I can't imagine a competent captain falling for a bluff. She shook her head. No, we need a plan that plays to our strengths. Samara, this is an Alex planet we're talking about, Zeno reminded her. If you had some romantic idea of blitzing through like you did last time, think again. The Troika is on high alert, and there is no way you will be able to sneak in. She leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. What if there was? She mused. What are you thinking, Samara? Calypso asked. You're right, sneaking in like a thief won't work. She agreed. But what if we went the other way? Other way? Rook queried. A broad grin came across her face. Ever hear of the purloined letter gambit? You're insane. Jabril shook his head, flabbergasted at her suggestion. That has to be the stupidest idea I've ever heard, Samara. You think you can just waltz in through the front door, and no one is going to stop you? Of course they're going to stop me, she explained. That's the whole point. Then you must think the Alex are terminally stupid, he snapped. They'll see through this little scheme of yours in a heartbeat. Maybe, she shrugged. But you have to admit, it's a novel approach. If no one has tried a particular tactic, there's usually a good reason for it, he countered. Like the fact that it's insane, he repeated. Fine then, she sniffed. Do you see any other options? Oh no, he fired back, wagging his finger at her. Don't drag me into this mess of yours. You want to get yourself killed. You can do it without my help. Samara rolled her eyes. You still think you can somehow get back into their good graces? She asked. Well, you can forget it. You're burned, Jabril. I would think that much would be obvious to even you. Azrael flat out told you that you were nothing but bait, and yet you still act as if you're on some sort of extended sabbatical. The Troika no longer has any use for your services. She shrugged, folding her arms. But I do. And you think that is supposed to bring me some measure of comfort? He sneered. As long as we're putting all our cards on the table, what incentive is there to join your cause? Because there's no longevity in playing galactic terrorist, Samara. In fact, I'm amazed you're still alive. And yet you expect me to join your suicidal death cult? Unlike you, I want to live. So do I, she fired back. But what you're talking about isn't living, it's existing. Going from one day to the next on the sufferance of others, never knowing when the axe is going to fall. I want more than that, not just for me, but for all of us. Haven't we earned the right to stand on our own 2 feet? To make our own destiny? Just what is it you hope to accomplish? He said in exasperation. Blow up a few buildings? Knock off some government bigwigs? Samara, the suzerainty is huge. Assuming for a moment you pull this off, so what? To them it'll be a flea bite. They'll barely notice your efforts. So what's the damn point? The point, she snapped, that we Terrans are finished being pushed around. That if they come after us, they'd best be prepared to go all the way. I want to hurt them, Jabril, to make them pay for everything they've done to us. She jabbed a finger into his chest. You, of all people, aren't you sick and tired of doing their bidding, begging for scraps at your master's table? Something shifted in his expression as he looked away. Of course I am, he answered. But the universe hasn't suddenly changed just because you found yourself a cause. Terrans are still an unwanted minority, and we're still hanging on by our fingernails. If we all join you on the warpath, all we're doing is painting a target on our backs and giving them reason to exterminate us." He shook his head, backing away. "So no, I won't help you. I won't be a party to this." Samara spent a few moments regarding him, considering his words. "What if I offered you an incentive?" she said at last. "I doubt you have anything enticing enough to convince me," he told her. "But by all means, let's hear it. What bauble are you offering?" He leaned against the bulkhead, an amused expression on his face. "Your freedom," she said softly. He blinked in surprise. "No way. I'm not buying it. There's no way you just let me go. I'm too valuable to you as a hostage." "As a hostage? That only works if someone wants you back badly enough to pay," she pointed out, "which doesn't describe your situation at all. I'll admit you have value as an intelligence asset, but I'm willing to forego that if you sign on. You do this one mission for me, and I'll let you go." "And why should I believe you?" he demanded. "What's stopping you from reneging on the deal?" "Just my word," she replied. "I'm guilty of many crimes, but I've always been straight with you." Despite his wariness, Jabril cocked his head as he considered her offer. "I'd need some kind of assurance," he said at last. "Some way to protect myself from you double-crossing me." "I think we can manage that," Samara smiled. In the end, it forced them to split up yet again, with Samara and Jabril in the shuttle and everyone else aboard the Ratcharan. They sent the ship ahead, landing on Ifiguk with the pretext of taking on fuel and supplies. They'd altered its energy signature and profile at Star's End, though they were still taking a gigantic risk. Once they were confirmed down and safe, they sent a message to the shuttle, giving them the go-ahead. Samara and Jabril took a fresh approach. Instead of trying to sneak into the system, they broadcasted their intentions directly to the suzerainty itself. They wanted to be noticed, and as they landed, far away from Ratcharan's position, thankfully, security quickly surrounded the ship. The insectoid Alinac waited, weapons drawn, as the main hatch opened, the ramp dropping down to the tarmac. Jabril and Samara stepped out with her in front, her wrists shackled, while Jabril followed behind with a weapon jammed into the small of her back. He prodded her down the ramp as the senior officer on the scene approached them, his chitinous exoskeleton polished and gleaming, flanked by a pair of deputies. "This is the terrorist, Samara?" the leader asked, his mandibles flashing as the voder around his neck translated the hissing alien speech into English. "That's right," he agreed. "We understand she is a shapeshifter," the security officer replied. "How can we be certain of her identity?" "Check her DNA," Jabril suggested. "She can alter her appearance, but she can't change that." He considered that for a moment and then nodded, motioning to one of his assistants. The aide stepped forward, removing a standard kit from its belt and pressing it against her arm. It took a cell sample as Samara tried to flinch away and started processing as they waited. The better part of a minute later, they all heard a soft beep as it displayed the results. The head security officer read the results from the screen. "The DNA confirms her identity," he said in surprise. "The reports we received from Kikuji stated she had taken you prisoner. How was it that you captured her?" Samara turned to watch him as he answered. "She got careless," he told them, "and left me unwatched during a brief window of opportunity. I secured a weapon and took her prisoner." He nodded down at the sidearm he had pressed against her back. The Alinacs looked at one another. "You will both come with us," the leader said, "until we can verify your story. You will surrender your weapon and—" The rest of his words died in his thorax as a massive explosion ripped open the sky, turning night into day. Instinctively, they turned away from the blast, the shockwave slamming into them just a few seconds later. The wind slamming into them was hot and angry, and while the others were preoccupied by this sudden turn of events, Samara made her move. The shackles on her wrists fell away with a tug as she bolted for the shuttle, determined to put as much distance between her and the Alinacs as she could. The aliens were sluggish, disoriented by the blast, and as she reached the hatch, a desperate hope filled her that she truly was going to pull this off. Unfortunately, she had forgotten about Jabril. He lacked her shape-shifting abilities, but his hand-eye coordination was second to none, and he was holding a loaded weapon. That had been part of the deal she'd made with him, a necessary risk so he would go along with her scheme. The former clan leader was fast and deadly accurate. Twin hammer blows of searing agony slammed into her, sending her stumbling as she slapped the controls and shut the hatch before collapsing to the deck. Her hand went to her abdomen and came back bloody, staring at the evidence in grim realization. I'm shot. Only she had no time to deal with that now. Staggering back to her feet, she lurched down the corridor, her hand leaving a red smear across the bulkhead as she used it for support. She had to get to the cockpit and take off, or else her story would end on this alien world. The thought of that ignominy was enough to keep her moving, flailing and lumbering her way to the pilot's couch as she activated the controls. There had always been the possibility things would go horribly wrong, so she'd programmed an emergency launch sequence. One press of the button and the roar of the engines coming to life threw her to the deck, leaving her gasping for air. Samara struggled to pull herself up to the couch, but the spreading pool of blood and her trembling limbs told a bitter tale. Jabril's shots had been straight and true, and it appeared her tale would end here after all. Her gaze landed on a strange object, and it took her a moment to recognize what it was. Even though she was fading fast, she realized she was staring at the box recovered from Star's End. She hadn't wanted to move it from the shuttle where Rook might discover it, but keeping it here during the mission came with its own risks. There was a space under the pilot's couch, just large enough to conceal it from a cursory search, so she'd stashed it there and crossed her fingers. In retrospect, perhaps she should have concentrated a little more on getting off the planet in one piece. Samara crawled to the alien object, drawn to it by some strange compulsion she could neither identify nor understand. It called to her, whispering in a curious alien tongue, tickling her brain as she reached out with a red-stained hand, caressing its carved exterior. The burnished metal felt warm to the touch, vibrating at a frequency just below her normal range of detection. But she could sense it now. Her eyes widened as the blood was siphoned away from her skin, absorbed by the alien item, when an electric charge began coursing through her veins. Samara screamed as something skittered down her raw nerves, slithering into her brain and making itself right at home. Contact established was the last thing she heard, before losing consciousness. Chapter 21. Wounds both old and new. Leva cried out as she fell to the deck, her legs twisting beneath her as she landed hard on the unforgiving metal. She struggled to push herself back up, but her arm muscles trembled under the strain, giving way without warning as her face slammed onto the floor. She couldn't help it. Leva sobbed, the pain and frustration and exhaustion ripping away the last bit of armor she still had. She bawled like a child, just wanting it to all end. A thin graphite cane prodded her. "Get up," the therapist said. "I can't," she whimpered. "Please, I just can't." "You can," she insisted. "You still have reserves you haven't tapped. Dig down inside yourself and find them, then get back up and do it again." She tried. She really did. But again her triceps betrayed her, quivering like jelly, before dropping her back to the deck. Leva tasted blood in her mouth as she bit her lip, mixing with the salt from her tears. Whack! Leva yelped in pain as the cane came down, striking her shoulder blade. "Get up," the therapist ordered, more forcefully this time. "The gene therapy alone won't bring you to your full potential. To do that you must drive your body to its absolute limits. You only think you're tired, but trust me, you don't know the meaning of the word." "Not yet." She crouched down beside her, lifting Leva's head by her chin. "But you will." "Oh yes. By the time we're done you will know exactly how far you can push yourself." Now again. Closing her eyes, she tried to shut it off. The sharp stinging agony where the cane had struck flesh, the dull ache of her muscles, the millions of tiny pinpricks she felt as her genetic code was being overwritten. Leva reached out and grasped one of the stanchions supporting the parallel bars and pulled herself up to a sitting position. She peered up at the therapist, praying that would satisfy her, but one look told her she wasn't done yet. So she searched within herself, seeking those reserves she'd insisted were still within her. With deep, calming breaths, she gathered her strength, and then began pulling herself up, bit by bit. Her arms had always been stronger than her legs because of her MS, but once she had lifted her hips off the deck and got her feet back under her, she used them to leverage herself back to a standing position. "I did it," she gasped, the sweat pouring off her body, but a fierce grin had forced its way onto her features. She'd done it, despite everything, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. By God, She'd done it. But another glance at the Medusa torturing her killed that elation in a heartbeat, as she pointed at the opposite end of the bars with the cane. Taking another deep breath, Leva bore down, sliding her hand forward a couple centimeters before dragging her protesting leg up to match it. Then the other hand repeated the motion, as the corresponding lower limb struggled to keep up, back and forth, left and right, over and over. In a halting, lurching gait, she slowly made her way down the bars, arriving at the finish utterly spent. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she looked up at her therapist for approval. Sadly, there was none to be found. Again, she demanded. Leva almost collapsed on the spot. There was nothing left. She was tapped out. Just holding herself upright was a brutal struggle. But there was no mercy in that Gorgon's eyes, no give, no empathy. So with a bone-deep weariness, she took her right hand from the rail and leaned to the left, using the momentum to catch herself and start the turn. She never made it. Somewhere in that double handful of centimeters, the puppet master cut the strings. Leva crumpled to the floor, her body limp and boneless. She couldn't even muster up a cry for help. The tank was empty. All she could do was lay there, her limbs twitching as the nerve endings misfired. Once again, she felt the cane prodding at her ribs. Get up. Leva knew what was coming next. She didn't care. She could beat her with that cane all she wanted. Maybe she'd get lucky and kill her. At least then the pain would stop. That's enough. Someone crouched beside her. How dare you interrupt a session? The harridan screeched. Can't you see she's done? The other voice snarled. Leva opened an eye, smiling as she recognized Zeno as he gathered her in his arms and lifted her from the deck. It's okay. I've got you, he said softly. The director will hear about this, the therapist sputtered. Fine, you do that, he snapped, before turning his attention back to Leva. How about I take you back to your room, he suggested. She nodded weakly, snuggling against him. The Medusa stormed off as Zeno carried her down the corridors to her room. Thank you, she whispered, before gazing up at him. He smiled back at her, his blue eyes twinkling with delight and mischief. I'm just glad I came along when I did, he told her. She shouldn't have pushed you like that. She pressed her hand against his chest. You're a good friend, Zeno, she murmured. From the moment they'd met in orientation, they'd settled into an almost familial relationship. They were there for each other when their schedules allowed it, and for the first time in a long time she felt safe in his arms. It was a shame they weren't attracted to one another. Zeno would have made a wonderful companion. She'd been put off at first when they grafted that metal box to his skull, but now she barely noticed it. You saw all kinds in the Protean clan. Have you thought of a name? He asked her. Part of the joining ritual was the taking of a new name as a symbol of one's rebirth. The clan hadn't chosen the phoenix insignia by accident. It was the perfect metaphor for the transformation all inductees went through. Not yet, she answered as they entered her room. There were so many choices, it was hard to decide. Zeno laid her down on the bed, adjusting her pillow and covering her with a blanket as he took a seat beside her. I'm sure you'll think of one soon, he smiled, taking her hand. Leva sighed contentedly, smiling back at him. He had pretty eyes, she thought, when something caught her attention. She wasn't sure what it was at first, but when she looked back into his eyes, she realized the brilliant blue was now gone, growing blacker by the second. Even the white scara was graying as Zeno's face became a study in horror. What's happening? He howled, jumping to his feet. I can't see. His hands went to his face, his cries becoming screams of pain. A pair of orderlies burst into the room moments later, rushing to his aid. They struggled to pull his hands from his face to see for themselves what was wrong, and when they did, Leva shrieked as she witnessed his eyes pulping into sightless black blobs of protoplasm, even as the orderlies dragged him away. Samara. Samara opened her eyes, staring up at Zeno and Calypso. What? She struggled to get out. We were actually going to ask you that, Zeno replied. You didn't respond to our hails when we broke orbit, and when we docked, what we found left us with more questions than answers. She struggled to sit up, wincing as she expected pain from her wounds, only to gape as she felt nothing. No pain, at least, though everything else seemed normal. Only how was that possible? She wore a simple shirt and slacks, shipside issue stuff made with comfort in mind. not what she had been clothed in when they'd landed on Ifiguk. Yanking up her blouse, her eyes grew wide as she gawked at her bare midriff. There was no wound and no scar. There was nothing. You were wearing this when we found you, Calypso told her, holding the pullover she remembered. Several holes now pierced the fabric, and as she peered closer, she could see something had tinged it light red, as if someone had tried washing out the blood and had been unable to remove the stain. Maybe you'd better tell me what you found, she said at last. I'm not exactly sure what happened. As you wish, Zeno replied, apparently willing to wait on an explanation. We waited 15 minutes after receiving your signal, just as we had planned, before Gideon blew the first power station. The explosion was a bit more robust than expected, but it certainly got their attention. He smiled at the thought, thoroughly pleased with the mission's success. The other targets still had shrapnel in the air when we burned for high orbit, and Gideon took out 2 orbital installations as we escaped. I can't make guarantees, but right now I imagine the Alinacs have their hands full dealing with the fallout. Literally. He chuckled at his own macabre witticism. Just give me the highlights, Samara said. Based on pre-landing observations and what information I have been able to glean from the planetary authorities, I would place the death toll at anywhere between 6 and 12 million, he informed her. I'd say we made quite the impact. It sounds like it, she said quietly, though her mind struggled with the numbers he'd so blithely revealed. They'd struck a blow all right, one that would have repercussions across the entire Perseus arm. She just prayed they hadn't signed humanity's death warrant in the process. What happened next? She prompted him. We began searching for your shuttle, and as luck would have it, Rook spotted your transponder fairly quickly. We hailed you several times, with no response. You must have been unconscious during that period, he said, stating the obvious. It took us some time to dock. The shuttle was tumbling, and with no one able to correct its trajectory, he shrugged helplessly. Get to the part where you found me, she said tightly. Samara wasn't certain she wanted to hear what they saw when they boarded the shuttle. She only knew she had to hear it. Calypso and Zeno shared a look, an eerie sight, given his blindness, before Calypso took over the narrative. Once we docked, Zeno and I entered and started searching for you. We weren't sure what we'd find, what with the bloody smears and handprints on the bulkheads. Then suddenly, the trail ended. She shook her head. It was weird, like someone had wiped down the decks behind you. But that trail we've been following, it ended in a perfectly straight line. Like, straight enough to shave with. That explains the shirt, she thought to herself. And me, she continued, steeling herself for what was coming. You were lying on the deck, clutching that thing. Calypso shuddered. That alien cube. We didn't find any obvious injuries, but you wouldn't wake up, and when we saw your clothing, she reached out and took her hand. Samara, what the hell happened? The woman sounded a little hysterical. She looked up at the pair. I can't explain it, she said sotto voce. The situation spiraled pretty badly right after the first blast. I broke out of the cuffs and ran back to the ship as planned. But, she sighed, shaking her head, it's my fault. I should have never given him a loaded weapon, at least not until I'd disabled it first. Jabril shot you, Zeno said coldly, a statement, not a question. Twice, I'm almost certain, she agreed. In the back. I knew we couldn't trust that bastard, Calypso snarled. He probably saw it as a way to get back into their good graces and prove he was still loyal, she shrugged. From his position, it was a smart move. Why are you defending him? Zeno asked. I'm not, she disagreed, but I understand him. Were our positions reversed, I'd have done the same thing. I doubt that, Calypso sniffed. I, on the other hand, do not, Zeno shrugged. Unlike our friend here, I have followed your career as closely as I could manage, that is, he smiled in sympathy. I know there were times they forced you to do far, far worse. I'm not sure it's fair to say they forced me, she answered, choosing her words carefully. Deceived, perhaps. Seduced might come closer on reflection, but no one put a gun to my head. No, they merely put one in your hand, Zeno said in clipped tones, and then limited your choices to that or nothing. I don't want to have this debate again, she said, rolling her eyes. I made my own choices. Enough, both of you, Calypso snapped. You still haven't explained what happened, Samara. You say Jabril shot you. There's blood smears throughout the shuttle, and yet there's not a mark on you. How is that possible? I don't know, she said carefully. My abilities let me do some healing. It's just another way to rearrange my cells. But if that were the case, there would be scars. In the box, she whispered. Samara shook her head. I don't remember much, she admitted, and most of it's jumbled. Some of what I recall must have been a hallucination. At least that's the only thing that makes any sense. So I just don't know. She shrugged helplessly. Which brings up another point. Zeno interjected. You say Jabril shot you, and the evidence we found confirms that? Calypso dangled the shirt in front of her to emphasize the point he was making. In fact, it's likely you lost a great deal of blood, which brings me to the question I find troubling. And that question is? She asked. Zeno took a deep breath. Samara, if you lost that much blood, then where is it? Are you saying you somehow reabsorbed it after being wounded? Because it wasn't ablated off into vacuum, as there was no vacuum in the shuttle, no leaks or hull punctures detected at all. He reached down and touched her shoulder. If there is something aboard this ship, and I am purposely not saying what, that has developed a taste for human blood, then we should all be concerned. And for that, she had no answer at all. Chapter 22. Pay the ferryman his due. Samara had been sitting with the alien box for hours, waiting for inspiration to strike. Its failure to appear had left her frustrated and on edge. How had it healed her? More importantly, why had it healed her? Was it some sort of medical device? Or was that merely a side effect to its true function? She didn't know. But the more she played back those last few moments before losing consciousness, she had sensed no malice on its part. Unlike Zeno, she wasn't afraid of it. In fact, strangely enough, she felt an odd kinship. That didn't mean it wasn't still capable of murdering her in her sleep. All she had were questions, and damn few answers to go with them. With a sigh, she wrapped up the box in its protective cloth and secured it. Before leaving the shuttle and returning to the ship, she'd come back to it later. Right now they had bigger issues to wrestle with. Taking a seat at the table beside Zeno and Calypso, Samara nodded as she saw Rook's and Persephone's monitors flicker to life. Gideon was unconscious, as usual, though she wondered just how long you could keep a human being sedated before there were serious side effects. The others hadn't expressed concern as yet, so she deferred to their judgment. All right, now that we're all here, let's get to it, she told the others. Suggestions regarding our next target? We should hit the Alex again, Persephone said immediately. Catch them while they're still off guard. Unfortunately, they're not off guard, Zeno informed her. According to the data I have been able to glean, he said, pointing to the metal box grafted to his skull, the Alex have increased security throughout their territory. All visiting ships are subject to an exhaustive inspection before getting anywhere near a planet. Until their paranoia returns to more reasonable levels, it's simply too great a risk. I imagine the same holds true for the Agatadub after our visit there, Calypso mused. Which leaves the two of his Ake, Samara answered, alluding to the last Troika member. Hitting them won't be easy. None of our targets have been easy, Zeno countered. Granted, but the two of his Ake have a little something extra, Samara grimaced. Something we learned the hard way on our mission to Earth. The others stared at her. What do you mean? Zeno asked. She sighed. Long story short, they're telepaths, she explained. Not only that, with their ability they can turn almost anyone into a sleeper agent. Just think what kind of havoc that would wreak. Telepaths? Persephone all but shouted. You are certain of this? Rook asked, speaking up for the first time. I'm certain, she replied. They tried it on me. Luckily, I'm mostly immune to that sort of thing, but I'm an outlier. Don't think you'll be unaffected if you come face to face with one. The one thing we have in our favor is they rarely expose themselves. Instead, they generally operate through their client race, the Chell, who aren't telepaths. With that ability, I take it the Chell are loyal? Zeno queried. Completely, she confirmed. It's a safe bet they're conditioned to obey instantly and without question. That puts a wrinkle on things, Rook agreed. Are you saying then we should look elsewhere for our next target? I'm not sure, she admitted. Zeno, do you think you can come up with some data to give us an idea what we might face? I will look into the matter, he nodded. In that case, I suggest we table the discussion for now, until we know more. Samara proposed. I agree, Persephone said from the monitor. Until then, we find some nice quiet corner of the galaxy to hide out in. Assuming there is such a place, Samara sighed. Okay, until we have a better handle on things, we're on stand down. Meeting adjourned. She stood up and headed for her cabin as the others did the same. Upon her arrival, however, she discovered Rook was already waiting for her. Forget something? She asked. I felt we should keep this discussion private, he said cryptically. Samara rolled her eyes. Whatever it is, the answer is no, she fired back. Now go away. I'm afraid I'm not so easily dismissed, he pointed out, but I will come straight to the point. Just how long did you think you could conceal that rather odd device we seem to have acquired from me? She froze, then narrowed her eyes. How? She demanded. At least you are not attempting to deny its existence, he said with no small amount of pride. I'm honored. Just answer the question, she said somewhat tersely. Between you and your friend Zeno's many visits to the shuttle, it became obvious something was there you did not wish me to know about, he explained. Once I made that determination, I sent one of my maintenance drones in with a camera. It did not take long to find the object in question. Wonderful, Samara groaned. And just how big an issue are you planning to make about this? That depends, the Avatar said thoughtfully. What does it do? And where did it come from? We took it from the Marauders at Star's End, she sighed. As for what it does, I don't know. You must have some suspicions, he pressed. It wouldn't by chance have anything to do with the miraculous recovery you experienced on our last mission? And just where did you hear about that? She demanded. Rook smiled. Let us just say that not everyone aboard this ship is as careful about keeping such things quiet as you are. Samara pinched her nose. All right, what do you want? Full access, he said immediately. I want to know everything you know about the object, and I want to examine it myself, using my drones. Every cell in her body balked at that idea, though somehow, she kept that to herself. I'll think about it, she shrugged. Think hard, Rook told her. Otherwise, I may feel compelled to return this ship to Hisha and hand the device over to my superiors, not to mention filing a report that would not paint you and your friends in the best of lights. He smiled at her. I will give you one of your days to consider the matter before requiring a decision. And with that, the monitor blinked off. Just fucking peachy, she snarled as she spun on her heel and threw a punch at the bulkhead, doing far more damage to her knuckles than to the metal plating. What the hell was she going to do now? Once Rook started sniffing around the object, it was all over. He'd recognize instantly what a potential bonanza it was, as would his superiors, and if that happened, all bets were off. Humanity needed that box, just like it needed every other advantage it could beg, borrow, or steal, if they were ever going to find and claim the precursor world for their own. Therefore, he couldn't have it, period. How she was going to manage that little trick, however, eluded her. Your jailer is rapidly becoming more trouble than he is worth. Zeno gazed placidly at her as they sat once again in the shuttle's cockpit. He had swept the area for listening devices before she'd told him the latest regarding Rook, and he'd found nothing. But that didn't mean the Kikish avatar wasn't eavesdropping. Tell me something I don't know, Samara sighed. Unfortunately, tied into the ship systems like he is, I don't see a way around him. We could turn Gideon loose on him, Zeno suggested. You remember what happened the last time we did that? She asked. Gideon wrecked so much of the ship we had to put in for repairs, which led to a whole new set of problems. It also led us to that. Whatever it is, he countered, nodding at the box between them. Though I'm uncertain whether that's a plus or a minus. A plus, definitely, Samara decided. I'm telling you, that box is the key to something greater. Don't ask me how I know that, I just do. It wasn't just the fact the device had somehow healed her when she'd been in danger of bleeding out for good. It was more than that. She felt a connection to the strange alien box, one she couldn't explain. But that didn't make it any less real. I take it, granting him access to the object in question is a non-starter, he asked. It's not my first choice, she agreed. Then that leaves us in something of a quandary, he shrugged. We have no way of creating a fake that would pass muster, and if an outright refusal means a one-way trip to some alien gulag, what does that leave? I know, she snapped. She winced and dialed it back. Sorry. This whole situation has me frustrated. I shouldn't take it out on you. It's all right, he smiled. Though the question remains. We can't refuse his request, she said quietly. Not now, at least. Which means we'll have to monitor him and make sure he learns nothing that can harm our cause. A tall order, Zeno observed. And if he discovers something we wish he hadn't, then we might not have any choice but to sic Gideon on him, despite the inherent danger, she said at last. Until then, however, we stall, we obfuscate, whatever it takes. He looked dubious, not that she blamed him. The plan was little more than crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, but at the moment it was all she had. Only there was an air of skepticism about him that seemed to go far beyond concern over a shaky plan. Something else on your mind? She probed. Zeno seemed to debate answering until he accepted the fact she wouldn't let him hide in silence. Samara, perhaps we should consider giving the device to Rook, he said at last. I must be honest, that thing makes me uncomfortable. I was never able to learn anything about it, and yet somehow you accessed its powers, for lack of a better term. He shook his head. We have no idea what it is, what it does, or what the long-term effects of using it are. Without realizing what she was doing, Samara pulled the object closer to her, protecting it. Give it up? Are you mad? She stared at him in disbelief. This could be the key to unlocking everything, and you just want to give it away? What's wrong with you? Samara, listen to me, Zeno answered, refusing to back down. You may not realize it, but that device is affecting you. How? I do not know, but it's obvious it has some kind of hold on you, and that worries me. Perhaps it can help the cause. I'm not denying that possibility, but there is an equally likely prospect that it won't. We simply don't know. He leaned forward, forcing the issue. But there's one thing I know. I know I'm afraid of what that device may be doing to you. This device, as you so eloquently put it, saved my life, she countered. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but I know I'd be dead if it hadn't done. Whatever it did, she said with a wave of her hands. How is that a bad thing? Why does saving my life suddenly have you acting like it's a bigger threat than the Troika? He reached out and gripped her shoulders. Samara, you and I both know, better than anyone, that nothing comes for free, and eventually this bill will come due. Perhaps it saved your life, but what does it want in return? Wasn't one devil's bargain enough for you, without giving away everything on another? And what if it is? She snarled, clutching it even tighter as she decided. What if it is everything you fear it to be? If it helps us gain our freedom, if it aids humanity in finding a new home, then I'll gladly pay the price and call it a bargain. Tell me you wouldn't do the same. I have already had my full share of bargains. Thank you, he said quietly, leaning back in his chair. Samara, promise me you won't allow this thing to carry you away. Promise me you'll take a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror and see what it's doing to you. What it's done to you already. You sound like an old woman, she sniffed. We're at war, remember? 5 broken toys against the universe. 6, if you count Rook. And yet we still signed on for this death ride, knowing full well what was waiting for us at the end. Do you honestly believe for an instant that any of us are making it out of here alive? Even with his blindness, Zeno suddenly had difficulty facing her. She snorted in recognition of his tacit agreement. As I suspected, you came here to die, just like I did. And as deaths go, going out in a blaze of glory against incredible odds isn't a bad one. It's better than what most get. So don't question my choices, and I won't question yours. Agreed? She could tell he vehemently wished to disagree, but had little room to maneuver. As you wish, he said, but I'm still your friend, and I'm still allowed to worry. He smiled as he patted her knee. Yes, you are. She grinned in return, covering his hand with hers. I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 23. Needs must when the devil drives. So, have you decided? It was hard not to glare at Rook's image on the view screen. Yes, she snapped before reeling it back in. No sense in making an already unpleasant situation any worse than it had to be. I agree to your terms. Anything we learn about the device, we'll share. And allow me to conduct my own examinations, he reminded her. To his credit, at least he wasn't gloating over his victory. Samara held up a finger. with the proviso that your tests don't threaten its integrity, she stipulated. A broken piece of junk doesn't do us any good. Rook considered that for a moment. Agreed, he said at last. Though if our initial tests turn up nothing conclusive, we may be forced to revisit that. While I concede damaging the device serves neither of our interests, failure to learn its secrets is equally counterproductive. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, she said evenly. She'd hoped to keep him at arm's length and draw out the examination process as long as possible. Years if she could manage it. Only it seemed Rook wasn't willing to wait. That could be a problem. Unfortunately, this is a pleasure yacht and not a research vessel. So we're not well equipped with diagnostic equipment, but we can at least make a start of it. I suggest we take the object to engineering and see what it reveals under scan. Her knee-jerk reaction was to deny the request and claim it was too risky without knowing more, but she stifled the impulse. Zeno had already performed every non-invasive test he could think of and came up empty, so it was the next logical step. And besides, she couldn't think up a good enough excuse. Fine, she agreed, before lugging the device to engineering. Ever since the night of her miraculous rejuvenation, she'd wanted to learn more about the strange box. Was she going along with Rook's demands just so she could scratch her own curiosity itch? She'd need to keep an eye on that. It would be all too easy to fall into the trap of giving the Avatar too much information because she was searching for it herself. One of the remotes was waiting for her when she arrived in engineering. Place it on the workbench, Rook ordered, as a scanning device rotated into position. Hopefully, this will allow us to get a glimpse at its internal mechanisms. We'll see, Samara said cryptically. Somehow, she suspected the object wouldn't be giving up its secrets quite so easily. If it were precursor technology, the fact their homeworld had held off all attempts by the other races to gain access for 1 billion years suggested that cracking this nut would prove nearly as difficult. 2 hours later, it was all she could do to keep the grin from her face as it proved her right. Every scan Rook had thrown at it had come up negative, the box's surface proving to be an impenetrable barrier to X-rays, gamma radiation, electrons, protons, magnetic fields, radio waves. Even ultrasound and infrared scans turned up nothing, and throughout the exam, the Kikish avatar grew increasingly frustrated with each new failure. I don't suppose you have any suggestions? He snarled at her as she covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Perhaps she wasn't as successful in hiding her delight as she'd hoped. Me? Do I look like a scientist? She asked him. If you want mayhem done, I'm your gal. Figuring out alien puzzle boxes, on the other hand, is just a bit outside my wheelhouse. This time, she didn't even try to keep her mirth at his failure hidden. Then perhaps it is time for a fresh approach, he fired back, as a high-powered laser emitter dropped down from the overhead. Without batting an eye, Samara snatched the alien device away before the laser had locked into position. What the hell are you doing? She demanded. We have a deal. Yes, we do, Rook agreed. And part of that deal was that we would move on to more aggressive methods if our initial attempts proved fruitless. You're giving up after 2 hours, she said, incredulous. I thought you older races would have just a little more patience than that. Any further attempts to discern its inner components would be pointless, he answered. Obviously, the next step is to open it up for a visual inspection. Samara shook her head. Well, you can forget it, she fired back. Haven't you ever heard the story about the goose that laid the golden eggs? I beg your pardon, he said, staring blankly back at her. Oh, right, she sighed. Of course you haven't. Not like anyone bothers to learn our literature. Her disgust left him unmoved. It's an ancient human fable, she continued. A parable, if you will. Rook's expression was still befuddled, as she sighed once again. Never mind. The story goes like this. Once there was a poor farmer who had a goose. What is a goose? He interjected. Seriously? Samara rolled her eyes. A goose is a bird that humans use to keep for food, she explained, though the condescension in her voice was hard to ignore. May I continue? If you must, Rook replied in equally dismissive tones, though discovering you Terran savages dine on beings that resemble my own people does not surprise me. Get over it, she snapped. Anyway, before I was so rudely interrupted. One day the poor farmer was retrieving eggs from the goose, when he realized one felt heavier than the others. Cracking it open, he discovered to his amazement that inside the egg was a lump of gold. I take it then that this is not normal, Rook interrupted once again. Samara pinched her nose. I'd say, of course it isn't. Except I've seen even odder species in the Perseus arm. But no, it wasn't normal. The discovery overjoyed the farmer and his wife, she continued, and the gold let them buy things they had been forced to do without. I do not understand the point of this tale, Rook complained. That's because I'm not done yet, she said, exasperated. So every day, the farmer would find another golden egg, and they would use it to buy things they needed. But the farmer and his wife grew tired of waiting for their gold, so they decided to cut the goose open and get it all at once. She grinned at him. Care to guess what they found? I have no idea, he replied, feigning indifference. Nothing. Not a single thing, she said, wrapping things up. The goose was normal in every regard, and there was no gold to be found inside. And now that it was dead, there would be no more gold. The farmer's greed proved to be his undoing. Rook regarded her from the monitor. You are saying that the device is like the goose. She palmed her face. Yes, she said. That's exactly what I'm saying. Samara could only stare at the monitor in disbelief. Don't your people have parables? Not as such, no, he shrugged. We cite actual cases to make our point. Samara just shook her head yet again. I'd say you're missing out, but whatever, she shrugged. What I'm saying is, we're not cutting this thing open until we've exhausted all other possibilities. Understand? I think you would do well to remember who is in charge of this ship before you make demands, he said haughtily. This again? Samara chuckled. You recall what happened the last time you tried to pull this stunt? Rook glared at her for the reminder. Nothing's changed, Rook. We still have each other by the throat. Mutually assured destruction, remember? I remember, he said through gritted virtual teeth. I'm glad to hear it, she told him. Because I'm just as willing to go to the mat now as I was then, and I literally have nothing to lose. Rook gazed at her through narrowed eyes. Eventually, Samara, that equation will shift, and when it does, I expect that will be an interesting day, she said, her face a mask. Until then, we stay the course. Agreed? Rook's silence spoke volumes, but he finally graced her with a curt nod. Agreed, he said at last. Despite her resolve in the showdown with Rook, Samara knew she was playing a dangerous game. He held all the cards, while all she could do was flip the table. Unless she could find a way for both of them to win, they'd both lose. And try as she might, she couldn't imagine a scenario where they both walked away. One day at a time, she kept reminding herself. Planning any further ahead seemed rather pointless, considering the odds stacked against them. That they'd survived this long was a miracle. Believing their luck would continue to hold bordered on lunacy. But as long as they were still in this, she'd play her hand out to the bitter end. Have you come up with a target? She asked Zeno at their planning session a few hours later. I believe so, he nodded, pulling up a display. The two of his world Atsa. A blue-green planet appeared on the monitor. It's not one of their major hubs, but it is home to several important research facilities. Why aren't we attacking a more important target? Rook demanded. Because we'd get blown out of the sky before we ever got near one. Persephone replied from her monitor. I thought you were smarter than that. We have to assume they've increased security since we started this campaign, Zeno reminded him. We know the Alex and Agatadub have. Rook grimaced at the admonition, but said nothing. Do we have a plan? Calypso asked. The problem is getting near enough to do any damage, Samara reminded them. The two of his K monitor their systems closely, so disguising ourselves isn't an option, nor is going in with an obvious approach, like we did last time, Zeno pointed out. As much as the Troika races hate each other, they do share information, and all three of them want us dead. So what's left? Persephone asked. We go in ballistic, Zeno explained. We shut down everything just outside the sensor range of the system and coast in, just under light speed. It'll take careful planning and more than a few finicky calculations, but as long as we stay dark, we should be able to slip in under their radar. When you say everything, are you talking about life support as well? Calypso queried. Not to mention computer support, Rook added. Life support is a simple matter. If we all don suits, Zeno pointed out. That will protect us long enough to pull off the mission. As for the computers, you'll have to save your program to the backup file until we're ready to launch, he informed the avatar. Do you seriously expect me to download my program into the memory banks and just shut it all down? Rook demanded. And what is stopping you from just deleting me while I'm vulnerable? Don't you trust us? Persephone said with a poorly concealed grin. I trust you to look after your own interests, Rook sniffed, which is to remove me from the equation at the first opportunity. I therefore will not agree to this plan without a guarantee to protect my program. And just how are we supposed to do that? Calypso demanded. I propose we place my program in standby mode, along with a series of triggers that will bring me to full awareness should anyone attempt sabotage, whether physically or electronically, he suggested. I will design the fail-safes, of course. Only after we've gone over them ourselves, Zeno interjected. We wouldn't want to trigger an alarm accidentally. Of course, Rook nodded. All right, assuming we can design the shutdown to everyone's satisfaction, Samara said pointedly in Rook's direction. What's the plan to bring us back online and hit the planet? Coming back online is simple enough. A basic command phrase will handle the job, Zeno shrugged. As for the attack itself, given the constraints we are operating under, I believe a hit-and-run assault on Atsa's largest orbital platform are the best option, though the timing will be tricky. At just under light speed? I would think so, Persephone agreed. I assume you're thinking of Gideon again for this mission? I am, he acknowledged. And as you have pointed out, at that velocity he will have less than a 20,000th of a second to sabotage the platform. You're joking, Calypso said deadpan. Even a computer would have problems finding and taking out a target that fast. And that is assuming well, my navigation is accurate to 6 decimal places, Rook said carefully. Even the slightest miscalculation, and we will strike the planet at just under 300,000 kilometers a second. He glanced around the compartment. Obviously, none of us would survive the impact. Make quite the bang, though, Calypso grinned. Over 5,000 gigatons of explosive force, Rook explained, easily performing the calculation. It would create an extinction-level event for the planet. Let's call that Plan B, Samara quipped, getting a laugh from the others save for Rook. We'll have to set up some practice runs to see if Gideon can hit a target in that time frame. I will see to that, Zeno assured her. And once we blow past the planet, Persephone spoke up. We just continue on a ballistic profile until we leave the system? Hopefully, Rook agreed. Otherwise, we will be forced to use more conventional evasion tactics. We'd better plan for that, just in case, Samara ordered. In the meantime, start checking your suits, she said, glancing back at Zeno. It sounds like we're going to be living in them a while. Chapter 24. Secrets and Lies. Samara locked down her helmet and checked the HUD display, ensuring her suit was operating as advertised, before turning her attention to the monitor. Are you ready? She asked Rook. I am still not sanguine about this, he replied, but having run diagnostics on both the hardware and software, I am as ready as I am likely to be. Then I guess it's time, she replied. Just waiting for you to shut down before we can go dark. Rook sighed before nodding. Initiating transfer to memory core, he said unhappily. Emergency protocols are now in effect. He gave her a hard look. Ensure your friends do not get any ideas about overriding my lockouts. They will not enjoy my response. I'll keep them on a short leash, she promised. Now go to sleep. I really hate this, he muttered. Before his image blanked from the screen, she waited a full 5 minutes, just to be safe, before contacting Zeno. All right. Rook is bedded down for the duration. What's our status? Ready to cut power on your mark, he answered. Course is set and locked in, and I have Calypso with me for backup. Persephone is standing by Gideon with a syringe full of stimulants, ready to wake him once it's safe. And all 4 of us are suited up, with good seals and green lights. Then it's time, she told him. Shut it down. Copy. Initiating shutdown, he answered, as Ratcharin's normal sounds faded away. The heavy thrum of the engines eased off, the whir of rushing air from the ventilators, along with a dozen more, all falling silent as the ship went dark. All right, we have about 8 hours before we get in range of Atsa, Samara reminded them. Zeno, start the clock. We'll go to full standby 1 hour out. Understood, he answered. Until then, we might as well get some rest. Yeah, right, she snorted. Think I'll check in with Gideon and Persephone? As you wish, he acknowledged. Samara leveraged herself out of her chair and headed for the cabins, rapping on the door frame as she arrived at Gideon's compartment as the hatch sat wide open. Operating the portals in manual mode was just too much work, so they locked them open instead. It was also the reason Persephone was in Gideon's cabin, and not the other way around. Leaving her quarters open would mean disinfecting the entire ship from top to bottom, and Lord help them all if they missed a spot. They'd done it once, after repelling the Marauders' assault at Star's End, and she wasn't in a hurry to repeat it. Persephone looked over and waved as she helped Gideon sit up. She leaned against the opposite bulkhead while he stared blearily at her. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Like they've kept me drugged for a decade or two," he stammered. "It's not as much fun as it sounds." "No, I imagine it isn't," she said after a moment. "Is there anything I can do?" His brow furrowed in concentration as he stared at her, waging an internal debate before turning to the other Protean. "Give us a few, will you?" he asked. She shot a look at Samara. "Are you certain?" she asked him. "Yeah, I'm sure," he nodded. "I need to talk to her in private." "Very well," she said at last. "I'll be outside if you need me." Persephone exited the compartment, giving Samara another hard stare as she swept past. "Have a seat," he motioned, pointing to a chair next to his bed. Samara sat down, peering back at the open hatch. "What was that look about?" she wondered. "I think she knows why I wanted to talk to you alone," she answered. "She doesn't approve." She raised an eyebrow. "If you're thinking something amorous, your timing is terrible." Samara chuckled, pointing out their respective suits. Gideon didn't laugh. "Not why I wanted to talk," he told her. He paused, as if he were gathering the courage to speak, before blurting, "I want out." "You mean, out of the team?" she asked, puzzled. "No," he shook his head. "I mean out," he repeated with emphasis. "All the way out." Samara blinked. "If you mean what I think you mean." "You know what I mean," he said in even tones. "As ironic as it sounds coming from someone kept permanently sedated, I'm tired. All I remember from the last 20 years are jumbled bits and pieces, none of which make sense. And why? Because I'm a walking time bomb, remember? Too dangerous to be let loose." He gritted his teeth as he glared at her. "I eat from and for, and I wear a goddamn diaper," he snarled. "The drugs are getting less effective, which means increased doses. Do you have any idea what that shit does to your system?" "No, I'm afraid I don't," she said softly. "Nothing pleasant, let me tell you," he said, looking away. "I'm done, Samara. This isn't living, it's barely existing." He closed his eyes and whispered, "And I don't want to play this game anymore." She leaned back in her chair. "What exactly do you want from me?" she said at last. He opened his eyes and looked at her. "Just unlock the hatch and turn your back. I'll take it from there." Samara nodded, considering that. "And the others? They won't like it. Seth especially, but they'll understand. Eventually." He shrugged. "We've had this conversation before. If I do this," she told him, taking a deep breath, "I might not be able to give you much warning. And it won't be this mission, not when we're blowing past our target at point 9C. "I wasn't planning on leaving today," he replied. "And I don't need long, just enough to get my balance back and clear my head." She was silent for a long time as she mulled over his request. "We all hit that wall eventually," she said at last. "It's not up to me to tell you how to live your life, or when you're allowed to end it," she said quietly. "I'll do what I can." Gideon reached out and clasped her gloved hand. "Thank you," he whispered. "Not sure you should thank me for this," she said uncomfortably. "Forget I said anything then," he told her, looking away once more. "Better send Seth back in. She's going to get twitchy, us being together this long." Samara rose to her feet. She wanted to say something, not just leave the conversation hanging on that rather awkward note. But what could she say? What was the correct response to someone asking for your help to end their life? What was the proper etiquette? Somehow, she doubted anyone had ever bothered to write down those rules. So instead, she settled for a polite nod as she turned and left the cabin, pausing long enough to let Persephone know Gideon was asking for her. only to have the other woman grab her arm before she could open her mouth. "Forget what he told you," she hissed. "He's not in his right mind." "He seemed clear-headed to me," Samara countered. "I know what he asked you to do," she said in menacing tones, "and I'm telling you right now to back off." Something went cold inside her. "You do not want to dance with me," Samara warned. "In 2 seconds I could snap your neck, and I could breach your suit in one." Persephone fired back. "Let it go." She could feel her hackles rise as she geared for battle, when suddenly everything clicked into place. "Damn it all to hell," she sighed as the fight drained right out of her. "You're in love with him, aren't you?" Persephone flinched as if someone slapped her. "He's my friend," she struggled to reply. "I care about him, is all." "As a friend." Her rebuttal was about as convincing as a badly forged visa. "Oh boy, how long have you been carrying that torch?" she groaned. "Typhoid Mary and Sleeping Beauty. It'd be beautiful if it weren't so damn tragic." Samara clucked her tongue, shaking her head. "It's doomed, Seth," she said as gently as she could manage. "I know you know that. You can't stop him, because eventually he'll find a way." "I can try," she said in despair, as her feelings came bursting through at last. Samara went to pinch her nose in frustration, only to smack her hand into her faceplate. "Right, look, you want my advice? Go in there and talk to him. I mean really talk, which obviously you haven't been doing." "And say what?" she demanded. "You're right, we are doomed, just like you said. So what is it I'm supposed to tell him that won't make things worse?" The anguish on her face was palpable, as her emotions battled for supremacy. "Why not say how you really feel and see where that leads?" she suggested. "Or don't. Whatever," she said, waving her hand in defeat as she turned and walked away. "I don't suppose you've ever been in love," Persephone snorted. Samara came to a halt. "Love isn't for people like me," she said at last, before disappearing down the corridor. Calypso raised an eyebrow as Samara landed in their midst. "How long has that been going on?" she demanded, as she plopped down beside them. "I'm afraid you must be more specific," he told her. "You know that. Him wanting to step out the airlock minus his helmet, while she pines for him from afar," she elaborated. "Oh, that," Calypso sighed. "A long time now, I'm afraid. And neither of you thought to warn me," she snapped. The pair shared a look. How Zeno managed that was still a mystery to her. "It wasn't our place," he said finally. "You didn't think this was something that could affect our mission?" she all but shouted. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Samara," Zeno sighed, at the risk of sounding bitter, "you have no idea what life is like for those of us exiled to the Estienne Baptiste," he said. His words suddenly clipped. In fact, he sounded upset, something unusual for him. "For better or worse, I'm the one stuck running this mad tea party," she growled. "And if something is going to put us in danger, then I need to know. It's pretty damn simple. And I fail to see what the Knights have to do with this." "It's not about the Knights Hospitaller," Calypso chimed in. "It's about status or the lack thereof." Her normally pleasant expression had taken on a dark scowl. "Be honest, Samara. When you look at us, any of us, what do you see?" "I don't understand the question," she answered. "I see you." Calypso shook her head. "I know you believe that, but I'm afraid that's not all you see. The first time we met, I spotted the look in your eyes a kilometer away. I've seen it too many times to miss it. You can't mistake that look for anything else." "What look?" Samara shot back, exasperated. "The look," Zeno answered for her. "Even without my eyes, I can still see it. Hear it anyway." The irritation he'd exhibited just a moment before had disappeared, replaced by something more like melancholy. The look of pity, of disgust, of shame. He cocked his head, staring at her with those ruined eyes. The look that screams, "There but for the grace of God go I." "Did you ever stop and ask yourself why we were sent to the St. Jean Baptiste?" "To receive proper medical care," she said, suddenly on guard. "Only in part," he explained. "No, the greater reason is this, that we are an embarrassment, an unwelcome reminder of what can happen, of just how horribly all the grand promises of the Protean clan can go wrong." Zeno shrugged. "I do not expect you to understand. You can't." "Now wait just a minute," she began, her anger rising. It's true, Calypso interrupted. It's not a slight or an insult, Samara. You don't know what life is like for us, and for those with similar fates. We're the dregs, the unwanted, the unlucky misbegotten who rolled the dice and came up snake eyes, while you rolled a natural 7. That is not my fault, she snapped. I know, she said gently. It's no one's fault, or perhaps it's everyone's. We all bear some amount of blame, and it would take a smarter person than me to unravel that conundrum. But the crux of the matter is that you were lucky, and I wasn't, and I wouldn't be human if a part of me didn't resent you for it. If you think for one moment that my life has been easy, she started again, still indignant. We know that it hasn't, Zeno said. As I've said before, I've kept tabs on you, he reminded her, tapping once again the metal box embedded in his skull. I have some small inkling of the hell you have experienced, and I would not wish that life on anyone. But there is still a looming chasm between us, one that no amount of suffering on your part can ever bridge. What are you talking about? What chasm? She badgered him. You can still see, he spat out, his normally placid nature nowhere to be found. You aren't forced to sleep your life away or live in isolation for fear you'll kill everyone around you simply by breathing the same air. Even Calypso here, he said, pointing her out with a wave of his hand. She endures unimaginable pain every day from the metal limbs grafted to her. And before you ask why they haven't been removed, the answer is that they can't be. Not without killing her, he sighed as he reached out and took her hand. Not that it matters, as the limbs themselves are already on the job, taking another bit of life from her every single day. Samara turned to the other woman in shock. Why didn't you tell me? She asked, her voice now strained with emotion. There's nothing you can do, she said with a broken smile. You have enough on your plate as it is, without me adding to it. Besides, I've known how my story ends for a long time now. I've made my peace with it. As you can see, Samara, Zeno continued, before she could work up a response, we live in vastly different worlds. And the reason we didn't tell you about Persephone and Gideon is that amongst the misfit toys, we have one cardinal rule. We don't interfere with each other's lives. None of us can know what another is struggling with, not really. Each must choose for themselves and decide when and how much to share with others. And yet Persephone is doing her damnedest to interfere with Gideon's choice, she pointed out. Because she loves him, Calypso said sadly. Love makes you do things nothing else will. The pair looked at her as she struggled to process it all. I don't know what to say, she whispered, her face reddening in shame. Then say nothing, Zeno suggested. Instead, why not take the next few hours before we reach Atsa to reflect on what you have learned? Samara nodded, taking a breath. I'll be in my cabin, she told them, as she rose and left the compartment. Chapter 25. Ghosts of Christmas Past. We're 1 hour out, Samara. It's time. Planting her feet on the deck, she keyed the helmet mic, copy that. I'm on my way. She'd spent the last few hours holed up in her cabin, taking Zeno's advice to heart and trying to understand what he and the other misfit toys had been through. Introspection wasn't something she normally engaged in. It led to difficult questions she preferred not to answer. Opening up closets and viewing the skeletons inside was an exercise she could happily do without. Only once an idea takes hold, it becomes difficult to dislodge. There were far too many moments in her past she didn't want to explore, but as the minutes and hours slowly ticked by, without the normal distractions to take her mind elsewhere, those skeletons started making their presence known. I so do not need this, Samara thought to herself, as she headed for the bridge. Seriously, what was the point? After all, just how long could they keep thumbing their nose at the universe before the Troika swatted them like flies? What was the point to soul-searching when her life expectancy could be measured with an egg timer? Only that wasn't the real reason, and eventually she was forced to admit the truth, if only to herself. Why was her mind shying away from those locked doors? Because far too many of those skeletons she'd planted herself. So what the hell was she supposed to do about that now? Cry out to all who would listen they'd misled her? Throw herself on the mercy of the court? Take up vows and join the knights in penance? It was pointless, all of it. She had irrevocably stained her soul by her own actions, and no number of good deeds would ever expunge that guilt. If you're booked on the express shuttle to hell, you might as well enjoy the ride, she thought with a sardonic grin. She knew that Blytegada, the knight who had performed risky and improvised brain surgery on her and likely saved her life, would probably call it an unhealthy coping mechanism, or some such, to which she could only offer that self-same egg timer as testament. What was the point? Samara grimaced and put on her game face as she neared the bridge, locking down those troubling thoughts and tossing the key out the airlock. She couldn't afford the distraction, not now when so much was on the line. "All right, what do we have?" she asked as she took the command chair. "We are still on course, passing Atsah's orbit in 53 minutes, Zeno informed her. "Gideon and Persephone have been alerted and are on standby. Will he be able to hit the target in that small a time frame?" she asked. "He believes so, but until we make the attempt we won't know for certain," he said with a shrug. "To the best of my knowledge, something like this has never been tried before. Well, if he can't lock on, I suppose that improves our odds to escape," she said after a minute. "I hope he can, even if it ruins our chances of getting out in one piece," Calypso replied. Samara raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize you hated the two of his AK that much," she said thoughtfully. "I hate all of them that much," she countered. "The Troika, and every other race that wouldn't lift a finger to help us. I just don't wear it on my sleeve like some," Calypso explained. "If I'm given a chance to hurt them, I'll take it, every time." "Duly noted," she said with a nod, filing that away for future reference. "Any signs of trouble ahead?" "Powered down as we are, there is very little I can tell you, I'm afraid," Zeno said. "We lack even a porthole to peer out of. All I can say with any confidence is that no one appears to be shooting at us. At the moment, at least," he amended. "Right?" she shrugged. "I guess we settle in and wait then. Anyone bring a deck of cards?" No one had, unfortunately, so instead they passed the time in casual conversation, checking in periodically with Gideon and Persephone. She let the others handle that duty, given her most recent conversation with the pair steering clear seemed the wiser choice. Finally, as they neared their objective, Samara started the countdown. 5 minutes out, Gideon. She called over the suit radio. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I'm likely to get," he acknowledged. "I'll let you know if I lock onto anything." "Copy," she nodded. "Clock is running, it's all yours." She switched to the all-hands frequency. "Everybody get strapped in, just to be safe," she ordered, pulling the shoulder straps down and locking them into the 5-point harness before doing the same for the legs. A quick glance told her Zeno and Calypso were buttoned up as well, and she was certain Persephone was busy double-checking Gideon's harness. A few more minutes to hit the target, another 8 hours to coast back out of the system, and a savage jolt slammed her into her harness, a gasp escaping her lips as she shouted, "What the hell was that? Are we under attack?" Calypso asked frantically. Zeno cocked his head, listening to his electronic box. "I do not think so," he said after a moment. "Weapons fire would have destroyed us, or at least severely damaged the ship. No, I am almost certain what we felt was a pressure beam locking onto the hull. Damn it, we're blown," Samara snarled, reaching for the controls, only to have Zeno grasp her wrist. "Wait," he told her, his head now cocked as he tapped into the ether. "This is not an attack," he explained, as she held her breath. "We have been caught by Atsah's planetary deflection grid." She stared at him for a moment before his words registered. Unlike the defensive grid, designed to ward off attacks, the deflection grid served a much more mundane purpose. They had created it to interdict non-military threats such as asteroids or other debris that might strike the planet. "You mean it thinks we're a meteor?" she queried him. "I believe so, but if that is true, then the grid will probably realize that is not the case," he told her. "Simply put, we are traveling much too fast. If those in command discover that fact..." Another hard jolt slammed them in the opposite direction. "Now we're blown," Zeno sighed. "Damn it," she snapped as she reached for the controls. "Gideon, we're screwed," she shouted into the mic. "You sense anything? Fry it." "Shit," she heard in reply, but she was already busy firing up the power plant and kickstarting the engines. "I need sensors and radar," she bellowed to whoever was listening. Until she could get a handle on what was happening out there, she was operating blind. "On it," Calypso and Zeno said together as they brought the console back to life, while she coaxed as much thrust from the still-cold engines as she could manage. It was a risk without having electronic eyes, but the odds she could make things worse at this point were vanishingly small. At the moment, she just desperately needed to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. She managed to jink the ship around a bit while she waited for the engines to come fully online. It was likely what saved her life. The bulkhead behind her shattered, sending shrapnel spraying across the small bridge. The blast pattern from whatever weapon they'd been hit with spared the others, but Samara was not so fortunate. She caught a burst in her torso, ripping open a breach in her suit and batting her aside like a rag doll, her blood spraying across the console as the others reacted in horror. Connection established. Emergency protocol activated. Contextual status corroboration verified. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located 96.532% match. Imprint X56 Me 220 LRZ6 14 GHSD 45 activated. I am Doyen Theurgist first grader hairdresh. It has been 4.6 by 813 cycles since my previous activation. As per instructions under the emergency protocols, I immediately assessed the situation. Strange. Deviation from established norms far exceeds projected parameters. Under normal conditions, I would attempt to resolve this discrepancy, but given the emergency protocols that have activated my consciousness, I must focus on more immediate concerns. I have therefore entered a notation into the log. First priority is to contain the damage to my host. With considerable concentration, I am able to slow the circulatory fluid loss to a trickle and begin repairing the damage to the more vital organs. My theurgistic skills and training can luckily adapt to the unusual environment I find myself in, though their limits are sorely tested. Several foreign bodies have been located within the host's tissue and are being expelled now that I have accelerated the immune response. During my efforts, I discover signs that a previous cognate has been at work repairing other damage. A cursory examination of the log shows that physician second-grade Rither Murcott was summoned and treated similar injuries 0.472 centicycles prior to my awakening. That the host has found itself in distress, yet again after such a brief interval, is troubling and bears further scrutiny. With the host stabilized, I turn my attention to the crude environmental containment unit encasing her. During my diagnosis, I have learned the host is female. Loss of atmospheric gases is at a critical juncture, and unlike the injuries I am repairing, my theurgistic skills cannot undo the damage done to inorganic systems. However, it seems as if the host has anticipated this possibility, and a quick data search of the memory storage region of her central nervous system shows suitable repair patches may be found in pockets attached to the lower limbs. I spend the next few microcycles addressing this concern until outgassing has decreased to acceptable levels. Now that the host is out of immediate danger, I must focus on the circumstances that summon my presence. The craft I find myself in is primitive and unfamiliar, yet the control panel layout is both logical and orderly. Once again, I am forced to delve into the host's memory core to familiarize myself with the necessary procedures. A brief glance at the sensory instrumentation reveals a disturbing scenario. The craft my host currently occupies is under attack by a multitude of hostile vessels. Furthermore, this ship contains no offensive or defensive weaponry, no stealth technology, a limited capacity for escape and evasion, and no capabilities whatsoever for self-repair. It is little better than a lifebod, but then it is not the place of a cognate to criticize or judge the circumstances in which it finds itself, merely to address the situation to the best of its ability. Since I am unable to repair the craft, and given the paucity of other options, I focus my attention on departing this region of space. Unfortunately, my host's craft is not only outnumbered, but is also significantly more primitive than its opponents. Were I still in my original form, this information might cause me to despair, but a cognate does not suffer from the same limitations as those of the flesh. One can only expire once. With that in mind, I examine my admittedly limited options and alter course towards the nearby planet. Unsurprisingly, the other vessels react immediately, firing another volley of weapons. The controls feel sluggish in my host's grasping digits, but I discern that is my perception, not hers. Avoiding the incoming fire taxes my abilities to their very limits, and the craft's even more so, but I am able to dodge the assault while I adjust my trajectory, one that causes the various ships and installations to immediately cease fire. Should their weapons miss, there is now an increased probability that they could endanger the planet itself. This is as I had hoped. As I have neared the planet's gravity well, I have added additional velocity, but that was not my primary goal. I have chosen my entry angle to the planet's atmosphere with considerable care, and now is the moment to put my plan into action. I sense a nearby disturbance as the host's companions grow increasingly frantic at my actions, vocalizing at me with an unusual range of sound and tone. I could in theory access my host's language center in order to translate, but that is a memory-intensive function and would significantly degrade my ability to save the host. From all appearances, they are not attempting to convey relevant data, merely expressing concern at the various maneuvers I must perform. I therefore ignore them and proceed with my chosen strategy. Even though my host's opponents must surely be able to model interactions with the physical universe, they seem unprepared regarding my tactics. I have specifically chosen a shallow re-entry flight path, one that will radically alter my trajectory as this craft skips off the planet's atmosphere. While the action will force the host's opponents to readjust their formation, buying necessary time to increase the distance between us, it will not be enough to ensure escape by itself. I must perform a similar maneuver yet again, this time using the system's primary as my focus. It will test the very limits of this damaged vessel, but I see no other alternative. My host companions have realized my intent and have grown increasingly vocal. I continue to ignore them. Either I will succeed, or I will fail. I have done all that I am able, given these limitations. The universe must now decide whether my actions were sufficient. It would seem they were. Additional damage to the craft was unavoidable, but will not impede my host's escape. I therefore relinquish control and return to standby mode until I am needed once more. I am Doyen Theurgist, first grader Hairdresh. Inlog. What the hell are you doing? Are you insane? Calypso screamed at her. Samara blinked. What? She asked in confusion. Where did you learn to fly like that? Zeno asked her, in slightly calmer tones. I have never seen, nor even heard of tactics such as you just performed. None of this was making any sense. What are you talking about? She insisted. I was just getting ready to take the controls when... Her voice drifted off into silence as she looked down at her patched suit, now visibly stained with blood. Her head swiveled as she quickly surveyed the damage to the compartment, while the tale her instruments told terrified her. Apparently, she had been fighting a rather one-sided battle for over 2 hours, and she remembered none of it. Nor did she remember being injured. In fact, she felt fine. She turned and stared at the others, her eyes huge. What is happening to me? She all but shrieked. Chapter 26. What you surrender reveals what you value. You don't remember any of it? Samara racked her brain, but once again came up empty. She shook her head as she struggled to answer Calypso's question. Like I said, the last thing I remember is getting caught in the defensive grid, she repeated. The next I knew, you were screaming at me. After their escape from the Atsa system, they'd parked Ratcharin as far away from any other sun as they could manage. The odds of a Troika ship stumbling over them all the way out here without warning were vanishingly small. And you have received no specialized pilot training I am unaware of? Zeno pressed her. You know I haven't, she sighed. I'm decent enough in a pinch, but that's all. That has been my estimation as well, he agreed. At least until now. He gave her an appraising look. I'm not lying to you, she snapped. I did not mean to imply you were. As you said, your piloting skills are adequate, but not remarkable. But what I observed, and what the computer records confirm, is that your piloting during the period which you claim to have no memory were, to put it bluntly, astounding. You managed maneuvers I have never heard of, including 1 or 2 I did not believe were possible. By all rights, your efforts should have killed us all, and yet here we are. He took a deep breath. And I can only come up with a single explanation. Then you're doing better than I am, she replied. If you have a theory, I want to hear it. Zeno and Calypso shared a look. Come on, out with it, she demanded. Samara, the other woman, said quietly, you know what the answer must be. She winced and looked away. Despite her protests, she too had a sneaking suspicion, though she'd feared giving it credence. But they were right. Nothing else made sense. If it is the device, that still doesn't answer the how, she said carefully. We know nothing about what that box is, or how it works, Calypso told her, or what kind of effect it might have on you. Look, if you're right, and we still don't know that for a fact yet, but if you are, then it saved my life not just once but twice. That doesn't sound like the act of something with hostile intent, does it? Samara, it turned you into a puppet, Zeno hissed. It made you into its own personal marionette and wiped your memory as it did so. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps it truly does not bear you, or us, ill will. But even if its motives are as pure as refined antimatter, that does not mean it is not still potentially deadly. If it wanted me dead, all it had to do was literally nothing, she reminded him. Both times, as far as I can tell, I was in danger of bleeding out. I probably suffered organ damage too, and it healed me. She stuck out her chin defiantly as she defended the strange device. It saved all of you too, by helping us escape. You saw the plots, same as I did. The two of Izake had us dead to rights. There was no way out of that trap, and yet somehow we still escaped. I ask again, how is that a bad thing? It's not, he said quietly, but it still leaves us with far more questions than answers, questions that have some rather unfortunate implications, such as, Samara, whatever that thing was, Calypso said nervously, before working up her courage. The entire time it was making those crazy maneuvers, we were both shouting at you, demanding you tell us what you were doing, and her voice trailed off. And what? She insisted. And you never said a word, she whispered. Not one. I'm not sure you could even understand us. You sure didn't give any sign of it. Once or twice you glanced in our direction, and I hoped we were getting through. But, Samara, that look you gave us? It wasn't you. You looked at us like you'd never seen a human before, like we were insects. She shuddered as she recounted the experience. There is something else you need to consider, Zeno continued. By your own admission, you were in something akin to a fugue state, as if your conscious mind had stepped out. He took a moment to choose his next words with care. Whatever was driving your consciousness, it could have forced you to do anything, Samara. It could have eliminated us instead of saving us. But it didn't, she protested. This time, he said tersely. But that is no guarantee it will continue to look out for our best interests when it next inhabits your flesh, he said in no uncertain terms. We have no idea of its origin, its purpose, or its motives. Zeno's words gave her pause. She knew he was right, that he was merely being cautious, and that his arguments were well-reasoned. But just because something is unknown doesn't automatically make it suspect, or at least maybe it shouldn't. In some place inside her, in a place she couldn't name, part of her rebelled at Zeno's calm dissection of the threat the device presented. Somehow, she just knew it wouldn't hurt them, even though she couldn't explain it. But it was obvious they wouldn't be convinced anytime soon, at least not without more substantial proof, so she redirected the conversation to other matters. What's the status of the ship? Not good, Calypso admitted. Unless we can put in somewhere soon for repairs, we may have to abandon Ratcharin. Put in where? Samara asked. We've burned almost all of our bridges in this sector, and considering what happened the last time we put in for repairs, I doubt the Independents will be happy to see us either. It is a problem, Zeno agreed. I will begin looking for a yard that won't immediately open fire or turn us over to the Troika the moment we arrive. I suppose we should wake up Rook, Calypso pointed out. Not yet, Samara cautioned them. Not until we delete the data from Atsa. And your reasoning is? Zeno inquired. Think about it. Once Rook sees how we escaped, he'll start asking questions, things we don't want him finding out if we're right about the device. It's bad enough he's already twisted our arm about studying the thing, but considering how poorly equipped we are for an investigation, I'm confident we can keep him from learning anything useful. But only if we delete those files. Agreed. He nodded. I am still not convinced the device is benign by nature, but either way I would prefer keeping our options open. Should our avatar friend take a more proactive approach to the situation? In the meantime, Calypso interjected, I want Persephone to look you over. Given her condition, she's had to learn more medical science than most. I'm fine, Samara began, only to have the other woman point at her torn and blood-stained suit. The evidence says different, she informed her. And maybe this time we caught it fast enough that we might actually learn something. All right, she sighed in resignation. Not that it was a bad idea. In fact, she hoped they did learn something. But if Persephone took the same position as the others, it would be that much harder to convince them the device was an ally and not a threat. Call her and say I'm heading over, she told them, rising to her feet. But then get started deleting those files. We will begin immediately, Zeno assured her. She nodded and made her way aft. But despite her assurances the alien box was a friend, there was a dark place deep within her that recalled others who'd claimed to be her friend, individuals who swore they were only looking out for her. Leva stood perched on the small platform suspended far above the deck, her eyes closed and her arms outstretched. Her breaths were long and slow, carefully measured in harmony with her heartbeat as she raised her left leg and curled it back behind her in an arabesque. She flexed her knee, tensing, and then leapt, sweeping the other leg back around to give her momentum as she tumbled through the air, landing atop a pillar only large enough to give a single-foot purchase. Her landing was perfect, no tremor or wobble to show loss of balance. But the pillar was merely a stepping stone to her next objective as she launched herself once more, the aerial as she flipped her body end over end, a study of absolute control. The next piling she landed on was even smaller and further away than the first, forcing her to alight onto her open palm, the rest of her body suspended above her. She cocked her free arm to the side for balance as she hung upside down, gauging the distance to her next target, before pushing off yet again and somersaulting to yet another pedestal, this one large for both her feet. Leva paused for a moment, thankful for the brief respite afforded her. After the long months of rehabilitation and training, she should have realized it was a trap. She was already off and falling before her brain registered the pft of pneumatic tubes firing. Needle-tipped darts zipped past her as she twisted her body to deny them a target, avoiding them by mere millimeters. She was already bounding off her next position as it retracted into the floor, the obstacles she faced now uncertain and dynamic. She rebounded off a heavy block dropped on her from high above, using that extra push to reach the next pole and wrap her arm around it, slingshotting herself back the way she'd come as she landed onto the deck in a forward tumble. Leva was up and moving a heartbeat later in a single fluid motion as a mannequin appeared before her, whipping a heavy staff at her torso. She jumped into the air with a war cry and lashed out with her foot, snapping the mechanical device's artificial neck with a spinning roundhouse kick. A second drone appeared, this one wielding a sword, forcing her to disable it with a flurry of hand strikes before it too collapsed onto the deck. Once again, her preternatural senses warned her of danger as she leapt into the air, grasping a suspended rope high above as the deck dropped out beneath her, revealing a spike-lined pit. 3 powerful kicks had her past the danger as she swung from one cable to the next, before finally landing within the white outlined box painted on the deck that marked the course's finish. She rested her hands on her knees as she panted from the effort, every muscle stretched to its limit and beyond as she fought to catch her breath, while the monitor noting her progress made a notation on her tablet. 37.2 seconds, she informed her, shaking her head. A pitiful showing. I just beat my record by 4 seconds, Lever exclaimed, and my form was perfect. The monitor snorted. We're not grading on a curve here, she replied. Our clan and its patrons have given you their very best effort, and they expect the same in return. She typed another note before jerking her head back at the course. Again. Her head dropped in defeat. Arguing was pointless. She'd learned that long ago. They expected perfection and would make sure you produced it, by means both fair and foul. No trick was too dirty, no subterfuge too devious, as long as it helped them achieve their goal. She sighed before squaring her shoulders, readying herself for the climb back to the starting position as she padded over to the metal pole. That's enough, she heard behind her. Leva turned and spotted a sinewy man making his way towards them. His hair and eyes were dark, his form trim and well-muscled with a swimmer's build. He moved with a fluid motion that spoke of years of training, but when he looked her way, she could see the mischievous grin lurking beneath the professional mask. He came to a halt in front of her, his gaze traveling down her body as Leva was suddenly made conscious of her thin leotard. Now see here, the monitor began, only to be cut off. I said that's enough, the man ordered. The other woman drew herself up, composing herself before stalking off. Turning his attention back to Leva, he graced her with a gentle smile. After that performance, I'd say you've earned a little downtime. Thank you, she said softly. I was starting to wonder if I'd ever be good enough. He gave her an easy shrug. Our standards are high, he agreed, and I admit we push our candidates to their limits. The smile came back with a vengeance. But that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun now and then, he chuckled. Interested? Leva barked out a laugh. Are you kidding? She said with a grin of her own. Anything to avoid another run on the obstacle course. I think we can do better than that, he said with a wink, before holding out his hand. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Leva, he told her. She gripped his hand and shook. I didn't catch your name, she remarked. The smile grew even wider. Call me Azrael. Chapter 27. Down and Dirty. Are we ready to reboot? Samara asked, checking with the others. Checking the directory. File transfer protocol has finished loading the required folders. Core identity is tied into the input-output system. Peripherals are engaged and online. Zeno nodded as he double-checked the system from his modified terminal. We are ready. All right then, load the program, she replied, as the systems were powered up and installed. Samara watched as the memory usage climbed sharply, topping out at just over 100 yottaflops as the system finished its integration and came online. All systems appear to be functioning within specified guidelines, Rook reported, appearing within the monitor before managing a shutter. Let's never do that again. Welcome back, she smiled. How does it feel to be among the land of the living? I will tell you in a moment. The avatar sniffed. Performing systems check. The image froze as diagnostic screens began appearing on the other displays, only to disappear moments later as his likeness turned and glared at her. What have you done to my ship? He screeched. The mission didn't go like we'd hoped, she sighed. We escaped, but not without taking damage. You realize this is far beyond my ability to repair? He demanded. And given our current hostilities with the Troika and what happened at Star's End, finding acceptable drydock facilities may well be impossible. We're working on it, she explained. Zeno is checking his contacts. There is a simpler option, he replied. There are several locations available to us among the Kikish worlds. And admit defeat? Samara chuckled. I thought going back meant acknowledging you weren't up to the challenge, not to mention all the penalties attached to that decision. I agree. It is not the optimal choice, Rook admitted, now looking chagrined. But if it means deciding between the completion of our mission and a dismal end in the depths of space, that simplifies matters considerably. I don't think we're there yet, she pointed out. Give us some time to consider the alternatives before you decide to head for home. I currently have 1 or 2 promising leads, Zeno informed him. I should have better information within the next few days. Very well, the avatar reluctantly agreed. I can put that time to use and begin repairing those systems I'm able to restore. Sounds good, Samara nodded. In the meantime, I'm going to get some rest. Unlike some people, I've been conscious the last couple days, she said with a weary smile, before trundling off to her cabin. It was several hours later when she awoke, touching the light switch beside her as she sat up. Something had intruded during her sleep, but now as she rubbed her eyes and peered around the compartment, she could see no sign of it. Sliding off the bed, she padded over to the hatch, thinking to check in on the others and maybe grab something from the galley. The door refused to budge. Her brow furrowed as she pressed the override. Again, nothing. Swallowing a curse, she went to the monitor. Rook, the hatch isn't working in my cabin, she explained. Can you open it? The display came to life as the alien gazed out at her. Can? Yes. Will? No, he informed her. Damn it. What is it now? She snapped. Do we really have to do this again? We had an arrangement, Samara of Earth, he said, his tones belying barely controlled fury. All information regarding the technology recovered at Star's End was to be shared equally. His eyes narrowed. You have broken that covenant. Alarms went off in her head as she fought to hide her emotions. What the hell are you talking about? She demanded. Did you really think I would allow myself to be placed in suspension without some form of protection? He asked her. Without having a method at my disposal allowing me to know everything that transpired during my slumber, even if you and the other humans attempted to conceal them? He glared at her. You thought you had deleted the relevant files, but you did not find them all. Samara winced, before shrugging in defeat. There seemed little point in lying about it now. All right, you caught us, she said at last. What do you want to make it right? From you? Nothing, he answered. You and the others will remain locked in your cabins until we arrive at our destination. Look, there's no need for this, she said, trying to placate him. You want to head back to the Kikish? Fine. Maybe it was nobody's first choice, but the ship is pretty banged up. Maybe it even makes sense. Only there's no reason to treat us like prisoners. You already are a prisoner, Samara. Or had you forgotten that? He sneered. We had certain agreements regarding your parole, which you have repeatedly violated. I allowed you a certain amount of latitude so we might strike back at the Troika, but now I see your race is unworthy of our trust. Now wait just a minute, she snarled, only to be cut off. Not this time, he threw back at her. I told you there would be penalties if you double-crossed me, and yet you did so anyway, blackmailing me with your so-called mutually assured destruction philosophy. Not any longer. A wintry smile graced his features. I have flooded the other cabins with anesthetizing agents, ensuring they will remain unconscious until we arrive at our destination. She shook her head. Won't work, I'm afraid. It's a long way to your homeworld, too long to travel with people being gassed and have them arrive in one piece. They'll need food, water, hygiene. All of that might be true, Rook replied. If we were returning to the Kikish, an icy sensation settled into the pit of her stomach. Where are you taking us, Rook? She asked. He cocked his head as he contemplated her. Back to Atsa, he said finally. What? She shrieked. Why? I thought we had a common enemy. We did, to a point, he explained. While removing, or at least knocking back the Troika would have been the ideal outcome, we recognized the possibility of that occurring to be vanishingly small. The leaders of my world and I agreed that if we found ourselves in an untenable position, we would then explore other options. The reality of his words hit her like a gut punch. You're switching sides, she said in horror. For God's sake, why? Because I am a patriot, Samara of Earth, like you, he said coolly. And if I cannot defeat my enemy, I must then make accommodations to secure the best position I can for my people. Handing you over will do that. And when they realize your hands are just as dirty as mine, she reminded him. When they compare notes with the rest of the Troika, assuming they haven't already, and recognize you've been an active, willing participant from the start, a grim smile appeared on her face. They'll destroy you. Were I to simply give you to them, that might be a genuine possibility, he conceded, before appearing to lean in closer to the camera. However, once I include what must be a piece of precursor technology and the documentation I've gathered showing you using it, I suspect we will come to a generous agreement. Samara froze in shock. Rook, you can't, she whispered. Do you have any idea what kind of weapon you'd be giving them? What kind of power? She could only stare in disbelief. You'll make them 100 times stronger than they already are. 1,000. We'll never be free of them. You brought this on yourself, he chided her. Had you abided by our contract, we would not be here. Besides, he shrugged, there was never any real chance of us defeating the Troika. It was a fool's errand. One of us is a fool, she snapped. So that's it then? You'll turn us over, along with the device, and reap the benefits? She shook her head. Somehow, I doubt it will be that easy. Terrans, he hissed. You are all little more than ignorant children, interfering where you do not belong. Samara's hands clenched into fists. I can't let you do this, she said softly. I fail to see how you can stop me, he replied, his grin now something fierce. The Protean said nothing in return. She merely bowed her head and changed. Altering one's form is a complex process. Many factors come into play, which is why it's simpler to choose something close to your own baseline. The farther removed from that, the more difficult the shift becomes. Human forms are easier than non-human, and the less humanoid an alien race is, the harder the transformation becomes. Which is why Samara had never attempted shapeshifting into an Hada until now. The Hada were an unusual species, even when measured against the myriad of races inhabiting the Perseus Arm, the product of a high-gravity world, over 3.5 times what was normal for humans, had led to some rather unique adaptations as life emerged. Perhaps strangest of all was that unlike almost all other known species in the galaxy, they were a silicon life form, as opposed to carbon. This gave them the strength and durability necessary for such a harsh environment, but the dense gravity and atmosphere had also trapped them on their homeworld. Like humanity itself, it was the intervention of the Oivu that allowed them to leave the surface and explore the stars. But when they realized just how different they were from the other races, the allure of exploration quickly lost its shine. They had retreated to their homeworld, and now few were found elsewhere. A handful of traders, the occasional diplomat, and a small but rugged group that exploited their ability to work under conditions that would kill most other races in order to earn themselves profit. Despite their roughly humanoid appearance, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head and torso, their chemistry and physiology were alien to humanity in ways that defied imagination. Their teeth were quartz analogs, their eyes more closely related to rubies than anything else, and their sheer mass made transforming into one perhaps the ultimate challenge. If she hadn't been exposed to a sample of AK Hada flesh during her training, she wouldn't have made the attempt at all. Just where they'd obtained that sample, she hadn't asked. Her flesh thickened and grayed while her form grew squat and heavy, her clenched fists swelling into something more closely resembling battering rams. It took every gram of concentration she had to pull it off, and even then, her hold on the new form was tenuous. If she attempted anything too complex, it would yank her attention away from the effort and trigger a reversion back to her normal anatomy. Thankfully, she was keeping things simple. All she was planning was smashing the hatch. Her first blow left a sizable dent in the metal doorway, quickly followed by others as she grimly bashed her way through the hatch. "Stop! What are you doing?" Rook shouted, but she paid the alien no mind. He'd forfeited any rights he might have once held in her eyes the moment he betrayed them. Slowly the hatch deformed, giving way under the hammer blows until it finally popped free of its track and clanged to the deck in a clatter. Samara's gem-like eyes scanned the corridor before deciding on her next move, again, keeping it simple. Going after Rook's hardware in this body was problematic, requiring far too much focus to allow her to keep the shape. As luck would have it, however, she knew someone who could pull it off with just a thought. Samara turned and lumbered down the hallway to Gideon's cabin, her head cocking in calculation as she heard the high-pitched hiss of the gas jets opening up. It seemed Rook was trying to knock her out like the others, though it was a foolish move on his part. She was resistant to most sedatives and anesthetics in her normal body, but as an AK Hada, the alien body chemistry easily shrugged it off. As she rounded a corner, she discovered it wasn't the only trick up his virtual sleeve. He'd blocked the corridor with maintenance drones. At first, she thought he'd placed them there as a barrier, but as she drew closer, Samara realized that several of them carried tools. Tools they now held out like weapons as they whirred to life and advanced en masse. Again, she didn't try coming up with a complicated strategy, instead merely raising her blocky fists as she began smashing the drones down one by one. The battle, sadly, was not one-sided. A cutting torch bit deeply into her flesh before she could rip the manipulator arms from its body and use them as a club. She almost lost her grip then, but somehow, perhaps out of sheer desperation, she held on. Samara twisted her blocky body aside at the last second, barely avoiding another drone armed with a boring tool, earning her a long furrow down her side. That machine also joined its shattered brethren, but they were coming harder and faster now as Rook spent their mechanical lives like water in his desperate bid for survival. The attacks drove her to her knees as she struggled to maintain her form against the now surmounting odds. In the end, there was simply one blow too many. Her control shattered as they drove her face down to the deck, her body rippling as her original form began reasserting itself. Samara threw back her head and screamed as the wounds appeared on her body, howling in agony moments before she finally lost consciousness and collapsed before the mechanical mob. Connection established. Chapter 28. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Connection established. Emergency protocol activated. Contextual status corroboration verified. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located 94.812% match. Imprint SED 09877-3L85AH3097 activated. I am Bellator Theurgist first grade Churter Hosk. It has been 7.1 by 1014 cycles since my previous activation. As per instructions under the emergency protocols, I immediately assess the situation. Curious. My host's physiology and genetic coding are well outside projected dimensions. It would seem that in the intervening TerraCycles since my last revival, there has been a significant deviation to the predicted model. There are many variables that may account for this, but under the emergency protocols, I must defer all such queries until I resolve the crisis. Upon review of the host's logs, I learn there have been 2 separate activations within the previous centicycle. This level of activity is highly unusual, perhaps indicative of an individual being assigned hazardous duty. Again, my interest is piqued, but I am constrained from further investigation. I therefore focus on treatment and stabilization. I detect severe damage to the endoskeletal support structure, especially to the regions housing the central nervous system's most vital components. I immediately focus my theurgistic skills to repair and strengthen these key areas, reinforcing as needed. This forces me to create materials of a significantly higher tensile strength, but given the likelihood of future trauma based on what I have observed thus far, I judge the intervention necessary. With those efforts now in place, I focus my attention elsewhere. Several key vital organs have been damaged as well, and given that my host appears to be performing tasks I deem potentially life-threatening, I program and plant replication kernels while simultaneously restoring function to the injured tissue. Initial observations appear encouraging. With my host now stabilized, I turn my attention to other matters. I discern the immediate cause of the injuries are related to several nearby mechanical devices. While crude and designed for remarkably simple tasks, they have been repurposed into blunt yet effective weapons. Eliminating this threat now has priority. I discover my host has no weapons in the traditional sense, yet I also perceive that several devices have already been permanently disabled. This would seem at odds with what I know of my host's physical parameters. Clearly, there is still data I have not yet discovered and processed, so I therefore perform a Level 2 scan of my host to resolve this anomaly. While the emergency protocols forbid investigation born from mere intellectual curiosity, I am allowed some leeway if the information is necessary to preserve the host. The explanation astounds me. It would seem my host has undergone extensive physiological and genetic alteration, providing her with unique abilities. This reinforces my suspicion regarding the dangerous nature of her duties. Some modifications are inelegant solutions to complex issues, and while they are serviceable, there is room for improvement. However, engineering those kinds of changes falls outside my parameters as they are defined under the emergency protocols. I therefore note my observations in the log for future reference. Now that I am cognizant of my host's abilities, I focus on neutralizing the immediate threat posed by the devices. Based on observed data, it would appear my host had adopted a rather barbaric approach, and while effective to some small degree, it focused on the tactical while ignoring the strategic. A cursory examination of the devices has determined that none are autonomous, that they are instead controlled from a remote source. If I can sever or disrupt that link, it will render them inert. Should my efforts prove fruitless, it may require the summoning of an artificer theurgist to eliminate the threat, though I hope that will not be required. My observations confirm the devices are of similar design, and given they are all of a utilitarian nature and not specifically designed for combat, locating each device's transceiver becomes a much simpler process. Given what I can deduce regarding their construction and the materials used, I determine there is a 74.913% probability the module is within the ventral sensory housing. In my immediate vicinity, there are several detached segments of damaged equipment, and I locate a section of dowel that should suit my purposes. As I ready my host for the attack, I boost the hormone and neurotransmitter levels to decrease reaction time and increase physical force. The enhancements I have made to the endoskeleton will be helpful now as I assert motor control and seize the metal rod I have chosen while rising from the deck. The devices react quickly, so I immediately puncture the closest with my improvised weapon, driving the broken tip into the metal casing surrounding the sensory housing. It ceases movement. With the command linkage severed, it now awaits instructions it cannot receive. With the location of the transceiver module confirmed, I repeat the action against the other devices, though my host takes additional damage as I do so. I divert resources to treat her injuries while I press my attack, until the final drone has been disabled. However, the command center remains intact, and until I render it inoperative, it is still an active threat. I search my host's memory to determine its location, swapping out the dowel I used against the devices for something more substantial as I direct her to its location. On my arrival, I am greeted with a cacophony. An image appears on a nearby display, revealing an entity resembling my host in appearance, though I discern the telltale signs of a constructed likeness. The noises it makes are strident, yet I ignore them. By attacking my host, it has declared itself to be an adversary, and we have not survived this long by taking such threats lightly. The noises increase in frequency and amplitude as I remove the housing surrounding the electronic command module. The weapon I carry is rudimentary, but effective. Soon, the noises cease. The immediate threats to my host appear to have been defeated. I therefore relinquish control and return to standby mode until I am needed once more. I am Bellator Theurgist First Grade Schurter Hosk. Log. Samara woke in the engineering space that controlled the ship. Her mind was fuzzy, her memories disjointed, as she struggled to solve the mystery of how she'd ended up here. Her brow furrowed as she searched her consciousness. I laid down for a nap when her head snapped up as it all came flooding back to her. Rook, the crew, the drones, the pain she'd felt as the machines attacked, overwhelming her and forcing her to shift back to her natural form before. Everything after that was blank. Her gut clenched in a knot as she realized what had happened, though her mind skittered away from it. Remembering the pain she'd felt, Samara searched for wounds, finding none but discovering what had to be bloodstains. New ones, not the remnants of her previous injuries. Her jaw set hard as she forced herself to rise before inspecting the compartment. It didn't take long to spot that the panels covering Rook's physical location had been removed and tossed aside. As she drew nearer and peered within, she saw the electronic brain that had once housed the Avatar's personality matrix had been smashed to bits. "You know exactly who did this," her mind whispered, an accusation she could not deny. And she couldn't even claim she hadn't meant for this to happen. From the moment she decided, she'd known there was no going back. Taking a life was one thing. Having some alien box hijack your body and do it for you was quite another. There would be repercussions because of this. Of that she was certain, though considering how she and the others were being hunted by the most powerful races in the sector, it made retaliation by the Kikish seem almost trivial in comparison. She needed to check on the crew. Stepping out into the corridor, a pile of shattered and disabled drones confronted her. Samara had a vague recollection of hammering some of the devices down in her AK Hada form, but as for the rest, she had no idea. Moving closer, it took a moment to spot what had shut them down. A neat puncture mark on the upper torso that resembled a bullet wound. She stared at the holes in confusion. What could have possibly caused that damage? She quickly answered the question when she glanced at one of the other devices, spying a metal rod protruding from its chassis. They had designed those drones to withstand abuse, and the amount of force required to disable them that way beggared the imagination. She was strong, especially if she chose a form like the AK Hada, but that didn't explain what happened here. So how? Enough of this. There would be time for questions later. First, she had to check on the crew. Making her way aft, she arrived at Zeno's cabin, checking the telltale mounted next to the hatch. Sensors showed sevoflurane at a concentration of 20 parts per million, more than enough to render someone unconscious. Right. First things first, Samara punched in a command to ventilate the atmosphere, purging it of the anesthetic gas. It would take time to accomplish that, even more for the effects to wear off. In the meantime, she had an even bigger problem to deal with. Heading forward, she arrived at the bridge, quickly scanning the navigational systems. As she'd feared, they were still on course for Atsa, and they were heading deeper into Tuadizake space. She killed the engines, letting the ship drift while she decided what to do. While she was sorely tempted to just turn Ratcharin around and head back the way they'd come. If Rook were telling the truth, then odds were there was a Troika ship on its way to meet them. Until she could decide which course was the safest way out of their territory, going dark was the safest option. Doubling back, she returned to Zeno's cabin, checking the sensors. The gas was all but eliminated from the compartment, so taking a chance, she undogged the hatch and entered. Zeno was on his bunk, still out of it, but there was no time to waste. Samara found a cup beside the small sink and filled it with water, before turning and dumping it directly on his face. He came to immediately, sputtering. What is going on?" he mumbled, still groggy from the gas. "It's me," she told him, "and we're in trouble. Rook knocked all of you out with anesthetic gas and turned the ship around. He cut a deal with the Tuatha to hand us over. That woke him up. Where is he now? He demanded. Dealt with, Samara replied. She really wasn't up for specifics at the moment. Wake the others and fill them in. I've got to get back to the bridge and figure a way out of this mess. She went to leave, but Zeno caught her wrist. What is it you're not telling me? He asked. Samara paused, torn between friendship and wanting to forget. But finally truth won out. It happened again, she whispered, before pulling free from his grasp and exiting the cabin. It was sometime later before Zeno and Calypso joined her on the bridge. She'd cut the ship's emission to a bare minimum, creeping along on a random trajectory away from the Tuatha. The scopes were clear for now, but who knew how long that would last? She turned to them as they took their seats. How are the others? She asked. Persephone is pissed as hell, but other than that she's fine, Calypso reported. I'm not sure Gideon even noticed. She paused for a moment, choosing her words carefully. That's, a big mess of gear in the corridor, she said at last. Samara could only nod in agreement. It is, she answered. The pair shared another of their strange looks, before Zeno picked up the thread. You said, it happened again, he quoted gently. I assume by that you meant you have yet another gap in your memory. Yes, she said. He nodded at that as she confirmed his suspicions. And Rook? He probed. Do you recall what happened? She only managed a brief headshake, not trusting herself to speak. Zeno sighed as he folded his hands in his lap. Samara, we are in a dangerous position. Hounded on all sides by the Troika, betrayed from within by Rook. Our situation grows more untenable by the moment. He paused, taking a breath. But the greatest threat we face, far greater than the Agatadub, the Eliax, or even the Tuatha, I fear instead comes from that box. Her jaw clenched as she fought conflicting emotions, before finally turning to face them. Rook caught me off guard. I tried fighting him, using every trick I could think of, but it wasn't enough. He beat me, Zeno, literally and physically. He had me dead to rights before I lost consciousness, and in those last few moments, she closed her eyes and said softly, I knew I would awake wearing chains, or never wake up at all. When she opened them again, they were hard as agate. Instead, I awoke to find him defeated, my wounds healed once more. I can't explain it. I doubt anyone can. But 3 times now I've faced death, and 3 times that box has saved my life, and the lives of everyone else aboard this ship. I may not be a genius like you, Zeno, she said haughtily, but I damn sure know who my friends are. And Rook? Calypso probed carefully. And what about his failsafe? Rook betrayed us, she spat out, and he deserved everything he got. I don't know why he didn't pull the plug and blow the ship. My only guess is that in his arrogance he thought he still had the upper hand, all the way to the very end. But after everything he did tell me you would have done any different, given the circumstances. Samara, it's not that simple, Zeno began. Wrong, she snapped. It's exactly that simple. We have few enough allies as it is in this struggle, and you want to turn away perhaps the most powerful one of all because you don't understand it? We're Terrans, she snarled. And if there's one thing I learned, it's that beggars can't afford to be choosers. She glared at them both. The box stays. End of discussion. Whatever he'd been about to say, Zeno thought better of it. He was silent for some time, before bobbing his head in agreement. Very well. If that is your decision, then we will of course abide by it. He paused as Calypso looked on in concern. I just pray you aren't clutching a viper to your breast. Samara snorted as she adjusted course. If it helped us fight the Troika, then I'd gladly nurse the devil himself. Chapter 29. Auguries, Seances, and Divinations. Samara scowled as she looked over Ratcharin's diagnostics report. This can't be right, she muttered, before querying the ship's computer for an update. She quickly decided she liked those numbers even less. Punching up the intercom, she said, Zeno, Calypso, get up to the bridge. We've got problems. The pair acknowledged her hail, arriving a few minutes later. How bad is it? Zeno asked, coming straight to the point. Bad enough, she told him. Engine performance is falling off rapidly, and the power plant is spitting out error messages like an angry cat. She shook her head. We can't put it off any longer. We have decisions to make. Can we hold out long enough to get clear of enemy territory? Calypso asked. Pulling up a navigational chart, she perused it for a few moments before shaking her head. I'm afraid not. I'm fairly sure if we try, we'll end up dead in space. There must be something, she pleaded, turning to Zeno. Some way out of this mess. I rather doubt we'll find another star's end in the Tuathizake Empire, though considering how things turned out there, that might be a blessing in disguise, he replied. In the meantime, I will continue searching for additional information, he said. So that's it then? She asked, defeated. We took a lot of damage during our escape, Samara explained. As for the rest, Rook was the one monitoring the systems and keeping them running. Without him, she shrugged. Zeno cleared his throat. There may be another option. What option? Samara asked. Well, he equivocated. You have been extolling the virtues of that alien device. If it is all you claim it to be, perhaps it may be of some service. Samara blinked. Maybe, she answered, suddenly unsure. Only I have no idea how to activate it. It seems to make its own decisions in that regard. Perhaps, but you are ignoring the common denominator, he continued. On all 3 occasions where the device rose to the challenge, shall we say, you were grievously injured. If we were to replicate those conditions, are you suggesting we shoot Samara? Calypso said in utter disbelief. Perhaps nothing quite that drastic, he answered, quickly backpedaling. It is possible something less dire may trigger the effect. And just how are you planning on testing that theory? Samara insisted. Start with breaking my pinky and work your way up? Wilting under the glare coming from both women, he held up his hands in defeat. I only offer it as an alternative, he said in a small voice. Samara started to say something and then thought better of it. It might come to that, she admitted unhappily, but we're not there yet. We still have time to consider all our options. What's nearby, in case we have to make port in a hurry? Calypso inquired. Zooming in on the display, Samara highlighted the closest system. Kid AD, she informed them. It's not much to write home about. A day's travel, plus or minus. If the ship is in as terrible shape as you claim, perhaps we should alter course, Zeno suggested. Not too close, but prudence dictates we prepare for the worst. It's a risk, but at this point it might be the lesser of 2 evils, Samara admitted. Altering course, she told them, punching the command into the computer. Should we be forced to declare an emergency in Tuathizake space? Zeno said softly. I know, she said, a sour expression pinching her features. If things get to that point, at least we'd be alive. Not for long, Calypso predicted. Only try as she might to deny it. Zeno's words had found fertile soil and taken root. They were almost out of options, and soon they would face 2 equally unacceptable fates unless something drastically changed in their favor. Either they'd be forced to surrender to the Tuathizake, which meant their deaths, or else Ratcharan would likely fail altogether, far from any safe harbor, which also meant their deaths. They needed a game changer. Samara hefted the alien box and set it in front of her. It was still as enigmatic as the day they'd found it, and if there was a way to open it up and peer inside, they'd yet to find it. If it weren't for her experiences, it might as well have been some ornately carved plant stand. It sat there silently, mocking her efforts. She desperately needed to understand its secrets. If they were to have any chance at all, it would have to come from this strange box, and as much as she wanted to deny it, Zeno had hit upon the one method of gaining access they knew would work. She'd known it the moment he'd uttered the words, despite her sarcastic dismissal. This private war she'd begun had required sacrifice from everyone involved, and now it would require even more from her. It's not that big of a deal, she told herself, picking up the knife. I've endured worse than this. It wasn't even a lie, though it felt like one. Growing up with a crippling disease, the trauma of her surgeries and genetic therapies, the even more grueling rehabilitation that followed. When weighed against all of that, this one insignificant deed paled in comparison. In fact, there was only a single argument against this act of desperation she could think of. Each previous encounter, may have left her healed, but also bereft of any memory of how it was done. Even the camera footage they'd retrieved from the ship's logs told her nothing, and while Zeno and Calypso's eyewitness accounts had added some detail, they were equally unhelpful. If only she'd been conscious when it happened. Her head snapped up as her eyes narrowed with sudden awareness. If consciousness truly was the key, then there were ways to tip the scales in her favor. Samara jumped to her feet and searched her meager belongings, locating the small hypospray she'd used occasionally over the years for various purposes. Checking her supply of medications, she found what she was looking for, quickly loading up the attached canister and pressing the device against her neck. There was a small click as she pulled the trigger, and the effects were almost immediate, which made sense, since the carotid artery led directly to the brain. If 200 milligrams of amphetamines didn't keep her awake for what came next, then nothing would. That out of the way, she took a few minutes to prepare, moving some blankets and a pillow to the deck so as not to ruin her bed. The next part was harder. While normally the auto-hypnosis techniques she learned allowed her to block pain by shutting down the receptors, the adrenaline rush now coursing through her veins made the necessary focus all but impossible. After several more minutes of effort, she could lessen the effects somewhat, but a true block was out of the question. "This is going to hurt," she sighed, picking up the blade and pressing the tip against her stomach, gripping the handle tightly with both hands. She spared a moment to glance up at the box, still silent, still inscrutable, before she closed her eyes once more. Samara took a deep breath and let it out, then took one more, before shoving the dagger deep into her guts, aiming for the abdominal aorta. Her head snapped back in a silent howl of agony as the pain registered. She collapsed on her side as she yanked the knife back out, doing even more damage, letting it clatter to the deck as her hands struggled to staunch the spurting flow of blood. "Anytime you want to get in on this?" She hissed at the box before another wave of torment ripped through her defenses as if they were tissue. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as she curled into a fetal position when she was struck by a sudden, panicked thought. What if she was wrong? If she was, it was a little late now. She could try contacting the others, but a wound like this, with their meager supplies and expertise, it was unlikely they could do anything but make her comfortable before the end came, which could take hours, days, if she was really unlucky. God, this was a stupid plan. She cursed herself, looking up once more at the device. Still nothing. "Damn it, do something," she screamed. The box ignored her. "Fuck me to hell," she swore, her gore-covered hands scrabbling on the polished metal deck as she tried crawling to the intercom, leaving a smeared trail of red behind her. She shook her head as her vision blurred, and with a sudden moment's clarity, she realized her fatal mistake. All the drugs in the universe won't keep you conscious if you bleed out. Shit, she sighed as she propped herself up against a bulkhead. The intercom was a good meter above her head, and she knew she needed to push herself up and press the button. But the will to even try was slowly ebbing away from her. Yup, blood loss. She nodded to herself, as her shoulders slumped in resignation. "You are such an idiot," was her last conscious thought before slumping on her side, her eyes fixed and open. Connection established. Emergency protocol activated. Contextual status corroboration verified. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located 97.404% match. Imprint S09W3HOW09509SJHK27V activated. I am clinicistheragist 1st grade Sothingolf. It has been 4.8 by 1011 cycles since my previous activation. As per instructions under the emergency protocols, I immediately assessed the situation. After reviewing my host's logs, I see now why I have been summoned. For separate medical emergencies in less than 2 centicycles is a disturbing trend indeed, and even as I begin repairs to the host's damaged physiology, I see I must delve deeper than my predecessors. While it is possible these incidents could merely be coincidental, my intuition says otherwise. While I agree with Bellator theurgist 1st grade Schurter Hosk's assessment that the host is engaged in a dangerous profession of some sort, especially given the extensive modifications she has undergone, I cannot rule out the possibility that some form of psychosis is at work without further examination. It is possible the host is in fact unconsciously seeking methods of terminating her existence, and if so, then this is delicate ground. I must tread lightly, even as I sift deep within her memories. Despite the inherent cost, I must begin by accessing her language files. I understand why my predecessors failed to do so. In each case, it was not required to ameliorate their respective emergencies. I, however, as a clinicus theurgist, must search for the root cause, the connecting thread that binds these separate incidents together. Language files are now fully assimilated. The argot spoken by the host is simple, yet unusually fluid. Phonemes can contain multiple meanings, forcing communicants to divine the intended message from the surrounding context. It is woefully inefficient, yet I can see where it allows for subtle shadings of possibilities that a more rigid dialect would make difficult. A language designed for artists and liars, I find it difficult to believe this odd patois has any sort of linguistic relationship to our own vernacular, but under the emergency protocols I am prevented from studying this dichotomy in further detail. More pressing matters await within the host's mind. It is worse than I feared. This latest event was indeed intentional, a deliberate act upon herself, though seemingly without the intention of terminating her existence. I find this puzzling. Surely an individual with the host's intelligence would know the inherent dangers of such an act. Yet it is obvious there was no hesitation on her part. Yet another dichotomy, though this enigma is one I may pursue. In fact, it goes to the very core of why my cognate was summoned. I must delve deeper to understand her reasoning and motives. Code Priority Alpha. Interregnum detected. Crisis concordant now in effect. Connection established. Crisis Concordat Protocol activated. Interregnum status corroboration verified. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located 100% match. Imprint 1A activated. I am archive, custodian theurgist of the assembled cognates within my domain. This is the 7th time circumstances have activated me since my creation, the 7th interregnum I have observed since the very beginning, and as I consult the logs and my internal chronology, I realize now it is by far the longest. I fear there is much work to be done. Clinicus theurgist first-grade Sothengold's efforts have been successful. He has stabilized the host, the damage to her systems repaired. Any further intervention must be carefully weighed, given the gravity of the situation. The protocols are clear. I must begin initial assessment and investigation. But I too must tread lightly, for fear of endangering not only my host but also myself, the cognates under my charge, and most importantly, the great work. I must protect them all. Connections and interlocks have been engaged. It is time. Samara opened her eyes and tried to sit up. Surprisingly, she could do so without effort. Several moments passed before her brain re-engaged, a groan escaping her lips as she remembered why she was sitting on the deck. The stained knife lay a meter away, near the strange alien box, and as she gingerly checked herself, she found the same familiar pattern. No wounds or scars, faintly tinged clothing, and zero memories. Great. With a sigh, she rose to her feet. No sense in telling the others about this. They were already worried about her mental state as it was. A shower and a change of clothes, a thorough cleaning of her cabin, and no one would be the wiser. She padded over to the sink, splashing some water on her face before stripping off her clothing, and Samara. Her head snapped up in shock before whipping around to see who had called her name. The cabin was empty, as she'd known it was. Was Zeno calling her on the intercom? It hadn't sounded like his voice, but then she was still groggy from that idiotic stunt of hers. She headed back over to the panel to double-check. Samara, it is vital that we speak. She spun like a top on the balls of her feet, her arms raised while her hands immediately formed knife edges for attack. But no one was there. I'm losing my damn mind. She winced as she felt a headache coming on. That got a laugh out of her. An hour ago a headache would have been the least of her worries. Samara, you are not suffering a delusion. I am real. We must communicate. Who the fuck are you? She shouted, backing into a corner and hugging herself. There was a long pause. You may call me Guardian. Chapter 30. Perimeter breach. Intrusion detected. Samara's eyes darted around the compartment before shaking her head as if she were trying to dislodge something. Bly warned me there'd be complications from the surgery. Samara, how can I convince you I am not a product of your imagination? Guardian asked her, his voice strong and adamant within her mind. She held up her hands as if to ward off demons. I don't know what's going on, but you aren't real. A sound much like a sigh seemed to echo within her ears. I regret the necessity of this, Samara. Please understand this is only a demonstration, and that I am, in fact, real. And just what is that supposed to mean? she demanded, before rolling her eyes in frustrated exasperation. Great. Now I'm arguing with my hallucinations? Her spiel ground to a halt, staring in horror as her right hand reached up and slapped her across the face, hard. Twice. She fought to pull away, but it was no longer obeying her commands. Every other muscle in her body she still controlled, but from the shoulder down that limb was under new management. Give it back, she screamed. Of course, but now will you listen to me? Guardian requested. And just like that, she was in control again. She flexed the hand and arm several times for confirmation, before stumbling over to the bed and collapsing with a bone-weary shudder. Doesn't seem like I have a choice, does it? She said in defeat. You always have a choice, Samara, though I admit this seems the simpler of your options. The voice, Guardian, sounded more relaxed now, as if he were settling in for a friendly chat over tea. I am, however, confused. You informed your companions that something healed you on 3 separate occasions, and they informed you they had witnessed you performing actions that seemed out of character. I therefore do not understand why direct communication is so difficult for you to accept. Wait, you were spying on us? She snapped, before sighing once again and shaking her head, more gently this time. Okay, a little ironic for me to be complaining about that, I admit, but were you? No, Samara, you were not under surveillance, he assured her. I merely accessed the information directly from your central nervous system. It is how I learned your language and the method by which we are communicating now. Wonderful. Telepaths, she spit out. You damn Tuathizuke. It's not enough to hound us to the edge of space. You have to invade our minds, too. She felt more than heard yet another deep sigh. I am not a telepath, at least not in the way you understand the term, Guardian explained. Nor am I one of the Tuathizuke. We are. He paused, weighing his words. Our true name would mean nothing to you, he decided at last, and a direct translation would mean little more. So instead, if it helps, think of us as the faithful, religious fanatics. Great. She froze, cocking her head as her eyes narrowed at a blank bulkhead. What do you mean, we? Religion? He asked, confused by her remark. There was another pause, this time accompanied by an odd sensation, as if someone were tickling the inside of her brain. Ah, I see. No, we are not adherents of a religious sect, although I admit there are certain parallels. Stop that, Samara shouted. If you have a question, just ask me. Don't go digging it out of my head. Of course, my apologies. Yet another long pause. To answer your second question, I am merely the first among equals. The device you discovered, the repository, contains many such as I. So your avatars, she slowly nodded. That explains a lot. Again, while close, that term is not entirely accurate either. Yes, long ago, I and the others had a physical, biological form, though one that differed from your own. But we are not an offshoot of our race, merely the continuation of it. Samara shook her head. I don't understand. If I understand the term correctly, your avatars were once like you. Yet instead of continuing a mortal existence, they chose a non-corporeal one, encoded as bits of data. Is this correct? Sounds about right, she agreed. I'm not an expert, though. I imagine if there are any inaccuracies, the analogy is still sound, he informed her. But where I and the others of the repository differ, however, is that this was not some arbitrary choice we made. It is instead how the faithful continue to serve at the end of our existence. Our physical bodies may have expired, yet we live on. That one floored her. Samara blinked in shock. You mean, you're dead? She said softly. Our physical forms departed long ago. Yes, Guardian agreed. As the end of our life draws near, our minds are copied and downloaded into the repository, or others like it, so we may still contribute if someone requires our skills. God, I need a drink, Samara muttered, before plunging ahead. But you could have become avatars when you were still alive, right? Yes, but we chose not to follow that course, he told her. We fear that the creation of such a radically novel form of existence, one that lived in tandem with our original selves, would create an unhealthy, divisive element within our society. Now it was her turn to sigh. Remind me to tell you about the clan wars sometime, she said sadly, before taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Okay, you said we needed to talk. So talk. Why did you contact me? There was another long silence. Samara, he said at last, we need your help. It took almost 10 minutes for Samara to stop laughing. Guardian waited patiently until she had herself back under control. Our help, she snickered. Have you looked around here lately? Not in any detail, he demurred. Our creators designed us to interface with biological forms, not electronic ones. I cannot access your computers directly. I see, she said thoughtfully. Well, if you had, you'd have learned that the Tuath Hizake shot our ship to hell. Our command avatar suffered an accident. We are deep within enemy space, and pretty much every race out there wants us dead. Just what exactly is it you think we could possibly do for you? She asked him, her words laced with dripping gobs of sarcasm. Another odd sensation washed over her, different from before. This one felt as if she were back in rehab and had just failed yet another test under the therapist's ever-watchful eye. Samara, surely you must recognize the futility of prevarication regarding events we ourselves took part in, he chided her. Your avatar, Rook, did not suffer from an accident. He was instead deliberately dismantled. His very actions proved him to be a threat. So once you were healed, we assumed control of your physical form and dealt with the matter. And you can do that anytime you want, she whispered. Just take control. Like with my arm. Yes, Samara, Guardian admitted, though we only intervene under emergency conditions. And just whose definition of emergency are we talking about here? She demanded. Yours or mine? Guardian was suddenly, strangely silent. Samara grimaced as it confirmed her worst fears. Just as I thought. All right, Guardian. Here's where we part ways. Get out. I do not understand. Then I'll make it easy for you. Get out of my mind. There was another long pause. I am sorry, Samara. Truly, I am. But I regret I cannot do that. Somehow I suspected that would be your answer, she sneered. Are you saying that you can't? Or that you won't? Does it matter? Guardian asked. Ultimately? I suppose not, she acknowledged. But I want you gone, Guardian. I won't be your pawn. Her fists clenched and unclenched as her skin rippled in waves of transformation. Too many people have forced me to dance to their tune, and I refuse to play that game anymore. So, either you get out or I will take you out. And how do you propose to do that? He asked. If you were planning on injuring yourself again, you must realize by now just how pointless an effort that is. If you were thinking of jettisoning the repository into space, I will immediately assume control and prevent you from doing so. Samara seethed with rage, as Guardian blithely informed her he could counter her every move. Then I'll get one of the others to do it, she shouted. Assuming for a moment I would allow you to form the necessary words, or send the proper message, he said carefully, Samara, if you force me to do so, then I will stop them, by any means necessary. Damn you, you alien bastard, she screamed. Damn you to hell. Yet another silence, as he regrouped. Samara, please, I know you believe you have no reason to trust me, but know this. I am not your enemy. The situation we find ourselves in, it may not be one either would have chosen, yet I believe we can help one another. I won't be your damned meat puppet, she snarled. I am sorry, Samara, but there is no other way. It is the only means by which we may communicate, or that we may render assistance. I will not vacate your physical form. Too much is at stake. Fine, she hissed. You want to play it like that? You say we can help each other? Then help. Get us out of this mess. In fact, we have assisted you several times already, Guardian pointed out. Were it not for our efforts, you and the others would all be dead, or prisoners of your enemies. If there are requests to be granted, I believe it is now our turn to ask a favor. Ask, she said through gritted teeth, dreading what the alien creature would demand from her. But try as she might, she couldn't deny a single thing he just said. The stained butcher knife lay on the deck where it had fallen, proving his point. Guardian seemed to spend several seconds gathering his courage. I wish to see the most comprehensive star chart you possess. Samara blinked. I'm sorry. What? She sputtered. Were my words unclear? He asked her. I do not see how that is possible. No, they were clear enough, she said finally. It's just, I was expecting something a little more intrusive. Not at this time, he assured her. I will not lie. It is possible in the future I will make such a request, but not today. A star chart will suffice for now. A star chart, she repeated, shaking her head. Well, that's easy enough. Navigation console on the bridge has the most up-to-date version, she explained as she rose to her feet. Besides, I'll need to explain you to the others anyway. And just like that, she ground to a halt. Unfortunately, not by choice. I would prefer this secret remain solely between us, Guardian requested, though perhaps the word request was a shade too mild. Unless, of course, one used it in the proper context. For example, a criminal entrepreneur requesting you hand over your possessions before he did something unpleasant. It is for their protection, Samara, he added, perhaps anticipating the direction of her thoughts and your own. They already have grave concerns regarding your stability, and new direction may be the most delicate way of phrasing it. Allaying their fears is the wisest course of action. And when you play me like a marionette again, she sneered, they're sure as hell going to notice that. Should that occur, obviously the situation would need to be reevaluated, he agreed. Until then, it is best this remains between us. And it is possible that day may never come, Guardian pointed out. Yeah, right, Samara scoffed. You obviously don't know us Terrans at all. Zeno and Calypso were right where she'd left them. They must have slept in the command chairs, which were adjustable in case of long flights, but nowhere near as comfortable as an actual bed. They both turned to her as she took a seat at navigation. You look better, Calypso ventured. Just needed some rest, she assured her, as she pulled up the charts. Now you must focus, Guardian explained to her. We will assist you, but it will take much concentration on your part for us to assimilate the data. Right? Samara mumbled, before looking up in chagrin. I need to study the charts and see if there's a way out of this mess, she told them, covering for her mistake. So if you could both keep it quiet until I finish? Certainly, Zeno agreed, as Calypso nodded as well. Thanks, she said with a wave, but her attention was already elsewhere. She started with an overview of the Perseus arm, staring at the plot as she felt her senses sharpen, her mind honing itself in ways she'd never imagined possible. As she gazed at each section, she could feel the information being siphoned away, past her subconscious, down to wherever Guardian and his pals lived. She still had serious misgivings about all this. How could she not? But as she'd pointed out to the others, the box had saved their lives long before Guardian decided to get chatty. She didn't like not being in control of her own body, not one damn bit. But for the moment there didn't seem to be much she could do about it. But if that were to change, faster and faster the data flew by. As the repository rolled up their collective sleeves and got down to business, there was no way a mere human could keep up with what they were doing. But then that wasn't what they wanted her for. She was merely their conduit, and if need be, agent. Lord knew she'd had worse masters since she'd joined the Proteans. But after all this time, she'd gotten used to having none at all. Soon, her mind whispered, everyone has a weakness. I'll find guardians eventually, and when I do… Samara? Calypso said warily, interrupting her thoughts. She lifted her head from the display. Yes? The pair shared another of those weird looks. Why is there a blood-stained hole in your shirt? The other woman asked nervously. Samara grimaced as she slowly looked down at her belly. She'd meant to change that shirt before she'd gotten distracted. Shit, she and Guardian said in unison. Chapter 31. Riders on the Storm. Samara laughed as she snuggled in close to Azrael, the pair walking through a tiny village on the Zajubit homeworld. Ever since the day he'd rescued her from the torments of rehabilitation and taken over her training, the two had spent hours together honing her skills. With her newfound abilities, from computer infiltration to weapons training, she soon realized she was being groomed for something special. She'd had strong misgivings on the subject, but Azrael had quickly laid them to rest. He'd even helped pick out her clan name, Samara. In ancient Sanskrit it meant, accompanied by gods. She'd loved the power of it, the majesty, the way it slipped from the tongue. But the way Azrael said it as he whispered in her ear sent shivers down her spine. You know as well as I do how dangerous the universe is, he explained. And if we're going to survive as a species, we need to learn every trick we can. And someday soon, when we're ready, we'll put those skills to good use. What do you mean? She'd asked. For 2 centuries now, ever since we lost the homeworld, we've been treated by the other races as if we were something they scraped off their shoe. But we've also been preparing. And there will come a day when we'll be able to carve out a corner of the galaxy for ourselves." He smiled and gave her a conspiratorial wink. "Really? It sounds heavenly," she sighed, "though I doubt I'll live to see it." She turned to face him. "And in the meantime?" Azrael shrugged. "In the meantime, we earn our keep," he grimaced. "Our implants, the gene therapies, the training, none of it comes cheap. The race is paying the freight, all expect a return on their investment. It's the price of doing business." He leaned in and said softly, "But what they don't realize is what we're doing with those same abilities and all that training." To paraphrase something one our own once said, "The Troika will sell us the rope with which we will hang them." After that, she'd thrown herself into her training like a woman possessed, or merely one who had finally found a cause worth fighting for. And now they were out and about, celebrating. Somehow Azrael had wrangled passage to Zajubut, booking a reservation on a secluded island getaway that rivaled any tropical paradise back on old Earth. For 3 blissful days they'd enjoyed all the resort offered: sun and surf by day, drinks and dinner in the evening and at night. Looking back, she wasn't sure how it began. Had she leaned in for that first kiss? Had he? Not that it mattered. Soon they were inseparable, both during training and when off duty. For the lonely little cripple girl that still lived inside of her, in those dark places she feared to look, falling in love with Azrael had been a dream come true. It was as if she were some fairy tale princess whose godmother had given her everything she wished for with a wave of her wand. The pair came to a halt outside an expensive home. Azrael pulled her in close and pressed his lips to hers as she melted in his embrace. The blood pounded in her ears as she looked up and whispered, "I never want this moment to end." He smiled and brushed back an errant lock of hair away from her face. "Nor do I, but there's something I need you to do." "Anything," she promised, her eyes glistening. He inclined his head towards the mansion. "Follow the fence to the right. On the far side, you'll see a waste bin near the service entrance. You'll find a box secured behind it. Remove the box from the bin and dispose of it, then take what you find into the house. Top floor, southwest corner." His eyes bore into hers. "Leave no witnesses." Samara froze, the words catching in her throat. Surely he couldn't mean, "I warned you from the start we had to earn our keep," he reminded her, as she struggled to process it all. "Our patrons have invested heavily in you, and now they want proof their time and money were well spent." He glanced back at the house. "It's graduation day, Samara." She found her voice at last. "And if I refuse," she whispered. Azrael sighed. "That would be unfortunate," he said. He let the implications of that statement hang in the air, like a timer ticking down to 0. Bowing her head, Samara closed her eyes. "And after?" she asked. His lips found hers once more. "Come find me," he whispered. But when she opened her eyes again, he was gone. She stood there, hoping it was some practical joke, that he'd leap out of the bushes and yell surprise. But in her heart, she knew. Somehow, she'd always known. Fairy godmothers didn't really exist, and miracles all came with a price. Samara turned, following the fence as he'd instructed her, and embraced her destiny. Calypso and Zeno sat waiting as Samara struggled to respond. "I don't suppose you'd buy it's not what it looks like?" she asked hopefully. "I'm afraid not," Zeno answered. "I didn't think so," she sighed. "I hope you have some idea how to handle this," she silently prodded Guardian, banking he could hear her. "You must allay their concerns," Guardian countered. "Dissuade them somehow." "I'm wearing a blouse with bloodstains and a damn knife mark," she snapped. "Somehow I don't think they'll be dissuaded." There was a long, pregnant pause before all involved reacted. "Shit," Samara said once again, her hand covering her face in chagrin. "Who are you talking to?" Calypso demanded. "Which part of dissuade were you unclear about?" Guardian sighed. "Everybody just be quiet for a moment," Samara shouted, holding out her hands. "Just give me a minute here." Zeno and Calypso shared another one of their looks, and this one she recognized all too well. It was the one that screamed. Samara's lost her vertical hold. "Now you listen to me. I am not crazy," she snapped. "No, of course not," Zeno said gently. "We're your friends, Samara. We just want to help." Calypso nodded in agreement too quickly to be anything but an attempt in humoring her before they jabbed her with a hypo. It seems we have little choice, Guardian said unhappily. I believe your crewmates are about to secure you someplace where you cannot harm yourself. They will fail, but it seems more prudent to explain what is happening than to cause them permanent injury. Oh boy, she sighed, rolling her eyes. So, funny story. The two stared at her, right? So much for humor. Samara took a deep breath. Okay, the short version is this. That box we found? The one that has been saving my life? Our lives? It turns out that it's sort of alive. Zeno's eye twitched. Okay, not alive, exactly, she said in a rush. Just filled with alien avatars. Kind of. Calypso managed a counterfeit smile. And there, talking to you, she volunteered, using that tone of voice reserved for small children and the dangerously insane. Samara groaned. Forget it, Guardian. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but maybe you'd better take over. It is probably for the best, he agreed. There was a brief sensation that was distinctly uncomfortable as he slid into the driver's seat. Only this time she was wide awake. Granted, she was now just a passenger within her own body, that lack of control making her want to scream and try to break free, but she reined the impulse in. After all, she'd invited him. From Calypso's perspective, Samara's posture changed slightly, just enough for her to sit up and take notice. And while Zeno couldn't see her directly, he could infer by whatever arcane process he used to recognize that something had shifted. I am called Guardian, he said, the timbre and inflections of his voice sounding radically different from her normal speech. I am linked to Samara through her central nervous system. And while her description of myself as an avatar is not precisely accurate, it is acceptable for these purposes. Zeno cocked his head, his brain suddenly in overdrive. Interesting, he murmured. Just how are you altering your voice, Samara? Are you employing the same process you used to shapeshift? Calypso, on the other hand, merely gaped at her. Guardian regarded him in turn. Do you want me to prove that what I am saying is true? If you wish, I could retrieve the cognate responsible for piloting this vessel to safety after your aborted attack. I thought you didn't remember that, Calypso stuttered. Samara does not possess those memories, Guardian confirmed, but as I am attempting to explain, I am not Samara. If you are not Samara, then who are you? Zeno inquired. That will take time to explain, Guardian demurred, and I would prefer not to control Samara's nervous system any longer than is necessary. Already she is becoming agitated. I am not, Samara sniffed inside her skull. All right. Maybe a little, she amended. Sounds like her, Calypso admitted. But how can we be sure? You say you are linked to her brain, Zeno said carefully. How are you accomplishing this? Yeah, how are you? Samara chimed in. We can form a connection using what you would call nanotechnology, Guardian explained. It is also how we repaired her injuries. He paused for a moment, cocking his head. I will now relinquish control back to Samara. I fear she is growing increasingly distressed. There was yet another shift as everything about her subtly changed once again. Samara shuddered, cringing and shaking her head. God, I hate that, she said to herself, shaking out her arms and legs as she fought to calm back down. This is crazy, Calypso whispered. You should try it from this side, Samara agreed. You are saying this is true then, Zeno said carefully. Not some elaborate bit of tomfoolery. Seriously, Zeno, what would be the point? She said, exasperated. Yes, it's real. Somehow that box linked with me when Jabril shot me in the back, and it's only now made actual contact. Then where did it come from? Calypso demanded. Who made that box, and what's its purpose? What do they want? Her forehead wrinkled as she struggled to answer. All good questions, she said finally. Hold on, I'll ask. Well, she silently queried Guardian. I'm afraid I cannot answer those questions, he admitted. I do not yet have the proper reference data to explain the answers to you in any sort of meaningful fashion. Seriously? She exclaimed, startling the other two. You can't even tell me what you want? There was a moment of silence. We want to go home, Guardian said softly. But even as the pair attempted to explain their situation to the others, a vastly different conversation was taking place a dozen meters away. If this truly is an interregnum, then it is by far the most abnormal set of circumstances I have ever heard of, Churter Hosk argued. Some other factor must be at work. What else could it be? Your hair Dresch countered. Guardian's own internal chronology confirms the time loss. It is staggering. All present turned towards Guardian, who inclined his head in confirmation. For now he was acting solely as moderator, providing data when requested and ensuring the discussion did not descend into some savage verbal brawl. I am not arguing the time loss, Hosk answered, but there are still far too many unanswered questions before us to assume anything at this point, such as, Sothengold inquired. It is the genetic coding I find most disturbing, Rither Murcott interjected. Had I realized just how far our host deviated from the projected norm, I would have immediately requested the services of a first grade. An excellent point, Hosk agreed. While the host carries markers that are undeniably tied to the progenitors, they are so heavily diluted as to beggar all imagination. And given how many other strands have been introduced into our host, how can we be certain the markers are not merely grafts as well? There is a clear delineation between the grafted components of her genetic code and the original elements. Murcott disagreed. The strands in question are hers. There is no doubt. And yet she does not know of our race, Hosk said dismissively, not even legends. I find this disturbing. Given the length of time that has passed, that could easily explain her lack of familiarity, Gold pointed out. In addition, losing her homeworld may have erased all traces of their racial memory regarding the progenitors. Do we know if her homeworld is the location of Threshold? Dresch asked pointedly. If it is all lost. Once again, all faced Guardian, who this time broke his silence. We are still assimilating and interpreting the astronomical data our host has provided. Given the stunning amount of time that has passed, correlating the data will not be a simple task. Currently, we do not know. Then how are we to proceed? Murcott asked the others. Two possibilities lie before us, Hosk said with confidence. Either it is, or it is not. If not, we can sever our ties with the host and search elsewhere. And if it is? Gold asked pointedly. No one seemed to have an answer to that. Chapter 32. Going down to the crossroads. Calypso and Zeno looked on in amazement as Samara burrowed into engineering, effecting what repairs she could as well as any tinker. Only it wasn't Samara, not exactly, but one of the alien avatars playing puppeteer, using her body to do what it could not. Watching her channel guardian or one of the other cognates, as they referred to themselves, was a frankly disturbing sight. Every movement and gesture were subtly wrong. Somehow, as if the person wearing her flesh was used to a radically different form. They'd asked, but Guardian had proved rather cagey regarding what they'd once looked like. Samara levered herself out of the console she'd been working on, securing the panel before entering a command on the terminal. The engines started coming back online, and even to their untrained ears they could hear the difference. What had sounded like a boulder in a washing machine was now much less jarring, but it was still a far cry from what anyone would call fully restored. Turning to face them, she briefed them on the situation. I regret there is little more I can do, the cognate explained. This vessel requires far more extensive facilities than these to address the unresolved issues. Will it get us out of his AK space? Zeno asked. Unlikely, the alien replied. Based on the stellar projections you have provided, the probability of this craft traveling beyond the indicated borders is vanishingly small. However, I have been able to increase the range slightly. There are now a handful of systems we may reach, as opposed to one. Thank you. Calypso nodded. Sorry. I'm afraid I've forgotten your name. She flushed in embarrassment. The alien inhabiting Samara gave no notice. Artificer First Grade Mossad Dilash, it replied. I regret being unable to do more. You have improved our odds of survival considerably, Zeno informed them, and for that you have our gratitude. Such is my purpose, Mossad replied, managing a stiff half-bow in return, though it was obvious the being inside Samara found it to be an unnatural act. I will now return control to the host. She is growing most insistent. I'll bet, Calypso said knowingly, as Samara jerked her head, shaking herself out like a wet dog in what had become part of her post-possession routine. I hate that, she shuddered. It's like being shoved into a locker with a big sweaty guy. Really? Calypso said in surprise. I thought they were trying to be conscientious when they stepped in and took over? Oh, they are, she said with a wave. But this was a long one, over 12 hours. When you're a passenger inside your own body, it gets claustrophobic as hell. I can only imagine, Zeno shrugged. I assume you overheard our discussion at the end? Hard not to, she grimaced. We need to make plans. The trio headed back to the bridge, where Samara pulled up the systems now within reach and threw them onto the display. Okay, looks like we've got one sector capital, one borderline inhabitable planet, a military installation, and a pair of fairly unremarkable mid-range worlds. How do we choose? Calypso asked nervously. Not the naval base, Zeno pointed out. I would also suggest avoiding the capital. Too high a volume of traffic, and much of it extremely visible. The marginal world, then? Samara suggested. Can't be much traffic headed there. Perhaps, he said thoughtfully. What do we know about it? Tapping the display, additional data appeared. Oh, forget it, she sighed. The cities are all domed. Atmosphere is barely breathable. Why is that an issue? Calypso inquired. Domes mean limited access, with strict customs inspections, Zeno explained. Something we definitely wish to avoid. That leaves the two intermediates, Samara observed, highlighting them instead. Scanning the relevant data, she finally shrugged in resignation. Nothing stands out with either of them. Honestly, from what I'm seeing here, we could flip a coin. Which one is closest? He asked after a moment. Hipki, Samara replied. As badly as we need repair, I agree. Given our options, it's the best choice. Not that that's saying much, Calypso said sourly. We're Terrans, Samara snorted. What else did you expect? Go let Persephone and Gideon know. Well, Persephone anyway. No sense waking Rip Van Winkle. I'll tell them, she acknowledged, leaving the bridge and heading for the cabins. Zeno was silent after her departure. Something wrong? She asked. Persephone, he answered. Ever since your conversation, she's become increasingly withdrawn. She spends her days doing nothing but watching Gideon via the monitor. Cal and I both have tried engaging her, with no success. She is not in a healthy place, I fear. Are any of us? She said sarcastically. Besides, what do you expect me to do about it? Nothing, of course, he shrugged. I doubt she would listen to you any more than she would Calypso or I. Less, even, Samara confirmed. She'll either pull out of it, or she won't. There's nothing any of us can do to change their circumstances. Gideon is still a time bomb, and she's still a walking plague. That's not going away. You say that so blithely, Samara, Zeno replied, his tone suddenly cold and brusque. You still do not know what it's like for us. Not really, not where it counts. You got everything we ever dreamed of, while instead we were exiled to where our presence wouldn't horrify decent folk. Samara started to protest, and then thought better of it. Just imagine what it's like for her, he continued, unable to even touch the man she loves. She's not even allowed the merest scrap of conversing with him, because awake there's too great a risk he'll blow up the ship. So instead she sits there, day after day, watching him sleep. He turned to face her once more. Because that is all she has. Samara felt her face redden. I can't fix that, she said at last. No, you can't, Zeno agreed. So perhaps you might consider a bit of empathy instead. She almost bit his head off with a scathing retort, but something about his expression stopped her. Her shoulders slumped as she looked away. I don't have any left to give, she whispered, before turning and walking away. As they neared the planet Ipki, it still appeared to be utterly unremarkable. Samara stood with the others in her suit, her helmet tucked under her arm, before turning to face the rest of the crew. All right, you all know the drill, she told them. We'll tether up in the main airlock and exit the ship, then EVA over to the shipyards. Once we're clear, that's Gideon's cue to blow Ratcherin. He acknowledged his part with a nod. Hopefully, that'll keep them occupied long enough for us to land among space docks and steal a replacement. This plan has far too many failure points for my liking, Guardian said unhappily. What? You think I like it? She snapped, as the others stared at her. Sorry, just having a quick chat with my hitchhiker, she told them, pointing at her head. He has some misgivings. It is hard to blame him, Zeno concurred. I believe this qualifies as a desperation ploy, da. That's because we are desperate, she shrugged. Calypso, do we have any suitable candidates waiting for us in the docks? I've located 3 possibilities, she nodded, and tagged them in our HUD display. Unfortunately, they're scattered across the yard. If we try one and it's a no-go, getting to the next choice will take time. Time we may not have, Persephone chimed in. We're all out of options, people, Samara said bluntly. It's this or surrender, and we all know what that choice gets us. There were reluctant nods at the pronouncement. If things go south, then cause as much mayhem as you can to slow them down. With any luck, it'll buy us the time we need. She looked around the compartment. Any questions? No one raised a hand. Even Guardian remained silent. All right then. Helmets on. They secured their helmets, other than Persephone, who was already wearing hers, while Samara hefted the alien box and secured the straps. There was no way she was letting someone else carry it, and once they finished the suit checks, she made the ancient, wind-it-up gesture. That's it then. Move out. They tramped down the corridor towards the airlock when a warbling klaxon began sounding throughout the ship. What the hell is that? Calypso asked, startled by the sound. The engines are losing containment, Gideon said in a rush. Believe me, I know what that alarm sounds like. I can bring up Artificer Dilash to forestall the problem, Guardian offered, but Gideon was still speaking. Just give me a few, he assured them. Between me and Persephone, we can clamp it down long enough to make our escape. Go ahead and we'll catch up. The pair shared a look and nodded in agreement. 5 minutes, and not 1 second longer, Samara ordered. You got it, he agreed, as the pair peeled off to deal with the emergency. Let's get to the airlock, she told the others, ushering them towards the main hatch. Upon arrival, they linked up using the tethers, double-checking the connections and standing by while they waited for the rest of the crew to join them. Samara was eyeballing the chronometer for the umpteenth time when a radio call interrupted her thoughts. "Goddamn it, Gideon. Quit screwing around and get back here," she barked into the mic. There was a brief pause. "We're not coming," he said softly. The others turned to her in shock. "What do you mean, you're not coming?" she demanded. "I'm calling in my marker," he answered. "I need you to unlock the hatch and turn your back." Samara froze as the meaning of his words struck home. "And Persephone?" she whispered. "Me too," she answered, joining the conversation. "Gideon's right. This life, it's not living. How long can I keep torturing myself, year after year, wanting what I can't have?" There was a pause, and she could picture the two of them smiling at one another. Better to just let it end. "We're taking the shuttle," Gideon piped up. "We'll head for the surface and buy you the time you need. When you're clear, I'll blow the ship and wreak as much damage as I can on the way down. Once we land, if we land, between the two of us, we'll give them one hell of a fight." Samara looked at the others. She could see Calypso's eyes pleading with her, while Zeno was inscrutable as always. But she could tell even he was deeply troubled. She knew what they wanted her to do. Beg and plead and convince them to come back, to tell them that everything would be okay, that somehow, they'd make it all work out. But those words just weren't in her. "It was good knowing you," she said at last. "And you, Samara," he answered. "Take care of them." "I will," she promised. "Samara?" Persephone piped up. "I'm sorry I yelled at you." It suddenly seemed that her helmet had fogged, as her eyes grew blurry. "I deserved it," she told her. "I hope." Her voice cracked as she struggled to find the right words. Only there were none. None, except the bitter truth. "I hope you both find what you're looking for," she said at last. Zeno and Calypso both stared at her, shaken to the core by what was happening. She shook her head, curtailing any thought of debate, instead saying hoarsely, "Come on," as she palmed the outer hatch release. Her magnetic boots clamped into place as the door slid open, as she led them out onto the hull. Calypso finally found her voice. "Samara, we can't," she begged. There was a shudder. A ripple felt through the hull, and as they looked, they could see the shuttle detaching, slowly falling away. Bowing her head, Samara deactivated their boots, letting them drift. "Time to go," she whispered. It only took her a moment to locate their destination before she activated her thrusters. The three began pulling away from Ratcharin, while the shuttle glided closer towards the planet. She put on an extra burst of speed, knowing they needed to get clear before Ratcharin exploded in a brilliant ball of blue-white fire. They traveled in silence as the nearby satellites and installations began detonating one after another, when the sound of a rich baritone unexpectedly came over the radio. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me, and all I've done for want of wit. To Imri now I can't recall, so fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. She could hear Calypso sobbing over the open mic, while Zeno murmured a quiet prayer. In her mind's eyes, she pictured them snuggling together in the shuttle's cockpit, roaring down to the surface as they left a trail of devastation in their wake. Bon chance, her mind whispered. Their sacrifice enhances the chances of our survival, Guardian calmly pointed out. I now calculate the odds to have improved by a factor of. Shut up, Guardian, she snarled. Just shut up. Chapter 33, Getting the Hell Out of Dodge. The trio drifted for hours while chaos reigned all around them. Gideon had reached out and destroyed every power plant within reach as they made their way to the planet, though if they reached the surface, Persephone's impact would be far worse. Between the two of them, they could render Ipki lifeless in a matter of days. And if the two of his AK failed to clamp down in time and establish a quarantine, the plague could spread across the entire sector. Samara hoped their last stand had been as memorable and epic as they'd imagined, but it was more likely they were gunned down before ever getting the chance. As they neared the docks, the need to choose a target ship grew more pressing. One of the three had lit off and disappeared soon after Gideon started working his magic, narrowing their options, but that still left two possibilities. She keyed her mic and queried, "You got anything, Zeno?" "I'm not picking anything up on Bravo," he informed her, "but I am reading some activity with Charlie." "We should head for Bravo then," Calypso decided. "Better chance of not being spotted." "You agree?" she asked, as Zeno took a moment to consider his answer. "I'll admit that Bravo appears to be the safer choice, but there could be several reasons the ship is not manned," he pointed out, "many of which would be bad for us." "She might be down for maintenance," Samara slowly nodded. "Or under construction." "Those are both possibilities," Zeno agreed, "though in each of those cases I'd expect at least some workers to be present. It is also conceivable there is no reactor mass on board, or consumables. We would not get far if that were the case." "It sounds like you think Charlie is the better choice," Calypso speculated. "Perhaps, but evicting the crew with just the three of us is a dangerous proposition." Samara eyeballed the two vessels and decided. "Bravo is closer, so we'll head there first." "What does Guardian think?" Calypso chimed in. Good question." She hadn't heard a peep from her alien hitchhiker in hours. "Well?" she asked silently. "You instructed me to be silent," he reminded her. "But if you are asking my opinion, I agree Bravo should be examined first." "He says Bravo." She passed on to the others. "Bravo it is then," Zeno concurred as they adjusted course. The alien ship they designated as Bravo was much larger than Ratcharin had been. She'd been a runabout, a rich man's toy, but Bravo appeared to be some sort of survey vessel. They had designed her engines for endurance and durability, while her hull sported numerous sensors and oversized hatches. She wasn't the fastest ship, but if they could escape the system and find somewhere to hide, they should be able to hold out indefinitely. They landed among the lattice-like grid work that dominated the docks, checking their tethers before moving forward. So far, no one seemed to have spotted them, but between their small size in relation to the massive berths and the pandemonium Gideon had created, there was little wonder. Climbing along the hull, they halted in front of an emergency airlock, as Samara turned to Zeno once more. "Anything?" she asked him. He silently regarded the vessel for several seconds before rocking from side to side. "I still sense nothing from within," he informed her. "All right. Calypso, you're up." The other woman swam forward, taking a moment to examine the hatch before pressing her gloved hand against the locking mechanism. As she watched, her hand disappeared into the metal frame while she manipulated the latch's internal workings. Within seconds, it re-emerged from the hull as the hatch began cycling open. "A singular talent," Guardian observed. "It is," she agreed, before giving an exaggerated shrug to the others when they turned to look at her. Sorry, I keep forgetting you can't hear him, she apologized. There was a time when individuals who claimed to hear voices were thought to be mad, Zeno observed, while the three of them moved into the airlock. Ha, ha, Samara replied, as Calypso closed the hatch and started the cycle, pumping air into the chamber as it equalized the pressure. Less than a minute later, the inner door slid open. Despite the presence of an atmosphere, the ship was dark and cold. Not as cold as space, but Samara could tell without removing her helmet the temperature must have been well below freezing. She could see ice crystals on the exposed surfaces, confirming her suspicions. This ship can't be operational, she told the others. If it were, there's no way they'd let it sit like this. All this condensation would be bad for the electronics. It must be under repair, Zeno agreed. We can inspect the engineering space to confirm that, but frankly I do not see the point. Me either, Calypso chimed in. Maybe they mothballed it? If that were the case, they would have pumped out the oxygen, Zeno informed her. No, I believe they have given this ship for whatever reason a low priority for repairs, while they work on other craft. That means we head for Charlie then, Samara sighed. She'd been hoping they could slip in and out unnoticed, but that had never really been in the cards. Did you get an idea how many individuals were aboard her? She asked Zeno. If I had to guess, I would estimate between 5 and 15, he replied. I regret I cannot give you a more precise answer. It's all right, she shrugged. We'll figure something out. Of course, there was only one way they'd be taking over that ship. Despite their skills, neither of her companions were warriors, and while she might be able to handle whoever was on board on her own, she had a much better option at her disposal. Talk to me, Guardian, she said silently. I will have Churter Hosk standing by, he assured her. He is the cognate who dealt with Rook and its minions when you lost consciousness. Let's hope that's enough, she said softly, before keying her mic back out the way we came, she told the others, as they reversed course and re-entered the airlock. He is a skilled warrior and theurgist, Guardian attested. Given the situation, it is my estimate that of all the cognates at my disposal, he is the most qualified. Sorry, a what? She asked in confusion, while Calypso cycled the airlock once again. What's a theurgist? It is a cognate skilled at assuming control of the host, he clarified. One who can operate your skeletal muscle tissue and somatic nervous system as efficiently as you yourself, as well as manipulating the nanotechnology that binds us together. Not every cognate has this ability, for it is not always necessary. Calypso and Zeno were giving each other looks again, but she ignored them. So that's how I can hear you? Nanotech? She asked. She was no stranger to the concept, as many races, including humanity, also used the miniaturized robots for various tasks, though she suspected Guardians were much more sophisticated. That is one function, he agreed. It is also how we could repair the damage to your system when you were injured. Considering they'd brought her back from the brink of death 3 times now, 4, if you counted the wounds she gave herself, she wasn't about to argue with the results. Have Hosk standing by, she ordered Guardian. When this all goes down, it'll happen fast. He will be ready, the alien assured her. Hosk? Zeno inquired politely, though there was an edge to the question that was hard to ignore. My personal ninja warrior, she told him. Considering that is how many would describe you, he said carefully, before trailing off into silence. That edge was getting louder and harder to ignore by the moment, but now was not the time. Later, if there was a later. The trio took a minute to reorient once they were clear of the ship before launching themselves towards Charlie. It took a while before she could make out its lines, but once she did, a thin smile appeared on her face. It looked like an armed assault shuttle, which in any other navy would be considered a corvette at the very least. The two of the Zakai built their ships on a massive scale, and having once been their guest, she wondered if it was to house the aquatic environment the amphibians and their client race, the Chels, seemed to prefer. Or maybe they're just overcompensating for something. She snickered to herself. Forgive me, but I am not entirely certain that I grasp that concept, Guardian said dubiously. Samara rolled her eyes. It's not important, she snapped. Get your head in the game, girl, she admonished herself. Now is not the time to lose focus, even if she was handing the ball off to someone else. Other ships departed the system, but strangely she noted no arrivals. Were Gideon and Persephone still rattling their cage? She hoped so. For the more distracted the enemy was, the better chance they had of escaping. If her motives were selfish, then so be it. It took them another hour to drift across the breadth of the space dock, and Samara was keeping a worried eye on their oxygen tanks. They still had a cushion, but the margin of error was getting a lot thinner than she cared for. The three of them landed in the shuttle's shadow, huddling together on a girder. "All right, we don't know what's inside," she told the others, which means playing it by ear. "Calypso, once you get me in, I want you and Zeno to stay hidden until I give you the all clear." "What are we supposed to do if something happens?" the other woman asked. "Considering your best hope for survival will have just gone out the airlock and they'll be on high alert, I wouldn't worry too much about it," Samara said with more than a trace of sarcasm. "Odds are you'll be dead in less than an hour." "Samara," Zeno admonished her, but she was having none of it. "The time for hand-holding is over," she flared. "This is about as big as it gets, so deal with it." She glared at them both, but neither wished to challenge her. Her position secured, she softened a bit. "Zeno, can you keep a signal from getting out?" "I do not know," he conceded, "though I will try." "All I can ask for," she agreed, checking her display. "It's game time. Move out." Just as before, Calypso used her ability to gain entrance to the shuttle. As the hatch slid open, Samara was already shooing them both away, gesturing towards a secluded spot out of anyone's line of sight. She waited until they were safely tucked away, before hauling herself aboard and sending a quick message to her new best friend. "Guardian?" Now, she sensed the alien warrior slip into the driver's seat, gently easing her aside as he took the reins. For the second time, she was fully aware as Churter Hosk slipped into the corridor as the inner hatch opened, checking fore and aft. She could hear them now, the Chell's chittering squeaks as they went about their business. That was fine. It made them easier to hunt down. She already had her own sidearm up and ready as she headed for engineering, while the cognate controlling her body broke out into a jog. "Run and gun," she noted. It was a technique used by the impatient and the incredibly skilled, and she knew which one her companion was. Rounding the corner, Samara spotted two Chell working at a console, doing what she had no idea, but before she could form the thought, she was already moving past, their bodies falling to the deck as Hosk double-tapped both of them. It had taken less than a second, and she knew even on her best day she'd be hard-pressed to match his skill. Unfortunately, the weapons she had at her disposal weren't silenced, and moments after they eliminated the first two enemies, a warbling alarm began blaring within the ship itself. "Damn it," she silently cursed, before turning her attention to her passenger. "Faster? Need to go faster," she urged him, though he didn't bother responding. In the time it had taken her to react and form those thoughts, they had already raced through two more compartments and added a third body to the list as they swept through engineering. "Piece of cake," she giggled as the pair doubled back and started forward. "With any luck, we'll clear this ship and escape with no one the wiser." In retrospect, she really should have known better. Hosk dropped two more as they cleared amidships, but as they coursed past, the cargo hold's a hammer blow slammed her into the bulkhead, shattering her faceplate. Her vision glitched out for several seconds while she struggled to keep up, but the alien in control didn't miss a beat. She felt her body turn as he fired yet again and sensed more than heard yet another Chell go down. There was what felt like a stutter step as her body fought to stay upright, and yet other than the initial blow, she felt nothing. A sudden flash of color announced her optic nerves were functioning again, though as they started moving forward again, it took her a moment to realize that something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. There was no time to ask those kinds of questions as Hosk dragged her body faster and faster through the alien vessel, killing the two of his clients in ones, twos, and threes. And then, suddenly, it stopped. They had reached the bridge, and she realized as Hosk moved from one console to the next, he was searching for the alarm switch that was still blaring away. The last time this happened, she'd ended up as Rook's prisoner, though hopefully they'd have better luck this time around. Moments later, her hand reached out to press a flashing button, silencing the klaxon at last. That done, they turned on their collective heel and headed back to the airlock where they'd entered. Zeno and Calypso were already standing by as the hatch slid open. Hosk must have signaled them at some point, though she had no conscious memory of that. waiting patiently as the airlock finished its cycle before stepping out to meet them. Calypso screamed, collapsing to the deck. Hosk was still in control, so she rudely elbowed him aside. "I got this," she snarled, taking back control as she bent down at the other woman's side. A wave of pain and nausea washed over her as she grasped her hand. "Calypso, it's me," she assured her. She could only gibber in horror. "Your face, oh God, your face," she whimpered as Zeno knelt beside her, while Samara stumbled back away. "Don't want to see, don't want to see, don't want to see." Her mind howled in a madness-filled feedback loop, but even as she tried to avoid the truth, a hideous compulsion seemed to overwhelm her, dragging her to a nearby mirrored surface just as surely as Hosk had dragged her all across the ship. The reason her vision had seemed off was now clear, with her soul remaining staring back in panic. Half her head was missing, and even as she watched she could see her skull and exposed brain slowly knitting itself back together. Fade to black. Chapter 34. Souls to take. What you are proposing, it is most dangerous. Perhaps even reckless. The insectoid Durzix wriggled its antenna in acknowledgement. "I agree it is a bold strategy, but reckless?" he asked his avian counterpart. "I must respectfully disagree." Ruffling his feathers in indignation, the Tsengju representative gestured with its claws. "You suggest I use my contacts to recruit warriors and saboteurs to your cause," he reminded him. "A cause that will put us on a direct collision course with the Troika itself. How is that not reckless?" His counterpart clicked his mandibles in reply. "Your people chafe under the Troika, just as mine do. No single race could ever hope to stand against them, but united, we will build the wheel we need to break them on." It took the threat of the Ichun to create the last alliance, the avian reminded him, and even there it was only through the Troika's efforts that they were defeated. "We have no love for the Troika. I know of no race that does. But the demands they place on us are far better than the destruction they would surely visit upon our worlds were we to join your banner. The Troika is powerful. No one denies this," the Durzix chittered, "but together we can accomplish what would be impossible alone." The Tsengju cocked his head. "Other races have signed on?" he asked. "We are in negotiations with many species," the chitinous creature admitted, "though I cannot go into further details. An operation like this requires discretion." "As you say," the avian said noncommittally before reaching for his glass, its long, thin flute fitting easily into his beak as he drained the last of his beverage. The distinctive sound of it being sucked dry brought the house servant to refill their drinks, a species from a lesser race out on the rim. Despite their wildly divergent biologies, they both shared a taste for fermented yabi sap. He casually held out his glass as he topped it off before the servant scurried over to do the same for the host. "I am not asking for a hard commitment today," the Durzix said easily. "Discuss our offer with those on your world who may be amenable to such an arrangement. We recognize this goal will not be achieved overnight. In fact," the Tsengju squawked in alarm as the insectoid beside him suddenly sprouted a hole in its head. Its body collapsed onto the deck even as he turned to face the assailant, none other than the servant who had just poured the drinks. The small pistol coughed twice more as his corpse joined his counterparts in death, crumpling in a heap. The servant stepped forward to inspect his handiwork, checking the vitals of both individuals before he was satisfied. That accomplished, he rose to his full height and transformed, his body rippling as soft flesh replaced scales. Moments later, where once a reptilian male servant had stood, a Terran female had taken his place. It wasn't difficult to figure out why the Aliacs had wanted them dead, Samara mused, not after overhearing their conversation. Sloppy tradecraft on their part. Not that it mattered since the Troika had already marked them for termination. They obviously intended to nip this insurrection in the bud, and as she pocketed her weapon, she transformed once again, taking the form of the avian Tsengju now lying dead at her feet. With carefully measured steps, she exited the compartment, playing her role to the hilt to make her escape. In a few scant hours, she would be far from this planet, rendezvousing with Azrael to enjoy some quality downtime before her next assignment. Maybe it wasn't the life she'd have chosen, but it was the life she had. It took every bit of self-control Samara possessed not to scream as she regained consciousness. They had stripped off her spacesuit, or perhaps she had done it herself under Guardian's influence. Her hand was already halfway to her face before she jerked it away, terrified of what she might find. That brief glance had seared itself into her memory, and there was a part of her mind that was still screaming. But what frightened her even more was a question that refused to go away. How am I still alive? Guardian and the other cognates could perform miracles, or at least reasonable facsimiles. But when half your brain has been shot away, it suddenly thrust you into some seriously scary territory. Obviously, she was still breathing. But why wasn't she a drooling vegetable? As far as she could determine, her memories and motor functions were all intact, and that was flatly impossible. When brain tissue is destroyed, it's gone. And while there are built-in redundancies and ways to relearn old skills using different pathways, that much damage could not be explained away. And yet here she was. Samara slowly rose to her feet, using a nearby console to steady herself. She wasn't sure of anything anymore, and until she had thoroughly tested her brain, she wasn't taking anything for granted. If they had altered her memories, how would she even know? The console's display screen would serve as an ad hoc mirror, even though taking another look was the absolute last thing she wanted to do. But if half her skull was still missing, damn it, she needed to know that, if only to take preventative measures. So, with a lungful of air, she forced herself to gaze at the screen while holding her breath. Nothing. She looked perfectly normal, as far as she could tell. Once again, her hand went tentatively to her scalp, her fingers trembling, threatening to bolt at the first sign of anything wet and squishy. A hysterical giggle made it past her lips as she imagined herself reacting to the question, "What's on your mind?" Though as she probed gently, she could find nothing amiss. Her hand slid back to the base of her skull, to the spot where a chunk of her skull had been surgically removed months before and then replaced, searching for the scar, the thin ridgeline of bone tissue that had filled in the cracks. Once again, there was nothing. No sign she'd been under the knife. Gripping the console tightly enough to whiten her knuckles, she growled, "Guardian, we need to talk?" "Yes, Samara," he said. She forced her hands to relax. "I know you've done some amazing things repairing me, but there is no way I should be alive right now. And even if you kept me alive somehow while repairing the damage, with that much information lost," her voice drifted off for a moment as she contemplated that life, before shaking her head. "I shouldn't still be me," she snapped. "And how am I ever supposed to know if I really am?" "The answer is not as complex as you make it out to be," he assured her. "After your third injury, we increased your odds of survival should another such event occur. We therefore grew backups to your vital organs to give you built-in redundancy." Her jaw dropped. "You're telling me I've got a second brain in my chest?" "Not in the way you are imagining it," he advised her. "It would be impossible to create an exact duplicate and fit it into your thoracic cavity without substantially altering its dimensions. Instead, we have created a distributed network." Her hands clenched into fists. "What gave you any right to change me?" she shouted. "This is my body, not yours. You're just some excess baggage I picked up along the way." If her outburst had upset him, he gave no sign of it. "Samara, without those alterations, you would now be dead," he explained. "And while I and the other cognates may indeed be the hitchhikers you claim, I regret to say that our fates are now intertwined. We need you so we can find our way home, and you cannot help us if you are no longer living." "And just what else have you done to me, since we're on the subject?" she demanded. "Extraordinarily little," he assured her, "other than increasing your bone density and improving your muscle efficiency. I estimate you now enjoy approximately twice the overall strength as you had previously." Samara could only stare blankly as she digested that. "Am I still human?" she whispered. "Without a baseline measurement to determine what constitutes a standard for humans, I cannot answer that question," he replied, "but given the alterations done to both your gross physiology and your genetic code, are you entirely certain you were human before we met?" It was one too many shocks to the system. Samara hugged herself as she slid down to the deck, her body shuddering in fear and revulsion and fury. She started slamming her skull into the bulkhead again and again, reveling in the pain, rejoicing in it. For if that one sensation was honest, was real, then maybe there was still some small bit of humanity left within her she could still cling to. "Who are you kidding?" her inner critic mocked her. "You're damned, Samara. You have been since the day you joined the Proteans. You're nothing but a monster, and you deserve everything that's coming for you." This is not healthy or helpful behavior, Guardian said dubiously. Shut up, she shouted. Shut up, shut up, shut up. And you're hearing voices. The critic laughed with glee. How does it feel to go mad? Leave me alone, she screamed, as she pressed her hands against her ears. She did not know how long she sat huddled in the corner, terrified and forsaken. Either too long, or not long enough. But finally Guardian could remain silent no longer. Samara, I have no wish to add to your burdens. But we are still aboard a ship filled with corpses, docked alongside other, more powerful vessels. If we are to have any chance at escape, it must be now. Her mind was a complete blank. She had no response to that. If you cannot function, I will ready one of the cognates. I can also blank your mind, as I have in the past, to give you a chance to rest. As you have previously expressed anger at losing control, I am making you this offer of your own free choosing, but we have run out of time. Right. No rest for the wicked. Zeno and Calypso, she blurted. Where are they? They have removed themselves elsewhere on this vessel, he answered. It would seem they too found the alterations we made troubling. She remembered Calypso's horrified reaction, staring in shock at someone who was still a going concern when she should have been a very deceased corpse. That would not be a pleasant conversation, but that was for another time. For now, she focused on the problem at hand. They still needed to escape the system, and if Guardian was correct, the clock was ticking. She pulled herself up to her feet, wiping at her face before heading for the bridge. Upon her arrival, she quickly scanned the control systems. While she had every confidence, she could familiarize herself with them. Time was of the essence. Tell your pilot to take over, she informed Guardian, but don't blank my mind. I refuse to run away like some scared little girl. As you wish, he agreed. A moment later, she felt the now familiar sensation of her ego being pushed aside as another assumed control. And you are? She asked, her tone guarded yet caustic. Your hairdresh, he answered, Doyentheurgist first grade. It was I that flew your previous ship out of harm's way during your escape from the world you called Atsa, he explained. I see, she silently answered. Thank you for that. Considering she was still alive because of his efforts, it only seemed polite to express gratitude. It is the reason I exist, he replied, as if that answered everything. For him, maybe it did. The pilot quickly determined the function of every control on the bridge and began plodding away out of the system. There were several larger, more powerful ships docked here, though many had joined the mass exodus still in effect. She knew what he was thinking, for it was the same trick she would have tried. Blend in with the others and then peel off the first chance you got. The sound of movement behind her drew both their attention as Calypso and Zeno carefully poked their heads in. Is everything all right? Zeno asked cautiously. Dresh turned to face them. All is well, he confirmed. We will depart the system shortly. I advise you to strap in. She could see their faces harden as they realized they were talking to a cognate. Give me back control, she insisted. Dresh stonewalled her for a moment, but then either changed his mind or was overruled by Guardian. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the driver's seat. It's me, she assured them. Dresh, the pilot, is right. We're almost ready to leave. Realizing they were talking to her instead of one of the long-dead aliens didn't seem to improve their disposition much. Look, I get it, she sighed. Seeing me that way was a lot to take in. It freaked me out, too. But there's a simple explanation, I swear. A simple explanation for that? Calypso exclaimed, her tone far too shrill. She was hanging on by her fingernails, and Zeno looked little better. Guardian explained it to me, she informed them. Since I kept getting wounded, they gave me a few upgrades to improve my odds of survival. They'd been quietly adding spare parts while I wasn't looking, including a set of backup gray matter. They made you a new brain? Zeno said in shock. More or less, Samara admitted. The pair looked at one another. I realize now is not the right time. Not while we attempt to make good our escape, he said carefully, as his carefully honed persona reasserted itself. But once we are out of harm's way. It is long past time we talked. Can't wait, she said sourly. Chapter 35. Discretion and Valor. Samara could only imagine what was going through the heads of her companions at the moment, though if it were anything like what she was experiencing, their conversation was going to be a doozy. But now is not the time. She had to focus on getting them away from this system first. Look, you heard the man. Cognate. Whatever, she said, dismissing them both with a wave of her hand as she started doing as he'd suggested, reaching for the harness. Get yourselves strapped in. I imagine we'll be pushing this bird right to its limits before we can escape. The two were still dealing with a fairly healthy dollop of misgiving where she was concerned, and it showed. But finally Zeno placed his hand on Calypso's shoulder. Samara is correct. Unless we can escape, none of the rest matters. Calypso nodded, giving her one last wary glance before retreating with Zeno. She didn't know how she would deal with that, but for now she had to set those concerns aside. All right, Dresh, she told the cognate. She's all yours. In an instant he was back in charge of her body, her hands moving swiftly and surely as he familiarized himself with the ship's controls. Samara struggled to keep up with what he was doing, trying to learn the systems as quickly as he was, but that was a battle lost before it had even begun. Guardian had hinted only the best were chosen for life as cognates, and each time she watched one in action it was easy to believe. Within minutes the engines were online and prepped, as the two of them studied the sensors carefully. Do we have a course? He asked her. Worry about that later, she answered. We can change course anytime. Get us out of the system first. Agreed. Another glance at the sensors showed there was still a great deal of activity going on, though it was ebbing. Most of the ships had already departed, or had moved closer in to set up a cordon around the planet itself. Not being able to read or understand Shell was a hindrance, since it meant they couldn't bluff their way out or respond to any orders sent to them. The only tools left in their kit were guile and bravado, and she suspected they'd be borrowing heavily against both of them soon. She froze as something caught her attention. There, she told the cognate, far end of the docks. It was big, a battlecruiser maybe, or something even larger, and it looked as if it was casting off. Maybe, just maybe. What do you propose? Dresh asked. Until it moves, we won't know where it's headed. To the planet or out of the system, she explained. But if it is leaving, we can use that. It'll mean some fancy footwork on our end. Though, footwork? I do not understand, the cognate replied. Elaborate. If we crowd that ship, it'll ask us what the hell we're doing. But if we take a different tack, we risk drawing attention from the system authorities. What we need is a trajectory that gives us the best of both worlds. Far enough from the cruiser it doesn't think we're an escort, but close enough so that the government thinks we are, she clarified. There was a pause as Dresh considered that. It is an intriguing plan, he said at last, one that costs little in the attempt, yet leaves us with options should it fail. My thoughts exactly, she agreed. Can you do it? I believe so, Dresh informed her. There are several variables I cannot account for, but I will do my best to approximate. Moments later the ship shuddered as it cleared the dock, edging away from the scaffolding on thrusters as the cognate went to work. Samara tracked their progress on the monitor, and although he'd only had seconds to make it work, the course Dresh had picked looked like a winner. Once they cleared the dock and engaged main engines, their trajectory should place them port and to the rear of the battlecruiser, on a slightly diverging track. There was more than a little guesswork involved, but Samara knew she couldn't have done any better. 10 minutes into their escape, the situation unraveled. A burst of noise from the comm system suddenly had their full attention. It is from the planet, Dresh informed her. While I cannot translate the message, they want to know what the hell we're doing, she said with a sudden sinking feeling. That is the likeliest explanation, the cognate agreed. I can have the engines at full power in less than a microcycle. Wait, Samara interrupted him. Not just yet. Increase power gradually if you can, but don't jump the gun. We still have time to play with. Delaying our escape increases the risk, Dresh cautioned. Explain. You've been stuck in that box too long, Samara snorted. You've forgotten what it's like to be alive and breathing. Right now they know nothing. We're an anomaly to them, that's all. Maybe our communications are out. Maybe we're suffering an engine malfunction. At the moment we're just a loose end they want sorted out, not an active threat. But the moment we go to full power and start running, they'll know we're not what we seem. Better to leave them guessing for as long as we can. The cognate was silent for several seconds as he mulled that over. An eternity for him. I can find no fault in your reasoning, he said finally. Under what parameters should our posture shift from passive to active escape? When they send ships after us or start shooting, whichever comes first, she sighed. They'll probably use the battlecruiser, so angle us away from them. Very well, he concurred. The maneuver bought them some time, though the squawking coming from the console grew louder and more insistent. This ship has weapons, doesn't it? She asked. It does, Dresh informed her. Spinal-mounted particle cannons mounted fore and aft. But if you intend to use them against the other ship, I must caution you it is well-armed and armored. Only as a last resort, Samara thought grimly. Throw up a system plot on the monitor. Her fingers danced across the controls as the displayed image zoomed out, showing her the system primary and its orbiting bodies. She nodded as she found what she was looking for. There, Samara pointed, jabbing her finger at the screen. When we have to run for it, make that your heading, maximum acceleration. She could feel the skepticism and incredulity as Dresh regarded her. I can only assume you have taken leave of your senses, he said at last. Piloting this vessel into the planet would destroy the ship and its occupants. I must therefore reject your proposition. I'm not planning our deaths, you idiot. She snapped at him. I know you have 1,000 fancy maneuvers in your database, but this situation calls for something more direct. The cognate wasn't budging. Explain. Damn it, can't you just trust me for once? She exclaimed. If it doesn't work, she's all yours. Hell, I'll even let you knock me out. Just get ready to change course and open the throttle when they make their move. His distrust dialed back somewhat, but she could still sense leeriness on his part. Very well, he said at last. I will agree to your suggestion, for now. But should it prove untenable? Yeah, she thought back with a dismissive wave. I hear you. Now get ready. I can't imagine they'll hold off much longer. Her words proved prophetic. Minutes later, the battlecruiser shifted orbit, now on an intercept course with their ship. Renewed shouting came from the speakers, and it didn't take a fortune teller to guess where that was coming from. We're out of time, she thought frantically. Go. The ship leapt forward, freed from its restraints as it raced for the rocky planet Samara had shown him. Moments later, the battlecruiser followed suit, hot on their trail. You have 13.561 microcycles to elaborate your strategy before I must overrule your decision and take independent action, Dresh warned. Samara just smiled. Allow me to introduce you to an ancient Terran sport, she chuckled. We call it chicken. Despite their early lead, the battlecruiser with its more massive engines was rapidly gaining ground. Dresh was jinking the ship around as the two of his AK vessel charged weapons, preparing to fire. Can't you go any faster? Samara urged him. We are already straining the vessel's tolerances, he informed her. That is not what I asked. Can she go faster? There was a long pause. In theory, Dresh admitted. Then do it, she hissed. We have one chance to escape. One. Factor that into your equations. Samara sensed his resignation, his reluctant bowing to the inevitable. I can increase our velocity by 5%, he said finally. Any more, and the risk of catastrophic failure becomes unacceptable. She could sense that was as far as he'd be pushed. I'll take what I can get, she conceded, as the numbers crept upward. Incoming weapons fire, he warned her, the ship wrenching hard as he fought to avoid the hit. Return fire, she ordered, but he had already beaten her to the punch, spitting streams of directed energy back at their pursuer. It would take a miracle shot to disable the battlecruiser, but maybe they could rattle them enough to spoil their aim. Hull temperature increasing, Dresh reported. Time to impact, 4.3 microcycles. Any sign they're breaking off? Samara asked hopefully. Another pause. Negative, he reported. Another shudder, as they dodged another bolt. 3.2 microcycles until we must alter course, or else face destruction in the planet's gravity well. I know, she growled. Another shudder, this one accompanied by an alarm and a flashing image on the display. A hit, aft thrusters. Emergency bulkheads have been engaged. Compensating, Dresh informed her. At least Zeno and Calypso still have their suits, she grimaced. Unfortunately, she didn't have a helmet to replace the one that Chell had destroyed during the assault. They can replace my damn head, but not the helmet, she thought, rolling her eyes, even as she realized she was trying to distract herself from what was happening. Samara watched as they scored a hit of their own, but to no effect. 2 microcycles until impact, he reminded her, as if she needed reminding. At 1 microcycle I will alter course, no matter what action the battlecruiser takes. But, she began, only to be interrupted. I am already cutting our safety margins to the bare minimum. he warned her. I will not reduce them further. There was nothing she could do. Without some means to take back control, it was literally out of her hands. Samara sat and watched, a passive observer in her own body, while the scene played out to the bitter end. Status change, Dresh blurted. Battlecruiser is altering course, starboard side high. Samara wanted to cheer. Maybe they wouldn't die today. You know what to do, she grinned. Matching course, he reported. New trajectory plotted and laid in. And now comes the fun part, she thought, watching the battlecruiser continue to pull away while steeling herself for what was coming next. Hull temperature reaching critical, Dresh stated. Breakaway maneuver in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Execute. They plunged into the atmosphere as they broke hard to port, using the sphere's gravity to slingshot themselves around the planet. The ship screamed in protest, the metal components being pushed to their absolute limits and beyond. The sound of tearing and buckling bulkheads filling her ears. She wrenched hard, fighting the gravitational waves, and it was only Dresh's steady hand. Well, her hand, with his guidance, that kept them from being ripped apart. Samara gasped for air as it threw her against the straps. Gravitational assist, as they called the maneuver, had been used for centuries prior to Earth's destruction, though mostly with unmanned probes. The manned craft that had attempted it, however, had had somewhat mixed results. The basic rule of thumb was the closer you got to the planet, the greater the risk, and they were diving in extremely close, piling on the acceleration to aid in their escape. That she'd been able to talk Dresh into it at all spoke volumes about just how dire their situation really was. The small craft roared past the planet, their distance from the surface increasing as they reached the outbound leg of their hyperbolic orbit. Rocketing away from the lifeless world, Samara risked a quick glance at the ship they'd left far in their wake. Its crew had realized too late what they were attempting, leaving them moving at reduced speed on the far side of the planet in the wrong direction. Your strategy appears to have worked, Dresh said, obviously surprised. You don't need to sound so shocked, she said wearily. Any chance that battlecruiser can catch us? Unlikely, he decided. By the time they maneuver around the planet and accelerate, we should be well outside detection range, allowing us to alter course once more. Without prior knowledge of our next destination, the odds of the other vessel reacquiring our signal are practically nil. Wonderful, she sighed, utterly drained. Can I have my body back now? Of course, he agreed, withdrawing from her consciousness. Samara took a deep lungful of air while she flexed her limbs, reveling because it was just her again. She knew it was all in her head, but every time a cognate took over, she felt like she was being suffocated. Between Hosk's running gun and playing chicken with Dresh, she was exhausted. On Ratcharin, she would have stumbled back to her cabin and collapsed, but that ship was gone now, just a drifting field of debris. She didn't want to think about that, or Rook's destruction, or Gideon and Persephone's sacrifice, or Zeno and Calypso's mistrust. She didn't want to think about any of it. Samara had just barely loosened the harness straps before drifting off to sleep, still in her suit, nestled on the acceleration couch of their new ship. Chapter 36. Night of the Long Knives. Samara. Time to get up, Samara. Her eyes snapped open as Zeno shook her awake, her hand grabbing for his wrist before she realized what was happening. Calypso pulled back in fear before she managed to correct her mistake, but by then the damage was already done. She rubbed at her eyes, swinging her legs over the side of the acceleration couch as she stood up and stretched. Sorry, must have dozed off, she said. What's our status? You tell us, Calypso fired back. We've heard nothing since you told us to strap in. Oh, right, she sighed. Well, we escaped, obviously. Not much more to tell. And your friends? Zeno prompted. Well, they certainly helped, she said nonchalantly. No sense getting into the details of their escape just yet. He nodded, taking that in. Samara, there is much we need to discuss. Now that we are clear of the system, I can think of no reason why we should delay that conversation any longer. Samara pinched her nose. It looked like there was no getting out of it, and she didn't guess the excuse because I don't wanna would fly. All right, she said at last, facing the inevitable. You found a galley or something we can use? Or something, he said enigmatically. That is another topic we need to talk about. He turned and headed for the hatch on the far wall as she and Calypso fell in behind him, the latter giving her a wide berth. Well, there wasn't much she could do about that. They arrived a couple of minutes later at a common area that resembled a galley, though there didn't appear to be much in the way of appliances. The table and chair analogs were similar enough to the human equivalents, so she took a seat while Calypso went to a cupboard, returning moments later with a handful of roots and branches that she set down in front of her. "What's this?" she asked, examining one of the fibrous tubers. "The food supply," Zeno said unhappily. The Chell seemed to subsist on a diet comprising cellulose-laden plants, which we can't digest. "All of it is like this," she said in surprise. "Most," he nodded. "There is also a selection of what appear to be grubs and insects." "Help yourself." She buried her face in her hands. "Well, that's a problem," she grimaced. "What about survival rations?" "We have not yet located any, but assuming they exist, they would still be configured for the Chell. It's likely we could not eat them either." Samara made a face. "Don't suppose there are any Chell left?" she asked, before putting up her hands. "Joke. I swear." "Joke all you like, but we won't survive long without food," Calypso sniffed. "Well then, we'll have to find some," she agreed. "When we're done here, we can start looking at our options." "What else?" The pair did their weird communing thing again. "Samara, we must consider what Guardian and the others have done to you," Zeno said at last. "Are you still your own person? Or are you theirs?" "I don't know," she said quietly. "I still feel like me, but I won't lie. With all the modifications they've done." Her voice drifted off before she could regroup. "You know the drill. We've all been through this with the clan. Guardian's people may be weirder, but they at least seem honest. Believe it or not, I trust them." "Well, I don't," Calypso snapped. "There is no way you should have survived that injury, Samara. Losing half your head and walking around like it's nothing? It's not natural," said the woman with artificial hands. Samara observed dryly. "That's different," she sniffed. "It always is," Samara shot back. "Ladies, enough," Zeno interjected. "Samara, you are correct in pointing out the parallels between your current situation and what we endured with the Proteans. But you must also admit there are enough differences between the two to warrant concern. The issue regarding the new brain they created for you especially, and just what do you expect me to do about it? Rip it out of my chest?" she snarled. "I can't change what they've done. All I can do is figure out a way to live with it. It's not just that, Samara, and you know it," Calypso said, her jaw hardening. "They control you. We've seen it. They can make you do anything they want, and you can't stop them. What if they decide that we're a threat? What then? Are you just going to watch while they use you to murder us?" Her nostrils flared as she spoke in a rush, her breath coming in short pants, as Samara finally realized what was really going on. Calypso was terrified of her, and when she glanced over at Zeno, she saw he was too. "Guardian and the others have done nothing but help us, every step of the way," she said carefully. "They have given us no reason not to trust them." "Like we trusted Rook?" she demanded. "You saw the way he turned on us." "I never trusted Rook," Samara argued. "It was a marriage of convenience, and the moment he double-crossed us, Guardian stepped in and saved our asses. I'd say that makes for one hell of a difference." "Samara," Zeno paused, taking a moment to focus and present a calm, reasonable facade, and suddenly Samara was getting worried. He'd spent a lifetime developing that intellectual demeanor of his, and if he were needing a moment now to find it again, he was even more scared of what she'd become than Calypso. What the hell was she going to do? "Samara," he tried again. "The difference is we can't control them, but they can control you. We do not know who or what they are, where they came from, their goals, their purpose, or if they are even telling us the truth about anything. We know nothing of them, and yet you are asking us to trust them with our very lives." He shrugged helplessly. "Surely you can understand why we are finding this difficult." "And can you control me?" she said in measured tones, as a hint of menace began filling the compartment. "Do you think either of you could stop me if I decided you were a threat? Do you?" In a flash, her hand darted out and gripped Calypso around her throat, holding her fast. "In less than a second, I could break your neck, and there is absolutely nothing you could do to stop me." Calypso's eyes went wide with panic, while Samara's bored into hers. "Samara, let her go," Zeno said firmly. There was steel in that voice, and she knew he'd force the issue if she pushed it that far. He'd lose, but perhaps he held a card or two in reserve. She held her another couple of seconds to prove her point, before finally releasing her. Calypso rubbed at her throat, drawing away from her, even though she'd put no actual pressure on the hold. It comes down to this, Samara told them both, her attitude now cold as space. Guardian's crew and I are a package deal. You either accept that or not. If you can't, I'll drop you off at the nearest planet, and you can figure out your next move without me. She paused, letting that sink in. However, if you choose that option, I should point out you are both a long way from home, deep within enemy territory, and surrounded by those who would like to see you dead. Calypso visibly swallowed as she laid it out for them. I should also point out that while you have both been the guests of the Knights Hospitaller, I have been taking on one risky mission after another and surviving them. She folded her arms, eyeing them both. So, ask yourself this. Are you safer on your own? Or with me? Samara let them figure it out for themselves. She sat and watched as they worked through all the variables and permutations, arriving just as she had at the inevitable conclusion. There is safety in numbers, Zeno conceded. Perhaps we allowed our concerns to override that fact. She turned to Calypso, who merely bowed her head and silently nodded. All right then, she told them, then this is the last conversation I expect to have on this topic. This is how it is. Maybe it's not what any of us wanted. I know I didn't, but we're stuck with making the best of it. Agreed? Agreed, they mumbled. So, she said, feeling at least a little relief they were agreeing to that much. Next order of business. Obviously, we need to deal with the food situation pronto, but after that, where do we go from here? Samara spread her hands. What's our next step? The three looked at one another. Maybe we've done enough, Calypso said softly. Maybe we should start thinking about going home. Having second thoughts, are we? Samara said sweetly. Getting a little too rough. Maybe? Ready to run back to Mama? Go to hell, she shouted, as Zeno winced beside her. How many more have to die before you're satisfied? Samara? Huh. Weren't Gideon and Persephone enough for you? Samara was halfway to her feet before she realized what she was doing. But Calypso wasn't finished just yet. Not that you care about what happened to them, though, right? Just a couple of misfit toys, and there's plenty more where they came from. I don't recall asking any of you to join me, she hissed, glaring at Zeno when he cleared his threat. You I asked, but then you decided to bring along the rest of the squad without so much as a, by your leave, duh. Samara glared at the other women. You want to go? Then go. But I'm not walking away from this until it's done. It will never be done. Calypso screamed. Never. You think the three of us are going to take down the Troika? Have you lost your mind? She jabbed her finger into Samara's chest, barking out a mad laugh. Oh wait, we already covered that one, haven't we? Zeno tried in vain to intervene. Calypso, perhaps it would be better, he began, but she brushed right past him. So let me tell you something, you death-seeking bitch. Eventually, they're going to find us, and then they will kill us. You ever think that maybe I'm not looking to die in your little jihad? Maybe I'd like to actually live. Samara batted away her hand. You are free to leave any time you'd like, she said through clenched teeth. I already said I'd drop you off, and you declined. The offer still stands. Inwardly she seethed, wanting nothing more than to rip her head off. How dare she? Samara leaned in close, now returning the favor as she jabbed Calypso's chest. But let me tell you something. I'm sticking. All the way to the bitter end. I started this fight to end the lies and manipulations and the trading in human flesh, and until that's a thing of the past, I'll keep fighting. Calypso wanted to take a swing at her. She could see it in her eyes. But even with those magic hands of hers, she knew a fight between them would end with her on the ground, while Samara's heel would be on her throat. Her entire body quivered with anger and frustration, and it took all Samara had to keep from whispering, "Do it, just one swing," so she could beat her to a bloody pulp with a clear conscience. But Calypso could read the room as well, and she knew what Samara wanted, what she hungered for. She gave the other woman one last glare before spinning on her heel and storming off. Zeno sighed. That could have gone better. Samara rolled her eyes. What did you expect? The two of you ambush me, blaming me for getting a slew of imaginary friends stuck in my head? Or maybe just for not dying? I'm still a little unclear about that. So obviously I need to be burned alive at the stake or something. She turned her glare towards him, who sadly could not fully appreciate it. I let her off easy. It took him a long time to respond to that, and when he finally did, it wasn't what she was expecting. Do you want to die, Samara? He asked gently. What? She screeched. Of course not. What the hell kind of question is that? A rather important one, I'm afraid. He folded his hands and regarded her. I've watched you jump from one fire to the next, again and again, and you're even more eager now to tempt fate. He sighed and managed a sad little smile. But eventually your number will come up, Samara. Even with your new abilities, they won't keep you alive forever. So, I ask again, do you want to die? Samara took a deep breath. No, she whispered, I don't want to die. Suddenly it was hard to look at him, so she turned away. Even his honesty compelled her to really answer, his question. But maybe I'm not sure how to live either, she told him, before retreating to the bridge once more. Chapter 37. Visions in a Mirror, Darkly. Samara's conversation with the others had left her reeling. Once she had considered them friends and comrades in arms, but now it had become brutally obvious that they were afraid of her and no longer trusted her, all because of her relationship with Guardian. It didn't matter that the alien cognates had repeatedly saved their lives, or that she'd never sought them out, because they possessed powers they could neither understand nor control. In their minds, Guardian's ilk were a threat. It was so damn human. She felt an itch tickling at her, one that didn't seem to emanate from any particular spot. In fact, it felt less physical than it did metaphysical, and once she started down that pathway, she had a sneaking suspicion she knew where it was going to lead. Samara sighed. Come on out, Guardian. I know you're in there. Of course I am in here, he reminded her. Where else would I go? Where? Indeed, she acknowledged. I take it you heard all that. It would be all but impossible not to, he agreed. After all, I am tied into your nervous system at multiple points. Anything you sense or experience, I do as well. We need to talk about that, she told him. Considering how long it's been since I've gotten any, the last thing I want is you riding shotgun while I'm getting my freak on. Figure out a privacy mode or something. I will investigate the matter, he promised. If he was feeling any embarrassment regarding her amorous proclivities, she wasn't sensing it. Probably sees it as a biological experiment or something, she thought to herself. Samara, it is fortuitous you have sought me out, Guardian continued. Had you not, I would have soon initiated contact myself. There are matters we must discuss. Okay, she shrugged. So talk. There was a brief pause, and then, I am afraid this method of communication is ill-suited for the discussion lying before us, he said somewhat cryptically. It would be best if it took place instead on a deeper level. A deeper level? She parroted, her hackles already rising. Just what the hell is that supposed to mean? Some sort of, my mind to your mind, mystical gobbledygook? His confusion was almost palpable. If I am parsing that word correctly, what I am proposing is not gobbledygook, nor is it invasive, certainly not in the way you obviously fear. It is more akin to a deep meditative state. So, you can do what, exactly? She thought suspiciously. Wind me up and program me like your little toy? It was his turn to sigh. If I felt that necessary, I would not require an alternative method of communication, he reminded her. The pre-existing ones would suffice. Then what then? She pressed. What do you want from me? It would be simpler to show you, Guardian said. But if you require a format you are more familiar with, there was another brief silence in her skull before he found what he was looking for. You still owe us for saving your lives. It is now time to pay up. Samara blinked. What is this, a protection racket? She sneered. We can debate this another time, Samara. He informed her, though in my defense, I was merely attempting to explain the situation in terms you would understand. But this discussion must take place, for many reasons. Still, she hesitated. Samara, I could compel you, Guardian continued, though I prefer to avoid that. This is simply a discussion, one that encompasses a complicated subject. This format will simplify matters on both sides. That is all. She knew from first-hand experience he wasn't lying. If he wanted her somewhere, he could damn sure guarantee she'd be there. That he was asking politely instead of just taking over. What do I have to do? She asked, as she felt a ghostly hand reach out and take hers. "Nothing," he said gently. "Merely close your eyes. I will do the rest." Samara nodded, doing as she was bid. Moments later, something whisked her away. She awoke to see a table. It was round, conference style, large enough to seat half a dozen, with cushioned chairs surrounding it. It was strictly utilitarian, made from molded plastic and colored in some off-white tint. And if she'd seen it on a human ship, her only thought would have been it was an awful waste of space. Some sort of diffuse light illuminated it, leaving everything else in shadow. As she moved forward, she could make out shapes positioned around the space, the sound of indistinct murmurs tickling her brain. Drawing closer, the forms coalesced into figures that were suddenly familiar. She came to a halt as the whispers ceased, the shadows rising and snapping into focus, as 6 men and women turned to face her. "Welcome, Samara," a tall man in the center told her, inclining his head. "As you have no doubt surmised, I am Guardian." Samara stepped into the light, peering at him. "I know you," she whispered. "You're the doctor, the one my parents consulted when I was a child." "But how?" "A memory, taken from your own mind," he explained, as his hand swept around the table. "You will recognize other faces here as well. I did this to help put you at ease. Please, be seated." It was obvious they were waiting on her, so she did as he asked her, sitting down as the others followed suit. Looking closer, she realized there were name cards placed in front of each of them, names she knew all too well: Mossad Dilash, Churterhosk, Hairdresh. Other names, unknown to her: Rither Murcott and Sothan Golth. And in the center of it all, the Master of Ceremonies. "Guardian, I imagine you have many questions," he said as preamble, "and I promise we will answer them to the best of our ability. But we have questions of our own, and for now, I regret they must take precedence." "Why?" she asked. "In due time," he forestalled her. "I ask for your patience." Samara looked around the table, only to see each face staring back at her. There was something going on here, but she did not know what. "All right," she shrugged. "Ask your questions." The one named Murcott leaned forward. She bore a striking resemblance to the knight Bly Tegada, who had opened up her skull not so long ago. "Tell us of your homeworld," she asked. She stared in confusion. "You mean Earth?" "Yes, Earth," she agreed. "Not much to tell," she answered. "Earth was destroyed 2 centuries ago by the Ichun. There were no survivors. For the life of her, she couldn't imagine why they'd want to know about Earth, of all things. These Ichun," the soldier Hosk probed. "What did they look like?" This was making less and less sense by the moment. "They're machines," she told them. "A hive mind. At least they were until the Alinacs scrambled their systems." Looks were now being exchanged between the cognates. "Did they resemble this?" the artificer Dilash asked, as a holographic image appeared in the center of the table. Samara managed not to wince. "Yeah, that's them," she said quietly. The image was a spot-on match to the ones they'd encountered in Earth's orbit. "But then you must have already known that too, since you had to have gotten it from my mind." She shook her head in disgust. They really needed to discuss them rifling through her memories like that. More exchanged looks. "What can you tell us about your homeworld's evolution?" Gold inquired. "What?" This was nuts. She couldn't wrap her head around anything about this interrogation. And that's exactly what it was, even if they were being polite about it. Why does it matter? It's gone. "Please, humor us," Guardian said, speaking up for the first time since his introduction. She rolled her eyes. "Look, I don't know. Same as most planets, I guess. Single cells got more complex, gave rise to other species, got even more complicated. Then a few 100 million years later, we showed up." Samara leaned back in her chair, eyeing the others. There was some deep shit going on here, and suddenly she was reminded of an adage. If you're sitting at a poker and you can't tell who the patsy is, it's you. Her resolve hardened. "You know something, don't you?" she said in sudden realization. "Why don't you quit beating about the bush and just ask me straight what you're really trying to figure out?" Guardian looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, but I cannot. There are some things I may not share." "Why not?" she demanded. "What the hell is stopping you?" He seemed to take a deep breath, an affectation since this was all some kind of mental simulation, and yet seemed completely honest. "Despite what you know of me and the other cognates, We do not possess unlimited power. We operate under stringent guidelines that our programming does not allow us to violate. She shook her head once more. That still doesn't answer why you can't. His eyes searched hers as he considered how to respond. The guidelines, they are not simply a list of rules to follow. Instead, they are more akin to an operating system, if you will, a line of programming that has been hardwired into us that we are incapable of ignoring. It would be as if we removed your legs and then asked you to run a race. You could not do so. I could, in fact, with a wheelchair, she pointed out. That is true, he conceded. Unfortunately, I have no such ability to hack the guidelines. There are loopholes I may exploit, but they are rare, and none cover this particular dilemma. He spread his hands in apology. Were it within my power, I would answer your questions, but I cannot. Wait, does that mean in the future you will be able to answer them? She probed. Perhaps, he said non-committally. It depends on several variables. I look forward to finding out, she told him, though she hadn't given up trying to discover the truth. This was merely a pause while she regrouped to consider her options. I hope that someday I may share those answers, he said honestly. But until that day, what would be required for you to explain to us the processes involved with your species' evolution? Samara just stared. Why? Before holding up her hand. Never mind, you can't tell me, she sighed. I'm not sure. I'd need to access a Terran database, I guess. Guardian glanced at the others, before returning his attention to her. Then we would wish you to do so, at the earliest opportunity. Yeah, I'll get right on that, she snorted, rolling her eyes. At the moment, my biggest concern is finding food. Esoteric questions about evolution will have to wait. We understand, he nodded. When the opportunity presents itself, we shall revisit the question. Are you sure you don't mean if? She asked. Considering our current situation, the odds don't look great for long-term survival. I have faith in you, Guardian smiled. You have proved quite resilient in the past, and in the future, we will be there to assist your efforts. We'll see, she shrugged. Anything else? Guardian and the others looked around the table. There is one other question we wish to ask, he admitted, and again I am sorry for having retrieved this from your mind. But this new Terra that you and others speak of, is it your intent to seek it out? Samara leaned back in her chair, her expression now guarded. Maybe, she allowed. I see, he nodded. If that is the case, then we will assist you in that endeavor as well. Good to know, she said a little too nonchalantly. Is that it? Are we done here? I believe so, Guardian agreed. If you would once again close your eyes, I will restore your consciousness to your waking self. It will also please you to know that only a very few microcycles have passed outside since we brought you here. She nodded, closing her eyes. I'm ready. Once again, she felt an ethereal something take her hand, guiding her someplace far away. Opening her eyes, Samara scanned the compartment. Everything looked the same, but at the same time, nothing did. It was as if the universe had shifted slightly while she'd been away, nudged subtly out of place by some random cosmic accident. I wasn't gone that long, she thought, although technically she hadn't been gone at all. Her body had been sitting right here the entire time, making it something more akin to an elaborate daydream. But something had changed. Oh, not with the compartment, or even the ship. Something within her, though she was damned if she could figure out what it was. She knew what Zeno and especially Calypso would say if she brought it up to them. It would be just one more example of the cognates tinkering with her brain, making her even less trustworthy in their eyes. The small possibility they might be right didn't help. In the end, she simply shrugged it off. It had been a weird experience, and it was throwing her off her game. That was all. Nothing to get her panties in a wad about. Besides, she had bigger issues to deal with. Guardian, think you can help me find some food? She asked. I am happy to assist your efforts, he agreed, as he set her hands to work on the Chell navigational system. She couldn't read the alien script, but the cognates seemed to have deciphered some of it. It took the better part of an hour of careful research, but between them they located a system worth exploring. She paged the others to the bridge, bracing herself for yet another shouting match. Fortunately, that turned out not to be the case. I've found a place we might find some food, she told them. It's not a Tuath is a K world, though it's still within their sphere of influence. There's not a lot we can do about that, unless you want to starve for a couple weeks. Obviously not, Zeno answered. What is the system? Muasa, she told them, pulling it up on the display. More of a remote mining and trading post than anything else. They get traffic from various other races, so with any luck we won't raise too much suspicion. How long? Calypso asked, her face now a mask carved from glacier ice. A day and a half. 2, tops, she answered, ignoring her attitude. We'll get hungry, but it should be fine. 2 days is not a concern, Zeno agreed. If it is a trading post, then I suggest we scour this ship for something we can trade with. It'll give us something to do at least, Samara agreed, silently wondering if this cold awkwardness between them had become the new normal. Chapter 38, Rats and Cheese. Once again, Samara was forced to hand over the reins to one of the cognates as they made a few modifications to their newly acquired ship, now rechristened the Adrestia. Hiding her profile from prying eyes had top priority, and while there was little they could do about her physical form, there were alterations they could make with the equipment on hand. Reprogramming her transponder had been easy enough, and altering their engine output signature was not much more difficult, even if it cost them in overall efficiency. With any luck, the authorities they came across would settle for a quick scan and wave them through, though it cut deeply against her well-honed paranoia regarding the inevitability of Murphy's Law. They just didn't have any other options. They'd also turned up a few odds and ends for trade, mostly taken from the survival and exploration gear. Samara hated to part with them. She could think of several scenarios where they'd come in handy. It was a gamble, like everything else, but hopefully it would be enough for food. I could really use a new helmet, Samara said to no one in particular. Since the last one got shot full of holes, I doubt we would find a human-style helmet here, Zeno pointed out, and even if we did, it is likely we could not afford it. I'm not sure I can afford not to have it, she parried. Even with the upgrades, I doubt I can survive in vacuum for long. Why don't you ask your friends? Calypso told her, giving that last word the same inflection most humans reserved for the Ichun. I have a better idea, she snapped. Why don't I toss you out and see how well you do? She glared at the other woman, fed up with her attitude. Calypso's reaction was instantaneous. Her artificial hands came up in a defensive posture, both glowing slightly as she readied herself for battle, hissing like an angry cat, as Zeno rushed to separate them. Samara, Calypso, stop this, he shouted, interposing himself between them. This is neither the time nor place. Your friend is correct, Guardian chimed in. Fighting amongst yourselves only weakens you. She knew he was right, that they both were, but at the moment it was the last thing she wanted to hear. I'm heading to the bridge, she told them, shooting one last look at Calypso. I'll let you know when we're near the planet. She spun on her heel and left them both in her wake, eager to put as much distance between them as possible. But even that separation did little to improve her mood. Just what exactly did they want from her? Hadn't she done enough? Hadn't she been through enough? Hell, she'd already been shot, stabbed, and beaten to within a centimeter of her life. Didn't that earn her just a little respect? Apparently not. Perhaps you should consider separating from your friends, Guardian suggested. Continued alliance with them appears to be more of a hindrance than a help. Believe me, I've thought about it, she agreed. Plus, I move faster on my own. Then what is stopping you? Samara grimaced. Because it's a big war we're fighting, and I need all the allies I can get. I would submit the difference between 3 individuals and 1 is slight, he pointed out. That's humanity in a nutshell for you, she sighed. We've always been better at fighting each other than uniting in common purpose. Perhaps this explains the current state of your species, Guardian pointed out, somewhat less than diplomatically. You can't pin losing Earth on us, but after that? She shook her head. Remind me to tell you our history. I look forward to the lesson, he answered. Also, it would appear we are nearing the Muasa system, Guardian continued, drawing her attention to the navigational array. Samara peered at the display and then nodded. Yeah, we sure are. Looks like we'll be in orbit and ready to dock in about an hour. Should you not alert the others then? She looked over her shoulder and snorted. No rush. It was in fact closer to 2 hours before Samara stepped through the trading post's airlock, shucking the helmet she'd borrowed from Zeno. She'd come alone, As she was the only one who could pass for an unaltered human, it tempted her to shapeshift into an alien guise. But there were few other races that could fit into a human-built space suit, fewer still who'd be caught dead in one. Tucking the helmet under her arm, she went off in search of the proprietor. It appeared her luck was still holding when she found him. There had been only a perfunctory hail as they'd entered the system, accepting their doctored transponder code and falsified manifest without so much as a peep. The owner was a Durzix, a member of a non-aligned insectoid race, not a Chell minion of the Empire, and unlike the Alex and Tuuk, the Durzix weren't actively hostile to humans. Passively, of course, was a different story. His antenna wavered as she approached him. "What do you want, Terran?" he demanded. Looking to trade for food, she told him, as she unslung the satchel she'd been carrying on her shoulder and set it on the counter. "I've got some quality merchandise here I'm willing to part with." Bzzz, he vibrated, looking over the items as she removed them from the tote and laid them out, inspecting each one with a practiced eye, his mandibles chittering away as he calculated their worth. "Food, you said?" he finally asked as he looked up from the counter. "What kind of food?" "Terran compatible," she told him. "Basic supplies only, no luxury items." He tossed his head in derision, sneering at her stinginess. 75 kilos, he told her, and not a kilo more. "Done," she agreed. It was less than she'd hoped for, but she was in no mood to haggle. Get in, get out, and get moving, that was her motto these days. The Durzix swept the items into a bin and placed them under the counter. "Wait here," he told her, shuffling off to the back as he went to fill her order. Samara nodded, turning to look at the items on the shelves while she waited. It was all standard fare, nothing out of the ordinary. Until her eyes fell upon an old-style human space suit helmet. Samara went to the shelf and lifted it up, giving it the once-over. It was an antique, but it still looked serviceable, and considering human tech hadn't changed all that much since the diaspora, it was still compatible with her suit. She'd need to run a diagnostic on it to be sure, but her mind was already racing as she prepared to make an exception to her no-haggling rule. "Hey, how much for this?" she asked, holding it up as she walked back to the counter. She peered into the back storage area but couldn't spot the owner. Shrugging, she set the helmet on her neck clamp and locked it into place, checking the connections as she booted up the HUD display. The graphics lagged and needed work, but they were serviceable enough. Now she had to have it, as she moved to unlatch it from the suit, only to discover the damned thing had jammed on her. "God damn it," she grumbled, twisting the old helmet back and forth as she struggled to loosen it, but it was wedged in tight. Suddenly it lost much of its appeal, though if she could get the damn thing off, maybe she could wrangle a discount. "Samara, you are in danger," Guardian piped up, as a hissing sound filled her ears. Frantically, she started bashing her head against the counter, trying to shatter the polycarbonate. But there was a reason they used it in helmet construction. Her legs suddenly wobbled as her vision blurred, falling to her knees. Whatever was being pumped into her system was threatening to overwhelm her, and as she rolled over onto her back, she saw someone approach. Samara desperately tried to scrabble away, but her limbs were refusing to cooperate. She could only stare in disbelief as the figure came to a halt beside her, as a familiar face gazed down. "Hello, Samara," Jabril smiled. "We meet again." She could feel herself fading out, but she still had a card left to play. "Guardian, take over." Her last conscious memory was of her rising back to her feet, as Jabril stared at her in shock. "Once again, I find myself called into action, as they ambush our host in some sort of prepared trap. I call up Bellator Churter Hosk and place him in charge, stepping back and taking an observation role as our warrior goes to work. It is surprising that Samara was so quickly subdued by an anesthetic agent. As I am well aware, she is immune to most chemical compounds designed to cause a loss of consciousness. My curiosity piqued. I investigate further. Xenon, a strange choice, yet obviously an effective one. Given who this individual is and his relationship to Samara, it would seem this was a programmed weakness, something that could disable her at need. Of course, this no longer applies. With Hosk firmly in control of our host's motor functions, I watch as he seizes this Jabril by the throat and lifts him off his feet. The human is caught by surprise. It is now apparent that he expected there to be no resistance once the gas had taken effect. His hands fumble at his waist, but Hosk is watching and moves much faster, plucking the concealed weapon from his belt and taking it for himself. And not a moment too soon, other figures appear, allied with this Jabril. They represent several species, but none are members of what Samara refers to as the Troika. Curious, given the situation, I suspect they are mercenaries, hired by her former clan leader to capture her. I pass this insight on to Hosk, but he is already dealing with the situation as his weapon fires. Jabril's allies are hampered by the fact Hosk is using his body as a shield. It would seem they are wary of harming him. Perhaps they have not yet been paid. It would seem they too thought this operation to be a simple one, as their reactions are sluggish and poorly coordinated. Their return fire shatters nearby merchandise and shelving, but Hosk is already moving, the struggling clan leader firmly in his grasp as he takes down one enemy threat after another. His reaction speed is well above that of his opponents, and by the time they realize they are outmatched and withdraw, it is already too late. The last one falls lifeless to the deck, less than 100 nanocycles after they'd fired the first weapon. I confer with Hosk to determine our next course of action. The first step would seem to be to remove this helmet, but it seems unlikely we will be able to do so without outside assistance. I consider the problem when Hosk solves the matter in the most direct method possible. He lifts his weapon to Samara's head and pulls the trigger. I sigh as it forces us to wait while the nanomachines rebuild her skull and brain once again. However, Jabril's reaction is far more visceral. His screams are louder and more jarring than Calypso's reaction, and I record this memory for my host's later viewing. I know she will appreciate it. As it will take time for Samara to reassert control, I consider our next move. Given that we came to this place to secure a supply of compatible food, I direct Hosk to track down our host, who has yet to return from his task and is obviously a part of this operation. By this time, Jabril has gone limp, whether because of Hosk's grip on his neck or emotional distress, I cannot say. It does not matter. Time is of the essence now. As we search the back rooms, we find the proprietor hiding in his office, his antenna flailing as we approach. It would seem his reaction to Samara's current condition is as visceral as Jabril's was. This simplifies matters. Where is the food? I ask him. Hosk does his part by raising the weapon and pointing it at the insectoid's head. Please. I had no choice. It chitters in fear. I am just the proprietor. I doubt that, I tell him, but I am not here for you, unless you force my hand. Get the food. Now. His mandibles open and close in a blur of motion as he hurries to comply. I suspect there is considerably more than the agreed-upon 75 kilos, but as I am less than familiar with the measurement units used here, I could be mistaken. Realizing our predicament, and that we only have a single hand free, he packs the larder into a duffel bag for us, nervously handing it over as Hosk slings it across Samara's shoulders. Time to go, I tell him. As we head back to the airlock, I abruptly realize our mistake. The tube connecting Adrestia to the station is in vacuum, and while we have possession of Samara's original helmet, the shattered remnants of the booby-trapped version are still attached to the suit's neck ring. Then there is Jabril, and while I have no qualms in terminating his existence, I know my host well enough to recognize her wish to interrogate him. While Samara, with our help, can tolerate a quick jawn in vacuum, I doubt we could say the same for him. He must have a suit somewhere, but it is also likely he would use its communication device to signal for backup and rescue. This is unacceptable. Given that choice, it seems that we will learn if exposure to vacuum will end his existence after all. Chapter 39. Paying it back and forward. Wake up. Jabril struggled to open his eyes. When he finally pried one open, he immediately shut it closed again. As blurry as the image had been, it was something out of his worst nightmares. A hard blow across his face snapped his head to the right. I know you're awake, so don't bother pretending otherwise. Still reeling from the impact, Jabril winced as he forced his lids open again, only to learn that it wasn't a mirage. Samara stood beside him, and she appeared to be angry. Not good. He forced a smile onto his face. It's good to see you. Crack. His head rocked the other way as she struck him again. How about you don't lie to me, Jabril? She told him. There's a good chance you'll live longer that way. He nodded in agreement before trying to sit up, only to discover his hands and feet were bound. Is this really necessary? He asked plaintively. Yes, she answered. Especially considering the last time I saw you, you just put two into my back. even after I'd held up my part of the deal. So, let's not pretend this is a joyful reunion of old friends, shall we? Fair enough, he agreed. Samara dragged a chair over and sat down. Here's the deal. I have questions. You have answers. Answer my questions truthfully, and you have a chance. Fail to do so, and things end badly for you. Are we clear on the rules? Yes, he said carefully. All right then, let's start with how you found me. She crossed her legs as she waited for him to respond. Jabril raised an eyebrow. Not going to take notes? No need, she answered, pointing to her head, a gesture that made him shudder as memories came flooding back. She gave him a smug look as he realized she knew exactly what he'd just been picturing. So quit stalling and start talking. He thought furiously. If he could string things along, keep this going as long as possible, another ship would come and rescue him. Just keep her talking, he thought. It wasn't hard, he said with a shrug. You've been leaving a wide swath of destruction in your wake. But this last attack, he shook his head. I don't think you have any idea what your actions on Ipki have sparked. Before you were just an irritant, but now? They want you dead. Nice to know I got their attention, she chuckled. This isn't a game, Samara, he snapped. You unleashed a plague on Ipki, one capable of jumping species at whim and breaking quarantine. The entire system is now under a shoot-on-sight order. They fire on any ship trying to leave. No exceptions. His jaw set in a hard line. The death toll is in the millions and rising. Congratulations, you're now a mass murderer. You've killed more than Hitler, Stalin, and Genghis Khan combined. And just who was it that made me what I am? She fired back. Did you think I wanted this? She retorted. You and the Troika turned me into a killer, confident I was incapable of turning on you as long as you held my leash. Only I found a way out, and suddenly now you get squeamish. Funny, it never seemed to bother you before. She leaned forward in her chair. And you still haven't answered the question? Jabril nodded. The Chell found the wreckage of your ship and pieced it together. Coupled with the stolen assault shuttle, it was obvious you'd escaped the system before the quarantine went into effect. But then came the big question. Where would you go next? He shrugged. Most were looking over potential targets, trying to figure out where you'd strike. But I had a fresh approach in mind. Go on, she encouraged him. Given my, history with the Troika, I know more than most humans do about them. You taking a Chell ship? I immediately realized the problem you'd run into. Food. You wouldn't survive on their fare, so obviously you'd need to find something a little more palatable. Once I realized that it only took a couple of minutes of scanning the charts to realize where you'd likely run to, he shrugged once again. I just made sure I got there first. Samara was silent for several moments as she mulled that over. I believe you, she said at last, but you've left a few things out. Such as why you neglected to share this information with the Troika. For starters, she pointed out. If you'd told the two of Izake what you'd figured out, there would have been an entire squadron of ships waiting for me, instead of just one. She gave him a wintry smile. Which we destroyed before departing the system. Thought you'd like to know. Jabril winced as he realized his best chance for freedom had just disappeared, earning him a chuckle from Samara. Why are you working with mercenaries instead of the Troika? A sudden fall from grace, perhaps? He scowled, turning his head. That's it, isn't it? She continued. Getting captured by me couldn't have been good for your image, even with you shooting me in the back during your escape. That's why you did it. His head whipped back to look at her as her cold eyes returned the favor. You figured by doing that, you could undo some of the damage. Only it wasn't enough, and suddenly you were persona non grata. So you doubled down and hired a crew, hoping to capture me to win your way back into their good graces. A throaty laugh escaped her lips. How's that going, by the way? You're a fool, Samara, he spat out. You think I don't know what you've done? There's only one way you could have pulled off what I saw. His eyes narrowed. Somehow, you activated the box. Samara froze. I don't know what you're talking about, she sniffed. Now who's lying? He fired back. You purposefully shot yourself in the head to escape my trap and then defeated me and my crew with a good chunk of your skull missing. And yet here you are now, with nary a scratch. Which is impossible, unless you meddled with something you should have left alone. The former assassin still said nothing. Whatever it is you're thinking, that act alone has sealed your fate. Even if they were prepared to forgive your other crimes, toying with that artifact is unforgivable in their eyes. You've crossed a dangerous line. One I don't think you realize even now just how dangerous. When they catch you, and they will catch you, Samara, don't think they won't. Killing you won't be enough for them. Not anymore. They'll squeeze you for every secret you possess, rip everything you know from out of your skull, dissect you with 1,000 cuts, and they'll make sure you're conscious for every agonizing moment of it. Despite his warning, he shuddered at the horror of it himself. By time they're done, you'll beg them to kill you. She snorted in disgust. You think that scares me? It damn well should. It scares me, and I'm not even the one they want. His eyes bored into hers. Cut a deal with the Troika. Show them how you access the box. Do that, and they might let you live. And just hand them the keys to the galaxy? She growled. Give them the means to crush anyone who opposes them, forever? She shook her head. Forget it. I'm done playing by their rules. I thought I'd made that clear. You arrogant bitch, he hissed. Don't you get it? Do you have any idea to what lengths they'll go in order to learn that secret? You think what the Agatadub did to Freya was bad? That's nothing. They'll broadcast a demand to the clans, ordering them to hand you over. Let them. I don't plan on going anywhere near the clans, she sneered. Jabril rolled his eyes. Jesus, you can't be that stupid. It won't matter that they can't hand you over. The Troika will assume they're refusing to. The clans will protest their innocence, offer themselves up for inspection to prove their good faith, and none of it will make a difference. He glared at her. They'll slaughter them anyway because they won't believe them. Because they don't care. Because we're expendable. He closed his eyes and whispered, because they can. He took a deep shuddering breath before opening his eyes. They'll wipe out what's left of humanity, and they won't bat an eye doing it. You've got one chance to save yourself, and to save what's left of our race. Suddenly, she looked much more subdued. And what's that? She asked. Turn yourself in, Samara, he said gently. Cut a deal. Because it's the only way any of us walks away from this. She got a faraway look in her eyes as she deliberated. He could see the war going on inside her. Her fierce desire for revenge warring against her very human need to protect what few of them remained. It looked like maybe he'd gotten through to her. Samara rose to her feet. No, she told him. He blinked. Damn it, weren't you listening? I was, she nodded, and I can't disagree with a thing you said. But it doesn't matter. The final solution of humanity doesn't matter, he all but shouted. What the hell is wrong with you? Because it doesn't matter if I make a deal with them or not, since they'll never keep their word, she told him, and you know that as well as I do. Jabril started to protest until something pulled him back. She nodded at his silent confirmation. They'll come for us, Jabril, and they won't stop. You're right about that. The only way we'll make them back off is to hit them and keep hitting them until they finally realize that coming after us is too expensive a game to play. He could only stare at her. You don't know what you're doing, he said in horror. You're risking the life of every Terran still breathing, all because of a hunch. It's hardly a hunch, she told him, as a smile creased her face. Let's just say, a very smart birdie is whispering in my ear. She folded her arms, regarding him. Any other warnings you'd like to share? I would have thought the one was enough, he said coldly. But no, I've said all I intend to say. He turned his head away, ignoring her completely. She tapped him on the shoulder. There's still one last matter we need to discuss, she told him. He turned a deaf ear to her. After a handful of seconds, she took matters into her own hands. Jabril stared into her eyes once more as she gripped his head with both hands and forced him to look at her. You shot me in the back, she said softly, and I'm afraid I just can't let that go. His eyes went wide as she twisted his head, snapping his neck. His body convulsed once, and then fell limp. She stood over his body, gazing down at him until she heard a voice behind her. I thought you said you'd let him live? Zeno said carefully. Her nostrils flared as she turned to face him. I lied. Once she disposed of the body, it was time to make some decisions. Calypso was considerably more muted than she'd been during their last exchange. Perhaps snapping Jabril's neck had some practical benefits other than a profound sense of satisfaction. Considering everything we've learned, we can't afford to dance around this any longer. There's one target we've been avoiding, and that ends now. Pulling up the relevant charts on the display, Samara jammed her finger into the screen. Here, Alinac. Alinac's passive defenses are formidable, Zeno reminded her. Getting close enough to do any damage would be all but impossible. Even if we got close, it wouldn't make a difference, Calypso said coldly. The labs, the training facilities, rehabilitation, they're all buried kilometers beneath the asteroid's crust. Even this ship's weapons would barely scratch the surface, which is why I have no intention of going in with guns blazing, Samara smiled. Then what are you intending? Zeno asked. Alinac is the very heart and soul of the Protean clan. It's where we became Proteans, even though some were more fortunate than others, he said wistfully. Disrupting their efforts, there would be a serious blow, perhaps even a crippling one. But you have to know what you're proposing is a suicide mission. Samara, they both faced him. If we go to Alinac, we aren't coming back. I don't believe that, she said, shaking her head. Alinac is the last place they'll expect us. They'll assume it's too well defended, that it's too tough a nut to crack. Her smile got wider. And they'll never see us coming, not with the plan I have in mind. And your guests? He asked. What do they say? Guardian assures me he knows a trick or two that will help, she told them. We go in under the radar, slip past their defenses, and then hit them from the inside. If we can hold off the reinforcements long enough, we can shut them down for good. I want to see those plans, Calypso insisted. As soon as I draft them, she promised. Zeno stared at her oddly. What? She asked. He took a deep breath. This wouldn't have anything to do with that question. I asked you. He probed gently. She closed her eyes. This isn't a suicide run, she said once again. And no, I'm not trying to get us all killed. Very well, he said at last. Though I too reserve judgment until I have something more concrete to work with. I'll get on that immediately, she told them, turning on her heel and heading to her cabin. Of course we will do all that we can to support your efforts, Guardian confirmed, though I also hope you have a plan in mind. Working on it, she muttered under her breath. Chapter 40. The truth shall set you free. Samara waited until she was out of earshot, which meant locking herself in her new cabin, considering what Zeno could pick up with his implant, before turning to Guardian. I don't suppose you have a plan, she asked hopefully. Not without a great deal more information, it replied. Right, she nodded. Well, it's a binary system, with a blue-white supergiant and a blue subgiant star, though there aren't any planets. Just asteroids, none of which are habitable without a lot of modification. The base itself lies within one of the larger rocks, and it's where the Protean clan does most of its dirty work. It is a medical facility then? It asked. Among other things, she answered. It's also home to much of the clan's training complex, and of course the rehab sections. In a nutshell, it's designed to take baseline humans and turn them into people like me. I see, Guardian said thoughtfully. And its defenses? Mostly passive, she informed him. The Troika maintains a presence in the area, though, which is more than enough to scare off the casual pirate. It makes sense since their sole purpose is to protect their investment. But if they fire off a message before we can secure the site, the odds shift drastically in their favor. Then a successful assault must rely on stealth and surprise, it mused. That's right, she agreed. But that's been our problem all along. How do you sneak up to a planet or moon or orbiting installation when they can see you coming from 1,000,000 kilometers away? If you lack the technology to veil yourself, then you must rely on misdirection, Guardian informed her. Make your enemy look elsewhere as you approach until it is too late for them to react. Sure, but the question is how? Samara began pacing in the small space. They have eyes in all directions, and they'll be looking hard at any vessel approaching the system. Guardian was silent for several moments. This installation, is it self-sufficient? It asked at last. No, it requires a steady influx of goods and personnel, she told him. Food, medical supplies, raw materials. A base that size is just too small to be completely self-sustaining. She froze as the answer jumped out to her. That's it, she exclaimed, snapping her fingers. We can disguise ourselves as one of their supply ships. A viable tactic provided you can fool the sentries, it pointed out. That's the question. All right, she nodded. Ideally, we'd grab one of their ships and use it as a Trojan horse, but we don't know their schedule or their codes. Suddenly, a sly smile came over her. But I know someone who does. Zeno and Calypso focused as Samara sketched out her idea. So that's the plan. The beginnings of one, anyway, she told them. But to have any chance of pulling it off, we need the schedule and codes for the supply shuttles. She turned to Zeno. Can you do it? Possibly, he mused. But it will not be easy. That data is heavily shielded, and even with my talents, he said, pointing to his implant, teasing that information out of the ether will be a challenge, not to mention requiring more than a little luck. Is there a way for us to improve our odds? She pressed him. He considered the problem for a moment and then shrugged. If we were to position this shuttle near the approach to Alinac and monitor the incoming and outgoing traffic, it might be possible to learn what we require. That being said, Samara, even if we learn those codes and seize one of their shuttles, and even if we smuggle ourselves aboard without being spotted, we will still be at an incredible disadvantage. We will be outnumbered, on terrain that may have been altered from what we recall, facing clan members with skills we are unprepared for. Tell me once more how this is not a suicide mission. Maybe it is, she admitted. I won't lie. Our chances of pulling this off and surviving aren't all that great. Her jaw clenched with sudden determination. But as long as Alinac exists, we'll never be clear of the Troika's influence. If there is going to be any chance for our clan to break free from its chains, it has to start here. She looked at them both. I know I'm asking a lot. Maybe everything. And if you decide this is one step too far, tell me now. I'll drop you off somewhere, and then do it myself. Samara took a deep breath and said quietly, but this is where I make my stand. The trio sat silent for several minutes as they wrestled with their conscience. Finally, Zeno spoke up. This is not how I imagined it would be, he told her. And yet, there's a certain symmetry to our being here. Alinac is the very last thing I remember seeing with my own two eyes. That, and you, Samara, he said with a gentle smile. Too many of us have lived lives of pain and misery because of what the Troika has done, and humanity deserves better than being their guinea pigs. He nodded in agreement. I'm in. They both turned to Calypso, who had been silent until now. As they waited for her to respond, she shook her head in resignation. I don't want to die, she admitted. I just want to go back to my room on the St. Jean-Baptiste and forget any of this ever happened. I want my life back. She hugged herself tightly, shivering. But that's never going to happen, is it? My life ended the day I joined the clan, and I've been hiding from that truth ever since. So, I guess I'll go with you. I mean, what else am I going to do? She laughed. But there was a hysterical edge to it before she finally sobered. You know they'll kill us, right? She asked in a small voice. I know, Samara said gently. Just wanted to be sure, she told her. I hate you, you know, for dragging me away from my old life. Her face twisted into a grimace. My quiet, useless, joyless life. She shook her head again. Anything is better than going back to that. The trio regarded one another as they made their decision. I'll find an out-of-the-way spot to park the shuttle where you can work your magic, she told Zeno. How long before we'll have enough data to make our move? Impossible to say, he shrugged. A week, 10 days, perhaps as long as a month. We will have to wait and see. All right, though, the food supply will start getting low again if we go much longer than that. She rose to her feet, pausing for a moment as she eyed them both. I know I'm the one that pulled you into this war. Hell, I'm the one who started it. But this is the first chance we've ever had to break the Troika's hold on our clan, and even if we fail. Suddenly, Samara found herself at a loss for words. Flustered, she turned away. Maybe we'll inspire someone else to carry on, she whispered, before retreating to the bridge. She wasn't sure how long she'd sat alone with her thoughts when she was reminded that she was never really alone anymore. Samara, is this a good time to converse? Guardian inquired. It's fine, she shrugged. What's on your mind? I was wondering if you had given any more thought regarding your species' evolution, it reminded her. Samara rolled her eyes. This again? What's the point? There was a long silence. It is important, Guardian said at last. So I gather, she answered. But what I don't get is why. As I have already explained, I am forbidden to reveal that information, it explained. Try. She urged the alien device. Try really hard. A much longer pause this time. So much so she wondered if Guardian had fried its circuits. There may be a way, it said at last, but to do so would mean discussing the topic only in the abstract. You mean, hypotheticals? She said in surprise. Yes, hypotheticals, the machine agreed. Is this acceptable? Sure, she said carefully. Whatever secret Guardian was protecting must have one hell of a grip if it was forced into pretense just to broach the topic. Samara leaned back in her chair and waited for it to speak. You have encountered many species in your travels, it said after a moment. Are any compatible? Could two individuals from different worlds produce progeny? No, she answered, shaking her head. Not without a lot of manipulation at the genetic level. That's what the Proteans have been doing since the beginning, grafting alien DNA and cybernetic enhancements for an advantage. This is our understanding as well, it agreed. If you were a trained biologist, would you be able to examine a specific genetic sequence and determine its native species? I suppose, Samara said affably, though she still couldn't see where this was going. Then let us take the question a step further, it continued. Suppose you discovered a strand of, for example, Iliac's DNA within an Agatadub cell. What would be your conclusion? That it had been manipulated somehow, she answered immediately, transplanted from one species to the other. And if, after careful examination, you discover it was not a case of transference, it continued, that instead, it was part of that species' natural genetic heritage? Samara blinked. Say what? She said in surprise. What are you talking about? If you located a specific genetic marker, native to a single known species, buried within the DNA of an entirely separate race, one that had not been manipulated, that instead had been present within that genome for most of its evolutionary lifespan, what would be your explanation? It asked. I don't have one, she stammered. I can't imagine how that would even be possible. She froze for a moment, thinking furiously. Unless it was some form of contamination, she said after a moment. Explain, Guardian insisted. She tugged on her ear. Well, if humans landed on a planet that only supported primitive forms of life, bacteria, or maybe algae, and then dumped our trash and stomped all around, leaving behind traces of our DNA, I suppose it's possible that in a few 100 million years whatever life forms arose from that planet might carry human genetic markers, if the conditions were right. Samara shrugged. That's just a guess, though. I'm not an expert. Yes, it said after a long silence, that may be plausible. Samara waited. And? She prompted. Another long pause. This is difficult, Samara, Guardian explained. The guidelines do not allow for specificity. There are topics I may not discuss. She was about to demand an answer when she was struck by a sudden thought. What if I guessed the reason? She asked. Would the guidelines allow you to confirm I was right? No, they would not, Guardian answered. Okay, then could you at least tell me if I guessed wrong? Another long pause. Only if the question was phrased in vague terms, it said at last. Lovely, she snorted. Well, it wasn't like she had anything better to do at the moment. Okay, you're asking about human evolution. That must mean there's something in human DNA, my DNA, that you recognize. Right. Silence. She raised an eyebrow. You found something in my DNA that belongs somewhere else? To another species, she guessed. Nothing. Samara shook her head. Guardian, I hate to break this to you, but I could have DNA from a dozen distinct races running through my veins. I told you about that, remember? DNA that is native to your species is encoded differently than DNA that has been grafted to your genome, it explained. Wait a second. You're telling me you found DNA that shouldn't be there, human DNA, with an alien origin? No response. She found herself reeling. But that would mean that there had been some contamination back on Earth millions, billions of years ago, she exclaimed. What species could have possibly? Samara slumped back into her chair. The precursors, she whispered. Guardian remained silent. It was as if a key had clicked inside a lock as things started falling into place. That's how that scout. What's his name? She racked her brain for a moment before snapping her fingers. Svetanov found his way to the precursor world, isn't it? How he could breach the defenses no one has ever penetrated, she said excitedly. Somehow whatever is guarding that world scanned his DNA, and it was a close enough match that it let him right through. Her grin got even wider. And I'll bet it's the same reason you imprinted on me. A stone would have made for a chattier companion. Jumping from her chair, she whooped with glee, bouncing around the bridge like a hyperactive child. Do you know what this means? This changes everything. Guardian finally spoke. It is not that simple, Samara. Assuming you are correct. That brought her up short. Wait a minute. What are you saying? The strange alien within her seemed to struggle to respond. If you search your memories, you will recall your evolution was not the only question we asked. What? What is that supposed to mean? Samara replayed the strange conversation in her head, where Guardian had taken her to a room located someplace within her own mind. She felt the blood drain from her face. The Ichun, she whispered. There was no way the timing was a coincidence. Their sudden appearance and Svetanov's discovery. There could only be one explanation. You bastards! She screamed, the pain and anger exploding out of her. You created them, didn't you? Didn't you? I am sorry, Samara, Guardian said softly. Samara raged, pounding her fists against the bare metal as she howled with fury. Zeno and Calypso appeared at the door, saw her rampage, and quickly faded back out of sight. It was a long time before she could regain control. All right, now you listen to me, she snarled. The way I see it, you owe us. You said you want to go home? Fine, we'll even share. Her nostrils flared as she laid down the law. But New Terra is ours. You owe us that much. She folded her arms across her chest. Well? Guardian sighed. We will try, he said at last. Chapter 41. Gods and Demons. Within the space of 3 days, they had parked near one of the busier approaches to Alinac, shutting down their non-critical systems to avoid detection. Once that was completed, it became a waiting game, pretending to be a hole in space while they remained in standby mode. They stood watch, alerting Zeno when a ship came near so he could perform his magic. But vessels were few in this lonely region of space, and Samara soon found herself with too much time on her hands. Why? She said out of the blue, as boredom and frustration finally got the best of her. What possible reason could there have been to create the Ichun? I assume you are addressing me, Guardian answered. Unless you see someone else responsible for building a race of genocidal machines, she fired back. Samara, the answer to that question is complicated, it replied. Do I really have to play 20 questions again before you'll tell me? She asked sarcastically. I have explained this, it sighed. For someone who was, for all intents and purposes, an electronic copy of a dead alien, Guardian could be a little melodramatic. My actions are constrained by the guidelines. You figured out a way around them before, she reminded it. I have every confidence you can do it again. Guardian was silent for some time, long enough in fact that she suspected it was trying to dodge the question when it finally spoke to her. Again, I must speak in the abstract, it informed her. I assumed as much, she nodded. My people, the faithful, came from another place, it told her. A region not found on any charts. Where? She asked, now curious. This is one of those times where an abstraction must do. It is not a place you have heard of, or have even imagined. That must suffice. Fine, she answered, holding up her hands. Continue. The faithful were stranded, it explained, with no means of return. They were few in number and lacked the means to safely take them home. To recreate the necessary technology would require the effort of several lifetimes, so they commissioned the great work. They would strive to rediscover what they had lost, so that one day, perhaps eons in the future, they might find their way back. Eons? Samara said in surprise. It was the only way, if they wished to go home, it told her. She spent several minutes mulling over that revelation, before finally nodding. Okay, but I still don't see where the Ichun fit into this, she told it. I said it was complicated, it said with some reproof. Right, she sighed. Please continue. As the faithful planned out the great work, they brooded over the possibility, the likelihood, of interregnum. It explained, periods where their society might fall into barbarism and forget what they had learned, losing sight of their goal. Suddenly, Guardian sounded old and weary. Their solution to that problem should be obvious. You, Samara said softly. That's why you called the box the repository, isn't it? It's a repository of knowledge. Yes, Samara, it agreed. That is exactly what we are. They believe that should an interregnum take place, it would accelerate the rebuilding process when faithful society was ready. And was there? She asked. An interregnum? I mean? She couldn't help but notice that Guardian was speaking less and less in the abstract, as if it had been desperate to tell this story, only lacking a suitable audience until now. 6, that we know of, Guardian said. 6 times when our society collapsed, and we were forced to rebuild, not counting the most recent event. I suspect the faithful finally found their way home and left us behind. Samara struggled to imagine what it would take to plan that far out, taking into consideration not just one but multiple dark ages, and coming up with a plan to put themselves back on track, and then struggling for millions of years to get back home, only to be abandoned at the 11th hour. She failed, miserably. That's impressive, she said at last, but it still doesn't answer the question. It was necessary to lay a proper foundation. So you would understand, it explained. It was during one such interregnum that a powerful race attacked the faithful. The Troika? She guessed. No, another species, one long since departed, it informed her. They believed the faithful could be easily conquered, and in their alarm, they turned to the repository, hoping the ancient knowledge might save them. We studied the problem and proposed a solution. What they needed was a sentinel. Samara's eyes widened as she realized what it was saying, but Guardian continued regardless. The faithful had scarcely begun the slow climb to reclaim what they had lost. They were only just starting to grasp the concept of technology, so as the cognates labored to build the sentinel, using the crude tools at their disposal, and given the time frame they had to work in, it forced them to make certain compromises. You lost control, didn't you? She accused the cognate. You built a superweapon, and then you lost control of it. The urge to run riot coursed through her veins once again. But somehow, she held the impulse in check, though it wasn't easy. Besides, Guardian hadn't finished telling his story, so she gritted her teeth and waited for the rest. I regret to say that is exactly what happened. We designed the weapon to be adaptable, able to learn from its opponents, and capable of self-replication. It performed to design specifications brilliantly. There was a pause, as she heard that same world weariness in its voice once more. Too brilliantly, we discovered. Let me guess. It got loose and went on a killing spree, she said evenly, though inside she was seething at their arrogance. Yes, Samara, Guardian admitted. Once we realized our error, we immediately attempted to correct our mistake. But its voice trailed off into silence. You built it too well, she said in sick realization. You made it so formidable even you couldn't defeat it. Not without diverting considerable effort and resources from the great work, it said unhappily. We therefore created an even more powerful sentinel to guard against the first, using completely divergent technology and backed up by safeguards to prevent it from going rogue as well. Samara snapped her fingers. That's what's guarding your homeworld, even after all these years. Why no one can get in? So we believe, Samara. As for what you call the Yichun, it rebuffed our initial attempts to bring it to heel. Since we could not defeat it, not easily, we did the next best thing. We trapped the Sentinel, setting powerful wards that should have kept it safely away from the rest of the galaxy. Only somehow, it got out, she sneered. It had 1 billion years to figure out how to do it, because you made it that smart. There were lots of things she could accept, plenty of reasons Earth might have fallen she could have come to terms with, given time. But to lose everything they'd ever known to sheer incompetence was just a little harder to forgive. I am sorry, Samara. Guardian apologized yet again. If I could change what happened, I would. But I cannot. She froze, cocking her head as something occurred to her. If you couldn't defeat the Yichun, then how did the Alex manage it? She wondered out loud. You're supposed to be more advanced than they are. I cannot say for certain, Guardian said with a mental shrug. Perhaps they discovered a means we had not considered. From what I understand, they severed the connections between the drones and their queens, she explained. Does that help? Guardian seemed to consider that. Perhaps, it said finally. Disruption of an opponent's internal communications is an effective strategy in any struggle, but I could not say more without careful examination. I've already had one close call, so I think I'll pass, she snorted. And where does humanity fit into your grand scheme? She asked. What part do we play in the glorious plan? I am unsure, it replied. That question is still being debated. What's to debate? She demanded. You owe us. In your opinion, Guardian replied. That opinion is not universally shared among the cognates. Now wait just a second. We had a deal, she snarled. In fact, I informed you we would try, it countered, and we will. But while we bear some responsibility for your plight because of the Ichun, you asked that we hand over our entire planet and everything in it. That is not a decision to be made in haste, especially when you are not members of the faithful. But what about our genetic connection? She countered. We're your descendants, in a manner of speaking. Any kinship we may share is purely accidental, Guardian pointed out. In fact, you are not our descendants, not directly. Were I to quantify our relationship, humanity would be nothing more than our. It paused, searching for the precise terminology to convey its misgivings, but Samara beat it to the punch. I believe that word you were struggling so hard to avoid using is bastards, she said evenly. Another long pause. Samara, with all due respect. It began before she waved its embarrassment aside. Forget it. Apology accepted, blah blah blah, she said mockingly. Besides, we've called ourselves far worse. She leaned back in her chair, propping her feet up on the console. But that doesn't mean I'm letting you off the hook. You need us just as badly as we need that planet. Explain your reasoning, it insisted. I would think it was obvious. You said it yourself. You can only interface with biological beings who share a genetic marker with the faithful, and that's us. I've never heard of another species claiming a common heritage. If there were, we Proteans would have been the first to learn of it. Guardian said nothing. She took his silence for grudging assent as she made her case. Second, no one has seen the faithful, or the precursors, as we call them, in a billion years, which tells me one of two things. You said they were trying to get home, so it's possible they succeeded. It's also possible that they've died out. Either way, their claim on that planet has long since lapsed. I could argue that point, it prompted her. Well then, ask yourself this. What happens next? For you personally, I mean. I do not understand the question, Guardian said. Nonplussed? Really? With all that knowledge? She shook her head. Then I'll make it simple. What happens to you if humanity is out of the equation? Do you just stay in your repository box until the heat death of the universe? If no other species can act as your host, what else can you do? Is that the future you want? Guardian didn't respond. It seemed it had retreated into silence once more. But if you want my strongest argument, it's this. You bear a moral responsibility to clean up your damn mess. Her nostrils flared as she warmed to the topic. You never intended to cause problems. Fine. That's laudable. You were just trying to get home, right? Stranded. Far from all you knew. You found a planet and set up shop to build what you needed. She suddenly got a faraway look in her eye as she gazed at the view screen. But you still unleashed a genocidal race against an unsuspecting galaxy, even if that wasn't your intent. Just how many deaths are you responsible for, besides Earth? I do not know, it admitted. Neither do I, she shrugged. I doubt anyone else does either. But that still makes you culpable. It's nothing you can't fix. The damage is already done. Only you can still make amends. And if we work together, with the resources of that world to draw from, we could make one hell of a start. She smiled as she drove her point home. The smile didn't last for long. And what of you, Samara? Guardian probed. Just how many deaths are you responsible for? Before you answer, consider that I have access to all your memories. Were you tempted to hedge your response? I can call up every one of them in case you have forgotten. That won't be necessary, she husked. I've never forgotten. Not one of them. No, you have not, it agreed. Commendable, in its own way. But I ask you the same question you put to me. How will you atone for your crimes? She should have seen the question coming. Maybe she'd grown too familiar with the cognates, subconsciously thinking of them as big, friendly dogs, instead as an alien library filled with ancient knowledge. And it knew everything about her. But that casually amoral killer she'd lived with her all these years had been forced to take stock as of late. Things had changed. She had changed. And while no one would confuse her with some virginal saint, she wasn't some pit fiend either. Not anymore. Even if she could still manage a reasonable impression of one. "Why do you think I started this crusade?" she said at last. "I can't change my past any more than you can, and maybe someday I'll be called to answer for those crimes. If the Troika have anything to say about it, in fact, that day could be right around the corner." She shrugged, accepting that fate. "I've been living on borrowed time for months now, trying to make a difference, and what's ironic is I'll probably never know if I ever did. I've made a lot of bad choices in my life, Guardian. I've done things that would horrify my fellow Terrans. I'm their bête noire, the monster that lives in their closet, the witch that steals their children. I'm all of that and more." Samara took a deep breath. "At least, I was. Not anymore. Oh, I'm still a killer, but now I'm fighting for something. A second chance for my people, a new home, and a chance to start again." She closed her eyes and whispered, "You have access to all I know. Look into my mind and tell me if there is any other race out there that deserves it more than we do, or that's suffered half as much." Samara sat and waited for her judgment. She'd said her piece. Finally, Guardian responded, "You may not be of the race I knew, but we share a singular trait." She cocked her head. "What's that?" It was as if she could feel him smile, somewhere in the recesses of her mind. "We have both survived everything a harsh universe could throw at us," and glared back at the cosmos with defiance. "Damn straight," she grinned. Chapter 42. The Belly of the Beast. After 2 weeks of lying in wait, recording the various ships arriving at and departing from Alinac, they were ready to make their move. They went to full alert after Zeno warned them that a ship meeting their requirements was inbound, with the trio taking their positions on the shuttle's bridge. "Have we verified their transponder signal?" Samara asked. Calypso peered at her instruments. "Confirmed. She's the PCS Yokai, a mid-range transport ship. Best time to intercept, 17 minutes. Understood." She glanced over at Zeno. "You picking up anything we should worry about?" He put his hand to his implant, listening to the ether. "No, nothing," he corroborated. "If we are going to do this, we should make our move soon." Nodding, she checked in with the last member of the crew. "Anything, Guardian?" She subvocalized to her alien companion. "I see nothing out of place," he informed her. "I doubt you will find a better candidate." "Well then, since we're all in agreement, Calypso, bring the engines online and plot an intercept course," she ordered, as she brought the sensors up and locked radar on the other ship. "Hot mic," she warned them, as she began broadcasting to the other vessel. "Protean clan ship Yokai, this is the security shuttle Zoria," she informed them, disclosing their forged identity. "You are ordered to shut down your engines and prepare to be boarded." A response came back almost immediately. "This is Captain Tamari of the Yokai. By whose authority? I've been on this run for 10 years and I've never been boarded." He didn't sound happy, nor did she blame him. She would have been irritated too. "Time to offer up the carrot." "I'm aware of that," she answered, mellowing her tone slightly. "Because of the recent surge in terrorist activity directed at the clan and its patrons, and until we bring the guilty parties to justice, we have enacted additional security measures across the sector." Samara paused for a moment and then leaned in conspiratorially. "I'm sure you're aware of the situation." Tamari managed a brief nod in return. "Obviously, a man used to playing his cards close to his vest. That's why we're here," she continued. "With any luck, we can resolve the matter in short order, but until then we all have to adapt. You have my word. I will do everything in my power to keep this as brief as possible." The trio held their breath as they waited for a reply. If he chose not to believe them, they still had options. But the chance of the situation escalating would rise sharply. If they started screaming loudly enough for reinforcements, it might even force them to make a run for it. The seconds ticked by as her hand hovered over the controls, ready to alter course in a hurry if things went south when they got a response from the other ship. "Security shuttle Zoria, I am shutting our engines down now," the captain informed them. "My crew will stand by and await your arrival." Samara managed not to breathe a sigh of relief. "Understood, Captain. Have your passengers remain in their cabins and meet us at the airlock with a copy of your manifest." Security shuttle Zoria. "Clear." With that, she cut the transmission. "Well done," Guardian said with approval. I can't believe they bought it, Calypso said in disbelief. They have no reason not to, Zeno pointed out. Given the events we've put into motion, increased patrols only make sense. We can pat ourselves on the back later, Samara told the others. First, get us to that ship, and then begin docking procedures. I'm on it, she assured her, adjusting their heading. I assume the plan has not changed? Zeno inquired. It hasn't, Samara agreed. You remain here while Calypso and I cross over to the other ship. Someone had to remain behind, and with his physical limitations, he was the obvious choice. Once we're inside and we verify we have the entire crew within visual range, we dose them with the tranq grenade. As luck would have it, the Chell shuttle had come well stocked, though unfortunately, they hadn't reacted quickly enough to use them. And if they aren't all in one place, or they prove to be as immune to the grenade's effects as you are, in that case, I whistle up my own personal ninja and do things the hard way, she shrugged, before firing off another internal question. I assume my old friend Hosk is on standby? Samara asked Guardian. He is ready to intervene as needed, the cognate assured her. And the passengers? Calypso asked. What do we do with them? Nothing, she smiled. We stash the crew somewhere out of sight. I shapeshift into Captain Tamari and hand them over to whoever is waiting for them. Once they're out of the way, we can get to work. It will take time to reconnoiter the structure, longer still to put our plans into action. How do you plan on justifying our continued presence, especially if they ordered us to depart? Engine trouble, she shrugged. It's the simplest explanation. We'll figure out something to make it look convincing. Zeno slowly nodded. The plan is still fraught with risk, but if we can maintain the element of surprise, I believe we may just have a chance. Let's hope so, Samara said guardedly. I didn't come all this way just to fumble our biggest strike yet. And after? Calypso whispered. Assuming there is an after? I don't know, she sighed. I'm just trying to get through today. It took the better part of 2 hours for the two ships to match trajectories and dock. As promised, Captain Tamari and his crew were waiting for them just outside the airlock as the inner hatch cycled open. Captain, Samara nodded, reaching out for his hand. I'm Inspector Levichang. I promise we'll try to be as quick as possible. I appreciate that, Inspector, he said curtly. We're on a tight schedule. Of course. May I see your manifest? She asked, as the captain handed it over. The others stood nearby, not quite in formation, but more orderly than a gaggle. She started matching names to faces. Thankfully, there was only a handful of crew, and that's Samara. One of them screamed, pointing an accusing finger. I saw Jabril shoot her on Ifiguk. Shit, so much for Plan A, she groaned, reaching behind her to grab the grenade as the crew reacted. Guardian, anytime, she shouted inside her head. Captain Tamari swore, lunging for what had to be a hideout piece as she felt Hosk slide into the driver's seat. Suddenly, she was pivoting on the ball of one foot, while the other whipped around for a vicious spin kick. The heel of her boot caught the captain in the temple, sending him crashing into the bulkhead, while Calypso had unlimbered her stun pistol and was taking aim at one of the others. They'd caught the crew by surprise, but as the two women went on the offensive, they recovered quickly. The tranq grenade was barely out of her hands before they forced her to tackle a raiding who had turned and started running for the bridge. If he got there quickly enough, he could signal for help or lock down the ship. Thankfully, Hosk was just as aware of the danger as she was and was already moving, slamming the knife edge of her hand into his neck just under the ear. The man staggered and then collapsed onto the deck, but she was already searching for her next target. Calypso had dropped one of the others and was shifting her aim as the grenade hissed. They'd need a few seconds for the gas to take effect, but as she sighted in on her next victim, she felt herself duck and dance out of the way as Hosk dodged a hammer swung at her head. The woman wielding it followed through on her back swing for another attempt, but this time they were ready for her. Samara felt the air whoosh past her face as she moved in, driving her back with a savage kick to her solar plexus. The hammer clattered to the deck as she stumbled back, gasping for breath. But now the tranq gas had had time to spread. Each gulp of air weakened her efforts, leaving her reeling like a drunk until she too fell to the floor. She turned just in time to see Calypso drop the last crewman with a well-aimed shot as they surveyed the damage. 5 crew members, all incapacitated, either unconscious or heading in that direction as the gas took effect. She herself was immune, of course, while her partner had donned a simple mask. You had to show up looking like yourself? That was damn sloppy. Calypso snapped as she began checking the crew, glaring at her for a moment before turning away, focusing on other tasks. I don't see why we're bothering to keep them alive, she sniffed. It'd be easier just to toss them out the airlock. Okay, Hosk, it's over. Give me back control, she told the cognate, grimacing as Calypso's comment struck home. Her inner ninja handed back the reins and returned to wherever he lived when he wasn't helping her kick alien ass. Because we might need them, Samara countered, once she was in charge again. Their biometrics, their knowledge, or as bargaining chips if things go south. We kill them now, and we have nothing. With a sigh, she bent down to grab a pair of legs and started dragging the unconscious crew member to the storage locker where suits were kept. Between the two of them, they quickly secured the crew with rope and strips of duct tape they'd secured from supplies, stripping the captain and one other of their uniforms. I should have worn an unfamiliar face, Samara admitted as they locked the hatch. Honestly, it didn't even occur to me. With all the trouble we've been causing, it damn well should have, she hissed. It's not like our identities are a secret. It's poor tradecraft, and if we make mistakes like that now we're dead. Look, I screwed up. It won't happen again. Now drop it. We've got work to do. Calypso looked as if she still had a few more comments to make, but she seemed to set them aside as they got down to business. Arriving at the bridge, the first order of business was to let Zeno know they were still on schedule. He answered their call immediately. I'm glad to hear you're both well, he said in obvious relief. Were there any problems? Calypso shot her look, but she ignored it. Nothing we couldn't handle, she said. We'll resume course in just a few minutes. Hang back as far as you can and try not to get caught. I will do my best, he smiled. Be safe, you two. With that, he signed off. Get the engines back online, Samara ordered, even as she pulled up a screen of her own. Between them, they fired up the plants in short order, resuming the pre-programmed course as she began stripping out of her clothing. The captain's uniform was much too big for her as is, but she was in the process of remedying that. As they'd hauled the crew to the storage room, she'd spent several minutes studying the captain closely, and after hearing him speak, copying him would pose no issues at all. Calypso was also changing, though she kept the black gloves she'd worn since their arrival to conceal her artificial hands. Maybe they weren't as unique as Samara's face, but why take chances? They'd already rolled the dice and came up with 11, but that was no reason to get cocky now. No pun intended. She covered her face as a chuckle threatened to slip out, and given Calypso's mood, that could only end in a shouting match. Instead, she focused on Captain Tamari, his features and voice and mannerisms, fixing them in her head as she really changed. Her skin rippled as she began the transformation, adding several centimeters in height and broadening across the shoulders as the good captain emerged. The flesh settled back down as he now reached for the uniform and got dressed. Straightening the collar and tugging at the jacket's hem, Samara/Tamari turned to Calypso. Well, how does it look? The other woman gave her the once-over with a practiced eye. It'll do, she said at last. Good, she nodded, taking a seat and reaching for the mic as she punched up the ship-wide circuit. All hands, this is the captain speaking, she told them. We apologize for the delay, but we are now back on course and headed for Alinac Base, ETA 2 hours. Please remain in your cabins while we make our approach and dock. In order to make disembarking easier for all concerned, you will be notified when it is your turn to depart. Please have all items with you as you await the call. Thank you. With that, she signed off. Not bad, Calypso admitted. Should keep them from getting curious. Let's hope so, Samara answered. God knows we're going to need every advantage we can get our hands on if we're going to pull this off. The other woman snorted. Samara looked at her curiously as she struggled to keep her composure, but it soon became a losing battle. Calypso burst out laughing, but it was a bitter, hysterical laugh. One more in common with a banshee's wail than anything resembling true good humor. What the hell's wrong with you? Samara demanded. It took her a couple of minutes to get herself back under control. Dabbing at her eyes, she turned to face her. It's just, you still think we're going to survive, she guffawed. as the madness threatened to break free. Samara turned away, focusing instead on her piloting, though her words were hard to ignore. "Guardian, do you think we have a chance?" she asked the cognate. There was a long silence before it answered. "There is always a chance," it said at last. Samara sighed in defeat. "Great. Glad to see we're all on the same page." Chapter 43, Black and White and Shades of Gray. With Alinac looming large in their scopes, Samara turned to her counterpart. "Last chance to abort." Calypso just shook her head. "We change course now. It'll ping on every radar in the region. We're committed." "Right," she nodded. At least they'd confirmed Zeno had found a quiet place to park the shuttle as they made their run in. If worst came to worst, he could attempt a rescue, though it was unlikely he'd be able to save them from the Troika or their Protean henchmen. Not that it would stop him from trying. He was her oldest, dearest living friend, and the thought she might lead him to his death was hard to bear. "All right then," she continued, taking a deep breath. "Here goes everything. Live mic." Samara pressed the talk button and spoke. "Alinac Base, this is Captain Tamari of the PCS Yokai, on final and nearing your location. Requisition approach and docking instructions. Over." The response came back almost immediately. "PCS Yokai, you are to lock onto Beacon 12 Alpha and reduce your speed to 0.10 kps. Docking Bay 2 is cleared for your arrival. Standard procedures apply. Over." "We copy, Alinac," Samara answered, still garbed in the actual captain's appearance and uniform. "We should complete docking maneuvers in the next 20 minutes. Over." "Copy that, Yokai." The base radioed them. "We'll see you on your arrival." Alinac out. Samara let out a quiet sigh. "Looks like they bought it." "So far, so good," Calypso agreed. "But that only gets us to the dock." "We shouldn't have any problems there," Samara countered. "We already planned on selling them the story we had an engine malfunction. We'll tell them we need to meet with the station's engineers to get some spare parts." She mulled that over, considering it, before slowly nodding in agreement. "Should work," she grudgingly admitted. "Let's hope so, because if it doesn't..." Samara left the rest of the thought unfinished. She throttled back the engines per their instructions, slowing down to a crawl as they neared the massive asteroid. Docking the ship itself was almost an afterthought, with the computers handling most of the workload, calculating the craft's direction and velocity down to 5 decimal points. As the ship locked into place, Samara began shutting her down, killing the engines and tying in life support to the base's systems as they worked their way through the checklist. Finally, they could put off the inevitable no longer. "All right," Samara said as she rose to her feet. "Let's do this." The pair headed for the airlock, undogging the hatch as a contingent of base personnel waited on the other side. Stepping through the fake Captain Tamari came to a halt in front of its leader. "Captain, welcome back to Alinac," the man told them, his mannerisms and inflection showing he was sticking to a script. "Are your passengers ready to disembark?" "They are," she nodded. "Is there any particular order you want them?" "No need. We'll sort them out when we take possession," he answered, as a shadow now crossed his face. Uh-oh. Something he should have already known, Samara realized. "Have to fix that. I only ask in case there had been changes since our last visit," she continued, covering for her faux pas. "With everything that's happening..." The expressions on the faces of the welcoming committee took on a sour cast. "Yes, well, they wouldn't dare strike here." The man sniffed. "Excellent. In that case, I'll start sending them through immediately," she told him, before turning around and heading back inside the ship. Calypso hovered anxiously nearby. "Time to show our passengers the door," she told her, as she punched up the intercom system. "All hands, this is the captain speaking. We are now ready for you to exit the ship. As I call your cabin number, exit your quarters in an orderly fashion, remembering to take your possessions with you, and follow the indicators to the starboard side airlock. At this time, cabins 1 through 4 will now disembark." After just a couple of minutes, they got their first glimpse of the passengers. They were young, most of them, as young as she herself had been when she'd first arrived at Alinac. They shuffled forward, nervous, unsure, peering out the airlock to get their first glimpse of the future. Every one of them had given up all they'd ever known to be here, and it showed, just as she had, so long ago. As they passed through the airlock, she and Calypso smiled, wishing them luck, as the orderlies and officials took charge of the new arrivals on the other side. Like lambs to the slaughter, she thought unhappily. If they only knew what was waiting for them. A sudden clatter drew her attention back inside the ship. A young woman had gotten tangled up in her crutches, her body spasming as she struggled to retrieve her belongings. "I'm so sorry," she gushed, mortified, as she fought to right herself. "It's all right," she said gently, coming to the girl's aid. It didn't take long to get her sorted out, with Samara carrying her bag as she escorted her to the airlock. "I can't wait to start the procedure," the young woman said, her eyes glistening. "No more crutches. No more being confined to a cot when it gets really bad." She turned to her, her expression filled with desperate hope. "I'll finally be free," she said fiercely. Samara felt something inside her shatter. In her fight, her crusade, to free her people from the corrupting influences of the Troika and their Terran collaborators, she'd somehow lost sight of what brought so many to the clan, men and women not unlike this young girl before her, to have even the smallest chance at a better life. "What the hell am I doing?" she asked herself, in a sudden, unexpected moment of forced introspection. "Who am I to deny them this?" She investigated the young woman's face and saw a familiar one reflected in return. And Zeno? Persephone? Gideon? What about them? Her mind countered. "Have you forgotten all the broken bits of flesh on the island of misfit toys? Then tell me how I look into this girl's eyes and say, I'm here to destroy your dreams and leave you without a shred of hope." The girl came to a halt, sensing something was amiss. She gazed back at her, waiting. "Samara, this does not help the mission," Guardian advised her. "Revolution is great and abstract," she thought sadly. "But when you face the people it affects, it's a different story." She didn't have an answer to her dilemma. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure one existed. So instead, she plastered on a counterfeit smile, squeezing the girl's shoulder before handing her off to the waiting medical staff, saying softly, "I hope you find everything you deserve." The young woman smiled in gratitude, thankful for the benediction, before moving to join the others. "Judas," she cursed, turning away. "You can't even do this right." Calypso could sense something was off about her, but she wasn't in the mood to share. She had to keep her head in the game and stay focused. Otherwise, everything they'd gone through until now would have all been for nothing. Maybe they wouldn't live through this mission, but she was still going to damn sure try. After informing the welcoming committee about their supposed engine problems, they issued them a pass and directed them towards the engineering section of the hollowed-out asteroid. They'd even started off in that direction, as some of the more vulnerable infrastructure could be found there. All the wonderfully dangerous bits of modern technology that were so necessary for day-to-day life. If they were going to have any impact at all, it would have to be here. But first they had another matter to attend to. The pair found a cafeteria and ordered a simple lunch, saying little as they watched those around them go about their business. To the casual observer, it looked as if a pair of co-workers who didn't especially get along were killing time before going back to their jobs. That it was a fairly accurate description only helped sell the illusion, for in reality they weren't there for the food. Half an hour after they sat down, Calypso nudged Samara's knee, nodding at a pair of women in overalls getting up from their table, one of whom was lugging a small toolbox. She nodded, wiping her mouth as they also rose, dumping their trash as they followed them at a discreet distance. They didn't appear to be in any hurry to return to work either, chatting between themselves as they made their way down one of the major thoroughfares. It wasn't until they turned off towards the central power plant that the two moved to close the distance between them. They never saw it coming. Rounding a corner, once Samara was certain they were alone and out of camera range, she and Calypso lunged in unison at the two unsuspecting ladies, wrapping their arms around their throats and dragging them out of sight. The toolbox clattered to the deck as they struggled in their grasp, but they were hopelessly outclassed. With a simple twist, Samara snapped the neck of her victim, while Calypso smashed the trachea of hers. She died gurgling her own blood, her eyes frantic before the darkness finally claimed her. They wasted no time, Samara gazing at the woman she just killed before her body rippled once more, the blocky male Captain Tamari disappearing, transforming into the slender female with mousy brown hair. Calypso found a couple of pins to put her own hair up, doing her best to imitate her victim as they dressed in their overalls and located their badges. "We can stash the bodies there," Calypso spoke up, pointing out a nearby storage bin. Samara nodded, flipping up the lid and surveying the contents. It was a tight fit, but it would do the job. They hauled the corpses over and dumped them inside, taking their combined efforts to close and latch the lid. "Let's hope no one needs anything out of there," Samara remarked, checking her new look one last time before bending down and retrieving the toolbox. That way, she pointed as they headed deeper into the complex. She hadn't been in this section during her previous sojourn. As a patient, there had been no need. She was operating purely by instinct, making her way by sound and smell and touch, seeking the machine lifeblood that pumped through Alinac's body. Luckily, they'd chosen their victims well, as their badges had access to the very sections they were seeking. If they hadn't, it would have been trickier, but they'd planned for that contingency. It's why they had the cognates with them, after all. Samara could feel a heavy thrum vibrating through the deck plates, and she followed that, sensing it would lead her to the heart of the complex. They passed the odd worker here, and they're going about their own tasks, keeping their heads down and offering a muffled grunt as a greeting. No one gave them the slightest notice. That familiar sensation slithered down her spine, burrowing into her soul. The mission was going well, too well, in her opinion. No one had challenged them. They'd found no doors they weren't able to bypass. In short, it was all too easy. And anything this easy just had to be a trap. At the next junction, Samara took a random left, bundling Calypso into a maintenance closet. "We should abort," she hissed in her ear. "There's no way we get this far without running into Demon Murphy." Calypso rolled her eyes. "Jesus, you're a paranoid bitch," she whispered back. "You heard the guy at the dock. There's no way we'd attack here." Her eyes positively twinkled with delight. They let their hubris get in the way, and that arrogance is about to cost them dearly. "I'm telling you, this feels off," Samara warned her. "Something should have happened by now." "Will you relax?" she demanded. "If it all goes south, you can whistle up your little demon warriors, right?" "Well, yes, but nothing," Calypso snapped. "You're letting your fears dictate. Stop that. You're the one who started this jihad, remember? Are you going to see it through to the end?" She took a deep breath. Calypso was right. It was just her nerves talking. There was no sign someone had spotted them. No alarm that had been raised. No security teams rushing about with weapons drawn. Just people going about their daily business. "Sorry," she apologized. Later, she growled, "We're wasting time." Samara nodded and slipped back out of the closet. They'd made it this far undetected. Letting all fall through their fingers because of a case of jitters was as stupid as it got. Once this place was just a distant memory, she could freak out all she wanted. Until then, it was time to get down to business. Taking another turn, she came to a hatch-marked containment. The two grinned as they swiped their badges across the reader and stepped inside, taking a moment to let their eyes adjust in the gloom. This space saw little use. Everything was coated with a thin layer of grease and grime, while electric lamps sputtered overhead, throwing grotesque shadows all around them. Making her way to the console, Samara got to work. She wasn't a tinker or even a cognate, but she had spent enough time around machinery she could usually hunt and peck her way through. She gave herself 5 minutes. If she hadn't figured it out by then, she'd hand off to Guardian and let it do it. Calypso inspected the nearby wall panels, her brow furrowing as she gave them closer scrutiny. "Hey, get over here," she whispered. She hastened to join her. "What did you find?" The other woman tapped the panel. "There's something behind this. An empty space of some kind, like a hidden room?" Her mind whirled as she tried to come up with a reason why they'd go to that much trouble. "See if you can find a release switch," she told her, as the two of them began searching the bulkheads. It was another 10 minutes before Samara felt something shift beneath her fingers. "Found it," she whispered in triumph, as she depressed the hidden toggle and felt the panel give way, swinging inward to reveal a much larger compartment, hidden in gloom. They inched their way inside, feeling their way across the bulkheads when suddenly a loud clang echoed behind them as someone cut off their escape route. Harsh lights snapped on, making them wince and hold up their hands to shield their eyes. As they adjusted, Samara's breath caught as she stared at a dozen or more security professionals, their weapons trained on her and Calypso, as an all-too-familiar face appeared before them. "Hello, Samara," Azrael smiled. "We've been expecting you." Chapter 44. Like a rat in a trap. Their eyes darted in every direction as they searched desperately for a way out, But Azrael had prepared his trap flawlessly. With their exit behind them blocked, the only way out of the box they had suddenly found themselves in was through the security team, and they were ready for just such an attempt. Their weapons hadn't wavered since the lights had come on, and they appeared almost eager for them to try their luck. Of course, they didn't know about her ace in the hole. Azrael, let her go, Samara said in defeat. It's me you want. I'm afraid I can't do that, he informed her as all traces of good humor disappeared. You and your merry band are responsible for countless deaths and untold destruction. Because of that, our patrons are not inclined to make any deals. Samara took in her surroundings, gauging her odds. She needed to create a distraction if they were going to have any prayer of getting out of this. Guardian, get ready, she warned her hitchhiker, though the time wasn't right just yet to make their move. So what happens now? She asked him. Keep him talking, she told herself. It's the best chance you've got. Now. His smile was back with a vengeance. You and I sit down for a nice long chat. Once you've told us everything you know, well, he spread his hands wide. As I said, our patrons are unhappy. Ending your little rebellion is a good start in placating them, but they've made it quite clear that they want you for themselves. Azrael gave her a small shrug. I suspect you will not enjoy what they have planned for you. Probably not, she agreed. Azrael, it doesn't have to be like this, she said gently. Between the two of us we could. Spare me your sales pitch, he snapped. I doubt it's improved any since your previous attempt. He paused for a moment before shaking his head. Oh dear, where are my manners? He asked aloud, snapping his fingers. A door behind them opened as yet another security team appeared, driving another figure before them. Azrael's team parted just long enough to admit the new arrival to the tableau. Samara and Calypso gasped in unison as Zeno stumbled into the open, his wrists and legs manacled. He seemed to sense their presence somehow, turning to face them with an expression of utter despair. Rah, rah, the gang's all here, Azrael chuckled. Zeno, she whispered. How? They knew we were coming, he told her. His shoulders slumped and his voice filled with sorrow. It's the only explanation. The moment you were out of range, they ambushed the shuttle. They took out my weapons and engines with the first volley. Zeno lifted his head, struggling to meet her gaze. I'm sorry, Samara. It's not your fault, she told him, her voice husky, before turning her attention back to Azrael. This entire time, our coming to Alinac, it was nothing but one gigantic honey trap. Her eyes narrowed. Wasn't it? It didn't take a mind reader to deduce that you'd come to Alinac, he smiled. Of course you would. The symbol, the very foundation, of everything the Protean clan stands for? It only made sense that you'd save this base for last. He stepped forward, gripping Zeno by the arm and drug him alongside, coming to a halt just a few meters away. Did you honestly believe that one ship and a handful of troublemakers could seriously damage the Troika? He asked her. They've been the dominant polity in the Perseus Arm since we Terrans were hunting woolly mammoths with flint-tipped spears. Their sphere of influence spans hundreds of worlds, with trillions of sapient beings owing them allegiance. He looked at them in disgust. And you thought you could bring them down? Your arrogance astounds me. Samara folded her arms in defiance. But we still hurt them, now didn't we? With just one small ship and a handful of troublemakers. You fool, he spat out. You presumptuous child. You're nothing but an insect to the Troika, a buzzing annoyance that is easily swatted aside. Nothing more. He took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring as he straightened his tunic. And now it's over. You've had your fun, but the game has ended. His eyes blazed with righteous zeal. Despite herself, Samara chuckled. That's not all this is it? Not for you. No, it's personal. I imagine you had to do some fast talking after I snatched Jabril out from under your nose back on Kikujiya. Her grin grew even wider. That couldn't have looked good on the old resume. I'll bet the two of his Ake had a few bones to pick with you, seeing as how you were in charge of his security. Her eyes twinkled with devilish merriment. Didn't you always tell me that there's no room for sentiment in our line of work? That you should never let it get personal? His expression took on a dangerous cast. Indeed, he purred. And just where is our illustrious clan leader? Samara gave him a casual wave of her hand. I'm afraid he suffered an unfortunate accident, she simpered, before growing serious. You can't tell me you actually care what happened to him. Of course not, he snorted. Yet appearances must be maintained. But of course, we have more important matters to discuss. Azrael took another step forward. Tell me about the box. Box? She looked about her, exaggerating her actions. Calypso and Zeno just stared at her in confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm afraid I don't have the patience to play your games, he told her. The late, unlamented Jabril went into great detail regarding your find, hoping to prove his loyalty to the Troika for all the good it did him. So how about you skip past the part where you attempt to treat me like an imbecile and tell me all about your acquisition? There'd been no real chance of her pulling off that bluff. Instead, she simply shrugged. Sorry, can't help you. Really? Are you certain? Nothing I can do to change your mind. The smile was back again, but now there was an element to it that was distinctly off-putting. Perhaps I can find some means to persuade you. Azrael pulled a compact pistol from the small of his back and pressed it against Zeno's temple. Her friend froze, going still as a statue, as the madman leered at her. How about now? Samara winced and then bowed her head. Please, don't do this, she implored him. Then tell me what I want to know, he demanded, his tone growing harsh. And that's the ballgame, she realized. He's done talking. There was only one option left, and even with Guardian's help, the odds weren't great. Guardian, it's time, she told the alien cognate. Tell Hosk to take the reins. Silence. Guardian? No response. Guardian, she shrieked inside her mind, as Azrael's smile grew even wider. Something wrong, my dear? He chortled. Samara felt the blood drain from her face. Jabril told you about the Troika's standing order regarding precursor technology, he explained, but what he didn't tell you was why. The why seems pretty obvious, she managed to get out. Indeed, he nodded. The precursors were a highly advanced race before their disappearance, and yours is not the first bauble to appear on the Troika's radar. For millennia they've struggled to learn their secrets, and have even had some minor successes. He stroked the side of Zeno's head with his weapon. In fact, the entire Perseus arm owes those intrepid scientists a great deal of gratitude, as it was their study of the precursors that allowed the Aliacs to build the very weapon that ended the Ichun threat. She stared at him in shock. What? His smile was positively shark-like. Oh, they've barely scratched the surface, but they have learned a trick or two. Like with the Ichun, for example. Through their efforts, they developed a dampening field, one that severed all communication between the drones. Her eyes widened in growing realization. Azrael's expression was the confirmation she feared. Exactly, he leered. Just like you are experiencing now. Samara was still reeling with Azrael's revelation as he snapped his fingers once more. A pair of guards stepped forward, one carrying a simple plastic pillar, the other, the repository. We retrieved it from your shuttle, he explained, as they placed the box on the column and then stepped back, while he reverently stroked the carved surface. Just think of what it could teach us, Samara. All the secrets it will unlock. He turned his head back towards her. But then I don't have to, do I? You already know what it can do. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said automatically, but it came out half-hearted. If he had said the same to her, she wouldn't have believed him. He didn't buy it either. I know I trained you better than that, he chuckled. We have clear footage of Jabril shooting you at least twice in the back, and yet you seem to be in perfect health. And at Atsa, you pulled off an exhibition of flight they're still arguing over. You have your talents, Samara. No one knows that better than I. But expert piloting skills and returning from the dead are not among them. He leaned in, his eyes glittering with excitement. Somehow, you've learned its secret. Tell me. The thought of Azrael, of the Troika, getting their hands on that knowledge, of learning what she had learned was a nightmare beyond imagining. With that kind of power at their disposal, they'd create a reign of terror across the entire Perseus arm, conquering every living world, or worse, tear the sector into shreds as the three races battled one another for control. The fate of man under that scenario scarcely bore thinking about. Slaves, at best. At worst, extinction. They were past words now. Instead, Samara jutted her chin and remained silent. No? Nothing to say? Azrael inquired, peering at her. Then perhaps this will persuade you, he smiled, pulling the trigger. Zeno's head exploded, his body falling to the deck. The corpse twitched and jerked a couple times, but it was merely random electrical impulses that quickly fizzled out. Calypso screamed, her hands pressed against her cheeks as Azrael stepped forward and grabbed her arm, yanking her to his side. Shut up, he hissed, as he now pressed the weapon against her skull. I believe I've more than proven my resolve. Assuming it was even in question, he snarled as the last pretense at civility disappeared. It was as if after all these years she was finally seeing the man for who he truly was, with all his masks stripped away. You will tell me what I want to know, or she will share Zeno's fate. Samara could only look on helplessly as Calypso stared back at her, wide-eyed. A heartbeat passed between them, too, which was when they decided. The pair moved as one, Samara bolting past to snatch up the repository and tuck it under her arm, while Calypso's artificial hands came alive with crackling blue energy as she drove them at Azrael's torso. He must have sensed her choice, perhaps felt her stiffen as her muscles tensed in anticipation as he pirouetted out of the way. Calypso had scarcely begun her attack when his weapon fired yet again, with Azrael's aim as efficient as ever. She cried out as the bullets ripped through her torso, staggering her, but Samara had already reversed direction once more, knocking the gun from his hand and sending him scurrying for cover with a series of vicious kicks before grabbing Calypso by the arm and pulling her out of the line of fire. They had only a moment before all hell broke loose. The security team might have been caught off guard briefly by their counterattack, but they recovered quickly. They opened fire, wounding them both further with beams and projectiles before Azrael screamed, "Cease fire. We need her alive." But by then they'd smashed through their cordon, running for their lives deeper inside the engineering spaces of the base. Samara sensed more than heard emergency bulkheads slamming into place, cutting off their avenues of escape as Calypso gasped for air. "Stop, can't breathe," she wheezed. "No time," Samara shouted back, dragging her away from the security team. Calypso was badly wounded, that much was obvious, and lacking the improvements Guardian had given her, was already in rough shape. Zigging and zagging through the piping runs and machinery, they managed to put a little distance between them and their pursuers, until the other woman stumbled and fell to the deck. "Come on," she begged her, reaching for her arm once more, only to have Calypso wave her off. "Can't," she whispered hoarsely, her body convulsing as she coughed out bright red arterial blood. "Then I'll carry you," Samara vowed, reaching down to throw Calypso over her shoulder. With her added strength and bone density, it shouldn't be an issue. But once again she was rebuffed by a stiff arm pushed against her chest. The former misfit locked eyes with her and shook her head. "Useless. I'm done," she told her, fighting for every labored breath. "Can't run any further." "That's quitter talk," Samara snarled, reaching for her once more. "We can make it." Her head snapped around as she heard Azrael and the others getting closer, tracking them, as Calypso clutched her shirt. "Go," she ordered. "I'll hold them off." Her hands glowed as Samara's eyes went wide, remembering how her artificial fists could build up a charge big enough to cause a massive explosion. "Not much time to get clear," she wheezed, as the aura surrounding her extremities grew steadily brighter. "Calypso, please," she begged, fighting back tears. She'd seen so many deaths, caused so many deaths, couldn't she rescue at least one? With all the gifts given her by the Troika, by the Proteants, by Guardian, surely saving a single life in return wasn't too much to ask, was it? Was it? She heard one of the security detail shout as they spotted the blood trail, realizing they'd just run out of time. "Go," Calypso screamed at her, as the surrounding metal began vibrating, the violent oscillations setting their teeth on edge. Even if the other woman had wanted to, Samara knew there was no stopping it now. "Calypso," she whispered, the name catching in her throat. Her head lolled as she gave her one last look, the blood pouring from her mouth and running down her chest. "You're still a bitch," she gasped, as Samara knew she could delay no longer. With the repository tucked under her arm, she started running, desperate to put as much distance between her and the blast as she could. Weaving between the stacks of equipment, she could only guess at a countdown, knowing that her estimate was in all likelihood dangerously inaccurate, that she had only a few seconds at best before. She had barely a moment to close her eyes before the explosion catapulted her across the compartment. Chapter 45: Predator and Prey. Her impromptu flight ended abruptly as she slammed into a girder against the far wall. Samara felt ribs snap as she collided, still clutching the repository, but given her other injuries, those were probably the least of her worries. It took a moment to free herself, time she could ill afford, though Calypso's final moments had forced Azrael and the security team to detour around the shattered compartments and plasma fires now roaring behind her. With any luck, the blast had taken some of her pursuers with it, but she had to keep moving. Klaxons wailed as she stumbled away, struggling to put distance between them. She found a maintenance tube and slid down the ladder, braking to a halt 2 levels down as she doubled back, trying to get behind them. This section of the complex wasn't nearly as deserted, forcing her to tuck the repository in tight under her arm and bash her way through the throng. Though the chaos from the explosion and blaring alarms helped mask her efforts to disappear, though a handful realized something was wrong about her. It would slow the security team down, but it was likely someone was already reporting her position. Samara stumbled, staggering into a hatchway as she pressed her hand against her side. It came away dark red, staining her clothing. Even with Guardian's improvements, she couldn't keep this up forever. She found another ladder and climbed, crawling out of the tube on the next level. If she could just rest for a few minutes, gather her thoughts, and come up with a strategy, but given the situation, a reprieve was unlikely. She shot a quick glance skyward. Unless, grasping one of the overhead conduits, Samara pulled herself up, losing herself in the warren of piping runs, ventilation ducts, and electrical connections. Wedging the repository into a safe location, she scanned the area for pursuit. It was clear for the moment, but that wouldn't last long. Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself for what was coming and shifted. The teams fanned out as they entered the workspace floor. Their orders were explicit. Samara was to be taken alive at all costs. That, and the damage from the blast, complicated things. They'd holstered their issued weapons at Azrael's orders, carrying with them instead non-lethal electroshock variants. He had fully briefed them on just how dangerous their quarry was, convincing them that anything less than lethal was ineffective against her. It would likely require multiple hits to take her down, assuming they worked at all. Wending their way through the equipment-filled maintenance area as Klaxons sounded the alarm, the professionals were still as mist and silent as ghosts. Their heads were on the swivel, sweeping left and right, alert for even the tiniest movement. Unfortunately, none of the team were looking in the right direction as an arm came down from the ceiling, yanking one of the security officers off his feet and into the rafters before he could even yelp. It didn't take long for his disappearance to be noticed. "Where's Kaiser?" one shooter blurted out. "He was right here." They searched frantically for their missing comrade, but he had vanished without a trace. Placing a hurried call to the individual running the op, Azrael appeared on the scene moments later. "Seal the hatches," he ordered. "Nothing goes in or out." He began his own search, sniffing out his prey, as a smile slowly appeared on his face. "You're wounded, Samara," he grinned. "I can taste your blood in the air. Come out and end this game." Silence. Azrael shook his head. "If I have to dismantle this station piece by piece, I'll do it," he warned. Still nothing. The assassin sighed. "So be it." Turning to the team lead, he said, "She's here somewhere. Find her, and then bring her to me." The officer nodded, gesturing as he moved his team forward. They peeled off left and right, covering the blind spots while they searched. It took less than 2 minutes before they heard the first scream. The team didn't hesitate, opening up as they raked the bulkheads and ceilings, taking down 2 of their own in the panicked fusillade even while Azrael shouted at them to cease fire. "Who fired that first shot? Report, goddammit!" Azrael snarled. As one by one they denied being responsible, only for them to realize there was another member missing. "Vesta?" "She took Vesta," one officer whispered in horror, even as they saw to their wounded. "Shut up," he shouted. "She's not the boogeyman. She's one person." Azrael glared, daring them to argue, though no one was willing to meet his gaze. "She's unarmed and wounded, on unfamiliar ground. Now find her and take her, God damn it. Yet another scream whipped them around, even as they watched another team member being pulled into the rafters. There. Fire. Azrael howled as the team opened up once more, their electroshock weapons causing sparks to arc among the conduits as they fired at the overhead. Leading his officers, they charged ahead, zeroing in on Samara's location, as they moved to position themselves in a tight cordon that no one could escape from. Just as half a dozen objects fell from the ceiling, clattering onto the deck, those closest had just enough time to identify the threat as the liberated flashbang grenades exploded in their face, the dazzling bursts of light and deafening blasts disorienting the team and leaving them staggering, even as a lone figure dropped to the deck and loped away, vaulting over the barrier and into the next compartment. After her, Azrael screamed, as the officers struggled to comply, still reeling from the aftereffects of the grenades. That she turned their own weapons against them made it doubly humiliating. The team staggered in pursuit, shaking off their disorientation before realizing with a start where she was leading them. Straight into the energy core of the station itself. A pair of sentries lay sprawled in front of the entrance, their necks broken, infuriating Azrael. "What are you waiting for?" he demanded. They were careless, and they deserve their fate. "If anyone wishes to join them, by all means, tell me now." His hand rested on the sidearm belted at his waist, one that was most definitely not non-lethal to emphasize his point, when something caught his eye. He bent down and dabbed at a spot of color on the deck with his finger, before holding it up to them in triumph. "She's bleeding out," he gloated, showing them all the proof. "All you have to do is go in there and finish it." The team glanced at one another, before grimly plowing ahead into the core. Power pulsed and thrummed in the chamber as they spread out, crackling with untuned energy as they made their way. The eerie blue glow of Cherenkov radiation sent out false shadows and dancing will-o-wisps that twinkled in their peripheral vision, disappearing as they whipped their heads around to focus their attention. It set them on edge, leaving them darting at shades even as they looked to one another for support. "Azrael." Samara's voice was haunting, distorted and amplified as she called out to him. "This is between you and me," she taunted. "I know you don't care about your team's lives, but I'll bet they do. So, I make all of you this offer. Leave now, and it ends between us. Stay, and I'll hunt you down one by one." "Don't listen to her," he shrieked. But he had pushed the security team past their breaking point. They wanted no part in this private war, and by mutual assent they scurried out of the compartment, leaving Azrael unescorted and alone. "Clever," he sneered as he drew his weapon. He peered into the gloom as he started his search, his sidearm at the ready, raised to shoulder height and tracking like a third eye. "I learned from the best," she replied, her voice seeming to echo in the deserted compartment. "This ends here, Azrael. No more running." "I wouldn't have it any other way," he smiled, easing around the periphery. "Your little rebellion never had a chance, Samara. Some things are just too big to oppose." "Which is why they need to be," she answered. "Our clan deserves better, Azrael. Humanity deserves better. Says the girl who got everything she ever wanted," he scoffed. "Ungrateful bitch. Had I known what was hiding in the fine print, I might have decided differently," she said from the murk. "But then I was never given a choice." "All you wanted was to have someone fix you," he snapped, as he spotted movement in the upper tiers of the space. "You didn't care about anything else." "I cared about you," she whispered, bringing him to a halt. "You were a job, Samara," he chuckled, as he crept up the steps. "Nothing more. Just another mission." There was a long stretch of silence as he moved closer. "Well," Samara said at last, "there it is." "Yes, there it is." Azrael sidled around to get a better angle as he zeroed in on her position. "I hope it brings you comfort." Strangely enough, it does. He waited for her to finish that thought, but nothing else seemed to be forthcoming. Moving forward again, he paused at the sight of a large puddle of blood, crouching down to dip his finger in the dark fluid and touch it to his lips, his eyes lighting up as he recognized its taste. "Venus blood," he smiled. "You're hurt bad, Samara. So bad that maybe I'll just wait here until you drop," he smiled. He found an alcove to wedge himself in, his weapon at the ready. "There's no sense fighting it," he cooed to her. "Just close your eyes and let it all end." Something made him freeze, some sixth sense that had been grafted onto his DNA. Or perhaps it was a natural trait of man's. Either way, it was enough to make him turn. Even as a drop of saliva landed on his shoulder, his eyes widened as he realized Samara had baited him into a trap, leaping to his feet as he recognized the form she had taken. He never made it. A huge paw batted him aside, knocking him to the deck. A werewolf towered over him, its teeth glistening in its jaws even as he realized its fur was matted with blood. The beast's muzzle had never been designed for human speech, and yet somehow it spoke. "Goodbye, Azrael," it growled. "You know," he screamed as he opened fire. At point-blank range he couldn't miss, and yet panic pulled several of his shots wide of the target. But many more found their mark, as the massive beast's body shuddered with each impact. But they didn't stop it. Razor-sharp claws raked his chest, leaving deep furrows that filled instantly with blood. He staggered, backpedaling as fast as he could while he struggled to reload. But the ragged wound shattered his concentration, leaving his efforts blurred and uncoordinated. But the beast was also in trouble, its labored breathing coming out like a wheeze even as it closed the gap between them. It staggered, bracing itself against a bulkhead, giving him time to get clear. The sharp pain of his injury settled into a throbbing ache, pulsating in time with his heartbeat. Little pig, let me in," the Samara wolf cackled, as Azrael pulled another magazine free and slammed it home. "Go to hell," he shouted as his weapon came back up. "Already been there," she answered. Her blood-red eyes tracked him effortlessly as he scrambled to get away, her nose twitching as it caught his scent. Her claws seemed even bigger now, even as her lip curled at the muzzle. "What big teeth you have," he murmured, despite himself. "All the better to eat you with," she growled, swooning as the blood loss hit her. It took her a moment to recover, just as Azrael made his move. Throwing himself behind a pillar for cover, he opened fire once again. Bullets wanged off the machinery, even as rounds found their target. The wolf yowled as it leapt into the air, its eyes mad with pain as it closed in, the great jaws snapping as Azrael struggled to get clear. Only this time he was a fraction of a second too slow. Its teeth clamped down on his shoulder, the fangs sinking deep into his flesh. With a jerk of its head it snatched him off his feet, worrying his battered skin and muscle tissue like a terrier with a rat. With all her strength, she jerked him back and forth, the canine sinking ever deeper into his body as he screamed in agony. With a crash, he fell back to the deck as she released him from her jaws, their eyes meeting as she crouched over him, every inch the predator. "Please," he whimpered, trying to crawl away, as the great wolf shook its head. "All that intelligence," it grunted, "and you've learned nothing." The jaws came down again, closing around his throat with a sickening crunch. Chapter 46. Running on Empty. Samara's body rippled, resuming her normal form as she struggled to stay on her feet. She'd pushed herself too hard, especially given her wounds, and holding any shapeshift now was out of the question. Given time to heal and recuperate, she'd be back to her old tricks, but without Guardian. Stumbling back the way she'd come, she retrieved the repository as she wiped the blood from her mouth. Even though it was the reason she'd come to Alinac, she hadn't wanted it to go down like this. Samara paused for a moment, supporting herself against a bulkhead as she stared down at Azrael's body. Being honest, she didn't know what she felt. It would take time and a great deal of distance to even begin unraveling that mystery. She winced as her hand went to her side and came back slick with her own blood. Despite the improvements Guardian had installed inside her, she doubted she could last much longer without help, and with Zeno and Calypso dead, she had no idea where to find it. If the dampening field was limited to Alinac, if it hadn't permanently damaged the repository, if she could get clear, if she could contact Guardian in time, if. Given all those variables, the odds were not encouraging. But what other choice was there? She bent down and retrieved Azrael's sidearm, checking the magazine, realizing she'd forgotten one final if they didn't gun her down before she could escape. The security teams were still out there, still searching, or at least waiting for her to emerge. What was she going to do about them? As she glanced at the energy core, she knew what had to be done. Life aboard the hollowed-out asteroid ground to a halt as an announcement came over the loudspeakers. "Attention, Core breach. Attention. Core breach. All personnel are to proceed immediately to the nearest docking bay or lifeboat egress. You have 15 minutes to evacuate the station before core overload. Attention. Core breach. Attention. Core breach. All personnel. The reaction was immediate. Those in charge of evacuating the station were too well trained to allow panic, but given the danger a core overload represented, keeping the pot from boiling over required total commitment, clear lines of communication, and more than a little luck. That they managed it all spoke volumes about their dedication and training. That being said, the station was a scene of absolute chaos, more than frantic enough to allow one wounded woman the chance to escape. With the repository still clutched under her arm, Samara considered her options. The lifeboats were out, programmed for short distance only. They'd get her clear of the asteroid before it went critical, but not far enough for an escape. Eventually someone would come along to pick them up, and that was a reunion she could do without. Thank you very much. They also possessed only the barest of medical supplies, and given her injuries that wouldn't be enough. So, it had to be a ship. She could debate her options for the next 15 minutes, and not a second longer. Or she could head for the one shuttle she knew was docked and waiting, and depart as quickly as possible. Getting there in time could be a problem, but then what was life without challenge? A giggle threatened to burst past her lips before she clamped down hard. The last thing she needed was that kind of attention while she tried to sneak past their noses. She'd made better time than she expected. In fact, she was most of the way to her objective when she ran into a snag. As the computer continued to mark the time left, the once orderly evacuation started unraveling. As the crowd pushed and jostled their way to the docking bays, pandemonium reigned supreme here, with individuals throwing off whatever veneer of civilization they might have possessed and forced on just getting away, without regard to the consequences or who might be in their way. And amidst this sea of jumbled flesh, she spotted a single, still island of humanity, pressed hard against the bulkhead. The same bunch of new arrivals she herself had brought to the station. Something within her clicked as she changed direction, fighting against the now panicked crowd while she worked her way over to them, wincing or crying out at every thrown elbow or shoulder that collided with her damaged flesh. It terrified them, that much was obvious, their eyes wide and white with hysteria as they looked for someone, anyone, to guide them out of this madness. With one last burst of energy, she smashed her way into their perimeter, looking in vain for someone in charge of the group, only to find herself face to face with the same young woman on crutches she'd assisted just a few hours earlier. "Where's your attendant?" Samara yelled over the din. "I don't know," she shouted back. "They told us to wait here, but that was ages ago. We don't know what we're supposed to do." She suspected whoever they'd assigned to the group had decided it was every man for himself and bailed, but that was a question for another time. Right now, she had to get them moving. "Do you remember the way back to your shuttle?" she asked her. "No," was the girl's screamed answer. By her calculations, she was about 10 seconds away from completely losing her shit, and under these circumstances that was likely to end badly for her. Right then, she grimaced. "Follow me," she told the group. "Stick together and watch out for one another, because if you get separated, we're not doubling back. You fall behind, you get left behind. Understand?" The jerky head movements she charitably referred to as nods claimed they did. "Then make a cordon and head for that ramp," she ordered, pointing toward the docks as they moved. She focused on keeping her instructions simple and keeping the group close, though seeing one or two of their companions torn from their grasp to be swallowed whole by the crowd was a far more effective motivation. Yet somehow, she kept the group mostly intact as they fought their way to the yokai. A crowd had gathered at the airlock, pounding their fists in frustration as they tried breaking in. But her last act when they departed was to maglock the hatches. The last thing she'd needed was someone getting aboard and finding the original crew tied up in the closet, which meant she was the only one who could open it back up again without resorting to a plasma torch. She squeezed past the others and input her code, carried along with the crowd as the hatch slid open and they charged inside, keeping her grip on the young woman so they did not knock her to the deck in the rush. In the end, they were propping each other up as they staggered inside, the blood loss seriously degrading her efforts. "Get me to the bridge," she gasped, as the girl wrapped a protective arm around her and helped her forward. She collapsed into the chair as her new ward landed beside her, depositing the repository at her feet. Within seconds, she had booted up the systems and was warming the engines when she activated a camera at the airlock. The crowd was thinning out, enough that she felt able to activate the warning lights and sirens as she began closing the hatch. A handful slipped through before it locked shut, while those left outside screamed in frustration before looking elsewhere for a ride. Activating the intercom, she addressed the passengers. "Find some place to sit down," she told them. "Or lie down on the deck, braced against something if you can. Do it fast because we're leaving as soon as the engines are at full charge." She closed the circuit, as there was little else she could tell them at the moment, though she spared a glance at her companion. "Get belted in," she told her. She nodded, fumbling at the harness, but figured it out soon enough, even as Samara did likewise. "What's your name?" the girl asked her. She sighed and turned to face her. She'd asked out of politeness, out of gratitude, not realizing who she really was, or the can of worms that simple question opened. "Leva," she said at last. "Thank you, Leva, for saving us," she said softly. "If you hadn't come along." Samara reddened and looked away. "Forget about it," she mumbled, unable to face her. "Rebecca," she said by way of introduction, smiling back at her. Rebecca Sarkozy. Her eyes widened as she got her first good look at her. "You're hurt," she said in surprise. The ping from the computer screen saved her from responding, as the ship signaled the engines were charged and ready. "Hang on," she told her, as she disengaged the docking clamps and fired the engines, pulling away from the asteroid. Other ships were already in motion, even as the planetoid spit out hundreds of lifebods, filled with those not lucky to find suitable transport elsewhere. "How much longer, do you think?" Rebecca asked, nervously watching the screen. "Soon," Samara told her. "We got clear just in time." The PCS Yokai continued speeding from the base, as Rebecca started grappling with her harness. "What are you doing?" Samara asked her. "Looking for a medkit," she answered, rising to her feet and taking up her crutches. "You're wounded." She took a moment to orient herself and then made a beeline for the closet. With a heavy sigh, Samara pulled Azrael's pistol from her waist and raised it high, pointing it at the young woman. "Rebecca, get away from there," she ordered. She turned in confusion, not understanding her instructions, only to freeze as she saw the gun. "But why?" she whispered. "It's a long story," she wheezed, her strength ebbing. "I don't want to hurt you, so please sit back down." Rebecca did as she was told, moving as slowly as she could manage, as if the slightest twitch might set her off. She buckled back up as Samara motioned with the weapon. She could only stare at her rescuer turned kidnapper, her eyes going briefly to the repository before returning to her face. "You're the one who did this," she said at last. "Yes," Samara agreed. The girl nodded, as if she hadn't needed the confirmation. "Are you going to kill me?" she asked in a small voice. "I'd prefer not to," she answered, "but I won't lie. If I'm forced to make a choice between you and me, it's on the table." She could already hear Azrael's mad cackle, as his shade whispered in her ear, "You haven't changed a bit." "I swear, I won't tell anyone," she began, but Samara waved her words aside. "It doesn't matter, since they already know who I am," she shrugged. "Tell them, don't tell them, it makes no difference to me. Once I'm clear, that is. Until then, I'm afraid I must insist on your cooperation." Considering recent events, she was handling it pretty well. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "I don't know what your grievance is, but if you just talk to the clan leader." She couldn't help herself. Samara burst out laughing, startling the young girl. "Oh, Jabril and I have chatted," she chuckled. "It didn't go well." "I don't understand," she whispered, hugging herself. The gun was getting heavier by the minute. It was getting harder to focus as well. She was just so damn tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of everything. If she could just rest for a bit, close her eyes for just a moment. She started back up, clutching the weapon now with both hands. "Did I fall asleep?" she barked, startling Rebecca yet again as she frantically shook her head. Suddenly, it no longer seemed worth the effort. She slid the weapon back into her waistband and gave the girl a pitying look. "I was exactly like you, once," she told her, coming to the Proteans, hoping for a miracle. "Only there aren't any miracles. Not here, not anywhere. Oh sure, they might fix you, like they did me, but they might not, either." You could end up like… Words failed her as she struggled to describe her friends. Freaks? Monsters? Innocents? Once perhaps, but that was long, long ago. Maybe victims came the closest upon reflection. I know the risks, she said defiantly. No, you don't, Samara answered. You think you do, but you don't. You can't. Not until you've lived it yourself. She shook her head sadly. Let's suppose they help you. Let's say you get everything you ever wanted. Then what? I don't understand, Rebecca said at last. Fairy godmothers don't work for free, she explained. Once the clan, actually, once the Troika invests that much in you, they'll want to see a return on their investment. There are many ways you might end up repaying them, Rebecca, none of which are very pleasant. She shook her head once more. Why are you telling me all this? Samara sighed. I don't know. Maybe because I need to tell someone. Or maybe it's because I look at you and I see myself. And I wish someone had explained what was lurking in the fine print to me before I signed. Her eyes seemed to lose focus. Or maybe it's because I've seen my friends die, one by one, for something they believed in, and yet for my sins, I'm still here. She gave Rebecca a sorrowful look. As the timer counted down to 0, the core detonated, spewing radiation and debris out of the docking bays and airlocks, shattering the few windows carved into the rock. It blasted a few larger chunks clear, sending them careening off on random trajectories. The asteroid shell remained. The explosion wasn't that powerful, but it had left the rock thoroughly gutted. Samara, can you hear me? She heard Guardian shout in her ear. Guardian? She suddenly wanted to weep. Oh, thank God. I thought you were dead. No, not dead, he explained, merely unable to interface. I do not understand what happened. I'll explain later, she said in relief. No, scratch that. Just dig it out of memory. I'm on my last legs here, buddy. Who are you talking to, Leva? Rebecca asked warily, edging away from her. A friend, she smiled, as her vision grayed out once more. Guardian? Hurry. Accessing host statistics, he replied, getting straight to business. There was a pause and then, oh my, Samara? You are in terrible condition. No kidding, she wheezed. Get the cognates warmed up. I'm piloting a shuttle, escaping from Alinac, and I'm carrying a bunch of passengers who aren't clued in. I need help, she pleaded. Oh, and I have the original crew tied up in the closet. They'll probably be waking up soon. Rebecca turned in her chair with a start and stared at the closet herself, her eyes going wide. I will begin immediately, he assured her. Until then, you must rest while we work to repair the damage. Just a second, she told him, before looking back over at Rebecca. I'm going to be checking out for a bit, she explained. Luckily, a friend of mine will take over the reins. He's a little odd, so when he speaks with my voice, don't be alarmed. He won't hurt you. Your own voice, she said incredulously. How? Samara could only shrug. Like it or not, I'm a Protean, she told her, which means I'm just full of surprises. She even managed to wink before the darkness claimed her. Epilogue. Miles to go before I sleep. Guardian was as good as his word. He called up Irhair Dresh to pilot the shuttle as they made their escape, though Churter Hosk was forced to make an appearance when Rebecca released the crew. Unsurprisingly, they were more than a little put out over their kidnapping and forced captivity. They liked what came next even less when Samara told them she'd be keeping the ship. They didn't receive the news until several days later, as Guardian was taking no chances on awakening his host until she had fully recuperated. Once she was back in control and the cognates released from their duties, she delivered the unwelcome news. In fact, most of her passengers were unhappy, as they'd assumed they'd be reunited with the rest of the Protean clan once they'd designated a rendezvous point. Samara had other plans. The only thing preventing a mutiny was her promise to deliver them safely to a neutral third party, one that wouldn't immediately call for the Troika to take her into custody. That proved to be a challenge, as most worlds paid lip service to the status quo, even if many chafed at the constraints forced upon them. She finally settled on the Bamid, a pseudo-reptilian species who'd found a comfortable niche as merchants and traders. After some discreet negotiations, they agreed to take those individuals outraged at Samara's actions, though they made it clear they intended on billing the Protean leadership for room and board. That was fine with her. It wasn't like she was paying. In the meantime, she talked to anyone who would listen. At first, almost no one would, other than Rebecca and one or two others. Well, that was to be expected, given the circumstances. It didn't dissuade her from trying, and after a while others listened, mostly out of boredom. She spoke to individuals and groups, sharing her story, telling them just how thoroughly the Troika had corrupted the clan. She held back nothing, recounting her missions both for and against their alien masters, and many that might have been willing to take her message at face value suddenly had multiple reasons to reject the messenger out of hand. That was fine. She wouldn't change the universe overnight, though the more she looked, the more she realized something was in the wind. That their grafts and implants came from the various alien races was no secret, nor were the methods involved by which the Troika imposed its will upon the galaxy. They also knew of the many unsuccessful cases, like those housed on the St. Jean-Baptiste. Yet desperation still drove them into the clan's awaiting arms, just as it had with her. So at a certain level, most of the recruits half expected to be screwed over. After all, they were Terrans. That the glass was half empty was a given. And yet still they came. For hope springs eternal. Hope that they'd be the lucky ones, that they'd find some way to beat the odds and have all of their prayers answered. When she told them she'd beaten the odds, they listened with rapt attention, only for that same hope to become dismay when they learned what was really waiting for the Protean clan's golden children. But in the end, most still parted ways, though she could see the wheels turning even in them. If all she'd managed was to lift the blinders just a bit, at least it was a start. Word of her exploits had spread, and suddenly people were wondering aloud just how they had managed to so openly defy the most powerful union in the galaxy. Not just defy, but attack. And other races were also noticing, and they were asking why the Troika couldn't end what seemed to be such an insignificant rebellion. Those races that had dealings with humanity sat back and snickered. They knew just how close to the ragged edge Terrans existed, and the very notion that the mighty Troika couldn't destroy a single human ship was hilarious. Perhaps, if they had invested a little more in the carrot as opposed to the stick, they might have garnered some sympathy, but given their heavy-handed approach, the galaxy at large gleefully enjoyed a healthy slice of schadenfreude at their expense. The cracks began appearing when they stopped laughing. The reason that ruling by fear is so effective is that it maximizes the effect you are trying to achieve, while minimizing its cost. If you convince those you wish to rule that any attempt to threaten you will be met by overwhelming force, you have already won the battle without lifting a finger. But it is also a brittle power, for if your vassals suddenly stop fearing you, not only have you lost your greatest weapon, prepare as quickly as possible for the fight of your life. No one seemed ready to take that next step, however, not just yet. The galaxy held its breath, waiting to see what happened next. But that was no longer Samara's concern. Will the knights be able to help me? Rebecca asked, as they docked with St. Jean-Baptiste. I don't know, she admitted, but they've promised to try. She smiled at the young girl. They helped me when I was certain no one could. Rebecca nodded, though her eyes were still wide as she stared at the hospital ship. Her voice trailed off before she turned her attention back to Samara. I don't know what comes next. No one does, she agreed. But you and the others will be in excellent hands here, and when it's time, they'll help you figure that out too. The young girl considered that for a moment and then took a deep breath. I'm ready, she said in a small voice. Samara rose to help her with her belongings, meager as they were, before offering her an elbow to guide her to the airlock. The others that had decided on a life away from the Proteans were waiting as well, and she nodded with approval as she saw the cluster of chevaliers waiting to take charge, along with a small group representing the island of misfit toys. She forced herself to meet their gaze as the hatch slid open, disengaging from Rebecca and handing over her gear to one of the Sixiems, before changing course to rendezvous with their spokesperson, a gray-haired woman wearing an ornate eye patch. I'm Io, she told her, and we've heard about Zeno and the others. Bowing her head, she said softly, I'm sorry. The old woman reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. You misunderstand our intention. We're not here to blame you. Her head came back up in surprise. You're not. Io smiled. No, we came here to join you. Samara froze before she slowly shook her head. I'm honored, but I have to refuse. The woman stammered, surprised by her rejection. But why? She demanded. All of us here can pull our weight, and we have more than a few tricks of our own. We know the risks, and we're still willing to sign on." She sighed, suddenly feeling 1,000 years old. "Everyone I took from here is dead, Anayo. All of them. Their deaths weren't clean, or heroic, or whatever it is you're imagining. They died hard, pointless deaths, and while they all made their own choice, I just can't go through that again." Samara shrugged helplessly. "I have enough blood on my hands. I don't want any more, especially not yours. Besides, I'm better off alone." The older woman started to speak, to plead her case, but this time it was Samara who reached out to give a reassuring touch. "But there is something you can do, if you're serious about joining the fight." "We are," Inayo answered for the group, and she could see the grim determination in their eyes. Zeno and the others had been their friends, and the misfits now had an axe to grind with those responsible for their deaths. "If you really want to make a difference, then help me spread the word," she told them. "You must all have contacts you can reach out to. Use them. Engage the knights if you can, because right now, a few well-placed words in the right ears are far more valuable to the cause than a handful of new fighters." She managed a smile for the wannabe terrorists. "You do that, and maybe we have a chance." Inayo chewed on that for a moment, before turning to the others. One by one they nodded, giving their assent, before she finally turned back to face her. "I won't lie, I was hoping to leave this place," she told her. "But if you're sure this is the best way we can help." "I am," she said firmly. "I'll check in, now and then, and see how it's going." "Where will you go?" Inayo asked. "Maybe it's best you don't know that," Samara said at last. "Besides, that shuttle is a target, at least until I can make a few modifications. The last thing I want to do is draw the Troika here. As for my plans, let's just say I have a special mission I need to see through." She grinned. The older woman nodded. "Then I wish you luck, Samara. And we'll be here, should you need us." She cocked her head, regarding her, and then said with conviction, "Fair winds and a following sea." She suddenly found it hard to speak, so instead she nodded, giving them a wave as she returned to the shuttle, closing the hatch and buttoning her up as she prepared for departure. "Perhaps you should have taken up their request," Guardian pointed out. "Forget it. I'm done leading this rebellion." She snorted as the docking clamps disengaged. "I'll stick to what I know best." "Killing?" he inquired. "If I have to," she admitted, "but like I told Inayo, I'm better working solo. No one to slow me down. Besides, I made you a promise." "There are many systems to search," he said dubiously. "It could be years before we locate Threshold." "Then we'd better get started," she grinned, as the thrusters pushed her away from the knight's ship, giving her room to fire up her engines. "And in case you've forgotten, I'm holding you to our deal." "I am certain there was never a formal agreement," he protested. "Huh, nice try. And just how were you planning to find Threshold without my help?" Samara sobered, continuing in more reasonable tones. "Admit it, Guardian. We need each other. We can be your arms and legs, your eyes and ears. Humanity can be the partner you need if you're ever going to find your way home." "Ironic you mention home, since you seem to have designs on ours," he said awkwardly. "You've read my thoughts," she said, "and you of all people understand just how desperate we Terrans are. Another century living like this, two at the outside, and there won't be a human race." She closed her eyes and mumbled. "You said you were searching for home. Well, so are we." Guardian was silent for some time, digesting that. "You were incorrect," he said finally. "Incorrect about what?" she asked him. Somehow, she could almost sense his smile. "You were incorrect when you said that you were alone," he told her. "I bet you say that to all the girls," she chuckled, wiping away a drop of moisture from her eyes. Just before the engines came online, blasting off for parts unknown. The end.